Hua, this B-list actor, is one of us. As soon as he reads the script, he immediately drops it to the ground. No one knew that he was stabbed by the killer and turned into a hedgehog. He cried out in pain so realistically, but all the judges were stunned by his incredible acting skills. On-men is completely crazy because he has the ability to act genuinely and to evaluate scripts. Just by reading a script, he instantly transforms into the character in a way that is indistinguishable from reality. Playing multiple personality characters who kill effortlessly, he quickly gained fame, embodying a criminal so convincingly that colleagues were terrified of him. He embodied Ko Van Nan but accidentally fell over a patch of grass. Surprisingly, the entire crew praised him, noticing every detail even on the grass pile. And Ms. Van Key didn't waste time anymore. Let's get started. A serious image of a young man appears with a thought. I am UIN, currently working at a typical small to medium design company in Korea. But then he suddenly slammed his resignation letter onto the table and said, I'm quitting today. I've decided to submit my resignation. The bald boss immediately shouted in anger. Huh. Are you leaving? That's really laughable. Whatever. I don't want to see your face anymore. Get out of here now. At this moment, Yuin, having just resigned, became more terrifying than ever. Yes, I understand. Instead, I will send you the documents regarding unpaid overtime and allowances. The things I haven't received, make sure to handle them properly. If even one is missing, I will go straight to the Department of Labor. This statement made my superior panic. Hey you, those who understand the law are always proactive because the Ministry of Labor is part of the federal executive agency, responsible for improving working conditions and employment opportunities for workers. After saying everything that needs to be said, he turns around decisively. I'm leaving now, which made the boss stand up angrily and point at me. Hey Yuin, you damn bastard. When he stepped outside, a colleague looked at him with admiration and asked, Is it really true what you said? Too jealous. You can take it easy so easily, and now what are you planning to do? Yuan has a good relationship with colleagues, so he doesn't mind sharing. I have a work holiday visa, so I plan to try going to Australia. Here, a work visa combined with a holiday is understood as a work permit during a holiday, allowing tourists to take up employment in the country that issued the visa to supplement their travel funds. The scene then shifts to this afternoon. So, you're unemployed now? At the farewell party, Wide has suggested that if possible, you come with me to the super actor audition. It's a new audition reality show produced by the public broadcasting station SBC. I'm just applying for fun. No one can get past the first round. And their slogan is, We find hidden stars. Yang Dae cast a glance at his friend and shared his thoughts. The first audition and interview will take place the next morning. I'm so worried. Come with me. Ewan hesitated for a moment, humming softly. He immediately agreed then. Yeah, let's do that. A thought bubble appears, a request from my friend Y Dai that I agreed to while drunk, and then the scene shifts to when an employee hands out the paper, saying please take it and wait. This is the script. The other person announced that you would perform today, while he kept his focus on the paper being handed over. It was a black square, and a strange light appeared. According to that, it's my moon's confession. I suddenly received a script. In a very strange and unexpected situation, I never thought this script would completely change my life. Yuin falls into a dark place. A strange voice appears, along with his terrified image. The first script, the title is unclear, the level is unspecified. The man is terrified, ready to read. Yes, please, I beg you, let me live. I wish your whisper was a bit louder. It's still not very convincing, you know? The third script, titled Urgent Private Investigation with the detective role, is ready to be read despite its unnecessary allure. The fourth script, with an unclear title and role, is also prepared. Scenario 5, titled Nom Gun Level B, role unknown, preparing to read. Damn it. How much is the insurance payout? Script 6, title unknown, role unknown, preparing to read. Win appears in a dark space filled with white sheets, the voice echoing nearby, ready to read, ready to finish. Have you chosen the script? The title is not clear, but this is a highly polished script. Reading it is 100% feasible. These are individuals capable of performing the reading with prior experience. In the main character's surprise, a command to start reading is issued. Win, standing frozen with the script in front of many others with an amazed face, asks, So where did you study acting? Did you graduate from a film and theater university, or did you study abroad? But contrary to her assumptions, he coldly replied, No, I only graduated as a design specialist from a university in Gyeonggi. I am self-taught in acting. I taught myself, huh? How could you perform so well just now? That's not the acting of an amateur. Not trusting him makes Uin frown in annoyance. But after all, it's not that hard. Then he turns away again. Then that's enough for now. Before leaving, he turned back briefly to remind me. And please, don't use my earlier performance for the broadcast or I'll sue you all. The three judges, threatened so openly, froze stiff. He then turned to the brown-haired man and said, "He's impressive in his acting after just a quick glance at the script and claiming he's self-taught. That's definitely a lie. Unlike her, he insists that the boy is an extraordinary genius. In the dense jungle of the entertainment industry, monsters like him rarely appear." Returning to Ewan, he sat with his hands clasped, deep in thought, then couldn't help but curse. "Ah, shit, this is so embarrassing." Ewan raised his hand to hide his boredom and couldn't help but wonder why. Suddenly, they told him to act, and he just went along. Looking back now, it's so embarrassing, but more importantly, what is this? What could this black square be? The scene rewinds to a day earlier at the apartment complex, where a voice echoes in a room. Win sits on the ground in the same clothes from yesterday's drinking, his face darkening as he mutters, "I must have drunk too much yesterday. How did I get home, for real? I only remember staying out late with my friends. I'm sure I threw my resignation letter in that CEO's face. To celebrate quitting, I went out drinking with my friends. After thinking hard but still can't remember, he gave up. I don't know how, but I probably just managed to crawl back home somehow." Approaching the ringing phone, Ewan answered with curiosity. "Are you okay?" "Oh, what's going on?" The person on the other end immediately responded. "Wow, listen to that slurred voice. Are you safe at home now? Instead of answering your question, you start questioning me. Hey, how much have we drunk?" My mind is blank now. Yangdae immediately wondered what was going on. "Don't remember? Last night you disappeared for nearly 30 minutes while we were drinking. Where did you go?" He immediately replied, "What do you want to call me for if you think I remember clearly?" Hearing this, it seems like Yangdae also understood the whole situation. "You really don't remember anything?" Then he recounted that we had agreed to go together to the preliminary audition for Super Actor, and once again, Ewan asked about the name Super Actor. Super Actor, the broadcaster, is SBC, a large ground network, as the name suggests. This reality show is to find hidden stars. Recently, it has become a hot topic with many participants, from trainees to ordinary people, all eager to showcase their talents. And there is a small note. Ground broadcasting is transmitted via terrestrial radio waves rather than satellites. Seeing his friend's decision, Ewan couldn't help but feel curious. "You once said acting was just a hobby. Now you want to turn it into a career?" But Yangdae replied, "Be quiet. I asked you to come along because I already passed the first round yesterday. Tomorrow is the first interview and evaluation round. Unlike when I was drunk, now I have the intention to refuse. Yangdae, today I've completely forgotten yesterday's memories, so I'm not quite sure." Ha ha ha. He's still begging on the other side. I'm nervous, so cheer me on a little. "Hi, Jungdae, I will give Samuel and Suju as much as they like after this, but they still haven't got enough stuff, so they were rejected." No thank you. Yangdi was quite angry at that remark. As a close friend, he still has his ace up his sleeve. One of the judges tomorrow is Hyon. Hearing that name, Ewan repeated Han with hesitation. Indeed, the next day he arrived with a flushed face, full of anticipation. Hyon Hong. Seeing the lively atmosphere around him, he thought to himself, "Finally I've arrived, but I must see the top actress Han make a good choice." Looking around, Ewan pointed and said, "More than half the seats are occupied. Sit over there." Yang Dai behind him looked a bit stunned. "I'm so worried." Turning around, he cheered with unwavering determination. "What are you worried about? You're still performing for free at the acting club." Yang Dai trembles, about to protest, but after a few minutes of obvious exhaustion, he shivers. "This is a big deal now. I should be the second person. This is really going south." Ewan was panicked after hearing that. "What? What the hell are you talking about?" Then quickly rushed to the bathroom worriedly. "What if you make a mistake during the exam?" Youngdae suddenly stands up, clutching his stomach with tears in his eyes. "No, you can't." Before going out, he even turned back to point and tell me, "If my name is called, you must inform me immediately." He waved his hand and replied, "I know. Go back now." Then casually rested his chin on his hand, sighed, and looked at him with a worried and funny expression. Humming softly, he's been gone for about 3 minutes. 10 minutes have passed 3 times longer than expected, making Ewan tremble and sweat. What's going on? Why is it taking so long? Did they call his name by mistake? As soon as he finished speaking, someone came out calling Yang Dai, Kim Junwoo, Kim Tae-dung, making him startle. "Oh my god, are they calling by alphabetical order? But he hasn't come back yet." With a dazed look, Ewan turned away and whispered to himself, "Haha, I must have misheard, right?" But once again, the organizers' team repeated the names, Ya, Kim Junsu, Kim Tae-dung, making him lose his nerve. With a stiff expression, Ewan turned his head and wondered, what the hell? Did that guy faint in the bathroom, or what? Then he immediately stepped forward to respond. Sorry, I am Ye's friend. He just went to the restroom. I will go call him right now," which made the caller wonder. "Come on." Then he immediately reminded him with a not very friendly look. "Your friend is the first to go. We can't wait long." He will be eliminated if he doesn't hurry, making Uin panic and beg. Can you give us a little more time? Being eliminated like that would be a real shame. In the end, the person who called out had to turn and whisper to someone else. Just a moment. There's a problem here. After a while talking, he suddenly showed a cunning face. Oh yes, then he happily turned around and said, it's okay. When Wai-Dai arrives, please follow me this way and we will guide him happily. Win responds with joy. Thanks a lot, I secretly thought to myself. Kim Yang-dae, next time you better treat me well. Then he immediately pushed the door open and stepped inside. The person who called out to remind him said, the first round of the audition is being filmed, so please wait here. We will guide you shortly. This makes Uin keep pondering. He called me here. What's next? Huh? Then my gaze on her means I've met the person I admire. Wow, Han is really crazy. She truly has a shining appearance. Someone stepped forward to ask about him. Are you Kim Ye's friend? Please take it and wait. The other person also casually reminded you that today's task is improvisational acting, so this is the script you need to follow. While waiting, if you get bored, read this. Hold the script in your hand and there's also a swirling vortex next to it. Win reached out to touch it and asked, what is this? A black square. The moment his finger touched the strange object, it was pulled in. The main character exclaimed in shock, Then a bright light shone out, accompanied by Uin's panicked scream. He fell into an unknown place, his eyes closing tightly, only to open again in confusion. Win looked around in panic, questioning, what the hell is this place? Where am I? Did I get stuck inside after touching the black square next to the script earlier? What kind of movie is this? He asked, glancing over with a raised gaze. That. A piece of paper appears with lines of the first script. The title is unclear and the licensing is uncertain. This page of the script is incomplete. It is either a damaged script or a broken scene. Reading 100% is impossible. Only about 10% can be read, which makes Ewan wonder. The script is damaged. Script page, the scene. Now he raises his hand to hold the paper, muttering non-stop. The script page. The person who handed me the script earlier said it was part of the competition round. Could this be the script I just received? The paper says you chose the first script, but the title is unclear. A list of characters that can be read. Experience available. The frightened man next to the stranger keeps wondering what these choices mean. What is this? Suddenly a cold voice announced, a scared man. Prepare to read, prepare to finish. This is a script or a broken scene. Only about 10% has been completed. Uin, now terrified and panicked, heard a voice say, sorry, is anyone there? But the voice continued reading as the surroundings distorted, making Uin suspicious, and the location suddenly changed. Where is this place? I wonder if this mountain is just a dream. It's more vivid than a dream. What? What? Is this real? I can't understand what's happening. The more confused I get, the more terrified I become, and his face shows clear shock. My feet keep moving forward with only one thought in my mind. Escape. I have to escape. I have to run. I have to keep running. But why am I running now? Even now it's just a dark emptiness, so why am I running? Oh, that's because I'm being chased. Right now, I'm being pursued. A shadow appeared behind Uin and ordered him to stop. Then he suddenly bumped into a tree, screaming inside. Lying on the ground, Uin wondered in joyful amazement. It hurts so much I feel pain. Why does it hurt? That shadow, holding a knife, muttered as it advanced, my stomach is starving because of you. While Uin lay there helpless, screaming. No, don't come near me. Someone, please help. Is this really happening? Please, please, I beg you, spare me. Please don't kill me. I have to beg on my own or I will really die. Please save me. Even though he screamed for help, Ujin was still killed, each knife stabbing him repeatedly. The mysterious man sneers cruelly. Are you bleeding? I need to finish quickly so I can go eat some pizza. Win's terrified eyes kept watching that man kill him. The screams echoed everywhere. Then a mechanical voice announced the end of his reading. The man was terrified. Win sobs painfully, crying out in utter despair. Ha 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 ha. His eyes rolled back as a few red veins appeared, and finally Ujin collapsed to the floor under the judging panel's scrutinizing gaze, and everyone around. All three judges were stunned by that incredible acting talent. Han was so amazed he couldn't find words. Win lies motionless on the floor in complete silence, his soul now exhausted, wondering what the hell he just did. Win lies on the floor, his mind screaming non-stop as he unconsciously reenacts everything he's been through, having escaped that strange place and being asked to perform. They'll definitely think I'm weird. Yelling loudly and lying on the ground, I can't stand this embarrassment. I have to sneak away as if nothing happened. Suddenly, Han cheerfully asked, by the way, where did you study acting? Did you ever graduate from a university of theater and film, or did you study abroad? Hearing her ask that, he was stunned, but deep inside his heart, he was screaming wildly. Wow, is that really Hong Han? Can an ordinary person be this beautiful? Is she a goddess? No, she's a goddess right in front of me. She's truly dazzling. I want to take a picture with her, but now I'm too shy. But I really need to take one to impress Kim Wai-dae. Should I ask to take a photo? Should I? Then I immediately reassure myself. Come on, stay calm. I need to deal with this shame first. Should I act tough and keep a cold face? First, lower your voice. Wow, seriously trying to showcase yourself? No way. I only graduated as a design expert from a university in Gyeonggi. I taught myself acting. Manhwa awkwardly chuckled and assessed. Self-taught? How did you manage to perform so well just now? That's not the acting of an amateur. He answered seriously. After all, it's not that difficult. He says that, but deep down he's extremely panicked. I can't let my embarrassment show because I'm also very embarrassed. All right, I'm leaving now and please don't broadcast my performance earlier or I'll sue you. All three judges were stunned, speechless for 5 seconds, before Han hurriedly turned to Man Yu and spoke. He gave an impressive performance after just a quick glance at the script and claiming he was self-taught, which is definitely a lie. He was overjoyed to hear that. That boy is a genius. In such a dense jungle like the entertainment industry, monsters like him rarely appear. And so the snowball of misunderstanding started rolling, with only Eun unaware. Yang Dai stood outside, waving to call him over. But Eun's first question was very delicate. Did you just finish going out? A mansion would be better, right? He answered cluelessly. Yeah, I only just got out after 15 seconds. Are you replacing me? The judge asked about you. Eun suddenly looked very confused and glanced away, muttering, nothing special. Suddenly he noticed what his friend was holding and asked, do you mind showing me the script? Huh? Oh, yeah. When he handed over the script, Eun secretly marveled inside. Wow. He picks up the script and quietly keeps an eye on that square from earlier. I'm sure if I touch it, I'll get stuck in some kind of weird place again. Eun looked over the script with suspicion. This isn't imagination or a dream, nor is it a memory because I actually experienced it. How could something like this happen? He ran his finger over the words but couldn't stop thinking. Yes, reading this felt just like what I experienced on the mountain. I'm pretty sure I chose that scared man, so does that mean I played a role and experienced the situation from the script? Since I need to check something, Eun turned to Wai-dae and asked, do you have a script there? If you have time, let's go to your place right now. I'll call a taxi. This made him curious. Why so sudden? I have one, but it's at the apartment where Yang Dae lives, Eun said with a critique. Oh, come on. Open the window and let in some fresh air. Hearing that, he immediately put on a displeased face and said, that guy suddenly wants to barge into my house and complain a lot. While browsing for scripts, Yang Dae asked curiously, so why did you suddenly want to find a script? Especially for someone like you who doesn't usually watch TV. Ujin hesitated a bit, then looked away and replied, I need to check a few things. Suddenly Yang Dae turned around holding the script and said to him, I found it. 2 scripts from movies streamed online and 1 for an unproduced film. Ujin stared at the script intently, then thought, that's right. The black square is also next to the scripts. I finished the first step of the check. The second step is to check the time. It's now 11:41. All right. Remind Wai-dae. Take a good look at me. He's quite curious and asking what you're looking at. What are you doing? As soon as I touched that black square, I was transported to another dimension in confusion. Ween glared irritably at the white square in front of her, wondering where this place was. This case is driving me crazy. First, look at this white square. Oh, it turned into 2 now. It seems the number keeps increasing as I get new scripts or scenes. Check if it's time to go out now. Let's go. Win waits in vain, but all he receives is deafening silence. He is dying, screaming inside that space. La is about to go out and turn it off for me, but when there's still no response, he has to shout loudly. Suddenly, Eun returned to the real world, overwhelmed with surprise, as Ye beside him asked anxiously, Hey, what's going on? Why did you suddenly raise your index finger and freeze up? Is everything okay? He forced a nervous smile, guessing he'd been there for nearly 5 minutes, but time hadn't changed at all. Quite interesting. So what happens next? Yang Dae asked further. Are you really okay with this? Huh, but then the sound of a ringing phone caught his attention. He picks up the phone and answers. Yes. Oh, wait a moment. He's right in front of me. Wai-dae, lower your voice and clarify your question. The producer of Super Actor wants to talk to you. Eun turned pale and silently reassured himself. Super Actor, that damn shame is rising again. First, lower your voice. He approaches the phone and responds in a deep voice to the other end. On the other side, a girl responded to him saying that Eun contacted us because you already passed the first round. Do you plan to go to Super Actor again? You were just there to cheer for your friend, but ended up passing anyway. Isn't that pretty interesting? Ewan on this side frowned, thinking to himself, are they trying to make a fool of me? They're crazy. There's no way I'm going back there. Then he continued to perform and coldly responded to those questions, not wanting to. At that time, I was just acting for fun while waiting. The girl nearby awkwardly laughed and said, so that level was just acting for fun? Ha ha, you're really too easygoing, but deep inside, she's full of suspicion. If you're that good at playing pretend, how amazing would you be if you took it seriously? Ewan coldly replied, that's just the truth, so there's nothing I can do. Just forget about it. In his heart right now, he secretly hopes she'll forget his drugged-out state, as the girl beside him feels a bit regretful and lost in thought. If it were broadcast on TV, he would definitely become famous right away. That's a shame. Does he really have no interest in this? Then she forced a smile and replied to him. Well, okay, then I will remove Ewan's competition footage. Ewan coughs and pretends to reply, well, can I keep my performance clip? The girl on the other end agreed. All right, send me your phone number and I'll message you. He immediately replied, yes, thank you. The girl from the broadcasting station also said yes, so I'll hang up now. Just behind, Manchester United is approaching. He suddenly looked up and asked, hey, is that the guy from before? The surprise appearance almost made that young girl's heart run away 1,000 miles. You really scared me. Could you please make some noise when you walk? Then she happily answered his question with a laugh. That's right. They said they were just doing the test for fun and wouldn't come to the second round. Manchester United laughed out loud and said, are they just here to stir things up out of boredom? Ha ha, that's really weird. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, do you have his phone number? Ewan lay on the floor and sighed. I'm so tired. I still have a few things to check at Kim Ye's house. Then I remember my curiosity when Super Actor called, thinking about that moment when my friend shouted, what? That was Super Actor's call, and I was scared. Stop asking already. I won't use myself just because of that call and make a fuss like that. I ran away, but at least I found out. First, I got caught in that black square, and time in the real world will freeze. Second, the people around cannot see the black square that I see. Next, the third is the keyword to escape from the strange space, which is the escape keyword. Summing everything up, I'll settle on one conclusion. After confirming the details about that strange square, I should finish what I was working on last time. He walks over to the bed, sits down, and looks at the script thoughtfully. The eldest daughter, Than Leach, and the gangster prosecutor are the finished TV dramas, right? To check the 2 scripts and 1 screenplay, then he took out his phone and searched again while thinking. Since I couldn't bring my phone into that space, I had to do research beforehand. The first step was to check the ratings and basic details. After searching, he found that the gangster prosecutor had a final viewership rate of 7.1%, and the Elegant Older Sisters series had a final rate of 2.7%. Doing this kind of research beforehand was also a good idea for him. Ewan touched the black square and cheered himself on. The initial check is done. Now let's go confirm it. When he re-enters the dark space and sees the 3 white rectangles in front of him, he exclaims, oh, just as I thought, one more has been added. Let's see. The first white box displays the lines with the title of the second script, The Eldest Daughter, Elegant Part 1, Level E. This is a high-quality television script with a 100% readability rate. Next is the third script titled The Prosecutor with a Crooked Head Part 1, Level E. This is a high-quality TV script with a 100% readability rate. After reading the 2 tables, he became quite curious. Ewan started to wonder what those levels meant. It seemed they weren't about quality. Maybe that's also possible. He thinks it could be a measure of popularity or performance. So he became a bit suspicious. In that case, could he consider scripts or scenes that haven't been released to the public? Since I had previously received an unproduced script, I should check it as well. Suddenly, something made him feel very confused and curious. What is this? It's the 4th shooting script titled Detective Agency. After reading all the information, he was very surprised that the shooting script for a movie that hadn't even started production was rated B. Immediately, Eugene remembered his previous conversation with Yang Dai about these scripts and gradually deduced. A and B are the highest ratings among all the works I have done so far. Kim Yang-dae once said that these are unproduced shooting scripts, and it seems you can check the levels of work still in pre-production. Then he shouted loudly to escape from here. Ewan looked at the scripts and concluded, now I can confirm the rating of a work before it is produced, setting aside Tam2's company. The phone next to him vibrated, catching Ewan's attention. He was planning to read the content of the broadcast scripts, but that ringing sound successfully broke his train of thought. The main screen displayed the video Ewan had asked the girl to send. Ah, here it is, the performance video full of my shame. He was disappointed, holding his head and slumping down, then reached out to open that video, mocking himself. but I still need to check the evidence after I first entered the strange space, but I still feel so sick. Then Uin boldly pressed to open the clip, which replayed him desperately, crying out for help in madness. Please, I beg you, spare me. Please, someone save me. Over here, there's also a girl watching Ujin's performance. After watching, Mi is stunned and then puzzled. Is this really her acting? She keeps praising and marveling. Is he really being stabbed? If not, how could someone portray such expressions? Manhwa turned around after hearing that. He glanced lightly and asked, "Look at the writer Par, with such an unreasonable ability to express himself. When you see her, do you notice a character appearing in your mind?" Hearing such a question, Mi immediately realizes. She looks down at the papers on the table, silently wondering, a role? Could it be that it's actually a sheet of paper analyzing behavior to create a disturbed character? Mi remembered someone and wondered to herself, is he talking about that role? In her memory, a tall man with blood-stained hands dragging a corpse appears. Mi smiles awkwardly and quietly wonders if she ever thought she had to change the character setup because this role was very challenging, full of the ambitions of Vong and herself, and she couldn't find an actress who could portray it. First, I need to see it with my own eyes. Over here, everyone is very confused and surprised by what they are witnessing. What is this? In the video, he's shouting as loudly as he can. Watching that performance, he wondered, isn't this better than I thought? Win was confused, pulling at his hair, and he told himself, I did well, so why am I so good at this? Wait a minute. If my acting doesn't look weird, then passing the first round isn't just a trick. I really got through because of my performance. In my imagination, Ewan is just me acting stupidly cool. Acting? It's not that hard because I am a genius, a prodigy. Hearing that, the judges would be extremely shocked by the suspicion. Is he really a contestant or not? Win shyly recalls and screams out loud, oh, I'm going crazy. I acted cold because I was too shy, but surely in their eyes, I am a genius. He firmly kneels and touches the black square, saying I don't care because I won't meet them again anyway. What I need to focus on now is completing the strange, dark space experience. In the middle of that black square, there is a glowing blue whirlpool shining incredibly beautifully. Maybe there are still features I haven't discovered yet, so I'll start by using the scripts you received to experience it like last time. But I really don't want to get hurt again. After a while, the sky turned blue and warm sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Uin read the script, feeling exhausted and weary. It's over. This time doesn't seem to be like before. My mind is clearer now. Has my body adapted to it? There are many other scripts under the floor that he has already read. He drops the script onto the floor, rubs his head, and then begins to analyze. Based on what I checked, I remember every line of dialogue from the characters in the script. Uzin picked up a script, skimmed through it, and then evaluated. Even the male barista not only read the lines, but also the characters' senses, emotions, thoughts, and feelings. Everything deeply resonated within me. It feels like the role I've played has been imprinted deep inside me, and his world is etched into my mind. Uin imagines the future and feels proud of himself. With this skill, I should seriously consider becoming a male actor since I can just work in Australia, and it seems like I would live a more interesting life. Suddenly, the phone rings with an unknown number, piquing his curiosity as he reaches out to answer. What's going on? Uin answered the phone. Hello. The person on the other end immediately asked if you were you. The man here begins to introduce himself. It's me, the Manhwa producer. Do you remember? He continued talking about himself, and I was the one sitting in the middle of the audience. Coldly recalling the bearded man with dark skin, I immediately recognized him and replied, Oh, the bearded one. Although Manhwa seemed uncomfortable, he still forced a smile and replied, Ha ha, that's right, but can we meet as soon as possible? Wen quietly wondered why he had to use that personality right now, and, thinking so, maintained his composure to make a suggestion. You need to tell me the reason first. The persona he wants to use is the coldness you showed in your previous performance. When Uin heard him ask, he smiled and replied, feeling a bit strange talking over the phone like this. If possible, I would prefer to meet in person. Hearing that, Uin proactively set the appointment time. Today at 4 p.m. is the only time I can meet. He agreed without hesitation and asked further, Okay, besides me, a few others involved are also looking forward to coming. If I send the address, can you get there on your own? He replied indifferently. All right, no problem. Then Manhwa replied, Thank you, I will send the address. So at 4 p.m., Uin replied with a simple, yes, seeming to accept, and I froze, quietly curious. Why does he want to meet? Thinking then, he started typing on the search bar to find out more about them, recalling what Yang Dai once said. According to him, they are a big show, so let's see how famous they are. On entertainment news across all platforms, there are images of Manhwa and Unum. Are they meeting with stars? News about PD Song Man-yu and writer Park Un teaming up has excited the audience. Maybe the top actors are waiting for the next move from Song Man-yu, the star producer of SBS, which surprised him after watching. Oh, wow. Uin smirked and secretly hoped they had real talent. I'm really curious about why they want to meet me. I hope they don't ask me to act or anything like that. Standing in front of a tablet, he thought he was right. Man-yu crossed his arms and suggested getting straight to the point. Yesterday you showed us a performance that didn't focus on dialogue, right? I'm curious about your monologue skills, Ewan. He, me, and Han all stared intently at him. No one else was an exception. Everyone in this room is watching Ewan seriously, trying to observe every gesture that makes him look very awkward, and I wonder what kind of monologue performance that is. I had a feeling they would make me perform. He closed his eyes, his eyebrows starting to furrow. Tam Fan Van, I just started acting yesterday. Should I keep my mouth shut with these people? Man-yu continued to encourage. Or you can look at the table and do it. Just do it your way. Uin internally looked at the calculator beside him with worry, but the black square didn't appear here. He subtly glanced at Man-yu and Yu-mi, thinking to himself that without them he couldn't access the space. I guess it can only be used with paper scripts, but there's nothing like that around here. I can't log into that empty space. Since earlier, those in the room have been watching Ewan closely, but at this moment he is busy thinking about what to do if he cannot enter that space. Although he appears calm on the outside, deep inside, Ewan is screaming non-stop, fearing his acting skills will be exposed as bluffing. At this moment, he clenched his teeth tightly, not knowing how to handle the current situation properly. Damn, what should I do now? Ewan panicked and cursed silently. Damn it, the black square isn't appearing here. He lowered his head, sweat pouring down like rain. Win, terrified, thought that without it, I couldn't access the space. I guess it can only be used with the paper script. But there's nothing like that around here. I can't log into the space. The whole world seemed to collapse. Uin fell into the abyss of despair. He sat dazed on the chair, his tangled thoughts flashing through his mind. If I can't access the empty space, my acting skills will be exposed as bluffing. What should I do now? But suddenly, in that moment of despair, Ewan wondered to himself, does it really matter? Do I really need to risk everything for the idea of acting that I never truly believed in? He opened his mouth and said, Today, Han, Manu, and me are nervously waiting for you to continue. Ewan continued his performance. I was walking down the street when suddenly, Manu is nervously watching him. One's only thought right now is that he's just an ordinary person who doesn't know about acting, so he just needs to be honest. He crossed his arms and stared intently at the computer screen, reading the lines as a cat charged toward me. Han and Manu were so shocked they gaped open-mouthed. Both of them thought about his acting, assuming that BW Entertainment's top actress and the star producer of SBS would be overwhelmed by Ewan's superb performance. But no, they were truly terrified, not because of your amazing acting, but because your performance was like shit. Their faces had turned pale, yet Ewan stubbornly and mechanically kept reading his lines. But I couldn't just do nothing anymore. Manu was so shocked he stood up, unable to close his mouth, frantically shouting inside. What's going on? He's even worse than a new actor, completely different from yesterday. Han also reacted exactly like Manu, confused and thinking to himself, what kind of acting is this? He looks like a different person, compared to when he acted in Super Actor. His wide-eyed, O-shaped mouth may not have spoken, but her expression clearly showed severe disapproval. Oh my God, even a first-year rookie actor is better than him. Uzin ignored their reactions and kept trying to stay calm, tense in his head to finish his lines. Well, maybe it has its own reason. Uin probably also realizes his acting is terrible, so he gave up and reminded himself silently. Oh, I just have to act tough and go home. It's pointless. I need to keep pretending to be cold. After a long pause, he finally managed to say 2 words. Sorry. I made up a reason to leave. I have things to do now. Drop this and let me go. Manu was a bit surprised, thinking, huh? What did he say? Uin crossed his arms with a cold and cool expression, staring straight at Manu. He frowned slightly, but his golden eyes never left. Manu realizes something, as if awakening to the truth, understanding now that he's acting as if he doesn't know how to act. Then he leans on the table, adopts a look of having understood everything, and asks, Uin, why are you acting like you don't know how to act? This statement of his made Han and Umi both startle at the same time. Manu silently affirmed in his mind that he knew everything. He is showing his displeasure with us through his acting, yet Hyon and the others in the company are all surprised, especially Han. She silently wondered again, has he been acting as if he doesn't know how to act? When raised an eyebrow, his face looking clueless, not understanding anything at all, while DN wondered in his mind what it meant to act as if he doesn't know how to act. He observes Manyu's passionate expression, then guesses that I told them to send me home, and suddenly he starts talking about weird stuff. Those two bearded guys misunderstood something. Don't tell me he concluded that because in his eyes I'm a crazy genius. Udin didn't know the reason, so he just decided freely. Ah, whatever. Just keep this attitude in front of everyone. After thinking it over, he finally spoke. It's because you suddenly asked me to act without explaining anything. Ewan immediately stood up, turning to scold Manyu and the others, feeling quite uncomfortable being treated this way. Manyu hurriedly calms him down, saying, "Wait, I'm sorry, calm down." He no longer looks at him with superiority, but has softened his attitude and is proactively making peace. I guess I was too hasty. Because I really want everyone to see your acting talent, I'll explain everything, so please sit back and listen. Win pouted, sitting down sulkily. Manyu saw this and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I must be determined not to let such a terrifying monster slip away. Then he rested his chin on his hand and gestured invitingly. Ewan, I'll be straight with you. We're preparing a new film and I want you to be the actor in it. How so? You called me here just for this. Ewan suddenly stopped, froze, his body stiffening, eyes wide open, letting out a loud sigh inwardly. Then he shouted again in his mind. Huh. Although Ewan's outward appearance remained cold and unenthusiastic, deep inside he was already a frog, joyfully screaming. Did he really say that? Is he serious? As a confirmation of his doubt, huh? She pushed a stack of documents toward him and said, "This is the beginning of the script. This is the first time it has been revealed to outsiders. Please choose any role here and act it out." Manyu politely expresses, "Now you understand, right? We can wait as long as you need, whether it's 10 minutes or 30 minutes. Just feel free to choose a role and read a few lines of dialogue." He says that, but he's got a whole scheme planned. Of course, the role has already been decided. All he needs is for you to perform it. Onmi eagerly watched Ewan, quietly hoping. But we don't know how he will perform it. Ewan takes the document, flips through a few pages, and replies, "I will read for a while." The whole room falls silent, only the sound of flipping pages echoing. After reviewing the script, Ewan chooses to play the role of Assistant Director Parr, the scene with the dog. I don't understand what was so special about that role or scene that left both Manyu and Mai stunned. Whispering in shock, Assistant Director P. Me silently exchanged glances with Manyu as if to convey that this was the crazy character I wanted, with no arrangements at all. But he chose a difficult role without hesitation. When Ewan places the script on the table, Me even confirms in shock that he can act without looking at it, right? In contrast to her surprise, Ewan responds softly, Me can't hide her excitement. Trying to hold back the question in his mind, he already understood everything from the lines, the acting, the emotions, right? Manu couldn't wait any longer and stepped forward. Me said, "All right, let's do it. Let's start right now." The scene starts with the line, "Why didn't you come, Assistant Director Parr?" Manu touches his chin, smirking, thinking this line is the beginning of the scene where that monster will show us what kind of acting he's capable of. Ween silently covers his mouth with his hand in a terrifying manner. His demeanor suddenly changes drastically. His golden pupils flash brightly, and although his hand covers his mouth and he says nothing, he exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression and an unnamed terror. Man-Yu and Yu-Mi, despite being prepared, are overwhelmed by his genuine performance. Umi silently screams in his mind. His gaze has changed. Even his aura. He understood how to convey emotions in such a short time. The scene continues without pause as they are stunned. After a moment of silence, Yu-In, playing Assistant Director Parr, suddenly smiles, lowers his hand from his mouth, and calmly says, "You go ahead." In an instant after finishing his words, the smile on his face disappeared, and the overwhelming pressure returned as he gently touched the corner of his mouth, gazing coldly at the other person as if looking at a humble, trembling insect. Man-Yu and Yu-Mi both shivered, their faces turning pale as something mad surged in that cold gaze. Yuan exclaimed, "It's dog shit." It is specifically explained that he has taken off his mask and returned to his true self. Uin's face is pale and cold like a soulless demon. The silent waves continue to roll in his mind as Deputy Director Parr stepped into a patch of dog feces, his new shoes now stained with dirt and filth. Vaibijio, his world. The space suddenly distorts and becomes deformed, with the mysterious and terrifying purple color overwhelming everything. The narration continued to echo, now becoming normal, now like a fairy tale. Uin turned to look at the small dog born in his imagination. Yes, it's like there's a blurry world. The dog in Assistant Director Parr's private world is quite strange, blending the unusual bright colors of fireworks. A strange urging sound echoed faintly. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. It's that feeling that I must do something quickly. Win knelt down and spoke to the dog. Hey, you're here, you creature. He praised you for being so adorable and gentle, then reached out to touch its nose. Ewan calmly uttered a disgusting remark that made me want to explode you, splattering everything along with his words. Fireworks burst brightly in the dark night sky, and the little dog was also soaked in vibrant colors, which was the deep crimson blood. Blood splattered across his pale face, but he showed no reaction, no excitement, no joy, nor disgust or fear. The scene ended there. Ewan closed his eyes and then opened them again. At this moment, Ewan has returned to himself, breaking free from the Assistant Director Parn's state, and spoke. It's over. But Hyon, Manu, and me all remain stunned and terrified by the role of Assistant Director Par. They all share the same thought. How can it look so much like the character's image? But then they deny it again. No, he's even more than that. In front of the three of them now is no longer the teenage Ewan, but a cold, ruthless killer who murders without changing his face. They confirm that Assistant Director Par is right in front of us. Mai is the most surprised of all because she is the one who wrote this script. She was stunned, thinking that Assistant Director Par was a character she had struggled and stayed up all night to create, believing no one could bring him into the real world. And Mi recalled Ewan's cold, oppressive aura from earlier, feeling both joy and relief. But this Ewan actor made all her worries seem meaningless. The scene of Assistant Director Par killing the dog comes vividly and realistically to life through Ewan's performance, deeply lingering in Mi's mind. Mi gazes blankly at the paper on the table, contemplating that the acting of someone overpowering the script she wrote is something she has never experienced before. And I've written many scripts that even I find disgusting and have worked with top actors like Hong Han. Thinking of this, she looked at Ewan with admiration in her mind, but she had never met an actor like him. After a moment of deep reflection, he silently resolved, Kang Win absolutely must not lose him. While everyone else remained stunned, Win quietly sighed in relief and then criticized. Phew, this role is terrible. Ewan glanced down and thought to himself, actually, it's not surprising that Assistant Director Par has such crazy traits. He looked down at the script and saw the words, Henry the Recorder. He then went back a few minutes to when Manu handed him the script with the words, Henry the Recorder, and said this was the beginning of the script. This is the first time it has been revealed to outsiders. Please choose any role here and act that part. At that moment, Ewan was a bit startled. He just held the script, wondering silently. They said something about trying out a role or something I didn't understand. In my confusion, I remembered a phrase, and when I touched the black box, I decided I needed time to sort out my thoughts. Thinking this way, the black box was immediately activated. Ewan entered his own dark theatrical space, with sheets of paper floating in midair. Ewan ruffles his hair, sighs, and says, Finally I can calm down, but I feel like I'm going crazy. What is happening? Oh my God. He strokes his chin, reorganizes what has happened, and analyzes. Do they want to choose me as the actor for this big project? I need to review this again, so that means they want to choose me for my top-notch acting skills. Ewan nods in admiration, feeling that the experience gained in this space is more incredible than he thought. He looks at the paper floating in front of him and says, All right, let's check it out. That sheet of paper shows a few lines of script, with Henry's profile as level A. This is a very high-quality screenplay, 100% feasible to read. Ewan exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Grade A. He stroked his chin and wondered to himself, Is grade A the highest level? Are there any higher levels? Anyway, I think the viewers' ratings will be twice as high as level C Prosecutor Kono. Uzin hesitated, not entirely sure, but with this script, I'm confident I can experiment with the levels. Then he started reading the script, or rather the sheets of paper laid out in front of him, reading and raising questions as he went. You are filing a profile for Hongryang. Is it a crime genre? Is there a role they want me to play here? Are those small roles? Ewan took the paper in front of him and sighed. Only now realizing they're not so bad for grabbing opportunities and getting praise from the big shots. That sheet lists the 5 scripts with the title, Henry Profile Creator, Part 1. The list of characters is available for reading with experience. Ewan hesitated for a moment, then decided, since the main characters or those with many scenes are involved, I will choose Assistant Director Park, the minor role. The page begins to change, and the system's robotic voice announces, preparing to read Assistant Director Park, preparing to complete. This is a script or a scene of very high quality with 100% execution. Start reading. The flashback ends here, returning to the present. Uin crossed his arms, his face relaxed with a hint of relief. He cheerfully thought to himself, "Phew, I wonder how it went. I'm curious to see how they'll evaluate me." Anmi suddenly stood up, startling Uin and causing him to gasp inwardly. Huh? Beng Huang stared wide-eyed at Umi, silently shouting in his mind. What's wrong with this lady? She's a bit scary. Is she angry? To Uin's surprise, Mi suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his wrist with both hands, and then spoke as if pleading desperately. Assistant Director Parr, please take it. It has to be Uin. Seeing Umi's excited look and her sudden invitation, Manhwa was a bit displeased. Tom blamed Director Park for being too enthusiastic. How could he be so reckless in choosing the actor? But I can understand. She probably wants to take him for herself. That monster. Unlike his calm appearance, Uin was actually terrified stiff by Yumi's sudden action. His eyes flashed wildly as he quickly looked away, and Min was very surprised when she suddenly took his hand. He suppressed the fear he just felt and thought carefully, but seeing this writer's reaction, the power of the subspace is truly astonishing. Uin withdrew his hand and politely said, please let go of my hand. After a few moments of joy, Lo Mang returned to normal. He nervously let go of his hands and replied, sorry about that, I forgot. At this moment, Manhwa interrupted their conversation and calmly said, I have a few questions for you first. Uin hesitated and wondered silently in his mind. Manhwa started asking him questions. You said you taught yourself acting at Superstar, right? How long have you been studying? Uin quietly replied to himself that today was only the second day. You think a vague answer is enough, then Uin continues to pretend to be cold and boast. I'm not quite sure, it's been a while. With just a few lies from Uin, Manhwa imagined a bunch of cool stuff for him. Has it been a long time? Considering how he played the role of Assistant Director Parr after just glancing at the script, it's probably been nearly 10 years, if not more. That confidence is proof of it. So, why has he only appeared now? He eagerly continued to ask him challenging questions. So, where did you learn by yourself? Even if you are self-taught, there must be limits to what you can do on your own. Uin's face looks blank, eyes darting as he thinks. Is that so? I really don't know either. Not hearing Uin's response, Manhwa keeps guessing as if he's right. Hung, an actor like you, directors would never overlook you, and it seems you're not from a small entertainment company either. So, you studied acting abroad? Uin, hearing this, gapes as if trying to convey what the hell he's talking about. He looked helplessly with wide eyes, silently worried. More international, bigger scale. Can this continue? Han, sitting opposite, suddenly noticed his strange reaction. She misunderstood something and raised her hand to sympathetically say, if you have a difficult situation, you don't need to tell me. Thanks to Han's words, Uin came up with a new idea. He agreed with Hanru, all right then. Inside, I cheerfully praised myself, saying, that's high on for you. Okay, I'll choose to keep the circumstances secret, even if they don't exist. Manhwa's mind quickly shifted, silently assessing, so the situation can't be explained. Since he appeared in Superstar, he probably isn't anything too serious, right? Anyway, I can't let go of this terrifying monster. Even though Manhwa has acknowledged and praised Uin in his mind, he still keeps asking him, so tell me, why did you choose the role of Assistant Director Park? Other roles are easier to analyze. Umi also wonders about that. I'm also curious why choose Assistant Director Park among many other roles. Uin's analysis is very simple. It's because his scenes are short. Is it okay to just be straightforward? Anduin really answered the three of them like that. Because his scene was short, the three others were so stunned their eyes widened and their mouths dropped open. Mi's inner self was shaken, her face frozen in shock. He chose such a difficult role just because of a short scene. It may be brief, but it's 10 times harder to analyze and perform. Manhwa has suffered too many shocks and can't help but secretly cry, and Uin. Is there something wrong with his brain? Anyone would avoid a complicated role like Assistant Director Parr. Is he a genius or just a weirdo? Han Swang's foot is trembling, her face stiff with glue, and she scolds him silently in her mind. I get it now. He's deliberately showing off and pretending not to notice, like that role is too easy for me. Uin is about to be melted by the intense gazes of the three of them. He guessed right. It seems everyone is having strange thoughts. In the end, he decided, forget it. Let's run first. He stood up and said, I will consider your proposal, so I am leaving now. Uin went out and closed the door. He was still lost in thought about what happened in that room when suddenly his phone rang, and he wondered aloud, oh, it's Y Day again. Hey, let's meet tonight. I promised to treat you to some meat, remember? Yang Day reminded me to return the scripts I borrowed the other day. Uin agreed. While he was talking on the phone, Han approached from behind. When Uin pressed the elevator button, Han suddenly called out to him. Han politely asked, "Why didn't you accept the offer for that role right away?" Owen turned around in surprise, unable to believe that the top actress was talking to him, and he thought to himself in amazement, Han, the beautiful and radiant Hegon, is standing right in front of him in person. Win secretly shouted out loud. Han's inner fanboy instantly turned into a crazy, excited fan, cheering loudly. Han couldn't believe Han called me that, but Ewan couldn't ruin his image, so he calmly replied, "I already said I need more time to think." He forced himself to turn away, no longer looking at Han, thinking to himself that he had really come off as aloof, so accepting immediately would be weird. Moreover, if I agree right away, I won't look cool. I have to pay attention to my overall coolness. Han wasn't discouraged by his indifferent reaction. Instead, she became even more interested. She stepped closer to him and looked up at Ewan with a coquettish smile, asking, "So, Ewan, do you work for any company?" Ewan was flustered, overwhelmed by thoughts praising Hyon in his mind. Her ancient beauty is no joke. Can she hear her heart pounding wildly? However, he simply replied briefly, "I don't." Han asked innocently, "What's wrong? Why aren't you coming in?" Ewan responded vaguely, "Just no." "Do you need a reason?" Han continued. "No, that's not it." "Are you really abroad?" Ewan suddenly fell silent. Han silently thought to himself, maybe he has his own reasons. "I was wrong." Han quickly changed the subject. "Oh, I'm sorry. So how old are you, Ewan?" Ewan honestly replied, "I am 27. Han smiled brightly, pointed to her face, and said, "I am 2 years older than you." After a while, she circles back to the old topic. "You haven't joined any company yet, right?" At this moment, the helicopter arrives. Ewan turns his head to look at it. Thinking the door is open, I repeat my previous answer. In the end, Han also waves goodbye to you. Let's end this conversation with a yes, Ewan is really looking forward to seeing you again in the project. Ewan nodded. The elevator door gradually closed. Inside the elevator, Ewan slumped down, kneeling on the ground, his soul soaring to the 9th heaven, screaming wildly in his mind. I just spoke with Han, who was standing right in front of me. The night is completely dark, and the sky is covered in a silent, eerie calm. At the same time, a few of us sat together discussing, and the laptop on the table emitted a sound. "You're so adorable, so gentle, it makes me want to explode you." Director Lai looked surprised and said, even though he had already heard the producer's story earlier, he didn't expect it to be this good. Manhwa, sitting nearby, also nodded in approval, feeling like he had gone beyond just acting a role. Then he murmured, "Do you notice how he immediately returns to normal right after the scene? It's as if he can change effortlessly, and even the most talented actors rarely have such skill." Manhwa's admiration keeps growing. Does he master this just through self-study? I don't know whether to call him a genius or a madman. Even me can't believe her eyes. Ha! After seeing it with my own eyes, I became even more greedy. You know, this is the first time I've shown such an expression. She clutches her chin, thinking about the worst-case scenarios that could happen, inevitably filled with frustration. Truly a superb performance. What if he doesn't accept the assistant director par role? If not Ewan, then who else can meet my standards? Manhwa immediately agrees with Yumi's way of thinking. I feel the same way. At this moment, Director Lai spoke up to interrupt. However, Win is really talented, but saying he will think it over was a bit... He hesitated, making Manhwa on this side curious, and asked, "Why?" Director Lai presents his opinion. BD Song and writer Park are highly reputable, with many top stars waiting for auditions, and they would surely accept if he recommended Assistant Director Park. With the reasoning just presented, he quickly got to the point, and any normal person would agree immediately. Is it really necessary to choose someone so arrogant? On this, Manhwa also couldn't help but sigh. He's been like this from the start. Manhwa said gloomily, "Young people these days call that style, and Director Lai doesn't even realize there's such a thing." "Oh, more thinking." Director Lai immediately panicked. "And Assistant Director Park isn't a minor role either, just a supporting one, so why go this far?" Manhwa wondered silently, could there be an ulterior motive behind this? After some thought, he concluded that maybe he was just trying to boost his own value. "I'll give them some time to realize my worth." "Is that how it is?" Director Lai started to become more determined. "Is the value you're talking about even real? But how much are we willing to pay for an anonymous guy like him?" "I hope that's just your guess," Manhwa responds, singing softly. "That's right. This is the first time I've felt this hopeless. I really don't know what else to say." But Yumi is by her side with a darkened face, seriously saying it doesn't matter whether it's just a guess or not. Her face was full of determination, but I only said one thing: don't be stingy with the money. Manhwa also considers that Director Lai, whether it's just a guess or not, still deserves his value. Director Lai quietly fears the ominous aura surrounding him, as if it's threatening him. Then he immediately suggested we should also consider our position in production, right? If we follow your suggestion, the rumors will spread throughout the industry. Manhwa also agreed with this opinion. He wrote on the paper and said, let's consider the rumors and gossip that might arise, set a higher salary than average but include a confidentiality clause in the contract. Then he slammed the papers and said, maybe he's smart enough to estimate his worth reasonably. This is the best option I will take. Manhwa picked up the phone and looked around to ask, so everyone has decided now? Can I call him about the role? Director Lai remained silent in thought, only nodding slightly. As soon as she called, the other person quickly answered. I'm listening. Manhwa is in very good condition, he asks. Win, have you thought about that yet? Seeing no response from the other end, Uwin immediately spoke first. Are you considering that because of the appearance fee? I mean, no offense, just curious. Manhwa quickly moved on to the main issue. All right, here's the plan, since we also want to finalize the contract for the assistant director par, quickly. Today, you think about going, and tomorrow we will meet to discuss the actual conditions, and you can make a decision afterward. Uwin calmly responds after hearing what he knows. All right. Manhwa on the other end instructed me to come to Studio Clue at 10 hour in the morning. Uwin didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. After ending the call, young Uwin couldn't help but be puzzled and wondered to himself. What did he mean by suddenly calling to ask about the appearance fee? I should ask why Dai about that. After finishing, Uwin arrived at a restaurant and greeted the other person as soon as he entered. Hello? The inside of the restaurant is also lively, and when they see Uin arrive, cheers up. Wayne is here? I gave him back the script subtitles I borrowed from you. But my close friend looked at me suspiciously after receiving the item. Did you really read it? I hope you won't use it as losses stuff or something like that, Uwin assured him. I read it, and I secretly thought to myself, I even copied scenes from Tom 2 Company. Urin sat down at the table and asked for confirmation. Is it true that Tom 2 Company's short film will not be produced? Yang Edai replied, yes, but when I asked an acquaintance, he said an investor suddenly agreed to produce it, and they might hold a casting for the film. Urin carefully inquired further, so if it gets produced, will it be released in theaters? Yang Dae confidently tells him no, it won't even be promoted. It's just a short film, and even many commercial movies aren't that impressive, not to mention a short film, especially since the director isn't well known. Uwin continued to ask, if it gets a good response, what then? Your friend doesn't hesitate to share. There's only one thing. If a short film is successful, it will win awards at public exhibitions, film festivals like Red Dragon Film Festival or special short film festivals. The two of them chat while eating, and Uwin asks further, you don't know which production company or film company is behind Tom 2? Seeing him suddenly so eager, Yang Dae felt a bit strange, but was also eager to help. Why is he suddenly interested in this field? Later I will send you a link to a film experts community. You can look up information about that Tam 2 company. Uzin looked at Wai Dai and said seriously, thank you. What about Yang Dae? Imagine you are an unknown actor. What would you do if you were invited by a major producer or a famous writer? That's strange. Why are you asking about that? Honestly, it would be like a miracle for an unknown actor to be invited to a project. Yes, casually countered. No, not even a miracle would happen. Actually, that kind of situation never happens. No one would invite an amateur for a big film. For a big project, many actors will be cast. They won't want to secure their positions through connections or anything else. He calmly asserts that an unknown actor has a role, so they must be working unconditionally. But that kind of situation never happens. Hearing Yi's analysis, Uwin's face turned pale. He told himself, sorry, but that situation is right in front of you. Still not very experienced anyway. Uwin wants to get Wai Dae's opinion a bit. If that anonymous actor were you, what fee would you agree to for appearing? Ai Dae, chewing his food, enthusiastically replied, I would just say, thank you and agree, no matter how much they pay if it were me. Usually a rookie gets 30,000 per episode, but even if they only pay me 3,000, I would still happily accept. Uzin felt a bit awkward after hearing what Dai said. He silently thought he understood what he meant, but 3,000 is a bit low. What if it really is only 3,000? Jin actually came to start work the next day, and someone greeted him kindly saying, please follow this way. Director Lai pressed the button for the upper floor, his cold gaze sweeping over him as he said, hurry inside. Seeing his attitude towards me like that, Uwin couldn't help but start thinking all sorts of things. What the heck, so rude? Does he hate me? When inside the elevator, Director Lai spoke again, saying, sorry, Kang Win, I have something to say that might make you curious. Then I focused on listening to what Director Lai was about to present. I have been in the production industry long enough, but this was almost the first time I encountered such a case. So today's fee negotiation session is when Ewan suddenly realizes he's here to negotiate fees. Director Lai continues, I don't know how much you want, but the figure you were given today is above the average price. Honestly, I oppose that, but PD and the writer are still determined and many eyes will be watching. You should be careful. If rumors start so early, it's not a good sign. I just said that to help you before meeting BD. Ewan looked at Director Lai and thought to himself, why is he so hard to read? After listening to him, it feels like he's more worried about me. Then he also replied, I understand. He is currently feeling quite confused inside because of what he said about hoping they would pay at least more than 3,000. The elevator door opened quickly. Director Lai called him, so let's go. Ewan reined in his greed for wealth and told himself he shouldn't expect more than that. The door of the room, which had been tightly shut, was opened. Director Lai announced, Bed, Ewan has arrived. Ewan and Director Lai walk in, and Man Yu also speaks up. Hello. Man Yu sitting on the chair waves and says, Hi Ewan, come and sit here. He silently assesses. Today, he's just as unpredictable as always. Before he could do anything else, Man Yu brought out the contract and said, Here, take a look, this is your contract. Wow, there are a lot of complicated details in it. Ewan respects his partner and also respects himself. He carefully examines the contract as Man Yu's voice echoes beside him. But what I want to talk about is the appearance fee we offered you. You wonder an appearance fee? I don't know what he saw in the contract that made Ewan suddenly open his eyes wide, stunned, and in disbelief. Man Yu explained to him that your appearance fee is about 250 W per episode. What do you think? This huge number leaves Ewan stunned. 250,000 W is 800 times more than 3,000 W. I don't know if taxes are included, but it's actually much higher than my monthly salary. The young man receives about 2 to 3 million at the design company. Man Yu, feeling emotionally restrained and cold, remains silent, which makes Man Yu a bit tense inside. Does he think it's not enough? That's not a good reaction. After all, Assistant Director Park's role isn't simple. Man Yu carefully explains that the usual appearance fee for a rookie is from $20,000 to $40,000 W per episode. You are a special case, and I think it's shameful to treat you like a rookie. Nguyen looked at Man Yu and said to himself that he had a good eye. Then Man Yu explained that the 250,000 W per episode we proposed does not include additional fees like YouTube broadcasting and others. Although it has not been decided yet, Assistant Director Park may appear until the end of episode 4, and if he appears in later episodes as flashbacks or dreams, you will also be paid. In total, you'll receive over 10 million. Nguyen calmly closed his eyes and replied, I knew that would happen, but inside he's completely overwhelmed. 10 million is just crazy. Even in special cases, it's still too much for someone like me. So how much do top actors like Han get paid? Man Yu on this side continues to generate profit. If it were you, instead of 10 million for a movie, I'm sure sooner or later you would be earning tens of millions per episode. You probably already know that too. Nguyen can't help but feel amazed. Could what I only see in the newspapers happen to me one day too? It makes my jaw want to drop. In the end, Man Yu decided on that. Do you think 250,000 world per episode is okay? Nguyen pondered silently. Although it's still not enough, I'm curious about my current value. So you asked him if I deserve 250,000 per episode, thinking that knowing for sure is better than being uncertain. It also helps in choosing the attitude you want to show in the future. Watching Ujin's expression, Man Yu started to worry. Even though I explained, his reaction still wasn't as good as I expected. He must be a little disappointed. He closed his eyes and remembered Mi's words. Don't be stingy with money and just tell himself. I understand. The writer doesn't care about a few coins. We have to catch him. So Man Yu immediately changed to a different price. In my personal opinion, you deserve 350,000. This is truly the first and only case. In exchange, a confidentiality clause regarding your salary and casting process will be added to the contract. The news hit like a thunderbolt. Director Lai, sitting right next to Man Yu, was stunned and speechless upon hearing the new price. Man Yu still asked Ewan if he found it more attractive now. Ewan mistakenly thought to himself and considered, then confidently replied, I think that's enough. Director Lai felt relieved that Ewan knew when to stop and thought, finally, he could breathe easy. Phew, since you agree, I will briefly explain the content related to the contract. All the schedule of the founder Hanryang has been mentioned in the contract. And employees, builders, investors, producers, marketers, and information transmitters at lightning speed. Ewan replied briefly, got it. But at this moment he wondered what he was saying. I didn't understand anything. Just remember the key words is enough. Man Yu told you, Ewan, I will send you the official script when it is published. If it comes to episode 3, I will contact you privately. Usually we send information through the company, but since you haven't joined any company yet, that's understandable. Ewan replied, yes, not yet. Man Yu doesn't see that as a problem, but is cautious. He said it's fine. Even without a company, it's not an issue right now, and you don't need to look for one. When Henry's file is revealed, the entire entertainment industry will come looking for you, or maybe it will happen even earlier. I understand. Do I need to prepare anything? Man Yu replies, I think right now you just need to practice acting. Today, I will present the first part of the draft script, so Ewan, please do your best as Assistant Director Parr. After finishing the business, Ewan strolled away, slowly. Still not fully recovered, he thought to himself, I can't believe my acting has truly been recognized. Really, am I actually becoming an actor? He starts to feel confused. Will everyone see me on TV now? So I will also have a manager? Wow, that sounds cool, Uzun pondered thoughtfully. Plus, I also need to find the right company, right? Young Dae definitely will. I asked why Dae again. A company will definitely have its pros and cons. A big entertainment company will support you very well but tends to be more strict. A smaller company offers less support but gives you more freedom. He said that, but I don't know when I should choose a company. The image of Dae looking curious suddenly appeared in my mind. Why are you asking about those things? My phone suddenly rang and it was my mom calling. That's why he remembered something important and told himself, right, I should tell my parents, but of course I don't need to tell their daughter. So Ewan immediately picked up the phone. Mom, what's the matter? Are you changing jobs? He asked casually. Oh, really? Song-Win replied a bit awkwardly. That's also true. Mom, I think I want to become an actor. For a moment, the space suddenly fell silent, no response heard, and Ewan called out for his mother. A faint voice of a woman came through the line. Son, do you want to go to the hospital? 2 days after signing the contract for Assistant Director Park, rumors about Ewan started spreading throughout the industry. Have you heard about that? Do you know the works of writer Park? I heard that the Assistant Director Park role has already been cast. Like a mysterious actor, Hanang, the profile creator, holds a significant position among domestic production companies and entertainment agencies. Did you hear the gossip? It seems the second actor after Han has already been chosen. Is it true? Really? This is the first time I hear about it. Starting with Blue Studio, the rumors kept escalating and the gossip seemed impossible to disappear. Has the lighting director heard the news? They confirmed the actor for the Assistant Director Parr role. Who is it? Who can get past that picky writer? I don't know. You don't know who it is either, huh? I thought you knew. That's why I asked. It all started with hundreds of staff members of the record keeper. They couldn't help but wonder who the chosen one was. Rumors say it's Kim Hua-yeon. No, they say the actor has performed abroad before. Well, since they joined after Han, they must be at least an A-list actor. Rumors are spreading everywhere among media, production companies, and broadcasters. With his name kept secret, Kang Kang-win gradually gained fame in the industry. Of course, Kang-win himself was unaware of this. At this moment, he's still hiding inside the house, holding the script and pondering whether to try the roles in the founder Han Ryang's first part. Oh, I should first look up information about the detective agency. Uzun browsed through the laptop, starting the search to check the information posted on the film community link that Idai sent him. Since it hasn't been fully verified, it's hard to trust blindly. I found some useful information, so I paused for a moment because this title seems credible. It also has many views and comments. The screen displays information about the film, the title of the detective agency for short films, the production company Green Vision, and independent film specialist. The director requests Dong Chun, but it's unclear. Confirmed production news is spreading. That's almost certain because an actress I know mentioned she auditioned for this short film. In Yuin, there are countless questions about what other information I should look for. Director Shin Dong-chun. There's nothing. So what about Green Vision Films? All they found was the company's location and that they specialize in short films. He carefully pondered. As Ye said, independent short art films definitely seemed difficult. So in the end, all we found was the company address and some sparse information, so should we give up on Tam2 Company? Uan looked up regretfully, but that script was just too interesting. In addition, while TV dramas can be evaluated by ratings, Detective Agency is an unreleased short film that has already been rated B. I'm so curious, and since it's a short film, it will be less burdensome. Ewan crossed his arms in front of his chest, humbly calculating. I heard even top actors start with small projects, so maybe I should try something small like a short film. If I can't get any roles, there's nothing else I can do. From now on, heading straight to the film company is definitely the only choice. Ewan glanced at the script beside him and muttered to himself. I have finished reading the entire Detective Agency script and am also interested in the film. It's time to start experiencing the reading in the auxiliary space. He reached out to place his hand on the small screen beside him, but at that moment the phone rang, successfully drawing the main character's attention. Humph. He wondered who it was as a line of text displaying a loved one's name appeared on the phone screen. Fukhu looked at Ewan and immediately understood. He guessed it was him, right? After not answering the phone for years, I guess she heard her mother say I'd become an actor. As soon as my sister called, Ewan could already see the future. I am determined to make sure it calls just to laugh at me. I won't answer the phone at all. He already imagined being laughed at back then. Ha ha ha, you want to be an actor? And just a few seconds after the phone stopped ringing, it rang again. It kept ringing and ringing, the loud sound making him increasingly annoyed. Ewan angrily picks up the phone and says, "Are you crazy? Do you want a beating?" This time, when I looked at the phone screen, it was someone else calling. Ewan was shocked. What the hell, is it calling from your phone or something? But then he decided to answer and see what was going on. As soon as he picked up, he spoke first. "Hello. This is Hong Han speaking." Upon hearing Ewan, he immediately froze, mouth agape in surprise. He started to panic, his mind spinning in disbelief. "What?" "Hun. Actress Han is calling me. Calm down for now." Ewan has to maintain a cold attitude. Stay in character, stay in character. Thinking that way, Ewan immediately switched to a serious and cold demeanor, replying to the other person. Han on the other side said that was not the reaction she expected. But at this moment, Han seems very happy. She said to forget about it. "I heard you agreed to be Assistant Director Parr's assistant. I didn't expect that, and many rumors are spreading among the staff. Everyone is curious." But Ewan still hasn't caught on. He wondered silently, "Is that really true?" Then he hesitantly replied, "Is that so?" He said that Assistant Director Parr is the hot topic right now. With this role, you'll become famous right after your first script reading. Ewan was both happy and excitedly waiting. Everyone would think they were sitting with a famous actor, but once they realize it's someone they've never met, their reactions will probably be quite interesting. "I thought I would be the one to break this news because I knew you from the very beginning. See you at the script reading." Wen, noticing Han's expression, blushed a little and thought she was smiling. Then he replied, "Yes, you've worked hard." Han pouted upon hearing the male lead's words. "What's that? A goodbye at the end of the day? Don't make me go back to work now. I'm taking a break here." After Han turned off the phone, Ewan was still stunned. "No way, that's the phone number of Haegon's top actor. She even called my name in a familiar way." He thought to himself, people in the industry would definitely react differently than family. Is the first reaction of your mom and sister to want to go for a checkup? A family member who doesn't even bother to answer the phone? Always an actor. And his reaction from his younger sister was already anticipated. He thought to himself, whatever. I should gather more information about the detective agency. It's late at night, scene shifts to a restaurant. Manhwa walks in and spots someone waving and calling out, "Hey, come here." "You're late, very late. Is that now your working style?" "Sorry about that, there was a traffic jam due to an accident or something, and the script meeting for the profile creator was also delayed." Hearing that, Dong-chun also asked, "It seems the founder of Hanryang's profile has been a hot topic lately. Writer Park must be very busy, right?" "How many scripts have you finished?" Manhwa replied calmly. "In about 2 or 3 episodes, several complete articles will be published tomorrow." But seeing the food in front of Dong-chun, he couldn't help but wonder. Why are you eating kimchi with soju like that? If you act miserable, your life will become miserable too. "Come on, Dong-chun, you already know. Hyung-nim." He told Manhwa, "My current situation is really tough, so why pretend it's not?" Manhwa worriedly replied, "Shin Dong-chun, you idiot, have you completely lost your spirit?" Manhwa sternly said, "Are you someone from the same SBC script department as me with a pretty good film record as a bed? Why did you leave SBC just to make these weak excuses? You made a risky decision because you want to pursue your dream and make films. Yes, the break was a bit long, but you'll get there soon. I heard you even found an investor for your film, but Dong-chun just remained silent, without saying a word." Manhwa thought for a moment and asked, "What was the title of the project you wrote the script for?" Dong-chun replied briefly, "Detective Agency. The title is Detective Agency. It is a short film." Manhwa exclaims, "I heard the estimated production cost for the Detective Agency is about 30 million. That's amazing." Dong-chun told him it hasn't been announced yet, but it could be 40 million. He held his glass of wine in hand, deep in thought. "The problem is that the investor comes from the entertainment industry, and they want us to cast their actors. In exchange, they will invest. They want us to cast a few rookies and have Park Dong-huk play the male lead." Manhwa was immediately shocked. Park Dong-huk's, the guy who destroyed his career by fighting drunkenly with that crazy girl? So Company G is the investor? It feels like they're using you to whitewash him, like starting over from scratch. Dong-chun said that if he plays the lead role, even if everyone views it positively, the detective agency will become his best whitewashing project. I haven't been working like crazy for years just to whitewash him. Manhwa would find it hard to stay silent and suggest it. "Should I introduce you to an actor?" Dong-chun was confused. "What? Brother, aren't all the actors around you top stars?" Manhwa explains deeply, just because they are top stars doesn't mean they won't care about short film scripts. Even Hong Star accepts independent scripts well. But the person I want to introduce isn't an A-list star, it's someone else. Although I'm not sure if he will accept. Dong-chun felt a bit more hopeful after hearing that. He asked curiously, "Who is it?" Manhwa quickly replied, "She's someone we had a hard time inviting. Kang Yuin." Manhwa's introduction of Yuin was that he was a newcomer, so you wouldn't know. Dong-chun looked pleased and continued. Yuin, huh? He must be a promising newcomer. However, if he joins your film, he will focus on it more. Do you think he would also agree to star in a short film? Manhwa immediately looked very annoyed and responded to Dong-chun. He will become a big star. If we seize him now, we can attract new investors. We have to try and see. Hearing that, Dong-chun pretended to be indifferent and replied, "Fine. Too many things happened to me over the past year." He looked at the glass in his hand with a perverted expression, his grim face saying that even my last bit of pride was hard to see. Feeling bored with life, I hope Dong-chun remembers the case with the detective agency that was ignored. I'm a bit exhausted. The next day, news about Manhwa's new project topped the hot search, and as dawn broke, the entire entertainment industry seemed to be engulfed in flames. All thanks to Han Ryang's comprehensive promotion, with articles sparking public curiosity by revealing details up until the release day. Meanwhile, Mi happily shared the news she knew during an interview, clarifying that this project would feature a truly standout actor who would steal the scene. And of course, the articles that spark a bit of curiosity are just the reward. Riding the wave of the public's curiosity and anticipation. Henry the Profiler. The film's title was announced at noon that day, and the wave of public opinion also brought days of intense activity on phones and the internet. As long as you're a person, just open your phone and the news of the day will be about the film. That's why the attention skyrocketed. The news quickly spread and drew public attention, and a hand holding a phone to check the news also praised it. "Really impressive, Dong-chun. Lie back on the sofa and speak. I'm glad it's your friend's work, but I also worry a bit. But they said 3 o'clock and it's not here yet." Today, Park's company from GG Entertainment was supposed to bring a few rookies at 3 o'clock, but it's already 20 minutes late. "Ha ha, you're officially being stood up." Then Dong-chun, feeling disappointed, muttered to himself. He stood up still, trying to act composed. Both of them think they are in control, so they give up. Just as Dong-chun was about to leave, someone apologized, causing him to glance toward the source of the voice. From his perspective, it was a young, handsome student with a stern face and clenched fists. Seeing that, he also wondered what was going on. The boy is tall and looks quite decent. A mask. Oh, it must be a new employee from GG Company here. He looks a bit annoyed as he questions you. "You're a bit critical, you promised 3 o'clock. But the other person asked back, "Are you talking about me? Hey, there are 2 of us there, are you saying we're talking to ghosts?" Hearing that, Dong-chun also replied, "No, isn't Director Park out for coffee? Where is he?" Although asked, he still politely said that the young man could come in and listen, so the young man stepped in. Looking at the person sitting in front of him, Dong-chun calmly spoke. "Mr. Park will show us the files while we wait for him. Let's review the performances." Although he said that, he still couldn't help but think that GGO is a big entertainment company, but they are known for having many underwhelming rookies. The kid's aloofness gave him a certain amount of trust, but acting is a different matter. Thinking that, Dong-chun spoke up. "Are you ready? You're not planning to just show up for the sake of it, are you?" The boy still couldn't see his face and remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. "I have a few performances to show you." Probably hearing DM, his face looked much paler. Dong-chun gestures with his finger as if to indicate, disregarding the time and saying, "Okay, duration doesn't matter, just do it." The performance officially begins. The story is called Detective Agency, with a 45-minute screening, quite long for a short film. And of course, since the title involves a detective, how could it be missing the detective himself? A figure with jet black skin like the company's future suddenly appeared in the story, describing an unexpected event. That happened when a man named Kim Roo-jin was running his own company. The scene shifts to Kim Roo-jin sitting and talking with a certain client. One day, a customer in his 40s came by and requested an investigation, suspecting his wife was having an affair. Kim Roo-jin takes on the case and follows the customer's wife, but suspects she is meeting another man while her husband is away on business. The 2 cars tail each other along a tree-lined road. First, Kim Roo-jin followed the 2 of them. He trailed them all the way to a remote villa deep inside gang world. From lunchtime until early afternoon, the 2 of them were together like a real couple. But suddenly, the man's head fell into the base sub. Seeing that, the wife calls someone, then a muscular man appears. He dragged the unconscious witness into a car and moved to an unknown location. As he responded to the case, Kim Roo-jin was stunned to witness a murder scene. He confirmed that the villa's window was open and cautiously entered inside. mistaken for a thief by the detective. He soon discovered a door leading down to the basement. In the basement, the door was left open, and a stranger was lying face down on the floor. After confirming he was still alive, Kim Ruin shook him. But when he heard a noise upstairs, he hid in a corner of the basement where some damaged belongings were piled up. Woojin embodies the character as an actor, breathless with tension, glancing around. And now Kim Ruin is a fugitive inside the mansion. The Detective Agency is a short film blending tension, suspense, and unexpected twists set inside the confined space of a mansion. Kim Ruin is kneeling on one knee, grimly observing the situation and speaking out, with an unnecessary tense atmosphere. Done. To portray the main character Kim Ruin, they need to deliver a top-notch performance that makes the mansion look like a magnificent nightmare. Moreover, the detective agency focuses heavily on sound effects, making auditory presentation extremely important. The work also emphasizes the main character's internal acting and facial expressions as key elements. A look of confusion clearly appears on Dong-chun's face after hearing the statement. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder, what did I just watch? That must have been a truly challenging performance, right? Crazy. It feels like Kim Ruin is more vivid in front of me than in real life. This is a performance I've never seen before. And then he wondered if Gigi had really developed this person. And holding on to that thought, Dong-chun asked, how long have you been with Gigi Entertainment? Perhaps because he was focused on his answer, he didn't notice someone pushing the door open, with Director back happily waving along with a man and a woman behind him. Haha, Director, sorry, I'm a bit late. Oh my God, are you in a meeting? Who is that, an actor? Dong-chun immediately asked in surprise. Why the flag? Dong-chun casually turned to the director and asked, you don't know that guy, Director Park? That boy finally spoke up. Looks like there's been some misunderstanding. I don't know that person, Dong-chun asked, opening his mouth in surprise. Huh? What do you mean by that? Who are you? That smug look also appears on your face. The boy replied, my name is Win. Confident as I am, I still felt powerless thinking. Now I understand. After reading the detective agency, I was prepared for rejection. But I wonder why they act like they don't know me. Maybe he mistook me for someone else. It seems like this big guy was the one originally supposed to come. Director P then stepped in front of Dong-chun and asked, Director, what should we do? Should we stay here or not? Director Park, our appointment was at 3 p.m. and it's already late. Staying here might cause some trouble. Thinking that way, Yuin stood up and said, I'm leaving now. Then he thought, we're done here, time to go back. I came out of curiosity about level B, but it seems things are complicated now. As I thought, both the main and supporting roles have already been decided. I don't want to take any role lower than a supporting one, but both of them are really handsome. Anyway, I guess I have to give up on the Tamtu company. Looking at Uin's back, Dong-chun called out to him. Wait a minute. Kang Uin's name reminded me of something familiar that my brain is running after. Wait a moment, Kang Uin? This name sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? I remember the phrase, my name is Uin, along with that handsome face, while his hand hangs in midair, standing there with his mouth agape. Kang Uin must be the name he mentioned. Could it be the same person? The scene shifts to a luxurious place. A luxurious wooden house appears in front of the towering buildings, with a group of people dining inside, accompanied by lively chatter. Manhwa speaks. Ha ha. Isn't it exciting to gather together like this? The scenery is beautiful, and someone also wishes everyone a good meal. Suddenly, Manhwa's phone rings. Huh? Wait for me a moment. He answered the phone with a cheerful expression. Ah, Dong-chun, I'm in a meeting right now, but I'll come to see you later. Hey. Dong-chun said the actor Yuin he mentioned yesterday is probably taller than 1.8 meters, with distinctive features, a very suspicious aura, and a deep voice. Hearing his description, Manhwa couldn't help but wonder how he knew. Did Dong-chun also reply? Did he mention anything about the movie? A Kang Yuin actor came to see me today. Hearing that, Manhwa also was surprised and shouted, He went there, Kang Yuin. How does he know? Hearing him say that, Hyun and Umi also looked sharply. In an instant, their expressions changed, mouths agape, lost in thought. Kang Yuin and Manhwa are no different from them, so why are they so surprised and confused? Did he find out and come because he knew that person was an acquaintance? No, I just met Shin Dong-chun yesterday and only recently got to know Kang Yuin. What's going on? Manhwa regained his composure and sat down to ask on the phone, So what did you do when you visited that friend? Dong-chun also responded. He demonstrated his acting skills. As for Dong-chun, he still kept a fearful expression and quickly responded. What kind of acting is that of his? It's as if he's a character I know stepping out. No, his acting is even more vivid and lively. Manhwa also said he wasn't surprised when watching him perform. That's usually how it is. Dong-chun, I don't know what this situation is, so I will contact Uin privately. I'm in a meeting right now, so I'll just say this. Kang Wen suddenly came to see you. The Phoenix has flown here on its own. If you let this opportunity slip away, you'll regret it. Dong Chun was surprised and glanced at his phone, stunned by his brother's words. Phoenix then hurriedly responded. Really? That's a style of acting I have never seen or heard before, but does he really deserve such high praise from you? Man Yu also replied smoothly. Both you and I are captivated by his performance, right? Besides, I don't just evaluate his acting skills. Thinking of Uin's cold and commanding demeanor, Man Yu spoke. How should I put it? There is something very special about that presence. Does he have the qualities of a star? But it's something very different. Do you understand? There is a mysterious and unique structure for him. He is destined to become a top actor. So in the end, we had a hard time convincing him to join the project. And now you're saying someone like him came to you to show off his skills. Doesn't that mean he's interested in your work? Dongchun worriedly asked. Interested in my detective agency? Man Yu also replied, in my opinion, that's definitely the case. I don't know how he found out about your script, but touching the paper that Man Yu answered the question about. Kong Win isn't the type to spend a lot of time looking for a work that shows Kong Win likes your detective agency. Hearing Man Yu, Dongchun was a bit lost in thought, his face showing disbelief at what he heard. If there's no interest at all, would he even bother to come? Hearing that, Dongchun couldn't help but wonder if he was genuinely interested in his work. Man Yu is smiling brightly as he makes the offer. Do you have his number yet? Not yet? Then let me give it to you. If he has already reached you, giving your number is fine. In the end, Man Yu decided to contact him and arrange to meet. Dongchun also responded quickly. I understand. Hearing that, Man Yu also felt relieved and spoke up. Let's talk later. Before I even picked up the phone, I wondered if he was really there in person. I guess I'm a little jealous. Are you jealous at this age? Man Yu quickly masks his smile and speaks. Sorry, I have an important call. Let's continue the story. But Han remained deep in thought and said nothing. And then a fleeting thought crossed her mind. The name Kei-Uin was just mentioned. Should I ask later? Putting aside my thoughts, Alien turned to the girl facing him and spoke. Yes, you said you had something to talk to me about? Umi quickly turned her face and responded. Oh, that's true, but it's not peaceful at all. Umi pointed at her and teased with a smile. It's nothing much. The outfits Hong sent as samples are too flashy. Remind the costume department to choose simpler and lighter outfits. She then shyly closes her eyes and responds. It's because our team was a bit too excited. I will definitely tell them. Miss Mai acts like a little old lady, pointing and telling Ru Dong-min to please adjust his diet until the script reading. He quickly responded with a sharp reaction. Really? More questions? Dong-min seems to have become a shining star, with white flowers blooming everywhere around him, making him even more handsome. I might have overindulged in sashimi, didn't I? I understand, I have to follow the writer's orders. Perhaps it's because of his stunning looks that he is the top actor Ru Dong-min. But he quickly shifted the conversation to Man Yuni. Which actor plays Assistant Director Park? There are some rumors, but it seems no one knows for sure. Is the person you mentioned during the interview as the one stealing frames? According to the script, Assistant Director Parr has many connections with my character. Give me a little hint. Why does it have to be kept secret? Man Yu also responded calmly. It was a surprise. Everyone will find out on the day we read the script. Just wait a little longer. Dong-min immediately put on a cute, coquettish expression and said in a teasing tone, Ah, so curious. All right then. Seeing that, Man Yu smugly raises his hand to his chin and says, When it comes to reading the script, I have an idea. Let's organize a group trip to strengthen our bond. What does everyone think? It's very fun, right? The scene shifts to an apartment complex as evening falls, with Uzun standing in the room drying his hair. That room was full of scripts and black holes beneath the ground. While drying my hair, I suddenly remembered the image of a man and a woman chosen as the main characters. That supporting character can't help but wonder if the detective agency is beyond their reach. The main character and the supporting character seem to have been decided already. Those two really are beautiful. There are still many anonymous people like them in S-Beast. No matter how strong the supporting roles are, outside of the story, the power of relationships is even greater. I guess I should accept it. I feel really lucky to have worked with Henry on the case file. The detective agency was a regret, but it's not something I should dwell on. It's not the only scenario I have. Lost in his thoughts, suddenly the phone ringing woke him up. Looking at the screen, only strange numbers appeared, Uin thought. Strange number calling? There have been a lot of strange calls lately, huh? Still, he answered the phone. Hello? But because it's a strange number, I used a different identity. Just as Uin finished speaking, the other side responded. Is that you, Uin? This is Xin Dong Chun. We met at Blue Vision Films. Do you remember? You acted it out for me. Hearing that, Uwin immediately remembered Dongchun's chin and pondered. Are you that square-jawed director? Why is he calling at this hour? Even so, he still responded with a skeptical look, asking, Are you the director of Tam2 Company? How do you have my number? Dongchun also responded from the other end of the phone. Oh, sorry. I took it from PD Man Yu, not anyone else. Hearing that, Uwin was also taken aback, with a puzzled look and Man Yu waving with his mouth open. Once the image appeared, the thoughts also drifted away. Why would Man Yu be involved with him anymore? Before Uwin could think for long, Dongchun spoke up. Win, can I meet you again? I have a few things I want to discuss with you about the detective agency. If possible, let's meet at the coffee shop near your house tomorrow morning. The next day quickly arrived, and bright sunlight shone over the luxurious coffee shop roof. Win pushed open the door and stepped in. Dongchun, who was already waiting, spoke up. From his expression, Uwin shows no emotional change, and according to the older brother, he indeed has a different energy from other actors. Indifferent and distant. Du thought so, but Dongchun still spoke up. Hello, Uwin. Seeing that you have sat down, he apologized for calling you suddenly last night. Thinking about that makes me feel so rude. He just closed his eyes and calmly replied, Oh, it's okay. What do you want to talk about? Dongchun hesitantly replied, I know it's a bit sudden, but you've read my detective agency script, right? What do you think of it? Although he said that, inside Dongchun was extremely restless. I felt worried, as if I was confessing my secret feelings. However, Uwin kept a cold expression, crossed his arms, and looked straight ahead without saying a word. Finally, he spoke. It's a work I really like. Hearing that, Dongchun blushed like a girl in love when praised. His thoughts also became clearer, and he felt very pleased. A script that is always rejected and ignored. The first actor to show enthusiasm for their work has appeared. He is right. All the scars from being crushed and ignored are healing. Wiping away the tears of joy from his face, Dongchun happily spoke up. Thank you. Thank you so much, Win. Really. Facing him is Uwin's expressionless face. After a few moments of hesitation, he suddenly looked confused. What's going on? Director Ham Vuong suddenly started crying. Is there something wrong with me saying I like it? Maybe it sounds a bit over the top. But I really do care about Tam2 Company. I just had to hide it behind that word to keep my cool. What's wrong with him? In front of him, Dongchun happily clenched his fist like a child and asked, Is there any part of the detective agency that you find special? Oh no, what do you like about it? Uwin suddenly blurted out, surprised by his own words. Then he reflected that he should first calm him down with a few words of praise, keeping the same tone and lowering his voice a bit. Thinking about it, he hesitated before speaking. First of all, I like the way the detailed depiction of the main character Kim Rugen's psychological changes is portrayed. At first I wasn't very interested, but then a flood of words poured out with beautiful expressions, and once again Dongchun was moved to tears as he reflected. How is that possible? He knows everything as if he has entered and returned from Tam2 Company. He must have read it dozens of times, nothing more. But your thinking wasn't wrong because Uwin really did travel through and come back. Please, Dongchun. May, you found an actor who cares deeply about the detective agency. Are you really going to abandon the agency just for money? His acting is top-notch, and his analysis of the work is very meticulous. There's nothing to hesitate about. As soon as the thought finished, Dongchun spoke up. I've changed my mind. Hearing that, Uwin's face immediately showed confusion as he asked, Huh. He immediately raised his hand as if inviting him in. Uwin, please accept the role of Kim Ruin in the detective agency. Hearing that, Uwin's face doesn't change at all, only crossing his arms and looking on, with a big question mark clearly appearing in his mind. Probably because he can't believe what he's hearing, Uwin ponders. Did he say that, or did I hear him wrong? But you don't need to worry because Dongchun, looking very excited and playful, said, Please accept the role of Kim Ruin in the detective agency. Finally, his brain confirmed he hadn't misheard. Regaining his composure, Dongchun spoke. Actually, the detective agency is not for all viewers. It's a work made for film festivals. You know the Missing Skin Short Film Festival, right? The Missing Skin Short Film Festival is considered the best for short films, similar to the Golden Dragon or the Black Screen Award in commercial movies. Korean directors serve as judges at this festival, and sometimes top actors participate as esteemed jurors. New directors and actors winning this award will immediately become stars, making the competition fierce. Every year, over 600 high-quality short films are submitted, and just making it into the top 40 finalists is already like hitting the jackpot. In short, it's a battleground for serious filmmakers, but the judging standards are very strict because top directors are the ones evaluating the films. They review the scripts, direction, and actors' performances, but the director and actors make up the majority. Because of these strict standards, if there's no exceptional work, they might not even award the grand prize. Although the festival has a 20-year history, only 10 films have won major awards. Winning at the Miss Enkin Short Film Festival will definitely bring fame in the industry. Back to the present, even though Ewan's mind was thinking that he had never heard of the Miss and Skin Short Film Festival before, so he pretended to know a little, he still responded, "Yes, a little." Dongshu solemnly placed his hand on the table and said that the festival is scheduled to take place in mid-April. There are 2 months left, and I am really looking forward to it. But the production of Tam2 Company hasn't been going smoothly. And from then on, Shin Dong-chun's mind kept moving constantly, producing non-stop sounds, explaining the history of the detective agency until Ewan became so bored that he lost interest. After explaining everything, he also got fired up and decided to speak loudly, but those things no longer mattered. We have discussed the production company, investors, actors, everything. I am throwing it all away. We will start over with Kang Sang-Ewan at the center, so please, I want you to play Kim Ruin. Ewan's mind quickly flashes with thoughts. Is it really to that extent? Is this all my fault? Things are getting more serious. Thinking that, he immediately spoke up. Director, you don't need to push yourself so hard. Dong-chun, hearing this, was so angry, he slammed the table and said, I'm not pushing myself too hard. The professional blood surges fiercely, determined to show his resolve, and firmly declares it must be done. If there's anything inconvenient, I'll take care of it all. You just focus on your acting. You win. Once again, Dong-chun's passion is so overwhelming that it seems he's turning into an elephant in front of the Ant Ewan. Please accept the role of Kim Rugen. A character can only come to life from reality if played by an actor who loves and cherishes it. Let's begin. Win felt a sense of awe at that mighty aura, but inside he couldn't help but feel frightened. Well, maybe this is a bit too much. He was crying just a moment ago, but now he's suddenly exploding. It seems nothing can stop him. Fear is there, but on the outside he still appears indifferent. Is it worth it? Things are more serious than I thought. But since the detective agency was my original goal and I've achieved it, do I just need to pretend everything I do is acting? Win immediately made a decision in his mind, so this isn't a bad proposal. Since that's the decision, I will respond accordingly. Got it, I will do my best. Hearing that, the director was taken aback and stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. All right, I agree. The official contract will be settled after the production company is completed. I will definitely ensure both the production company and the investors are taken care of. Rest assured, at worst, I'll find a way to make money myself. Ewan hesitantly said, You don't need to go that far. As he finished speaking, another thought crossed his mind. Looks like he's really on the path to becoming an actor now, so he should start learning about movies and all that. Seeing Dong-chun so full of energy, he hesitated and thought, Isn't there already a main actor? Has that actor been replaced now? They must be really angry, but it's not really my business anyway. Ha ha ha. Just as you thought, someone angry is pounding the table and the voice is heard again. What? A chubby-faced person, also known as C-Lop, CEO of GG Entertainment, is grinding his teeth and demanding that the bastard apologize. He grits his teeth and raises his voice, saying, Why does he dare to leave me and GG Entertainment? Guseos exploded. Everything was going smoothly until yesterday. A staff member said, I just received a call from Blue Vision Films. Suddenly, the director of Detective Company changed everything, including the actors and investors. Seop became even more annoyed after hearing this. I just showed a little concern and now he's acting superior about that crappy script, he scoffs. Hey Dong Hyuk, pick a different script. There are still many alternatives. Dong Hyuk replied, I will follow your advice, but isn't that a bit strange? Baek Dong-huk, a top actor under Company G, suddenly changed his strategy like that. What reason could have caused such a shift? At this moment, Seguseop finally recalled and realized that perhaps director Dong-chun wanted someone else to play the lead role. The more he thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. It was illogical. The detective agency was originally a failed project that drifted for over 2 years after completion. Perhaps we are the only ones offering good conditions for that short film. He asked the staff member, Did you meet Director Park? Did you gather any clues about the replacement actor? The staff shook his head. No, except that he met some unknown actor, Seop asked further. I see. Maybe they only held a casting call for the supporting role. Do you have any other news? The staff member replied, If there is, Blue Vision would know, even if they are secretly working with another actor behind Blue Vision's back. There's no way a top-tier actor would join a small company like Tam2. A-list might be too much, B-list is the highest they could invite. So Guo crossed his arms. So Dong-hyu, the troublemaker, has been replaced by a safer B-list actor? Is that what you mean? Really? Did he actually slap Go Entertainment in the face? He then advised to investigate around Shin Dong-chun. If an A-list or higher actor is involved, there will definitely be rumors. If nothing happens, it means he has turned his back on a nameless actor. That guy will definitely have to redo everything and find new investors, so go to independent companies and short films to soothe his mind. The employee, still not quite understanding, tried to soothe the situation, subtly explaining that you shouldn't spend money on a detective agency. Whether he's an A-list or B-list actor, if there's no money, no one will bother to work hard. He's filming Dung Hyuk, so you should choose a different short film script from the Mist and Skin Film Festival. I'll support you, so show what you've got. Make sure to do better than the detective agency. Dung Hyuk is confident. Of course, after all, I've been in this industry for several years. Gu looks like he's planning something. He must be stopped from messing with the detective agency. This is a matter of my pride. It must deliver a quality that can win an award at the Mist and Skin Film Festival, so it can defeat Shindong Chun and make him regret it deeply. Han is standing outside the hallway at BW Entertainment, staring intently at her phone screen. BD, you mentioned Yuin during the call yesterday at lunch, right? You looked quite confused. What happened to Uin's team? The other person replied. Oh, you know, PD Shindong Chun has been missing lately to work on a film. Yuin went to see him to star in the short film Chun wrote. Han wondered why he suddenly did it when he hadn't even read the script yet. And besides, the other person said the short film was called Detective Agency. If you're interested, I can send you the script. Han nodded. All right. She frowned. He's acting in a short film. Why do that after taking on a big project like Hanryang's profile creator? I really want to see. I want to see Ujin in that short film. Han recalls that scene. How can I act like Uin? If he's famous, he would definitely surpass many top actors. There's no doubt in my mind. I just have a gut feeling. You're so anxious you're almost tearing yourself apart. I really hate being left behind. A moment later, Han pushed open the office door and entered. Opa. I'm here. Mr. Jeon's car suddenly appeared. Hyeon, I was just about to call you. Before he could finish speaking, Hyeon interrupted. I have a request. There is a short film called Detective Agency. Can you check its current status? Are you just curious why you're suddenly interested in the short film? He tilted his head and said, Don't tell me the female lead of Hanang's dossier is you, thinking about making a short film right now. H. John is just curious, not completely uninvolved. Choi Seon-jeon is mostly helpless, just like her father. So it means you're interested. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. He sighs. I'm always diving headfirst into things I'm curious about. Wait a moment while I get things organized. You want me to investigate the history of the detective agency company's short film, right? Han nodded. Yes, everything including the smallest details. Mr. John's car said, gathering information is easy, but if the script has nothing, it will be quite difficult even for me. No, if the PD mentioned it, there must be something. Besides, I remember the PD asked for a Dong Chun. He is the detective agency's writer, so Jeon remembers that the person talking is making a movie, right? Song Man Yu and a rather new character. Putting that aside, he asks what you'll give me if I investigate it. John doesn't look happy. What are you talking about? I've always supported you, but Jeon's stubbornness isn't something I handle alone, right? Then he quickly returned to his professional demeanor. So, what about re-signing the contract on the condition that the manager I dislike is fired? Instead of the shampoo ad, this time I canceled the agreement. Han was hit hard. Oh my, why is the company's representative making such decisions now? Jeon's car is naturally more skilled than her because artists are very clever, and Han obviously can't argue. Fine. He definitely has to replace that manager. Mr. Jeon's car is gaining momentum. Okay, now explain. The reason for suddenly being interested in the detective agency isn't because P. Dun-yu or the director asked you to, right? Tell the truth. Han was startled and tense, quickly catching on. She honestly said she was curious about an actor named Kang Win-song-jeon. Are you his new boyfriend? H. John immediately replied. Are you crazy? He's an actor. He's an actor. She's excitedly talking about him. Listen up, he is very extraordinary. They have cut down 7,749 words explaining the story about Uin. After hearing the whole story, Jeon spoke up. Huh? BD Song and writer Park really go that far? Why would Park, the writer who makes the top actors work the hardest, care about that? Han replied that it's not about skill, but their obsession with creating works. Mr. John's car made a blunt remark. Basically, you're only interested in Kang Win's acting and not related to the detective agency. Han quickly shook his head. No, that's not it. Mr. Jeon's car points out and exposes. Who are you trying to deceive? You haven't even read the Tam2 company's script yet, right? Han feels like he's walking on thin ice with him. We have to change the subject. You asked your dad, how much money do we have? Mr. Jeon's car looks at her. Why suddenly change the subject like that? Quickly, do we have any backup plan yet? If not, I will prepare some. It's unusual for a rookie to be promoted, but since he's a bit different, it should be fine. You also need to take good care of him as his manager. The more John listens, the more he sprays on his glue. He asked again, "Hey, you talk, but did Han not let him finish speaking? Make sure it gets bought right after he reads the script." She looks both determined and worried. Mr. John's car understands this expression. I've been working with Han in the entertainment industry for 10 years. This is the first time I've seen her so worried. He couldn't help but think of that young boy. So Woo-in's performance really makes her uneasy. What are her feelings? Perhaps she desires or feels that her performance is falling behind. In the end, John has to step in. What kind of actor could provoke her like that? I'm really curious now. He took out his phone, first to investigate the detective agency's history. I'll find out quickly through connections. A moment later, Han was anxious. How did it go? Kun describes the situation a bit. At first, Park Dong-hoo from Go Entertainment and some new actors joined, but director Dong Chun's request changed everything. Right now, Go Entertainment is angry and putting pressure on independent production companies and short films. Han wonders why there is pressure. Kun guesses that Go was probably supposed to handle the investment too. Now they have no capital to produce. Han thought she said, "Oppa BW Entertainment is also preparing to invest, right?" At a tall building, Manhwa pushed the door open. "Hello, Yuen," Woo-in greets back. He led you inside to apologize for the sudden call and said he wanted to discuss a few things related to the project. "Please, have a seat." Woo-in looked around. Even though it's called a studio, it looks just like an apartment. He waves goodbye and pulls out a chair. "Is this your first time visiting Ryder Park's studio?" Even though it's called a studio, it feels just like a house. "But before we start, I want to ask you something. How do you have the script from Tamtu Company? You're wondering why, huh? Why suddenly, oh right, are they friends?" It's complicated to explain in detail, but there's no need to lie. Just respond appropriately. You are trying very hard to hold back. I got it from an acquaintance. Is that process really important? Manhwa laughs and says, No, just a simple question. What I'm really curious about is why you chose the detective agency at this moment. We're also working on a film, so it's quite surprising that you approached this short film directly. Assistant Director Parr is not an easy role, Woo-in asked. Suddenly Manhwa explains, it's a gamble, because it's a short film and the current situation doesn't look promising. But at this moment, he seems unusually confident, leaving him in a dilemma with no clear way out. I can't say it's a B-level, gotta be subtle, both stylish and vague. He confidently says, it's just a feeling. The decision is mostly based on intuition. Manhwa hesitated slightly. The feeling, I'm not quite sure either. The feeling? She secretly praises him, saying his answer was impressive. Is he a genius? Manhwa confirms again. Woo-in still has good instincts? Then thinking about instinct, does he know what he's talking about? Instinct, in other words, is having an eye for projects or intuition. Having an eye for a project is an important trait for an actor. It is often combined with instinct or intuition. This seems to be a talent you had from the beginning. Very few actors possess that. If the detective agency really succeeds, he said confidently, cutting off Manhwa's train of thought. Manhwa now looks at him with a different gaze. He is a unique monster with sharp instincts. Manhwa is still surprised. He really relies on his instincts. They chose the detective agency based on intuition and said, what kind of intuition is that? Do you think the detective agency will be okay? Woo-in really doesn't understand why he's surprised. Is that such a strange intuition? It's a common term used everywhere. He replied, well, I don't think it will fail. I think the detective agency will be fine. Of course, this answer doesn't satisfy Manhwa. He's serious. But where does that confidence come from? Me spoke up at this moment. Isn't that a bit risky? Win, this is a very important moment, right? Woo-in didn't know what to say, so he just replied, is that so? Feeling confused. Why are you so calm? What kind of actor is this? Manhwa over there isn't doing much better either. Anyway, if he had joined Hanong's dossier team, he should have had time to choose his next project. But Yuan chose a detective short film that no one paid attention to. If that detective company really succeeds, Yuan will surely become a great actor. Equipped with incredible acting skills, a unique star with qualities, courage, and sharp instincts, he couldn't help but think this guy was truly a con artist. Isn't that right? Then he laughed and said, if I start a production company, I'd definitely ask Yuan's opinion when choosing scripts. Yuan remained silent, and Mihao asked excitedly, Yuan, what do you think will happen to Hanryang the applicant? After all, we were the ones who brought you into this, not you choosing it yourself. Woo-in replied somewhat indifferently, 2 people should be enough for it to succeed, right? Eunmi looked a bit confused. What did you just say? The film industry is like walking on thin ice. Even with top actors involved, many projects still fail. Yuan has never really thought about that. Really? But Henry's profile is said to be A grade, so I joined because I thought it would succeed. I'm lost. Is this why people believe in spirituality? Manhwa laughed. Ha. Calm down, writer P. This isn't the topic you called Yuan to discuss, right? An MI quickly shifts back to the main subject. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I called you here to give you the final script for episode 1. I will send you the scripts for episodes 2 to 4 once they are finished, and she handed Ewan the script. Thanks to Assistant Director Parr's performance, I was very inspired. The script has been completely revised, so please review episode 1. Just keep the draft in your memory. I'll take it. I see. By the way, man, you also mentioned something else. Ewan thinks about it. Reading the script can be done in the MT format. Reading the script. That's where all the actors gather to rehearse before filming officially begins, right? Manu answered that usually the cast and crew gather just to read the script. But when there are too many people, it's sometimes done as a team-building activity through MT. Though honestly, reading the script is just an excuse. Everyone, including the actors and staff, went there to have fun. Win seemed to realize something. Wait a moment. He seems cold on the outside, but inside he's jumping with excitement. I'm about to go out with celebrities and stay with people like Hyan and other famous individuals. My life is getting bigger and bigger. Great. By the way, it's Saturday the 7th and Sunday the 8th. It's a 2-day, 1-night event. Can you join? You in? He nodded. All right, then he finalized it. Okay, we'll review episodes 1 and 2. Make sure you get familiar with the script, even though I know you'll do well anyway. Before he could finish speaking, Ewan's phone rang. He looked at the director's phone and said, Sorry, Manu is fine. It's okay. If it's an important call, go ahead and answer. Ewan answers. Wait a moment. Hello, this is Ewan speaking. Ewan, can we meet tomorrow morning? I have a few things to discuss about the detective agency. I will send you the address. Please come. Ewan nodded. I understand, Director. Manu also listened in a bit, so the director must be hesitating. After that, Manu inquired about the situation and whether all the roles for the detective agency's actors had been finalized. When do you read the script? Ewan doesn't seem to understand. What did he say? I replied, I am currently the only actor in the detective agency. Manu was surprised. What? Is there only one person? That's not right. Then he pondered, Hong hasn't contacted her yet? She seems interested in the detective agency. If not, I will have to arrange it properly. Then he asked, Can I know where and when you met Dong-chun? In another small meeting room, Dong-chun led Ewan inside. I borrowed it a bit quickly, but I hope it's not too inconvenient. Please have a seat. He shook his head and said, No problem. Dong-chun directly said, Ewan can go straight in. I looked for a film company and investors, but things haven't gone smoothly. It seems Go Entertainment intervened because now everything is even more difficult than before. Ewan was startled before even sitting down. Dong-chun bowed his head and apologized, saying he was very outspoken, but the situation was not good at all. However, the scene in front of me made Ewan think of something else. This image reminded me of when I was working at the design company, like when my 6th design draft was rejected. Then he said, I can help with anything? Dong-chun quickly waved his hand. No, Ewan focus on acting. I will handle the finances in the film company. So I'm thinking of cutting a few scenes. The fewer scenes we have, the more likely we are to find investors. I'm a bit uneasy about it, but wouldn't that reduce the quality? Dong-chun admits yes, but filming must take priority. I apologize, Ewan. I am sorry for repaying your kindness to this project in this way. He then clenched his fist, thinking to himself that this was not the reason he was so determined. Will Tam2 Company really become a film that is never completed? Suddenly someone arrived. Oh, so you're here. She takes off her mask. The producer is gone. Now you're the director. Director, I want to join your Tam2 Company. Is that okay? Dong-chun was so shocked that she couldn't sit still. What did Han say? What do you mean by that? Isn't Ewan's mood not much different either? Even though he's internally shaken and confused, he looks outwardly like nothing's wrong. Wait, what's going on here? Why did the top actress suddenly decide to stop making films? Han stood far away, disappointed. What's going on? Ewan, you're not surprised at all. So you guessed I want to run Tam2 Company? Ewan stays silent without saying a word. There's no way I was genuinely shocked or panicked. You reassured yourself, stayed calm, and lowered your voice to say, I was surprised, but Han argued back. You're so funny, your face never shows any excitement at all. Ewan was a bit puzzled. But how did Hyan find out about this? Oh, now that you mention it. Is it because of PD Anu? He asked immediately to get it over with. Bedman Ui with her? Han nodded. Exactly. I was about to contact you, but PD beat me to it. Win still wants to be sure herself. She really wants to run the detective agency. No kidding? Han confirms he's not joking. I know I always seem playful, but I'm really busy. He says one thing but feels another. Even when complaining, he still looks good. Truly a goddess. Well, if she's planning to do that, then it's really perfect. Uween said, if you want to do that, I have no objections. Han happily says, so it's settled then? Dong-chun's sweat drops. Are you really going to take over Tam2 Company? I'm sorry, but it's just too hard to believe. Han responds confidently. Yes, I want to play that role. I've read the script many times. If the director agrees, I want to play the wife. Dong-chun wants to clarify. But Han, the wife, is not the main role, it's just a supporting part. And the detective agency is a short film that will compete at the Missing Skin Short Film Festival. Moreover, I don't have the ability to cast you. Han took out a business card. I know, but you don't need to worry about that. I think we can handle it. You know Mr. Choi, the CEO of BW Entertainment, right? Dong-chun nodded. Yes, of course I know. It would be strange if I didn't. But will BW invest? Han places his business card on the table. Yes, Director. Please contact the CEO directly to proceed. Also, I ask you to keep my participation and anything related to me a secret. If possible, please wait until the film is submitted. I have to move on to my next schedule now. Let's talk later. Dong-chun naturally agrees. Yes, of course. Before leaving, Han turned and asked, So, Ewan, why is it a detective agency? Uden had anticipated a similar question and decided to answer in the same way. He said it was just intuition. Han felt this answer was a bit insufficient. A gut feeling, huh? You're quite the character, you know. You also feel that you're a bit unusual, right? Ujin replied, I'm not sure. Finally, Han left. See you later. Stay in touch. The room fell silent for a moment. Dong-chun suddenly exploded. What's going on? Win, don't you feel anything at all? He remained silent. Of course, it's because I was lost in pink-colored thoughts. Han told me to contact her as a friend, and Dong-chun kept calling Yuin. That night, at Uin's house, he lay sprawled on the bed and sighed. What a chaotic day. Uin chuckled foolishly, so now I'll be working on 2 projects with Hyeon at the same time. I'm curious how Kim Ye reacted when he heard the news. He even imagined his friend angrily shouting, "Damn it!" Then he sat up, holding the script, and suddenly felt so motivated that he couldn't sit still. I should redo all the roles and create Hanryang's profile first. Practice. Practice. Uin observes that this is the official script, feeling more professional. Imagine yourself in a scene while reading this. Just place your index finger on it. In this moment, In is standing in front of 3 scripts, and since Hanryang's profile has been uploaded, he can delete the old one. Just saying delete and it disappears. That's so convenient, and I think it recognizes the draft script and the official script. The pile of drafts and finalized scripts are now separated. Suddenly, he realizes something. Uzin was surprised. A+ has increased. 3 scripts. Hanryang Profile Creator, Episode 1. This is a highly polished script that can be read entirely. It was just level A before. Has it been upgraded now? Win looked and stroked his chin in thought for a moment. A+ is higher than A, so is the next level A+, C++ or S grade. So the levels are not fixed. Because of the many changes during the project creation process, I guess the quality improves as they make adjustments. Anyway, based on my limited understanding here, to keep up with these leaders, I need something solid. You have selected 3 script titles, Hanryang Profile Maker Episode 1. The list of characters that can be read includes A. Yui Hyung, Bung Sang Min, and Si Ba-il. Uzin is excited that his goal is to master every character. The Yu Hyung reading notification is ready and complete. This is a highly polished script with a 100% success rate. Preparing to read. At a villa in the middle of the forest, a voice speaks up. So I will proceed with the contract as originally planned. The old homeowner asked kindly, So, what do you plan to do with this villa? The other person responded with an intrigued, Oh, and Dong-chun without hesitation replied, I plan to use it as a filming location for a movie. After settling the investment, we finally managed to sign the contract. I need to inform Yuan about the good news. The actual contract, along with the script reading and filming schedule, but he hadn't sent a single message, then suddenly remembered something and exclaimed in surprise. Oh right, I just remembered. Today is the script reading for the Hanryang Profile Creator, isn't it? Nguyen gazed dreamily at the scene before him, softly sighing as he looked at the parking lot filled with luxury cars and busy people walking by, silently thinking, So this is the meeting place, huh? It's so crowded here. Suddenly someone approached and tried to block his way. Hey, are you also someone from the heart? If you're an outsider, you're not allowed in. Ewan looked at him blankly. You say it's me? You only managed to say the word me. Han stepped forward to speak on their behalf. Yes, he is Hanryang's staff member who handles the records. The staff member stepped aside and gestured with his hand. Oh, so you're Han. Then everyone can go this way. She politely replied with a thank you. Now Ewan finally had a thought. Hong Han. As they walk away, she talks to him with one hand near her mouth. Anyway, we're going to surprise them later, so from now on, pretend you don't know anything. Also, Yuin doesn't seem to care much about what others think, and this outfit is a bit too casual. Looking at the outfit he's wearing, he honestly says, I just dress modestly. In Han's eyes, it's just another shabby outfit. She pointed at him and reminded him, but it was also quite simple because he was learning everything. From now on, pay attention to building your image. This won't do. There's too much to teach. How is it that you have a handsome face but don't know how to use it? Come with me for a bit. I'll do a simple makeup for you. Uin didn't dare say a word on the outside, but inside he was utterly shocked. Both of them stepped inside, with a large table in the middle and many people around it. Han happily looked at him, humming softly, much better than before. Win, with a cold expression, looked away, while inside he wondered if this was a dream or reality. Was the day Han personally did his makeup also real? In front, staff are preparing. One person calls out, "Bring that over here," while another is focused on working. We are short of walkie-talkies. Wien stood still, watching them, suddenly realizing there were more people here than he thought, and feeling a bit anxious. Stay calm. Don't be afraid. Everyone is the same. Calm down, calm down. Han steps forward, and a few people start talking to her. "Oh, Han, you're here?" another person said. "When will you confirm your participation in this project?" Meanwhile, Uin standing behind just seems like an invisible man. He closed his eyes and thought, hiding behind her to buy some time. Min Khan took a deep breath and adjusted his expression. He adjusts his expression, and at the same time, a young man walks over happily smiling like a flower at her. "Hong Hun, are you going to the party after reading today's script?" Uin's eyes immediately widened in surprise. I recognize this voice and can't help but marvel at his charmingly handsome appearance. Ryu Dong-min is incredibly good-looking. His aura is on a whole different level. Then suddenly he asked, "Have you met the actor who plays Assistant Director Park?" She chuckled softly and glanced at Yu-Yen. "Probably not yet." He stood behind, wide-eyed, reading his lines silently. "What?" "That actor is right in front of you. What are you still looking for?" At this moment, Dong-min notices Yu-Yen standing there. Oh, you're the manager? You're handsome and have a great figure. Isn't Hong Heon talented enough to just be a manager? She agreed when she heard that. Really? Should we ask him to become an actor? He just silently looked at them, with many questions running through his mind. Manager? He just made his own conclusion, but since he praised my good looks, I'll let it go. Suddenly, Dong-min stepped close in front of him, causing him to lean back slightly, his face seeming to radiate a glow. "You really should try acting. Your looks are perfect for it." Meanwhile, Uin just remained silent, constantly marveling inside. "Wow, he's really handsome. With long, smooth hair, he looks amazing." Seeing that Uin didn't reply, he continued, "This guy is so stylish. He also has a presence. Wait, is he worried? Are they new?" Only then did he realize he had been praising his face without even replying. I just managed to say 2 words when Dong-min suddenly kicked his legs and ran like the wind toward the 2 people standing at the door. "Ah, Director Manhwa and Writer Park, I come to greet them." Wien silently kept his mouth shut as Han approached and whispered to him. "Ewan," she pointed to a chair beside the large table. "That's the Assistant Director Par's desk over there. Go sit there. You probably aren't worried at all. But don't let yourself get bullied. That's easy to say, but inside I feel like cursing." I was going crazy with worry. Finally, he sighed and told himself to stay calm. "I'm going crazy. All right, calm down and control your mind. Is Dong-min asking Director Manhwa about this? What's going on? Assistant Parik isn't here. Maybe he won't come after all. Ewan is still the same. Still lost in thought, trying to stay in control." Manhwa glanced at his back and said, "He's here." The last 2 words also echoed in his mind, in his thoughts. Dong-min follows Manhwa's gaze. What's going on? The atmosphere suddenly turns tense, and everyone turns their eyes toward Ewan. Dong-min couldn't help but be surprised and wondered if he was Han's manager. Seeing Ewan standing with his back turned to him, he still couldn't believe that he was the actor playing the assistant to Par's director. He introduced himself, saying, "Hello, I am Ewan and I play Assistant Director Par." After introducing myself, I saw everyone looking at me and started sweating, thinking maybe I should have used a different persona to introduce myself. Is this the right thing to do? There's a buzz of chatter. Who could that be? Do you know him? No. This is the first time I've seen him. Is he an unknown actor? Seeing the increasing number of glances made him think more and more. Stop looking already. You guys are making me worried. Manhwa is breaking the atmosphere. All right, everyone. All the actors playing Assistant Director Par are curious about Ewan. Everyone greets each other. We will introduce the details while reading. Now everyone, let's open the first part of the script. Everyone responds in unison. Yes. Dong-mi holds the other's arm, asking questions with confusion. The director said, "Aren't you usually limited to casting unknown and new actors?" The other person just chuckled, and seeing no reply, he continued, "From what I see, your reaction was a bit stiff, so your performance might be dull, right?" Manhwa quickly reassured him, "You will see for yourself. Just sit down. He may still be a bit skeptical, but there's nothing else he can do but accept." Yes, Manhwa had already anticipated this and thought as I did. Everyone is questioning Ewan. That's why he needs to show himself to them. Everyone was seated at their places around the big table. Manhwa spoke. Let's start reading. Mr. I reads the opening scene of Scene 1, a morning on the mountain with police gathering and spreading out across the forest. Ewan listens attentively and thinks, finally it's starting. The Hangryang Filekeeper film takes place in 2010. It has a total of 4 episodes, with Assistant Park as the main character in the first episode. The opening scene begins with the discovery of the body of a man around 50 years old on the mountain, as Dong Min, holding the script in hand, reads his lines. Oh no, the condition of the body is really bad. I just had breakfast. Win looked on, continuing to think about the script. The main character, Hyung the recorder. According to the setup, he is a genius living a carefree life, so they call him the carefree genius. Next is the passionate female detective, Dungan Hai. He looked at Han. She started reading. Why does the carefree genius appear? Is there anyone else? Now it's Dong Min's turn to read. Not many people have filed reports nationwide, right? What is the estimated time of death? The person next to him replies, it seems to be 12 hours ago. Win was a bit surprised by this. Even just reading aloud, the intensity was very strong. Everyone is doing a great job acting out their lines. What is the red thing on your nails? A different voice immediately replied, it's nail polish. Throughout the process, Ewan remained silent, listening and evaluating. How should I put it? Both characters spoke, but that line and the inner thoughts seem a bit casual in how they are conveyed. No, that part needs to be emphasized. The character is feeling desperate, right? Why is it conveyed so flatly? When I read it, it didn't feel that way. Manhwa speaks up to remind. Tesson's part there was a bit flat, add a little more emphasis. Umi also said, you really have analyzed the character, haven't you? I don't understand why the energy was drained so much. Wynn widened his eyes at his previous assessment. Oh, I was right. That actor's performance was off from the start. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I don't know much about female roles, but the ones I've read always match my imagination, and they can be compared to other actors' performances. I didn't expect rereading to be so interesting. Now it's Dong Min's turn to speak, and look here. Red nail polish, clothes only removed from the upper body, the weapon used and the stance held before the corpse stiffened. Aren't they the same methods used before? Just like some unresolved cases. Thinking about it, the same method was used by the serial killer who left 5 bodies before. Like in 2004, the perpetrator disappeared, but it seems he has returned after 6 years. Though it's still uncertain, but this set of skills matches the killer perfectly, doesn't it? It feels like a grand comeback. After reading, he glanced over at Han. Manhwa looked at the script, fading into the distance. P remained silent. He held up the script and said, Win, since your first scene with Park is solo and without a partner, just grasp the essence appropriately. This is only to adjust the tone for the scene's progression. He responded politely. Yes, I will keep it moderate, but inside I am full of questions. What does just right mean? Does it mean cutting half of the expression? Maybe I should just act it out roughly. I don't know, but since I'm sitting here, I'll minimize my movements and only show myself with moderation. Just focus on the experience of Assistant Park and how you handle and perceive it directly, reducing your movements a bit to achieve a moderate result. I've read and experienced it dozens of times, so I understand and have absorbed it. But in another way, in his mind, he approaches, using his hand to cover his eyes. Now Ewan slowly opens his eyes, begins to get into character, one hand raised to his mouth with a gentle smile, his face hauntingly mysterious. Now you are Assistant Park. His eyes glance to the right, and Manhwa is both surprised by the change. It's coming, that performance. Then his eyes flicked to the left again. Han was just as surprised, especially since his acting suddenly intensified compared to before. Finally, his eyes looked straight ahead, at Dong Min's dazed face, a smirk curling on his lips as a strange voice came from his throat. Ah, you're here. Your face turns terrifyingly frightening. He fully embodied the character and spoke, sensual. Having only heard one sentence, Dong Min was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. He clenched his teeth and questioned. Is that performance considered just okay? Dong Min asked in shock. How could it be just okay? His expression completely changed from the first time he saw you, and my thoughts are exploding. Who is he? No, what is he? How can someone change their expression so completely? Dong Min's fist clenched so tightly that it trembled. How much have you analyzed and practiced to reach that level of acting? No, even that cannot be achieved through practice alone. Facing those sharp, knife-like eyes, he truly has to admit right now, even vaguely, that he's a real actor. Yes, right now he's Assistant Park, Mr. Parr. A lunatic finds joy in the gaze. Ewan smirks and laughs, his tone tinged with something strange. You're so adorable, so soft that it makes me want to explode you. You're perfect in your role, that's just Park. Manhwa looks at the script and says, Part 1 is over. Let's move on to Part 2. Scene 1. In the interrogation room, Yoo Ji-hyung and Park are facing each other. Dongmin, after reading the previous part, now just stands with his arms crossed and stares straight ahead. What is he thinking? He's not even looking at the script. Does he feel he doesn't need to look? Wow. Judging by how he played the assistant Park just now, he must have analyzed and memorized the script completely. He immediately stepped into the role, so he must have confessed, right? Why did you cause all this trouble and then come to confess? If you, a notorious serial killer, want to hide, the case will never be solved in your lifetime. Don't you think so? Eun replied immediately. Wow, that's an unbearable feeling. You know, when you're falsely accused of something you didn't do, like Dongmin's false accusation. But you returned with a new murder after committing 4 similar crimes in the past, didn't you? Then he also realized and thought, he's really immersed in the role right away. His voice was steady, and that's exactly why I came back. Someone stole my great achievement, he's a fake. If you don't believe it, you can investigate yourself. He silently acknowledged this scene and nodded. Uin smiled at him and continued with the narration. That's why I confessed, to prove I didn't kill anyone. Dongmin asked, are there any other suspects? He no longer doubts the strength of the person in front of him. Now I understand why he's sitting there. Maybe not just me, but everyone here as well. Clearly everyone here is watching Uin very carefully. Manyu's voice spoke again, gradually fading away. Dongmin is still thinking about him. How can he be so calm after delivering such an impressive performance? He clenched his teeth in frustration. Could that level of performance not mean anything to him? The person next to him called out to Ru Dongmin. He looked surprised and responded, yes, that person was just reminding him not to get distracted. She captivates everyone with just one performance. He controls the rhythm as he pleases. That person is not a rookie, he must have a glorious past. Where does such an unreasonable person come from? You'd better focus. This statement left Dongmin stunned for a moment, but he didn't stop there. If he had just uttered 3 words again, he would have scowled. Seeing Uin sitting there with his arms crossed, clearly focused, the other person's indifferent voice still echoed in his ears. You don't think you'll be overshadowed by his performance, do you? A few hours later, the script reading was over. The voices after work fade away. Everyone, you've worked hard. We have prepared a lot for the upcoming party, so everyone can enjoy it. Of course, anyone who wants to rest can go to their room. Yes, everyone has worked hard. Does his performance give you chills? The brown-haired girl next to her replied, yeah, it's like facing Assistant Director Parr. How is he feeling now? His mood is really heavy. Meanwhile, what he's thinking about is that he's hungry and will definitely eat a lot of meat at the party. Yes, he's thinking about something else. He sat quietly, watching everyone stand up and leave one by one, lost in thought. As people gradually start to leave, should I go too? Maybe I should stay behind a little longer. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped his shoulder. Looking back, many reporters with microphones and cameras approached. A cheerful female reporter in a blue shirt said, hello Uin, we are making team. Sorry to bother you while you're resting, but I want to ask you a few questions. He pondered and wondered. Making team OO? I saw them on YouTube. So this is how they film, but do they want to ask me something? I'm starting to worry again. Still, he managed to answer. The female reporter hearing that smiled and moved closer. I really like your acting. I heard that Assistant Director Parr's role is quite challenging. How long have you analyzed and practiced to grasp the hidden meanings behind those lines? He thought to himself with a his gaze shifting elsewhere as he silently calculated, analyzed, and practiced. I should answer this question with some technical terms. If you give a vague answer, they'll think you're an amateur. So, skillfully steer the conversation towards social life. Uzin turned around and replied, I think the script is excellent. The woman smiled softly. I see. Win, who was standing far away, looked very moved. The female reporter continued, so Uin, you suddenly appeared like a comet. Have you ever been part of a theater troupe? I wonder if you have been honing your acting skills all this time as a member of a theater troupe. They all cast sideways glances at Uin, making him feel cold sweat break out. What's going on? Uin looked grim. Everyone was staring at him as if only he was the target. Am I just imagining things? It feels like everyone is watching me. Are they waiting for my answer or something? But in the end, he dismissed that thought. No way, it must be just my imagination. He replied, no, I am self-taught. His brief answer stunned everyone into silence for a moment. The next second, the female reporter couldn't hold back and raised her voice. You're self-taught? Are you kidding me? Really? Are you serious? I find it a bit strange and wonder to myself what's going on. Why are they reacting like that but still being so polite? Repeating the answer again, yes, I am self-taught. Everyone outside couldn't believe it. A boy exclaimed. What did he say? Self-taught. That level of acting skill isn't something you can achieve just by self-study. The girl next to her also spoke, but he said it very seriously. I heard every word of it, and a big question mark appeared above his head. Dongmin also heard this. What does self-study mean? He then happily rested his chin on his hand and chuckled softly. I feel like many sharp eyes are staring at me, and the atmosphere has become strange, so I think to myself, what's going on? Did the mood just change? Is my expression a bit arrogant, but I didn't lie. No, but why are they staring at me like that? I guess I better find a way to back out. Thinking that, he pulled out a chair, stood up, and politely said, I'm not very good at expressing myself. As Uin turned to leave, many people still watched him from behind, but no one said a word. Suddenly, a man following called out, Wait! Yuan Han immediately recognized him. Oh, the president of BHM Entertainment. I guess they came to offer a contract. At the top of your head, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Hong Han, are what he said really true? She let out a breath, and the other person kept talking about that self-study thing. She turned to look at Jian and replied, Oh, you're right. Maybe he won't be able to find out anything even if he asks around in the industry. I think acting is just a hobby for him. He also joined Superstar for fun. He frowned and said, That's not right. Acting isn't just about memorizing lines, is it? Then she continued to ask, What about abroad? She folded her arms and honestly replied, I don't know. His past is unclear. Do you know? He has some kind of background, so after meeting him, how did you feel? Mr. Jian's car gently stroked his chin. I understand why you're so captivated now. Actually, my first impression of him was pretty normal, but now it's different. Thinking back to Uin's expressive face back then, he didn't hold back from praising him. His acting is smooth and skillful to see, and there's no sense of awkwardness. It's not just about mimicking or reading what's written on the paper. I have never met an actor like that before. That guy is a genius monster. That's something everyone would envy. Han knows for sure that all the entertainment companies here are probably craving your talent. By now, many entertainment companies will be giving their business cards to Win. As you said, one after another, people keep rushing to him to hand over their cards. She crossed her arms and asked, So you just stand there? Uncle Ba Songjian chuckled softly and bowed slightly. There's no other way. His voice was firm and sharp. I am also jealous of that talent. I need to act to get him. At the party, everyone is standing around grilling meat. Some people around still keep talking about Win. Today, a very talented person appeared. Do you know where he is? I want to bring him to our company's side. The other person replied, Oh, that actor who plays the assistant director Para. I can't find him. Dongmin, sitting at the dining table, overheard and thought to himself that everyone was just talking about that actor. He truly acknowledged his talent. Raising his glass of water, he kept pondering in his mind. Win is a talented actor. I've never seen anyone like him, and I can't even gauge his potential. Assistant Director Par's role will be the highlight of anyone's acting career, but what exactly does self-study mean in the end? The person next to him is talking to another man. The topic is still about Yuan, but since he's new, shouldn't he join the company dinner? The man also sneered and replied, That's right, just a little acting and already acting arrogant. People like him are really annoying, and his personality isn't very good either. He has been paying attention to the conversation. What is this? Are you talking behind my back? She secretly thought they were so childish. Even though she wasn't looking at them, Dongmin's words still surprised that girl. Well, in my eyes, he's more than a monster. Not just someone who can act a little. Besides, B said that joining the dinner was optional, so if he's tired, he can skip it. Also, after revealing such deep emotions, they can't be easily released in just a few hours. From Ewan's perspective, he probably thought attending the dinner was very troublesome. His acting skills are quite far from ours. The silver-haired man in front of him also cheerfully continued the conversation. Exactly. He must have gone through a lot of meditation and mental exercises before starting to read. Dongmin kept talking, making the other two turn pale and stay silent. Exactly. Even though he seems to have recovered quickly, it's clear that deep inside he must feel like he's in chaos. Anyone would find it difficult to talk to others in that state. Another woman sitting at the table also spoke up. I've been through that too. When emotions run too high, I tend to become irritably unreasonable with those around me. Dongmin looked at the two people who just spoke ill of others and continued. I guess he's struggling right now to recover his own feelings. Everyone has been through it, right? Struggling to recover their emotions, both of them could only let out a small sigh and look away. That girl can't stand arguing with him. Hey Dongmin, is that you? But he didn't bother to care and turned to talk to Man Yu. By the way, after finishing, I want to ask you a few things. You, an actor, where did you find him? Man Yu helplessly said, I can't count how many times I've been asked this today. Dongmin was also a bit surprised. What do you mean? He said, crossing his arms. His acting is extraordinary and his past is unclear. I think he must have been abroad. After meeting Uin, I also did some investigation. But since no one in the country knows about him, I am considering the possibility that he has been abroad. Dongmin still asked sincerely, so is it true that he is self-taught? Manyu smiled and replied, yes, even you feel like he's walking this path alone. Right, Uin is an inexplicable presence. He's just someone born to perform. Dongmin just forced a weak smile at that and finally stood up, saying, that's impossible. Manyu suddenly asked, are you leaving? He replied with determination, I can't just sit here and enjoy it. I'm going to train some more. The main character can't be overshadowed by the supporting role, right? After Dongmin left, a few others also stood up to follow. So I guess I should go too and review the script once more. Wow, Kang Win is inspiring everyone's passion. The quality of the film will be greatly improved. I wonder if he knows how much of an impact his presence will have now that he's just made his debut. Meanwhile, Yuin is sleeping soundly in bed, dreaming of eating lots of delicious beef. When he wakes up, he only sees Uin's grimacing face as he sleeps all day without eating anything. My beef. Because he can't eat, he looks even more terrifying now than usual. I just try to get by with acting and pretending to be indifferent. Hyeon, walking beside him, noticed his unusual expression and thought to herself, why does he look colder than usual? Has he not recovered his emotions after the role? She approaches and shows her concern to him. Where is your home, Yuin? I'll take you back. He immediately became excited in his mind. Really? I will happily agree. Thinking so, he immediately replied. Being with Suji, Han happily smiles and steps into the car. So you met Sujigu, right? Come on in. He felt incredibly happy inside. Dae-hong Han escorting me this sweetly. As he was about to get in the car and lost in thought, he wondered if he should thank them for the ride. But his thoughts suddenly stopped when he saw someone else appear in front of him on the car. Mr. Jeon's car owner proactively said, Hello, Win. Can we have a quick chat? Jae Jeon, sitting opposite him, politely extended his hand and introduced, He is the CEO of my company. Yumin suddenly realized that he was an investor in the detective agency, which also meant he was the landlord. Sitting down and still thinking, he wondered what was going on. Uzin politely replied, Yes, since the other party spoke first, I am the CEO of BW Entertainment, Choice Gyeon. What a coincidence. We have a connection. He did not hesitate and got straight to the point. You know we invested in the detective agency, right? I look forward to working with you in the detective agency. He continued to reply, Yes, thinking to himself, Is this about the detective agency? Mr. John's car continued speaking. Well, that's right. But honestly, I know you don't have a company called BW Entertainment yet. No, personally, I want to accompany you from the very beginning of your acting career. Uin listened to this, still feeling a bit confused. At this point, he asked again, proposing to sign a contract, and the other party replied, Yes, of course, our company is small enough to seem like a private company for Han, but our startup companies are on a different level. John's car keeps guiding you to focus your attention more than spreading it out. You need a suitable and secure position in the industry. The entertainment industry world is a dangerous jungle. One wrong step, and your career is ruined. Uin was stunned and gasped after hearing it. The entertainment industry must be brutal. He crossed his arms and pondered, wondering how he should respond. Anyway, I have to respond confidently. I said Duong Hiem is amazing. Mr. Jayan's car was a bit surprised. Is that so? Hearing him speak so calmly like that, it's actually Zhan Jian who looks pale, just trying to scare him a little. What does that mean? He's really different. What exactly has he been through in the past? But in the end, he smiled mysteriously. Kang Win, he has a purity that other rookies and unknown actors could never possess. His mind is now stable and strong. It's been a long time since I desired something this much. At all costs, we must catch him. Mr. Jian cheerfully said, If Yuan agrees to join, I will take care of everything. I guarantee you'll be cared for meticulously and thoroughly. I will let you spread your wings throughout the forest. Win, you've probably received a lot of business cards already. I honestly nodded, quite a few as well. He keeps talking, I know that. He must have received more than 10. Did they mention paying a deposit in advance? If it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to answer. Win thought for a moment. It seems no one else made a deposit. I remember they only talked about some conditions. In the end, he decided to give a general answer and said, I think I heard some other common conditions. Jian's car broke out in a sweat after hearing that. Is something unusual going on? Then he immediately seized the opportunity without leaving any chance. So I will agree to those conditions. At least I hope you've heard our conditions. Owen silently thought. Why does it feel like everything is slipping out of control now? But if it's true, I'll lose the cool image I've built. There's no other way. He smiled and replied, I will think it over and contact you later. When I get home, Uin's tired yet satisfied voice echoes. Finally home. So comfortable. He lies on his soft bed. I knew there would be a day I'd get some job offers from the company, but when that day comes, it's really troublesome. Which one should I choose? Then he sat up and took out his book. Since the detective agency's shoot is about to start, I should focus on this first and get some experience. Uin looked at the floating mission paper in front of him and said, "Shall we start?" The paper clearly listed 2 scenarios titled Hanryang Part 1. S rank, I suddenly exclaimed. S rank. Ayun was surprised. Why did it suddenly increase? Again, I was sure it was A+ before reading. He kept muttering to himself as he pressed the paper, not understanding what was going on. Something must be happening that he's not aware of. Whatever it is, the system is notifying me to start reading. Kim Rugen's eyes light up with excitement. Just read the Tem2 company script. The system sound is almost ready. This is a high-quality script or scene. Start reading 100% now. Time passes quickly, and now it's the first shoot for the detective agency. There are many people and cameras around. Uin looked at the mansion in front of him and thought, so this is the place? It seems similar to the mansion he saw during his experience reading. A staff member approaches and says, "You're an actor? All the actors are waiting over there." He slowly turned his head and thought, huh? Looking at the long bench, there are a few actors sitting there. Are they the ones appearing in DM2's company with me? The Duke felt a bit nervous. He sat down on a chair at the back, still reminding himself, don't forget to maintain your image. Stay cold and aloof. A guy sitting in front is talking to the person next to him. It's still cold in March, isn't it? The other person replied, at least we still have chairs to sit on. Usually, unknown actors like us have to stand. He continued, have you seen the actor playing the broken person yet? I'm also a bit curious. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Do you know anything about her? The young man hesitantly replied. If the staff haven't arrived, they wouldn't even know. One sitting in the back is smirking to himself. I know, the woman sitting in the back is also leaning in to gossip. Hey, have you heard? The main character of the Tem2 company. He heard that and said, yes, I've heard about it. Are you serious? Why are they mentioning me all of a sudden? That man knows a lot. The director is a well-known figure in the film industry, and this project is for the Mist and Skin Short Film Festival. But I have some doubts because the lead actor is an unknown person. Usually the main role is played by a well-known actor, isn't it? The girl then added, the investor must be an entertainment company and has some contractual agreement with the director. Uin leaned in to eavesdrop, looking confused. There's no special condition or anything. Oh, that's right, I'm so jealous. I also want to use my investment money to get the main role. So if that's the case, their acting might be a bit boring, right? He turned to look. The main actor still hasn't arrived. Uin, sitting in the back, listened to the whole conversation and really wanted to speak up. I'm here. He silently thought, even if it's a bit rude, I'll keep my image as a monster actor who doesn't care about life and avoid getting involved in trivial matters. Of course, both sides will end up arguing if I openly cause trouble or hurt them. On the other side, Dongchun called out, come on, the meeting is about to start, hurry up. And our main actor, you should get ready too. Everyone was surprised and asked. The main actor, Yuan, casually stepped forward from behind and replied, yes, director. The 3 people earlier looked at him with wide eyes, stunned. That man turned pale with fear and thought to himself, oh no, is he the lead actor? What should I do? He must be really angry. Just look at his face. Win coldly glanced at him, thought for a moment, then decided it was better to correct the falsehoods and with an icy tone said, I am not at any company. He hurriedly stood up, realizing that what you said was clearly a warning. He stammered, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I didn't know you were here. I'm very sorry. Dongchun looked confused and turned to look at him. Why? What's going on? Uin explained. It's just a misunderstanding. No need to worry. From behind, a female voice asked, oh my God, what's the misunderstanding? That's Hyeon. She takes off her glasses and appears like a shining star. Tell everyone, and they'll be even more surprised. Hong Han Dongchun steps forward to introduce her. Oh, Honyeon is here. Everyone will be very surprised. Ms. Han will play the role of the wife, smiling happily and waving 2 friendly fingers. Hello, let's do our best. Both the man and the young man are sweating profusely and say in unison, is it really true? Top actress Han, she leaned in to whisper and they met again. Do you think we meet quite often? I agree. She's right. The 2 of them are stunned and open-mouthed. Do they meet often? Are they close? Who exactly is that actor? Dongchun said with a light smile. As everyone can see, Han's participation will be kept secret until the film is announced. This is also part of the confidentiality clause in the contract, so please keep it secret for personal reasons. Except for Han, we will all stay at the nearby dormitory for 5 days. If not, please inform the production team in advance. He then turned and left, but not before adding one more thing. From now on, please try to stick closely to the schedule. We will start in 10 minutes. Everyone please respond together. Yes. Then Dongchun walks over to Uin and points at a makeup artist. Uin, let this person do your makeup. The first scene is a solo shot. He started by entering the villa first, and I managed to answer. Then I thought to myself, oh my God, this is so nerve-wracking for my first shoot. Even after getting makeup and dressed, he still wondered if he was really filming. Even worse, since he was the lead, he had to maintain his coldness and deceive himself first. Deceiving himself, he was still lost in thought. Han from behind approached and asked, Ewan, have you finished thinking yet? That company? Only now am I vaguely thinking about it. What about that company? He suddenly turned around, having completely not noticed her approaching. What's going on? When did Hyeon arrive? Ujin coldly replied, I plan to join a company after the detective agency ends. She tilted her head and asked, so that means you haven't attended any dates related to this, right? Do you have any conditions? Ujin vaguely thought there was nothing, and then replied that he wasn't sure. Han guided him. Our actor Yuan is like a product. When discussing something with the company, it's better if we establish our own value. After thinking, I'll tell you later. Good luck with the shoot. He waved goodbye, still looking confused. Hey, at least show me how to set the values. Yuan, please get ready. Yuan is wearing a new outfit. He stands in front of the camera, trying to calm himself down. Phew. Focus on the camera wheel now, and just finish the main role of Detective Kim Rugen. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I need to make it more lively when reading the script because I have to move instead of sitting still, recalling all the senses I experienced while reading in that secondary space. His eyes open wide and light up. This time, I am the main character of the detective agency. I am Kim Rin. Dongchun was also amazed when he saw it. Too fast. His cold aura has disappeared. Even his eyes have changed. Yes, he quickly gets into character to an absurd degree. I'm excited to see what kind of performance he'll show in the actual scene. The camera crew is calling for 2-3, action, and start stepping into the role. Suddenly, he knelt down abruptly, let out a small gasp, but his demeanor remained very professional. Dongchun watched his movements and assessed. So smooth. Does he analyze and calculate every movement in detail? It reminds me of Kim Rugen's personality traits. Han also thought that the character Kim Rugen was actually a bit clumsy and awkward. Some whispers could be heard from behind. In fact, after seeing the corpse, he truly immersed himself in Kim Rugen's role. I can see the character's personality. Another girl said, I wonder if that character really exists. Great performance. Han subtly pursed his lips and thought to himself, Kong Win, not only does he have dedication in planning improvisations to improve movements, but he also has the intuition to enhance the character with that excellent performance. Even without doing those things, he still acts well. He's like a hacker. Yuan gets up from this side. He just stood there dazed. Wow, so embarrassing. I tripped and fell. So he really fell and wasn't just acting. Ewan sat down on the ground, silently telling himself he tripped and fell. So embarrassing. He gently moved one leg, but it felt heavy and unsteady. Ewan wondered to himself, is it because of the pressure? Could the nervousness have caused such a mistake and I'm doomed? His face turned pale as he glanced behind. What should I do? It's all because of these damn dead grass. If I fall, will the director signal to stop, or should I wait here? Only the awkward, stiff faces of the people around him stared at him silently, as if burning inside. Why are they silent? He tried to suppress his own anxiety, breathing steadily as he moved forward, encouraging himself inwardly. Now I will continue to see what happens. Focus up. Bring Kim Ruin out. Ewan has, for a moment, merged with the character Rugen. Kim Ruin, I am scared, but I have to keep going. To explain why you chose the character Ryugen, I secretly tell myself that I chose the detective agency because I enjoy seeing things from others' perspectives. This time it's a murder case. How many scenes and places in life will I get to see? My inner resolve is unwavering. It is the drive that pushes me forward. He successfully immersed himself in the role of Rugen, adding another affirmation from him. I am a witness. In the acting space, Ewan stops by the wooden house, reaches out to open the door and whispers, I am drawn in. How can I resist? His feet seem to be pulled inside by an unseen force as he steps into the house, and a strange scent immediately fills his nose. He raised his hand to cover his nose and glanced around, noticing that the smell was quite pleasant for someone who was dead. Damn it. Ewan took a few more steps and discovered a basement on his right. He quickly stopped, and without hesitation, he stepped down into it, immediately seeing the corpse of a man lying sprawled on the floor. Overall, Ewan sighed in relief. Another corpse. No, he's still alive. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded coming down the stairs from behind. We quickly made a decision. They're coming back. I need to hide. What do we do with this bastard now? He's still alive. The voice was full of bitterness. He is a witness. We can't let him live. Knowing the tense situation inside, that person is also a witness. The pain in his body made Ruin tremble uncontrollably. He reassured himself, "Damn it. If I make a sound now, I'm dead. I can't afford to shake. Stop. Please stop trembling. Stay calm and hold your breath." The woman approaches the sofa where you're hiding, sitting down heavily, causing Uin to sweat profusely as if in a shower. Her mouth, escaping, was already hard enough, and now she's sitting so close. Just go somewhere else, damn it. All of Ujin's fearful expressions while playing Kim Ruin are captured clearly through the lens. Those people outside are watching Uin perform through a small screen and keep whispering to each other. He's just an unknown actor, isn't he? But why is the skill gap between him and us so wide? Dongchun was impressed with Uin's excellent acting and praised him with admiration. Uin's performance has improved a lot. Is this a dream? Probably not, but this time it worked. It will definitely succeed. Han also admits it. You're right. This will turn the tide at the Missing Skin Short Film Festival. If they award someone else after seeing this, it's definitely because they were bribed. She glanced at the actors behind her, startling them. Han encouraged, "We should do our best too." Ha ha. While filming at Tam2 Company is ongoing, promotional programs for Hanryang are pouring in like a waterfall. The headlines keep appearing online. Start, Hanryang's profile is currently reading the script with many stars involved. Is this really a highly anticipated work? Hanryang is reading the script in a rented villa. Does the content live up to the hype? Issue check, Hanryang's profile is scheduled for the first screening. Hanryang's profile might be shown every Friday and Saturday. Who is the person filming the scenes? Writer Park-un? The rumors are spreading like wildfire among the public. The day has finally arrived. Hanryang's official YouTube account posted the first teaser along with the first poster revealing the film's theme. Although it's only 30 seconds focused mainly on the script reading, the views are quite high. Specifically, the post announcing the script reading time is filled with top actors. Don't miss this. Hanryang SBC's profile. The questions arise whether it's because of the growing anticipation or due to the involvement of two major stars. Online, countless praise rained down from the producer, one of the most anticipated dramas of the year. Hong Han still lives as usual. I've watched this so many times already, I really can't wait. And not long after, filming for the detective company was finished. The director's excited voice rang out. Cut, okay, you win. Good job, filming is over, let's wrap it up. Everyone cheered with joy. Good job, everyone, you've worked hard. Yun quietly breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over, but somehow I feel strange, like a mix of happiness and sadness. He looked around. Even though it was just a short film, it was still his first movie. His first shoot and his first leading role, everything felt unfamiliar. And filming was exhausting. But seeing the happy faces in the distance, Uin felt satisfied. It was joy, and I was happy too. Suddenly remembering something, Uin silently broke out in a cold sweat. If a short film is this exhausting, I wonder how Hanryang's creator will be. I need to build up my endurance. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang, and when he saw the caller ID showing Uin's name, he was momentarily surprised, but thought it was all worth it. Kim Yang cautiously glanced around to see if anyone was paying attention to her. A few seconds later, he finally dared to answer the call. Listen up. Yang Dai immediately spoke from the other end. Hey Kang Yuin, come here and have a few drinks. Everyone's free right now. He didn't hesitate to refuse. I refuse. Have fun, guys, Yang Dae angrily says. Are you pretending to be busy, that unemployed guy? Why do you keep yourself so mysterious? Why won't you come hang out with us? Win sighed and turned off the phone. It's not pretending, I'm really busy. I'll explain later. Bye. Well, since they'll see me on TV soon anyway, it's better to keep it a secret and reveal everything at once, rather than having to lie after meeting them. Just at this moment, Dongchun's voice rang out from behind, startling him. You win. He put his phone in his pocket, turned around and nodded, secretly worried. Oh my God, he didn't hear, right? The officer asked kindly, Are you not tired? You look so calm. Hearing Dongchun's question, Uin exhaled softly and whispered, I didn't hear it. He replied, I can handle it. I am definitely not tired. Dongchun covered his mouth and laughed as expected. You lack nothing of an actor with someone about to join a big project. This is probably nothing to you. Uin appeared calm on the outside, but inside her tears were like an ocean. He's reminding me of that fear just when I was about to forget. Dongchun kept talking non-stop. The filming is finished, I will start editing right away. I'll contact you when I need to meet. Mr. Kowa-chan gestured and continued speaking. Due to factors like narration or sound distortion caused by noise, we will need to do some audio post-production work on the cuts. Uin nodded and said, All right, but honestly it's like a deaf duck. I don't understand anything, just pretending. While we're at it, you should speak up to test the waters. By the way, has the schedule for the Missing Skin Short Film Festival been announced? Dongchun shook his head. The schedule hasn't been finalized yet, but it will be announced 2 weeks in advance. Rumors say it will be held in mid-April, so hopefully the post-production won't take too long. His eyes suddenly lit up. You probably have a bad luck charm, huh? Even if you have one, still buy a new one. Ewan frowned. Is there a reason? He mentally goes through his wardrobe. I have a cheap suit, so is that really necessary? Dongchun calmly explains. Actually, I thought reaching the finals of the Mist and Skin Short Film Festival was just a dream, but now I feel it might become reality. Maybe that's why if the film makes it to the finals, of course the lead actor should also attend the festival. You need to look really good in front of the formidable representatives, right? He continued, saying that these things should have been prepared by your company. Didn't you already get a lot of business cards at Hanung's script reading session? Uwin thought with some confusion. What's up with this guy? Is he a fortune teller or something? Dongchun looked at him intently, a bit annoyed. Usually rookies or unknown actors don't receive an advance payment when joining a company. In fact, they often have to pay to get in. Because the entertainment company invests in recruiting and training new talent, they have to cover the upfront costs. Usually rookies and unknown actors sign 5-year contracts, with the maximum being 7 years. They make the fastest money in 3 years, possibly up to 4. His subsequent words left him unable to hide his shock. But you were paid up front to join. You earned money through acting. And Han Riang's asking price is also astonishing, Wen thought to himself with pursed lips. And now I wonder how much I should set as the upfront fee. In Jin Dongchun's eyes, Wen now looks like a piece of meat caught between the hungry hands of others. His voice gradually echoed out. All the entertainment companies are behind him because they won't have to spend hundreds of millions of won on rookies. But what is truly frightening is the uncertainty. Even with 3 years of training, it's very difficult to land a supporting role. Ewan trembles. As he reflects, the entertainment industry is really scary, but Shin Dongchun is incredibly excited. However, right now, you are the lead for our detective agency and playing a supporting role for Hanriang's profile creation. You have just started, but you have already landed 1 main role and 1 supporting role. Not to mention your outstanding acting skills, entertainment companies must be definitely eager. Mr. Tramngam thought for a moment and said, I think it would be fine if you set a deposit of about 20 million dong, leaving everyone in awe. Sorry, Dongchun took something out of his shirt pocket. Anyway, think it over carefully, but I believe you'll be fine. Oh, and he handed you the script to give to me. He asked me to give this to you while you were busy filming. It's the script for parts 3 and 4 of Hanriang's dossier. Win smiles. Oh, I have it now, thank you. Dongchun turns and walks away. Be careful on your way home. I'll get in touch later, you've worked hard. Jin also waved goodbye, yes. He looked at the script in his hand, pondering whether to read part 3 right away. Win returned to his beloved apartment. I roll onto the bed and hug the soft pillow. So tired. How long has it been since I felt this peaceful? I really want to sleep like this forever. Less than 2 seconds later, he quickly sat up. But there was something he needed to take care of. Almost a week has passed since I received the business cards. I need to make a decision. Ewan ponders while holding the stack of cards. So there are 8. 1 is a film company. Oh, I see. He sits on the bed carefully considering. The company's backgrounds are pretty basic, but do I really need to meet all 8 of them? That's a bit too many, and it's inconvenient, not in line with my image anymore. He thought for a while, based on what he saw while reading the script, it seemed like everyone knew each other. Would there be any rumors if I met them? Then I can't keep going in circles. I hesitated, fiddling with the pile of business cards. It seems UIN has made his final decision. I don't know anything about the entertainment industry, so researching each company would only make things more complicated. He picked out a business card and picked up the phone. In that case, the main solution was for Ewan to press the phone to his ear and make the final choice he needed to experience. The other end of the line picked up and he immediately introduced himself. Hello, I am Kang Ujin. A sigh echoed through the small room of BW Company. Mr. Jeon's car looked at Han tiredly and asked, You're back? Did you do well at the company shoot? Han slumped into the chair and let out a sigh. Maybe so? He furrowed his brow and asked curiously, Maybe? She roughly held her head, saying something like that. Han frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Watching Kang Win perform and witnessing it firsthand was really different. I even felt threatened at that moment. Why? It was as if I realized a truth, that by trying to synchronize with his acting, I felt my own performance was still lacking. Han hugged his aching head, trying to regain his composure inside. I don't know, sometimes I just think it's because my pride was hurt. But how can he do that? Could it be innate talent? Even though Rujin and Assistant Director Park are completely different personalities, how can he maintain such a clear boundary between the two? Does he have multiple personalities? Those thoughts keep swirling around her mind. Can those things really be learned? He even teaches himself? Maybe it's impossible for me. Her eyes suddenly widened, filled with an indescribable longing. Still, I want to see Kang Win act because I want to improve my acting. To do that, I have to bring him here. Thinking it over, she turned to ask Zhang Jian. So bro, how much is the upfront payment for Kang Win? Has he called you yet? Jian's car is confused. Why is he suddenly asking about that? He shook his head, saying not yet, and that he was still deciding on the upfront payment. Han immediately responded, set it as high as possible. We have to catch him. Mr. Jian's car responded, I want that too, but before I could finish speaking, his phone rang. Mr. John's car reacted. Huh? He frowned at the number on the screen, thinking it was strange, but quickly answered the call. Yes, this is John speaking. Hello, this is Kang Ujin, he exclaimed in horror, signaling to Haiyan. Is this Kang Win? Haiyan is just as anxious. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and talk to him. Jiun regained his composure and continued speaking with Ewan. Yes, Ewan, I've been waiting for your call. Udin politely replies, Sorry, I've been busy filming and want to meet to discuss the upfront fee. Jian's car couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes as he immediately extended an invitation. Then let's meet up. It's a bit late now, so I'll see you somewhere near your house. But Yuan didn't hesitate and refused. No, I will go to BW Entertainment. Good morning, Yuan. Win politely greets, hello. John glanced around the room and then, a bit embarrassed, said, It's a bit cramped, but for a startup company, it's quite spacious. The two sit down on two sofas facing each other. Mr. Jian's car smiles. But still, it's all thanks to Hong Han, Ewan asked. So, why is it only Hong Han? He silently assesses the opponent as I thought, capable of running the entire company with just one top actor. Mr. John's car wasn't fast or slow, and he explained. Are you wondering why? Well, I've been focusing on Hong and busy building the company's foundation. By the way, have you met with any other entertainment companies? Inan quietly answered the question in his heart. He was the first. But I can't say that, he replied tactfully. I have met some of them before. Mr. John nodded. You're quite busy, huh? But anyway, you need to try hard because this is an important time. He didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. Before proposing the contract to you, I think it would be better to settle the upfront payment first. You're saying other companies are offering shocking terms, right? I've also prepared to compete with them. Do you have any plans yet? At this moment, Ewan suddenly felt awkward because of his own arrogance. He avoided Zongyan's gaze. There was a mention of 20 million from the director's source asking Dong Chun. But is it really possible if you say 20 million he won't refuse, right? He takes a deep breath to regain his composure. I will speak calmly, clearly, and decisively. 20 million is fine, but before I could speak, the other side had already responded. Uran asked loudly what he thought about 30 million. Hearing this amount, he immediately froze. Yes. Ween pursed his lips tightly to prevent his excitement from bursting out. Am I about to shout about 30 million? That was close to being caught. Why so sudden with the 30 million? He crossed his arms before replying, then Zongjian continued. Okay. He confidently held up 4 fingers. 40 million troops is feasible. Win's mind couldn't stay still anymore, punching wildly in the air. Hey, 40 million W. He just added another 10 million. Why all of a sudden? Why? It took him a while to regain his voice, and he confidently confirmed that the 40 million was for Jian without hesitation. It must be you, Yuan, trembling inside? Really? I'm so confused. He hesitated for a moment, but there's no way he would refuse when he was offering such a high amount. Yeah, that ponytail boss misunderstood himself. I'm innocent, so let's keep the conversation natural now. Tense every second. Yuan asked curiously, I wonder why you suggested that amount. Give me an explanation, please. Jian's car responds. Actually, nowadays, paying up front for fees is the trend. He placed a stack of documents on the table and continued. Even top famous actors receive houses or something instead of money. Of course, rookie actors are the same. Yuan nodded. Yes, I know a little about that. I heard about it recently. Mr. John's car explained that most advances happen when artists transfer, and actors or idols usually don't receive an advance for their first contract, so they always start as trainees. But UIN is a special case. He has 2 projects despite being an unknown actor, which is extremely rare. In his mind, Yuan currently has no recognition from the audience out there. However, honestly, he is still just an ordinary person to the public. In the entertainment industry, recognition brings money. Xiongzhon smiles. So entertainment companies might call him crazy when they see this upfront payment, but those that recognize his potential will happily invest, thinking about the future ahead. In short, recognition is very important for the company and the public. He kept talking nonstop. Of course, your acting is amazing, and it's great that directors are attracted and involved because of your performance. But in this industry, the future is always uncertain. What if all your projects fail? It would be even worse if you're an unknown actor. Uzun just sat quietly listening, without saying a word. If that happens, it means companies are paying $40 million as an advance fee for an ordinary person. Because of that uncertainty, no matter how good an actor you are, they won't offer more than 40 or 50 million won. John slammed his hand on the table and spoke firmly. But in this situation, the upfront fee is no longer an issue. As you know, what matters most are the payment ratio and the contract duration. It's like I've just realized a truth. I see, I've learned something new again. He offered because I wouldn't have to spend money. Time and training, and the other side immediately agreed. Yes, no matter which company it is, that's a great achievement. He pushed a contract towards me. Maybe you're not satisfied with the company or certain conditions right now, but as you become more famous, you'll realize the importance of a company, so I thought about that and what an attractive upfront fee might be. I think this will give a general overview of market trends. Uzun continued to remain silent, listening attentively. The standard pay rate for rookie actors during their internship is usually between 5 and 64, but since you're already a full-fledged actor, the company doesn't need to spend a dime on you. Mr. John's car keeps making attractive offers. How about this? The payment rate is 91, we take one, and the contract is only for 1 year. In short, I suggest you try our BW Entertainment. You can decide whether to extend the contract next year. What do you think? I can't stop feeling excited inside. Really? There must be some misunderstanding, right? I think it's because of Hong Hee-yeon. I don't believe anyone else could offer such good terms. Annie Day mulling over how experiencing a 91% success rate and a 1-year contract is perfect for him, and it's also good to have someone he knows nearby. So the bonus is actually Hong Han Uzun, after some careful thought, spoke up slowly and deliberately. CEO, can I add 2 conditions? One is not to ask about my past, and the other is that I only work on projects I want to. All right, Jian. His eyes flickered slightly as he hesitantly said, I've heard a little about your difficult past from Hong Han. And regarding the second condition, do you mean I can't even propose projects? As long as you agree to that, I just said I want to decide on the project. Jian's car sighed in relief inside. Well, if it's just about choosing a project, he happily agrees. Both conditions are accepted and can be included in the contract. So you want to sign a contract with us? Uin nodded. Yes, I will leave it to you to handle. Inside Zongjian's mind, a mischievous smile was spreading as he cheered non-stop. Gods above, but I still have to keep up a professional appearance. All right, I look forward to working with you, our second actor at BW Entertainment. Nguyen handed him a business card and said, by the way, this is the card I received during the script reading. It's a film company, not an entertainment company. They told me to contact them. Mr. Guion eagerly accepted it. Wow, this is amazing. I didn't expect us to work together and sign a contract to see which film company it is. Seeing the name on the business card, Mr. Jian's car was shocked, eyes wide open. Box Movies. This is a major film company, and above all, the CEO is Choi Zoman. He is an influential figure at Box Movies, but does he also attend script readings? He smirked. Could it be that director Eungu is one of our country's legendary directors? His next project is also with Box Movies, and director Eungu is very close to General Director Choi Zin. Mr. John's car took out his phone. I think they want you to join, but right now I think you should meet General Director Choi. No, you must meet him. I will call him now. Win's foot is that swollen? I had no idea. I was just going to ask, but it seems like that's the right choice. Jian over there is nervously listening to the phone. Hello, I heard you gave our Yuin your business card. We can discuss the details when we meet. Yes. Mr. Jian's car looks pale, and he says something that startles Yuin as well. You want to meet right now? At Box Movies, Yuin and Seong Jian have already arrived and are anxiously waiting in the lounge. Mr. Jian's car is a bit anxious. They're a little late. We waited about 30 minutes, and he's furious because he can't get in touch with you or something. But Yuin doesn't really care. He looked around the room at that movie poster. I've seen that film before. A man walks in now. Sorry about that, I got caught up with a few urgent matters on the way here. I finally got to meet you, Yuin, after stepping over to pat Jian on the shoulder. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Jian's car crossed his arms in front of his chest with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Those words? Damn it, I've always had to hear those words at the design company. He's definitely lying. Yuin shrugged indifferently. I'm busy filming. Is that how it is? But it's still been too long. I was almost disappointed that I hadn't heard from you all week. Did you think a new actor entering the industry would ignore me? Owen silently broke out in a cold sweat. You could tell he was furious. And that way of talking, too. He pulled a chair and sat down next to Song Gi-an. Anyway, you know Director Eungu, right? I've told you everything about that director. I guess I'll get scolded for you not calling me. Oh, I don't blame you. Woo-in quietly exposes that fake face. He's there. He hands over a script first. If you want to join, you need to participate in the audition. It's called an audition, but with your acting skills, it's as easy as pie. Here's the script. Let's give it a try. John hesitated for a moment as CEO Choi Zoman publicly reprimanded him. If he joins the legendary director Eungu's project, his influence will be constantly exaggerated by men behind the scenes. That's obvious. I have nothing to say about TNN. That's Eungu's film. The investors holding the money are lining up over there. Zhang Jian helplessly thought that even though he didn't like him, why did he always pay like that? Missing out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just because of him would be ridiculous. He whispered in your ear, Uin, this is an opportunity you must seize at any cost. Well, honestly, this will never happen to rookies or unknown actors. Uin responds with a nonchalant, oh, really? John's car said it with certainty. Of course. You are being invited to join Uin's project. Just agree right away, Uin said without hesitation. Yes, please refuse it. Mr. Jian thought he accepted without hesitation and cheerfully exclaimed, oh, is that right? You want me to do that? Realizing what he just heard, Zhongjian finally held himself back. Why is Zhongjian trembling as he asks again, wait a minute, did you just tell me to refuse? I hear wrong. Uin looked at him silently without reply. He repeated the request once more, please refuse the offer. John's car was stunned speechless and stammered no. He immediately froze in disbelief, silently thinking he couldn't believe his ears. He's serious. Now I understand why Hunyan said he's very special, unpredictable in his actions. Mr. Jian's car tries to persuade you. You've only read a few pages of the script, so why want to refuse already? Stay calm. Uin calmly replied, I am calm, but he still didn't give up and spoke loudly. Then stay even calmer. Do you really want to blow this opportunity away? Yes, I want to blow it away. Jian's car silently thought, there are no signs of being convinced. Guess I have to cover it up with some nice words. Thinking so, he then turned to the side and hesitantly said, the manager said Ujin's script is very good. Doan, seemingly expecting praise, immediately spoke up. Really? Well, thank you. But why didn't he say it himself and let you say it instead? Uin immediately replied, no, I want to blow. Before he could finish speaking, Zhongjian patted him on the chest to signal, and he looked at that with confusion, thinking to himself, what's going on? Is he trying to signal something? Zhongjian here is happily explaining because he still wants to read the script. When Domin heard that, he laughed happily and said of course. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, but revealing only the script might give the impression that we are favoring him too much. So I hesitated a bit. Mr. Jian's car immediately looked agreeable. That's right. If we receive special treatment, it would cause a lot of trouble. He chuckled softly and started gossiping. By the way, Director Uyu is really amazing. He immediately moved on to the next project without a moment's rest. Mr. Jian thought to himself that it would be strange to just read the script and leave right away. He should stay a few minutes for some small talk. He glanced at Uin behind him, thinking that even if Kang Win is strange, he is now part of BW Entertainment. The conversation was very lively. I see, that makes sense. Then, I'll check the schedule and call you, okay? He asked with a slightly annoyed, cross-armed stance. Do we have to wait again? Mr. Jian's car explained nervously. There are many things to prepare for the Riang applicant, so I will contact you separately later. Don't worry. With that, Uin also slowly stood up. Because you said, can it be earlier? The director is about to scold me. Mr. Jian's car calmly replied, of course you've worked hard enough. Then he and Uin stepped out of the meeting room, Jian anxiously looking around to see if anyone was there, which made Uin feel very confused. He stepped closer and whispered, Uin, just a little longer so I don't have time to agree. Jian's car shouted angrily, Uin, why? Why do you want to refuse? There must be a reason, right? Udin flinched and whispered softly, Hey, my ears are being flicked by your restless hands. I wonder why. I have a separate space where I can only discuss the project under pressure. I wonder what to do now, remembering how you entered that space earlier and thinking, actually, I secretly entered the auxiliary space during class to check the ranking. The system reports a compressed negotiation script title. This is a high-quality film script, 100% feasible to read. Uzin wondered confusedly, why is it only level E and not F? Isn't it made by some legendary director? Why only at the E level? Is it going to be a box office disaster? Maybe there's a reason? There are many possible reasons. I'm not sure. I just became an actor, so I should only participate in successful projects, right? I heard failure is okay as long as it has artistic value. But that only happens after it is officially recognized. Returning to reality, Yuan avoided Zhongjian's furious purple face, thinking it was for that reason. But he couldn't say it was urgent, so he told himself to just use the same method as before. Thinking that way, he hesitated before explaining that it was just a feeling, or rather an intuition telling him I knew it would be bad. Mr. Jian's car was surprised and asked again. What do you mean? He started to ask casually. Just a gut feeling, that's all. Are you okay? Nothing's wrong with your head, right? Wu-in calmly replied, I am completely fine. Please refrain from that suggestion. Jian's car clenched his fists in anger, thinking to himself, I just cursed at him. Is that right? He looked at Yuan suspiciously, wondering, is he really a crazy genius who surpasses Hong Han, or is it just my feeling? He is not only unpredictable, but also a complete madman that night. At a high-rise apartment building where Yuan lives, his tired sighs echoed continuously. I'm going home. I'm exhausted. Yuan happily looked at the 2 sheets of paper in front of him and said excitedly, what kind of reward is this? Now I remember, should I go inside to train now? Let's see. Ah, Yuan taps the screen and mutters, I haven't read a script in a long time, and this one is from a legendary director. Should I try? Maybe I'll find out why it's rated so intense, and there's still time before the first filming session. The system displays a notification. You have selected the 3rd script, negotiation title, and a list of characters available for the experience. Seeing that, Yuan was a bit confused, thinking they might be foreigners. This is my first time playing as a foreigner, so I quickly selected the game. Suddenly, a voice from the auxiliary space spoke out in a different language from the main one. Fluent in English first, preparing to read in English. Yuan asked in surprise, what does English mean? The system reminds you to prepare to read in English. As soon as you finish speaking, a sudden gust of wind crashes in. Yuan struggles to open his eyes and look around. At that moment, he was floating in midair, surrounded by emptiness. Yuan asked in amazement, what is this? What is this gray space? He looked around, his mind filled with questions about where he was. Huh? Suddenly, a giant letter A is rushing towards him at incredible speed from afar. Yuan screams in panic as the massive object quickly approaches. It was then that he suddenly realized, before he could react, that letter A immediately pierced straight into his body, making him scream out loud. Jin struggled to open his eyes and asked, confused, what just happened? As he spoke, huge giant letters appeared all over in front of him. They flew together and quickly merged into Yuan's body, making him stammer in fear and ask what on earth is going on, accompanied by a series of agonizing screams. After a moment, the system announced that the language reading had switched to English. Returning to reality, Yuan sat on the bed, clutching his pounding head, and let out a soft cry. He frowned and thought to himself, what just happened earlier? It felt so vivid, like when I read a script in a subspace. It was speaking English, right? Could it be? Yuan nervously blurted out a sentence in English. What the hell is going on? Oh my God! He seemed unable to believe what had just happened, gaping in amazement. My pronunciation became so smooth, English just flowed out. I can live in the US without any problems now. Remembering lines is already great, and now I'm even studying foreign languages. Wai quickly took out his phone to try it out. He wondered, so I could become a Hollywood actor in the future? Oh, so I can also read languages? Let's see. Oh, just as I thought, I can read English right away. Wait a moment, with this subtitle space I can learn a language other than English, right? Yuan stroked his chin and pondered. Oh, there. Luckily I read the script for that urgent project, even though I still haven't figured out why it was urgent. But seriously, why was it rated as urgent? At the same time, somewhere else, the sound of keyboard typing echoed continuously, with a pair of hands moving skillfully. The phone on the table is playing a recording. About a week ago, the director said he would drive me home, but he took me to a motel instead. I was so scared that as soon as I got out of the car, I ran away. In the dark room with only a shadow sitting in front of a bright computer screen. The recording kept playing, and the next day I was kicked out of the director's team. I'm sorry, but do you have any evidence or anything? The girl in the recording replied, yes, I have a recording from when I got into the car, but no matter who I tell, they won't believe me. A hand reaches for the phone, pauses the recording, and then a voice says, don't worry, it's okay. Because he is a big shot in the entertainment industry, I can't compete with him. With this evidence, I can post it directly in New York. She glanced and said with a sly smile, isn't he about to start a new project? Next week, the girl looked at the photo of Mr. Hung getting close to a young, beautiful woman and quietly said, the downfall of director Eungu. Under the clear blue sky at this very moment, a greeting rang out loudly at the company gate, and Ujin responded quickly. He immediately opened the car door and gestured happily. Good morning. Get in the car. Ujin also quickly nodded. Hello, CEO? Sure. Seeing that Mr. Jian still used formal language, Yuan suggested they speak more casually, secretly thinking it might be better to mention it first since he felt a bit uncomfortable hearing him speak to him so formally. Mr. Jian's car politely asks, really? Can I speak normally? He quickly got into the car and nodded in response. Yes. Mr. Jian's car briefly smiled happily. Suddenly remembering the plan, he immediately asked, Yuan, Have you received any information about Hanung's first filming session? It seems Ryu Dong-min and assistant director Parr will be filming first. Song-jan confidently told Yoo-in that he's the type of person who doesn't worry, so he just needs to prepare thoroughly for the photo shoot over the next 5 days. Hearing that, Yoo-in was momentarily stunned and filled with unease. I'm really worried. In the car, Jiyeon kept talking nonstop and said that today we will start by creating your official profile. So first we will go for a photo shoot at a dedicated celebrity makeup studio, then proceed to prepare your profile. He was momentarily surprised inwardly at the thought of the profile photo. So I guess I'll be posing for them to take pictures. I've never done these things before. Do they resemble acting? You look a bit embarrassed. Mr. Jiyeon's car just fastened his seatbelt and said awkwardly, "And Yoo-in, I already expressed my intention to decline the audition with Box Movie." Of course, manager Choi Do-mi made a fuss about it. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered. Oh right, I completely forgot about that. He politely thanked you, thank you. The car then spoke up again, asking if you hadn't shared your feelings, right? Otherwise, everything will become even more complicated. Anyway, we already declined Box Movie, so they probably won't have a good impression of us. Win wanted to say he felt helpless, but didn't dare to speak it out. Truly narrow-minded. Then he calmly replied, "We can refuse after the audition." Mr. John's car shook his head in disagreement. "No, it's better to start something that will still be difficult for us. If you want to join Director Ungu's project in the future, his temper isn't normal." Hearing that, Yoo-in looked confused again and thought to himself, "Even so, I can't star in a high-pressure film, but I still regret turning down such a quality offer. Whatever. I need to look cool." Win gently sighs and calmly replies, "It's nothing." Sung-jan feels helpless upon hearing that. I guess the legendary director label doesn't really matter to him. He's really strange. Then he asked again, "Do you need anything else?" He crossed his arms lightly and said, I need a superset." Your Jiyeon's car asks again, as if confirming. Super? Why? Uden felt disappointed inside. He asked why? It's because the director asked Dongchun to have me do that. In that case, I guess I should respond with a bit of arrogance. Then he calmly said, "I plan to wear it to the Miss Skin Short Film Festival." John's car was surprised to hear that. "Miss Andon, what about her? Does he really believe the detective agency will make it to the finals?" His confidence is on a whole different level. He needs to regain his composure and say that the detective agency might win that award. Even if he doesn't go, a supersuit is still very necessary. The company will handle that. Then just add a photo of you in a suit to the file as well. Win felt guilty inside. Oh, wow. Are they planning to give away those red soil suits now? Then this thing is also okay, right? He hesitated before making the request and asked if he could get a Japanese script if possible. Jaeon's car, fearing he might misunderstand, repeats the key Japanese word. John's car hasn't yet responded normally to his request. He found that request strange. Why do you suddenly want a Japanese script? He replied casually. Nothing serious, I just wanted to try it out. He looked confused, hesitating for a long moment. What do you mean? I just can't understand him. One more thing like that is already exhausting enough. Now I have to face this crazy guy again? Why are all the lunatics always gathering around him? Watching from the back through the mirror, he pondered. But those crazy people are all exceptionally talented. Switching to another scene, in a room with pure white walls, faint voices of some girls praising non-stop could be heard. Wow, so handsome, he must be the new guy, right? John's car, observing from behind, smirks at the flattering words. Just as expected. At this moment, a familiar figure swept past like a gust of wind, a bright smile appearing on the lower part of his face as he gently adjusted his tie. A handsome Yuan in elegant, luxurious attire, shining brilliantly. Jiyeon's car looked impressive, with a touch of luxury that enhanced his aura, making him appear vibrant and like a top actor. The girl sitting at the computer gently turns and asks, "CEO Choi, how is your Yuan doing in this step?" He is standing and watching, startled by the call. Let me see. Looking at this handsome and energetic photo of Ewan on the screen, he kept praising. "That's great, take this one." Just as he was about to guide someone on how to place an order on BW's website from his phone, the name Songman Yu appeared on the caller ID, and he was momentarily surprised. The filming is done, and I reply with my mouth. Hello. CEO Choi, are you busy? Do you know if Ewan's joining BW Entertainment has been settled? Has he met with other directors yet? Song-jun quickly replied, I hope the PD won't tell anyone. I received an offer to join a project from director Ungu, but Ewan just declined it. Man Yu was slightly surprised. Really? What is the reason? Mr. Juon's driver explained. He said something about intuition. After reading a few pages of the script, he said he had a bad feeling. Manhwa frowned deeper and felt tense inside. Do you have a bad feeling? Remembering the image of Yuan earlier, it was the same. Was it Kang Yuan's intuition again? Did he activate some artifact or something? His mind is full of doubt, but he can't be certain yet since the detective agency and the Ryang profile creator haven't reported any results. But it seems Ujin's intuition is a bit strange. Has he really developed it into a good eye for project evaluation? The phone is still held to his ear, but Manhwa is lost in thought. Is Director Yu Huingu's script really that bad? If he joins, it will cause a commotion. Anyway, he's really late, and Manhwa finally gave up on the script and refused to act, so what else can be done? Mr. Jian on the other side nodded. Yes, I know. Anyway, thanks for your concern. That's all. And then the two hung up. Manhwa said with a laugh, he's really interesting. But a moment later, another call came in. Manhwa was slightly surprised, wondering who it was, then answered, hello? And a familiar voice from the other end immediately hit his ears. Long time no see, huh? I am Director Kwon Kai-tek. This is incredibly surprising. Who's calling? Director Kwon Kai-tek. This is truly astonishing for Manhwa. Why would one of the country's top directors suddenly get in touch with me when Tish started to clarify his purpose? I got the PD's number because I was curious about a few things. I heard you're preparing for a movie, right? I wonder if it's okay for me to secretly attend the first filming session. He looks quite hesitant. Watch the filming session when he convinces with reason. I tend to feel satisfied only when I see things with my own eyes, so I want to request a special favor. Hearing Manhwa and pondering Ryu Dong-min like NH Dong-min really doesn't need any more confirmation. He is very meticulous and also seems stubborn. He values skill more than fame or recognition as an actor. He just walked to his office while answering the phone, saying, I know, I will let you know the exact date and time. Yes. After hanging up, Manhwa looked at his phone to confirm once more. He will come to see. So I can't ignore that strange monster. Cut to the dining table. Ki-tish just finished his call, and Ju immediately asked BD what was said. Director Ki-tish smiled kindly and said, it's okay. Thank you for giving him your number. Thanks to you, preparing for the next project is easier. Juzu laughed. What's going on with this? It will be very difficult to keep our positions like this for long, and I will soon start my own project. That's right, you also said you would begin your next project. Have you organized the audition yet? The man sitting opposite replied, actually, I want to talk about the conditions. Director Huigu said that recently I went through something very unreasonable. A nameless person insulted my audition. As he spoke, he seemed very helpless. He really does have some guts. Who do you think you are? At least come and talk properly. Judu looked confused, right? What's his name again? He looked quite annoyed. Kang Win, just a guy who's about to become an actor. If you see him on your set, just send him away. That kind of person, no matter how great their acting skills are, shouldn't succeed. Hearing Kai-tish seem to be pondering something, then he suddenly blurted out a silly remark. There must be some reason, right? Personally, I believe that as long as the actor can perform well. Huingu got so angry. Oh, do you really think that? Someone like that should have been dismissed right from the start. Keech remains very calm. In my opinion, he seems to lack confidence. Hyungu looks guilty. Hey, do you realize you're being rude? Jae-do tried to calm him down and diffuse the situation. Come on. Suddenly his phone rings. After focusing on it for a moment, he gasped in surprise at something that left the other two very confused. Immediately, Ju whispered something into Ki-tich's ear that made Huigu excited. The two of them were whispering to each other. You're not looking very happy. Are you back already? Judu hurriedly responded. I just have some matters to attend to. Nothing important, so I'll be leaving now. Seeing Ju's angry expression as he left, it confused him greatly. What was he whispering at this moment? Ki-tish immediately reminded Uhuyu, right now I don't think you should worry about Kangwin. He still doesn't understand after hearing that. Why did Kai-tish immediately hand over the flag to him? This is not the time to blame others. Your own life is gradually falling apart. Huingu is stunned. What? A news article appeared on the phone with the headline, The Ugly Truth of Director Ungu behind the legendary director title, exposing the man's filthy actions by Newer with over 900,000 subscribers. Huin's face turned pale, and his words became stammering. Is this exposed on YouTube? K-Teach quickly grabbed his phone and nonchalantly replied, Yeah, I just said it. It will be very hard to maintain this position for long. Kai-Teach's words are full of ambiguity. Well, at this point, it's for life. You've committed a crime and must face the punishment. In the meantime, reflect and take care. So Kai-Tish just left like that. Brother Gu, still frowning, called out to stop him. He's gone crazy. Wait, that's not it. That's right, I need to investigate it. The ringtone from his phone also rang at just the right moment. In this situation, sweat kept dripping down his forehead. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, shit, everything's chaos. At the parking lot, everyone is bustling among the luggage. Uzin just stepped out of the car when he heard an employee shout from afar, "Start the rotation first. Get ready while checking the script." Someone is shouting for help, but we don't have a walkie-talkie. Suddenly, Ewan saw something and opened his mouth in shock, thinking, wow, this is crazy. In front of him stands a tall, beautiful white building. Ewan quietly remarks, wow, it's huge. Why does it look just like a logistics center? I feel like the first time I shot a film. You stood there hesitating, looking at it, and suddenly felt emotional, like you wanted to let it all out, probably because you were worried. Suddenly, someone nearby looks suspicious when they see me. Kaitich has dressed up as a middle-aged man wearing a full mask, turning to look at him curiously. It seems she is surprised. Is this your first time at a large-scale filming location? Although he looks like an actor, it's his first time filming, so he's still just Tan Bin. Then he took off his mask and muttered affectionately, hoping that he wouldn't make mistakes during filming because he was worried. From afar, a man with a suspicious expression looked at him. Manhwa glanced and recognized him. He whispered to himself. It looks like an exciting story is about to unfold with the incredible director. Manhwa walks over, pats his back, and they chat happily. Nice, huh? Han is an excellent actress, and now Ewan, a top actor, has also joined BW. Hearing Zong Jian startle and turn to greet him. Oh, the PD is done, but he squints and doesn't dare to acknowledge. What are you talking about? Soon I'll have a headache because neither of them are normal. But I am also really looking forward to it, especially Ewan. Hearing that, Manhwa followed along. I'm also curious to see how he will develop. Then Manhwa became curious, and in the end, Ewan refused to direct Hu, which made Zong Jian headachy. He blurted out, he can't believe I once refused to direct Hu because of intuition. Manhwa squinted happily, waiting for the fun. The intuition you mentioned, I also look forward to that aspect, which confuses Zong Jian completely. But he just pretends not to understand. It's nothing. Suddenly I saw something and was stunned. Then Manhwa asked a crew member, "What's going on?" she stammers as she shows her phone. "Here you go. Take a look at this." Manhwa and Zong Jian both lean in to look at the assistant's phone. Next to her, she added that the post just uploaded didn't seem like a joke, leaving the two of them confused. But immediately they were struck with terror, their faces turning pale, mouths agape in disbelief. Manhwa quickly read the exclusive article revealing the true face of director Hu behind the legendary director title. His dirty actions have been exposed by over 900,000 followers, causing panic. What is this? Is this really director Hu? What is he suspicious about? Zong Jian then sweat and frowned as he spoke. Looking at the situation, it seems it's not just a rumor. Then he shouted. But if that's true, Director Ungu would be completely ruined. Meanwhile, Manhwa was still focused on reading the article and suddenly startled. Wait, in that case, both of them suddenly feel itchy. Mr. Jian's car engine stalls with a surprised cry. They are looking at the person who refused Taeyong just because of instinct. Kang Win, standing nearby with his hands in his pockets, both Manhwa and Zong Jian sharing the same thought about him. That is an instinctive talisman, Manhwa thought with a grimace of terror. It's not superstition, but does he really see the future? Zong Jian looks terrified, as if he's seen a ghost. Is there a spirit following him? Don't tell me he guessed right just by intuition. Deep down, they can't understand who he really is. Ewan is currently both very worried and very happy. Thanks to the noise, no one heard me farting. A moment later, someone cleared their throat awkwardly on the set during the break. Ewan had read an online post and partially understood the situation. I see, so that's why his subordinates forced him. Turns out the director is a scumbag. Of course, I expected the viewership to fail miserably, but I didn't think it would be something like this. Suddenly, a loud question from Manhwa came from behind. Ewan, did you refuse because you knew about this in advance? Jian's car also impatiently urges him to answer, making him startle in surprise. Jian's car sweatily wonders about Director Hu, hoping he can explain. Hearing that, Ewan glanced and thought to himself, so that's how it is. Even I find it unreasonable, like my intuition is some kind of fairy or something. He didn't dare look directly at them and just looked away, thinking of a solution that wasn't a big deal. Maybe lying would be better than answering like this. Win just made up a reason to answer, saying it was just a coincidence. But Jian doesn't think so. He nitpicks. Of course anyone can say it's a coincidence, but the timing is just a bit too perfect. And Manhwa glanced silently, pondering. Did he say it was a coincidence? All right, it's truly unexplainable how perfectly the situation matches. Then he looked at him and analyzed for a while. But the thing is, his intuition coincidentally matched the situation. And moreover, his calmness amidst the chaos. Seeing Ujin's expression without any abnormality, Manhwa inferred. As if this was nothing to him, as if these things happen all the time, this situation must be normal in the loneliness and quiet past of that oddball. Realizing this, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and finalized the matter as if it were obvious. So, it's just an idol that makes Ujin suspicious. Huh? Manhwa immediately denied it. No, I've had enough. Then he reminded me that anyway, Ujin, remember that half of today's schedule is for Assistant Director Parr and other main and supporting roles who will start tomorrow, so today you only shoot with Ru Dong-min. Ujin nodded with a blank face. Then Manhwa advised him that he could do his makeup and change clothes before filming begins. Where is your stylist? At that moment, Zongjun quickly answered on your behalf. Today, I plan to introduce them. At the same time, the cameraman turned around and called Swan and Yazung over. Waiting for them to come closer, Zongjian squinted happily and introduced, I will introduce the new members who will work for you. He then pointed to the two people who just arrived. Deng Chuhoa, your hairstylist, and your stylist. Han and Deng immediately cheerfully start a conversation. Hello, Win. Since I am younger, please feel free to treat me casually. As for Yezdeng, she is more composed and just waves hello. Hello, I am also younger than you. By the way, Oppa, I've already looked over Hari's style and content, so I've prepared my outfit in advance. Ujin also politely responded. Yes, I look forward to your help. Meanwhile, Jian greets warmly. So this is Kang Ujin's heart. Let's all do our best. Ha ha. Seeing the new heart, Manhwa happily asks Wydung. Good, you said you've prepared the outfit for Assistant Director Parr, right? Let's check it together. She enthusiastically replied, okay. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at Ujin with a mysterious expression. Before you leave, a surprising good thing might happen to you today, like a trap disappearing into an approaching foreign car that leaves you confused. Then out of curiosity, Ujin asked, What do you mean? But Manhwa only hinted, so what else? He repeated, I mean there was a foreign car at the filming location, and he also remembered the famous director Kwang Kai-teach wearing a mask. Then he said goodbye to you, see you later. And Zongjian also waved and said, I'm leaving now, which made you feel like something was bothering you. Quietly confused. What's going on? Wait until they leave. Oh my god, isn't this place so huge? Are you okay? This is Ujin's first time, so I'm nervous, and it surprised Ujin. Huh? He rested his chin in thought. Hung suddenly remembered it might be because of Tam's company going bankrupt, and now he no longer feels nervous, but it's not exactly comfortable either. And kindly turned to encourage Manhwa. You'll be fine, he happily replied. Yes, I will take a deep breath. As for Ujin, he reflects again. Have you checked how far Tam2's company has gotten with the edits? Somewhere, someone is moving the mouse on the computer like a master. Dongchun stands behind Ju, directing, rewinding the recent cut, hunched over as he types and says, okay. A moment later, he scratches his chin and comments, not good. After fixing this part, we need to redo the previous cut. Why, director? This is the third time we've fixed it. We don't have much time left. But Dongchun crossed his arms and insisted on fixing it no matter what. No, since the actors are so sincere, the director shouldn't be lazy about making adjustments. Ju was about to argue, that's right, but still keep doing it. Then he asked, are you satisfied with this? If you are too greedy, it will backfire. But Dongchun stubbornly insisted on doing a little more here, then pointed at the screen, asking to delete the cut at the chest and make it a wide shot. At that moment, Ju was completely helpless and accepted his fate. All right. Meanwhile, Dongchun silently thought just a little more. Just a little more, even if it's not perfect, it must be completed as reasonably as possible, because I don't want to give Ujin the shame of a complete failure due to my editing. For Shin Dongchun, he wanted the footage to be truly polished. In one shot, a title script for a B+ level detective agency appears, followed by a page with information about an A-level detective agency script. A black chauffeur car is neatly parked in an empty spot in the parking lot. At this moment, Dongmin set the script aside and said to the assistant sitting in front, Let's go. The car door opens and Dongmin steps out carefully guarded by his bodyguards, his mind flooded with thoughts of yesterday's events. He doesn't know if Assistant Park stood out, but today he refuses to be dominated. Last time he was left behind, and his pride won't allow that to happen again. Dongmin's mind flashes to Ujin's confident face, silently determined that it's Yu Ji-hyung. He must keep his emotions in check, watch Assistant Director Parr, study, understand, analyze, and dissect him to blur the line between reality and performance. Dongmin steps through the front door with a decisive demeanor. Immediately after, he made eye contact with Ujin, who had just arrived, and the name Sang Ujin flashed through his mind. Though he saw Ujin as a rival to surpass, Dongmin still greeted him warmly. Hello? At the same time, he thought to himself that the unmistakable atmosphere around him was still as heavy as ever. Seeing that, Ujin suddenly thought, He really is a stylish guy. But Uin's attitude remained cold and consistent throughout. He hesitated before greeting his senior, causing Dungmin's smile to stiffen like a boat caught in two currents, and he felt extremely uncomfortable inside. You should consider someone better than me as a senior. For some reason, this feels really uncomfortable. At this moment, an employee loudly called out, startling both of them. Dungmin, Ujin, BD is calling for rehearsal. Dungmin suddenly said something that made Uin feel confused. Sorry, Uin. With a sharp gaze and a smug smile, he declared defiantly that today he would not be pushed around. After finishing, Dungmin rushes off with fiery determination burning inside him, leaving Uin confused about what on earth is happening. What did that hot-blooded man just say? Today is the filming day for episode 19 of the series. The studio is bustling with the hurried footsteps of staff preparing for the shoot. When everything was in place and the crew shouted ready to film, Uin let out a deep breath. His feelings at this moment were like riding a roller coaster. Fear is engulfing my thoughts. I'm doomed. This is completely different from the detective agency. I feel nauseous. When he looked up and faced forward, Uin saw Dungmin sitting seriously in his acting position, secretly admiring. Ryu Dungminang sitting very calmly, impressive. A true professional, I'm just imitating a pro. Uin convinced himself that he had to accept reality, even if it was just acting like the truth. At that moment, the staff beside him spoke and put the handcuffs on him, causing him to startle slightly. Now, Ujin, I will set up the props. Ujin looked at the handcuff prop and then fell into a line of thought. The first scene of Hanryang the archivist today is the story after Assistant Director Parr confesses. He recalls the events of the script up to this point, his mind turning into footprints that traverse every corner of the story. The core of this case is Hanryang, the investigator. He analyzes the traces of Assistant Director Parr from the past to the present, and this is the second time Hanryang and Assistant Director Parr have met. So handcuffs and the inevitable follow. A shadow gradually approaches from behind him, matching the voices of the crew members. As soon as the words finished, Uin instantly transformed into a cunning and treacherous person. Two beeps sounded in his mind. Uin assumed his role, sitting in front of a pile of papers, and spoke first. Uin confidently said, "So what can I do for you?" Even though I was mentally prepared, Dungmin was still a bit startled by Uin's quick role transition, thinking to himself as I guessed, "Nah." He is very quick, and at the same time he also speaks his lines. Let's chat first. About everything. Uin sneered and exhaled sharply, deliberately changing the subject like a reckless person. So, you want to have a hamburger for breakfast and lunch. I like shrimp burgers. However, before Uin could finish his careless remark, Dungmin interrupted, saying, I heard you have a sister who committed suicide. As soon as those words left his mouth, Uin's body slightly froze before he responded with a cold, emotionless voice. Yes, I have a sister, accompanied by a dangerously twisted smile on his face. Dungmin was startled and said, Oh, sorry, this is no longer just small talk, I was wrong. With a light tone like a feather, Uin said things that are completely inappropriate for an ordinary person's sense of morality. No, my sister's story is just a casual chat. Besides, that file is my information, right? What's in there? Dungmin slightly pushed the stack of papers on the table forward and replied, I don't know. Maybe everything also has a story about your sister. Uzin keeps talking as if he's not the one who committed the crime. Does that story help you in any way? You need to investigate me to be able to catch the real culprit. Dungmin, hearing that, didn't know what else to say, only reaffirmed that he's indeed a mental case. In my opinion, he seems to be both mentally ill and antisocial. Usually, those with antisocial personality disorder come from troubled backgrounds, so I investigated his life. Along with Dungmin's account, there are images of Parr's dark past, his parents addicted to gambling and alcohol who were violent towards his mother, his sister, and he. Right? Then his sister couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide, and afterward his mother died in a car accident with his father. Dungmin continued to talk about what he had investigated in the case. However, when I looked into it, I noticed a few strange points. His mother died instantly in the car, while his father died after crawling out, but there was a small sign of resistance on his body. Dungmin placed his hand on the stack of papers and voiced his suspicion. Since there was no evidence, the case was quickly closed, but I kept thinking about it because it seemed strange. Dungmin looked up directly at Uin across from him, who was being restrained. Isn't the son the culprit? An inherently mentally ill person. You have lived a hellish life and become a psychopath. Your father was the one who first sparked your joy in serial killing, right? After a brief moment of silence, Uin spoke softly, as if recounting a story unrelated to himself. You know, my works are known to the public. The images of the victims being murdered appear, along with Ewan's terrifyingly twisted face asking, "Do you think that's all? Have you never considered the possibility of an untold story?" At this moment, Dong-min has truly been manipulated by Ewan's emotions. He falls into extreme fear for a moment, as if he were truly facing a schizophrenic, witnessing everything that just happened. Men-yu laughed both with joy and fear. Not only he, but also the veteran director standing among the crowd was stunned and shaken, secretly exclaiming that he couldn't believe it. He stared in shock at the actor Yuan, the rookie he saw this morning, while Dong-min was trying his best not to be influenced by it. Thinking that, but he immediately dismissed his own judgment. A rookie? No, that performance isn't at the level of a rookie. So then, who is he? Quickly, Ki-tich asked the staff member beside him. What is that guy's name? That employee looks over there. Oh, that person? When he heard the staff reply that his name was Kang Win, Ki-tich was taken aback and remembered. Kin? If it's Kang Win, then Ki-tich suddenly understood the images he had seen before with the chairman of BHM Entertainment. That's right, that disrespectful unknown actor. He closed his eyes and thought, he deserves to pass the audition. His acting is so good that he shouldn't even need to audition, but I don't know if that kid is stubborn or just fearless. Ki-tich glanced around the set and made a comment. After all, I don't know where he came from. Thanks to that, not only Dong-min but also the atmosphere on set changed compared to usual. Everyone is harboring resentment towards the boy named Kang Win. Deep down, he secretly affirms Yuin's position. That rookie is playing a key role in this film. Suddenly, an staff member whispered to Ki-tich saying, "Sorry, director, you've checked everything, so you should leave now." Everyone is starting to notice him now. Hearing that, the director just nodded regretfully and said, "Is that so? Too bad. I wanted to see it until the end." He turned around and left, but still looked back at Ewan. His thoughts kept racing, and that guy's performance has the ability to attract attention. At the same time, he also raised questions in everyone's minds when witnessing the recent act. What has he been doing all this time that he's only showing up now? A while later, the sky outside turned a hue of sunset. The director shouted, "Cut! Great job! Take a break." Ujin let out a sigh of relief amid the whispers and gossip around him. That scene was really good. That's right. Dong-min and Ujin's performances clearly show their exhaustion, looking extremely sluggish, thinking to themselves, I'm doomed. I'm really going to die. It's much harder than I thought. Even though he was prepared, it was still different from a detective agency. Under Dong-min's scrutinizing gaze, Ewan only shivered from the cold. He comforted himself, saying it's okay, it'll be fine that way, I won't die. And it's a bit cold here anyway. Maybe I'm the only one who sees it that way? Dong-min chuckled coldly, showing he understood Ewan very well. Speaking up, Assistant Director Parr's emotions aren't easy to recover, right? I also had a cramp in my hand not long ago. Ewan just felt speechless. What did he say? Ewan was left speechless. It's not just that I felt a little cold. Still, Dong-min kept talking to Lian Thien as if he were deaf. It's okay. Recovering emotions takes time. You don't need to hide it. Even during the party after the script reading, I knew you didn't come because you were still recovering your emotions. Ewan really feels extremely awkward. He looks at Dong-min as if he's mentally challenged. No, I said I was cold. Senior, why don't you believe me? Moreover, I even fell asleep during the party after the script reading. What are you talking about? On the opposite side, Dong-min remains confident and insists that he's right, still cheerfully giving advice. I understand well, keep acting. Win rubbed his aching head and gratefully thanked Dong-min for his understanding. Thank you for understanding, Senior. But inside, he's screaming with helplessness. If he admits he's just pretending to be cold, they probably won't believe him either, right? In a filming room, a voice of direction sounds. Okay, next is Ewan. Wine is sitting opposite someone when a voice from a hat-wearing person speaks. Wine is ready. Hearing that, he obediently replied yes, but deep down I can't help but wonder if it's really that simple. On the surface, they show signs of helplessness and exhaustion, but they only dare to think it, not to say it out loud. It really takes a lot out of me. Filming nonstop for days, I feel like I'm turning into a robot who only knows how to act. But in front of him is Dong-min, angrily pounding the table, making even the person in the hat nervous. He also snapped in anger. 7 takes ruined by 5 dialogue mistakes. That's not acceptable, brother. After you finish, let's practice together, the other person replied. But that number is still small. Seeing that, Ewan also broke into a sweat, thinking, aren't you tired? He still looks very enthusiastic. Suddenly, Ewan's mind flashes with the image of himself lying down and singing to relax. But I have a secret restroom, so it's still pretty good a mental and time space. If I didn't have a bedroom, I would have died long ago. Haha, selling myself to capitalism is so tough, oh my god. It's a pity I can't sleep, but at least I can ease some of the fatigue. I'm still very satisfied because I can freely use my time. He was lost in thought without realizing that Man Yu was behind him, staring intently, while Man Yu was smiling happily and turning to look at Yuen with satisfaction. He looks better than I thought. With such a busy schedule, everyone gets tired. And so Man Yu had to accept it quietly, in his own mind. His endurance is no joke. So, he really is a born genius? Suddenly, the phone in his hand started to vibrate intensely. Pick up the phone to your ear. Man Yu glanced and then spoke. Hello. The person on the other end also quickly responded. I haven't had a chance to introduce myself yet, Mingyi, the director. Man Yu was immediately stunned when he heard that person's voice. The name of the legendary director echoes everywhere, and knowing who he is, his demeanor immediately becomes cautious as he responds. Haha, it's okay, you're busy, right? You probably already met with him to discuss the next project. Hearing that, Ki-tich also added, his acting has really improved a lot. The next project is still under wraps, so don't tell anyone. Yes, that's right. What do I think about Kangwin? I suppose. He still appears in my dreams ever since then. Actually, the reason I called was also because of that kid. Where did you find him? Did he fall from the sky, sir? Man Yu immediately thought to himself that it was as expected. Probably knowing the question in advance, he answered casually. It's not that I was looking for him, rather he fell from the sky. Hearing that, Ki-tich asked with curiosity. You say you didn't look for him? You mean he appeared suddenly at the right time? Sitting on the soft chair, Ki-tich listened as Man Yu replied, Yes, that's right. So he spoke up. If you don't mind, could you share some information about that kid? A sound came from the phone, indicating someone was on the other end. Well, honestly, I don't know much either. He's quite mysterious. Above all, Yuen said he taught himself acting without any help from others, and Man Yu continued speaking with a half-smiling expression. And if you investigate a little, you'll find that Yuen has no connection to the local acting industry at all. Thinking about Yuen's cold, indifferent demeanor that Man Yu mentions, it's almost certain that he is self-taught in acting. On the other side, Yuen was dazed like a cow lost in thought. My ear feels a bit itchy, someone must be talking about me. And after finishing with the director, the misunderstandings kept piling up. Just as his ear itched, someone approached and said, Yuen, wait a moment. Hearing that, he also turned to look, but strangely, he didn't reply aloud, only with his thoughts as the person in a shirt pushed a stack of papers toward Yuen, and he wondered what it was, thanking him but also asking what this was. Didn't you tell me to find it? The Japanese script. Yuen finally remembered, turned to look at him and said, Oh, thank you. Then he happily thought it was wonderful. Yuen glanced at the image he had created in his mind, feeling extremely pleased and lost in thought. I've collected a Japanese script now, I just need to learn Japanese the same way I did with English. Mr. Jiun looked at the draft and spoke. It took a bit longer to get the original Japanese script instead of the translated version. Is that enough? Yuen is currently interested, so he only looks at the script and doesn't bother to glance at him, replying, That's enough. Thank you. Put away the discussion Yuen asked about. How did you manage to get the Japanese script? It must be difficult. Mr. Jion's car will reply to you. I have a few acquaintances in Japan. That said, he's feeling extremely anxious inside, but more importantly, why did he suddenly ask for the Japanese script? Then Zhang Jian started rambling and thinking nonsense. Could his past be related to Japan? Because of the contract, I can't ask. Wait, is his goal to debut in Japan so he wants to see it? That's a good choice. But English is the most common language. Can't your group communicate in English? The more he questions, the more Seon Jian gets annoyed and bites his hand. But Yuen keeps staring at the script without paying attention. Then he placed his hand on the black hole that appeared, and suddenly everything around was dark. Yuen, in that place, is the last light translating the Japanese lines. Then he touches the screen displaying the script line, which is flashing rapidly. Accordingly, Yuen also closed his eyes, and his mind seemed to activate on its own as it prepared to read in Japanese, which was almost ready. Faint lights appeared against the deep darkness, but the voice still echoed here, beginning to read in Japanese, roughly meaning it was good. Escape. Yuen immediately opened his eyes, his expression still blank and unchanged. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on his face. Now I can also speak Japanese. Just as he was enjoying himself, Zanjan's phone rang, making Yuen look up. He answered the phone with a displeased look. Yes. Oh, right, the director asks for the name, making Yuen seem to realize something. I don't know what he heard, but Zhang Jian happily replied. Huh? Really? I finally understand. Han's filming schedule is a bit tight, but Yuen should be fine. I will definitely tell him to be ready. Hearing my name called, Yuen looked up with a puzzled expression. Even though the phone was still at his ear, Sanjan turned to deliver the news. Udin's detective agency project is finished, and they've invited us to come see it. Hearing that, Uin was also surprised with wide eyes and a smile on his face, but inside he felt pain. The scene finally shifts to a white ceiling. Ayin is walking confidently with two people behind him. Seeing Zhang Jian opening the door, he couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking he couldn't believe he would watch a movie he himself starred in. So exciting. Hearing the door open, Dongchun also recognized it and quickly caught the tone. Are you here already? There's a person in a pink shirt using a computer right where you're standing. Songjian immediately stepped forward, extending his hand as if to shake hands and said, Congratulations, Director, I'm happy for you. It's nothing, it's all thanks to you, our investor. Maybe Yuan was nervous and trembling or couldn't speak properly. Seeing your face, Dongchun cheerfully said, Why does Yuan look so pale? But you guessed right. The filming was really exhausting, wasn't it? The director is famous for being strict, yet Yuan still remains silent. The story is like a forest in the sea, and my thoughts quickly ran through. I don't think he's worried about me right now. Maybe he's stranded on a deserted island or something. Seeing that, Uin broke the tense atmosphere and asked, Are you okay? Director Dong Chun, looking disheveled like a beggar, waved his hand and replied, I'm fine. I haven't been able to eat or sleep these days. It's just an ordinary day. Looking at the arranged chairs, Dong Chun said, Shall we discuss? Let's take a look first. Sit over there. Yuan also replied, Yes. He stands near the switch, raises his hand and says, I am a bit worried. Haha, but I hope you will like it. And then that hand was also lowered. The lights suddenly went out in an instant. Yuan, worried, thought, Min must be going crazy. I'm about to watch my own film, even if it's just a short. This is my first role, my first work. And finally, with that in mind, I will begin. It also rang out. Yuan immediately looked straight at the screen ahead, lost in thought. I'm really curious what it will look like when it's projected. The title of the detective agency film appears on the screen. A voice also sounded, Goa, should we meet the client? Hearing that, Uin blushed furiously and pondered. Hey, it's not me. I'm embarrassed. I want to run away. The duration of the detective company is 44 minutes. Watching it, I feel a strange and embarrassing mix. But the detective agency story is very similar to the experience in the side space, making me constantly immerse myself in it. The footage gradually flows with the character Kim Ruin. Win blushed and said it felt like watching his own life on the screen. Finally, that hand reached out and turned on the switch, illuminating the space. Dongchun looks at him and speaks. What does Uin think? He just stayed silent and didn't say anything. After a while, Yuan also started to laugh and responded remarkably. But suddenly, Uin quietly muttered a reproachful cry, not expecting them to use the scene where I tripped. You should have just deleted it. But Dongchun thought I was so happy I was crying, so I blushed and was excited. Yuan then extended his hand as if inviting and said, Oh, this year's Miss Enkin Short Film Festival has a new sponsor, so the atmosphere will be a bit different. Perhaps because the sponsor provided more support, the event was bigger than last year. As a result, this year a new award for actors was added with 2 prizes, one for the best performance and 1 grand award. Dongchun immediately clenched his fist and resolutely said, There are big changes, but it's okay. The detective agency will definitely attract everyone's attention, no matter where it is. Yuin watched intently on the screen. As Yuin was drawn into the detective agency, a silent battle was being prepared in the broadcasting industry. Other broadcasters are starting to keep an eye on each other. Yes, recently the Hanryang profile news on SBC has been under review, and the scheduled clashes between MBS and TVM have made front pages. It is unclear whether it was intentional or just accidental that they overlapped. Accordingly, the lineup includes MBS Ganu Lia Ang, Hanryang Profile, SBC Ruyung and Hong Hon, TVM Kimju Kanora. But the promotional battle among the 3 broadcasters has become fierce, with the lights in the night shining brightly, even media outlets starting to report on the drama war, SBC and MBC TVM announcing new shows at the same time, and everyone wondering who will smile in May. Yet thanks to this, the scene once again became a hot topic. In a peaceful neighborhood where the sun rises gently, the streets are clean and beautiful, with young trees growing, creating a tranquil scene. A group of people are filming with their equipment, and voices are echoing continuously. Journalists and plainclothes police, please gather the youngest one over there. I told you to bring the spotlight here. Dungmin is wearing a suit, while Han is being made up by the makeup artist. On the other side, Uin sat silently with his arms crossed on the chair. When does it start? Zongjian, standing nearby, kept turning his head back and forth. Humph. Mr. Jian's car glanced somewhere before speaking. That uncle looks familiar? Who could that be? Yurin also heard and asked back. Who are you talking about? Looking at the crowd, there's an uncle wearing a mask and a hat, acting mysterious and catching the signal from the car. Mr. Jian also hurriedly replied, No. That handsome uncle over there, I think I've seen him somewhere before. There's nothing strange about him wearing a mask since a few staff members do too, but he looks familiar. Just as I was about to step forward and maybe ask, Gion's voice suddenly rang out from behind, calling Man Yu. No, it's not like that. Not only he paid attention, but Ewan also turned around to look. He looked over there with curiosity and thought, huh? Meanwhile, Man Yu is chatting with the person nearby. And this shouldn't look too much like a fairy tale. It's more like describing hell in a fairy tale style, isn't it? During the script meeting, you seemed to misunderstand something. Seeing that, Ewan also reached a conclusion in his mind. Is there a problem? It looks serious. Contrary to his calm thoughts, Man Yu is sighing with a look of boredom, crossing his arms and speaking to show the mindset of Assistant Director Pari, the VFX supervisor, emphasizing the need to understand the special visual effects clearly. This is really troublesome. And also, CG will be added to this scene, but the person facing him is that guy looking confused, responding in English. So, should I change the city to normal colors? It's the same with this. What? Hearing him speak in English caught Ewan's attention and made him ponder. Wow, I can understand and follow English smoothly. I like it. Noticing that things are going off track makes Ewan think, but Min believes it's being misunderstood. Should I step out? Well, I guess there are times I need to use English anyway. Might as well do it a bit earlier. Thinking that way, he stood up and walked toward them. Seeing this, Mr. Joan's car was also surprised and called out Ewan's name. But Ewan didn't pay attention and kept lost in his thoughts. Should I try once? Man Yu was still paying attention to his own story. No, I mean, suddenly a voice in English rang out behind him, regardless of the context. Ewan gradually approaches, just needing to portray the tone of a fairy tale in a darker, more mysterious way, with a purple and dark blue ground for the grass, a black sky, and each person in a different color. The oddity is what makes the two people turn back in surprise to look at him. For a moment, Ewan stopped speaking and thought because no one responded to him. Why is no one answering? Oh, does he not know who he is? Ewan immediately adopts a charming pose and introduces himself with a smile. I am the actor playing that role. On the surface, he seems cold, but deep inside, he is extremely proud. I'm talking to this foreigner. The foreigner happily responded after understanding. So, what about the part where the fireworks explode? Ewan, hearing this, had to reply that the cruelty would be depicted like a fairy tale. Imagine a child witnessing blood spraying out. Though a bit hesitant, the foreigner still responds, I understand the childish weirdness. I need to emphasize that. Thank you. It helped me a lot with the shape. Ewan also smiled. You're welcome, but inside I was jumping like a crazy guy. I never thought the day I chat with foreigners would come. I'm so excited. Hoo-hoo-ha. While they were talking, those busybodies were watching. A girl in the group spoke up. Huh? How is Ewan so good at English? Like a native speaker. The brother beside him also chimed in. That's not something you can achieve just by studying. Did he live in the U.S.? Man Yu also secretly admires their presence. I should have known. He definitely came back from abroad. His pronunciation is that of a Korean American? No, it's even more than that. In contrast to his calmness, Zhan Jian is now wide-eyed and stunned, thinking how crazy it is that he once lived abroad speaking English. Why did he hide that? And what about his Japanese? He is claiming to know both languages, while the mysterious man also wonders silently to himself. After confirming, he said, Yes, he comes from abroad. Looking at Ewan's figure, the mysterious man thought the more he learned about him, the stranger he became. While still lost in thought, where should I use Japanese here? Then someone approached, calling your name. Ewan. Ewan also turned around and thought to himself, A blonde girl approached, greeted, and asked with a bright smile, You used to be in America? Your English is very... Before she could finish, a hand was placed on her shoulder, and a man from somewhere stepped forward to speak. Everyone has difficult circumstances that are hard to talk about. You have to understand that. The blonde immediately snapped back quickly. Yes, sir. What did I do? Is there something I shouldn't have asked? The clear blue sky filled with clouds seemed like their floating conversation. Man Yu spoke up. Be quiet now, everyone get ready to start filming. The blonde girl helplessly replied yes. Finally, she realized and thought maybe I shouldn't ask about that. The scene shifts to the handcuffed figure surrounded by police officers. Today's focus is on the crime scene investigation of Assistant Director Parr's serial murder case. Assistant Director Parr will reenact the murder while handcuffed, using a teddy bear due to its brutality, and the moment of the crime will be shown to viewers through Assistant Director Park's flashback. In short, Kang Eun has to act in both scenes, depicting the murder and the murder itself. Ujin, after being handcuffed, also takes hold of the rope in his hand, as well as Assistant Director Parr's present and past selves. Looking at the rope, he couldn't help but feel worried inside. This isn't a happy scene, so I don't feel very comfortable either. Even though I was mentally prepared, when it happened I still felt a bit. Even though it's a subspace, I experienced killing someone, and from now on I won't be able to experience only the good things. It's like sinking to the bottom of the ocean with negative thoughts, and although the subspace is truly magnificent, it could also be a hell that shakes my ego. However, according to Ewan's half-spoken words, there are hands trying to pull and push him up. The image and misunderstanding begin accidentally, emphasizing his ego more than the role itself. Thanks to that, it made me reflect on myself. Returning to the present, Manhwa is calling to ask if you're ready, Ewan. But perhaps he focused more on his thoughts and pondered deeply, gripping the rope tightly as Ewan silently thought that his fleeting feelings would also fade away. He spoke out, and then Ewan also clenched the rope firmly and confidently raised his voice. The actor keeps a smile on his face, smugly contemplating that it is only a part of his possessions, and begins to enter the acting state. Around Ewan are shades of purple and blue, along with a few curses. Damn trash, go die, die, die. Execute him. He glanced at the bear playing the victim, then fell silent for a moment before sneering and saying in a harsh voice, "That's so crude." In an instant, the rope was tied around the teddy bear's neck. Ewan smirks mockingly with a hint of amusement as he pulls the rope in his hand. In front of him are Dungmin and Hyeon watching him intently. In an instant, in front of him were two people collapsing into each other, motionless as if the entire world was slipping into an illusion and fading away. Blue bruises in the air looked like splattered blood on the ground. Ewan stands in the space with a blank face, gripping the rope tightly around the stuffed bear's neck as the inanimate bear suddenly transforms into a real person, terrified and staring at the murderer's face as it gradually suffocates him. The victim girl, tears streaming down her face, clutching the tightly knotted rope, desperately pleaded, "Please, spare me. Let me go." Old Mr. Ewan kept a sinister expression and coldly said, "Well, I don't know about that, ma'am, but I guarantee today will be your funeral, understand?" With a thud, her head hits the ground, and her endless fear turns into unbearable pain as she screams. Seeing Ewan kneeling there trembling, she screams for him to stop. Before she could finish her words, the rope was pulled tight, causing her to panic uncontrollably. "Please, don't." Along with her stepping feet, her body is being dragged along the ground, screaming desperately, with blood streaking behind her along the path. Almost at her last breath, she looked at his back and shouted, "Sir, I can't breathe." Ewan still held the rope tightly and said coldly, "Miss, your face looks possessed, and so cold when you speak. Come on. I want the scream to be a little louder, but that's not enough to excite." When I returned to the real scene, the female actress is lying on the ground, clutching the rope with a pale face. Ewan quickly asked with a sharp tone as he turned to look at him, then was startled. Seeing her face turn purple with fear beyond imagination, tears welled up in her eyes. Ewan silently thought, "This auntie isn't acting at all." The director's voice echoed, cutting this scene. "No need to film it again." Ewan quickly helped her up in that unstable state. "Sorry, are you okay? How do you feel? Are you hurt anywhere?" The female co-star responded indifferently. "Oh, I'm fine. Uden is still paying close attention. Let me take a closer look. This has really surprised that girl. What's going on?" Now she seems to clearly sense that the surrounding aura of the character has disappeared instantly. "He's completely different from the crazy guy earlier. This kid is really strange. I'm sorry, your neck looks a bit red now." "It's okay, look at your hand. It's even redder than my neck. Did you intentionally apply more force to show how tight the rope was?" Thanks to that, the rope around my neck loosened. He was dissatisfied and turned to the director, speaking loudly. "But safety comes first. Director, please check this person's neck and hands." The director was shocked and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Ewan gently explains as the director approaches. "I think I was a bit too rough during the earlier scene. I went to the bathroom and came back right away. You look extremely pale right now. Damn it, I really had to pee badly." Seeing his anxious rush, everyone here had to sigh. It seems he's trying to reassure himself and regain his composure. "Thank God I don't feel nauseous. It's impressive how you can stay so calm after witnessing that scene." Jeon's car was lost in thought about whether he was okay, when suddenly a finger lightly touched his shoulder, making him glance over. A good-looking young man spoke. "Director Choi, do you remember me?" Mr. Jeon's car suddenly stopped and then immediately got excited. "Isn't that Kim, the director from Yoon Dream Film Company? I heard you're preparing for your next project with director Cooch." Kim isn't too surprised. "Wow, we haven't even announced it to the press yet, but your information gathering skills are still top-notch as always." Mr. Jaeon's car was left speechless. "So what are you doing here?" He suddenly recognized the man in the mask he saw earlier. "So, the person with the friendly vibe earlier wearing the mask is Director Kwan," Mr. Jeon's car whispered softly. Director Kwon Ki-teach hasn't been here for a long time. Maybe he's here to watch that actor. Keech is happy. He's so perceptive, he guessed right. He whispers with a very serious expression. Then he must have watched you. Ki-teach nodded. He's amazing. I think he speaks English quite well. After finishing with the director, he must be from abroad, right? Do you know where he learned acting on his own? Mr. Jaeon's car looked a bit surprised. What? Wait a minute. So, today isn't the first time you've met Yoon, Ki-teach replied calmly. I actually saw him a few weeks ago. Honestly, I was planning to meet and talk properly with him today. But it feels a bit strange to talk to someone whose emotions are still lingering after filming, so I think I should go home today. Jeon's car jolted in surprise. Wait, you've gone through the trouble of coming here, and now you want to leave? Ki-teach gently waved his hand and said, It's okay, I've seen enough of the performance and think I deserve to take her place. Let's arrange a date at a suitable place. Hearing this, Jeon was stunned. His mind was now in complete turmoil. Chang Yuin, are you a magnet attracting directors or what? From Yoo Hyun-gu to Kwon Ki-dek. He forced a strained smile on his face. So what about 2 days from now? Is the morning okay? In a luxurious and tidy white house, 2 figures of Uin and Zan Jian are walking gently. Jian's car gently reminds Uin this time, and inside he feels like screaming, please just think clearly this time, but for some reason he can't. That damn contract clause, while Uin still doesn't understand what's happening. Zhang Juan still tries to stay calm, but in reality, Director Katek's reputation is better, and his status is higher than Director Uyongu's. After hearing that, he nodded and replied, Yes, I know, then stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, he really is a genius. He even won a prestigious International Film Festival award. I looked him up before coming here, but for some reason I didn't feel quite right about him, so I wasn't too worried. Or maybe it's because I've been acting for 2 months. Mr. Jeon's car looked at him and said, I feel like I'm the only one worried here. Then he grabbed the door handle and said, Anyway, let's go in, where the renowned director was already waiting inside. Oh, nice to meet you, Chairman, right? Mr. John happily replied. Uin beside him looked very calm. Hello, Director. Ki-teach smiles happily. I'm glad you're here. At last I get to see you up close. After saying that, he hands him a piece of paper. Here, take this. It's the script for my next project. A few other actors have received it too. Sit down and review it before we discuss. Hin nodded, but in his hand there was a black piece of paper with the usual blue swirl inside. He stands in a dark space, checking the system panel to see its ratings. It clearly shows script 3, titled The Vanishing Island. No, this is a mediocre film script, 60% readable. Ewan looked a bit surprised. Oh, is this an assignment? Why do you look so clueless and give such a bad review? Hung suddenly remembered, oh, that was the draft script I saw before. If that draft script is just a few pages from the original and of low quality, then this script isn't finished yet. Uzin looks uncomfortable. The audition won't happen with an incomplete script, and he also said he had given it to other actors. He gently presses something with his hand. I'm not sure, but even if he's a good director, it makes me rethink. Producing a low-level script with such poor quality is a bit... Holding the silk thread in his hand, he sighed. Hung. The roles are lieutenant, sergeant, and soldier. Very military. Impossible. If I start reading, I'll be thrown into the middle of a battle and maybe go crazy. Suddenly, I feel scared of myself, so I decide to leave immediately. On the surface, Uin looks very calm and focused on the script, which makes Ki-teach quite worried. Uin, what's wrong? Are you okay? Uin gently places the script on the table and replies, Yes, I'm fine. Keech is delighted. That's great then. I noticed you hesitated after receiving the script, and I think maybe you didn't like it from the start. His inner thoughts are really like that. Uin flipped through the script while pondering. But since he's gone this far, I should show some respect. Why is his evaluation so low? I wonder if reading a little might help you notice something, Ki-teach whispered. Just read through it and get a feel for the project. We just want to see if the overall atmosphere suits us. After a while, the space remains quiet. He still focused on the script, but his expression was no happier. I don't know. The more I watch, the less I understand why the ratings are so low. Do I see any problem? I really don't understand. Uin sighed softly. How could they know just by watching? I don't know. Maybe I should just ask about it. At this point, he also spoke up. Director, sorry, but Ki-teach was suddenly startled when he heard that. Uin questioned whether this script was really the next project. Hearing that, he could only smile awkwardly without saying anything else. Can I ask why you're asking that? I'm a bit confused. It feels like it's finished, but also like only the surface is done. Keech is very difficult to understand. He responded casually, Sorry, you told me to speak comfortably, so I did. Director Ki-teach continued to question. So you reached a conclusion after only reading a few pages of the script, and only based on intuition. Hearing that, Uin was taken aback. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly he burst out laughing with delight. Ha ha ha, you're really impressive. Actually, I have some doubts, but what the director said is true. Owen was stunned, standing frozen in place at this reaction from the other person. Huh? He asked mischievously. What do you mean by that? Ki Teach cheerfully replied, I didn't expect you to have the intuition to choose the script after just a few pages. That's right, it's an unfinished script. All right, here's a different script now. Read this one. K-Tik watched him focus so intently, and suddenly, a smile crept up from the corner of his mouth, which was surprisingly impressive. At first, we intended to bring him back without any audition. But I was curious about Kang Win, so I decided to test him a little. I can't believe it. He quickly spotted the problem in the script. I wonder how many scripts he read while self-studying abroad. Otherwise, there's no way he could develop such a sharp intuition. While lost in thought, K-Tich's expression was very unpleasant. Now I can understand the director's intention through that different star quality. His acting and personality are truly captivating. I hope he likes my script and takes that role, the lead in the dim, hazy space once again. The 3-title Island Disappearance A+ level script. This is a high-quality film script, 100% feasible to read, with a sergeant and 2 personalities. Win quietly observes the villain's 2 personalities' shoulders, sitting on a chair and holding a paper, thinking to himself, looks like some kind of monster or strange creature has appeared. Quite intense. Now I see it's completely different from that version. The excitement is on a whole new level. And Vahan Koch as well. He's an interesting character, but I can't tell if he's good or bad. It's quite exciting from Eun's seat as he looks over to the other row where Zongjeon is sitting. Suddenly, his phone rings. He glances down and snorts. Mr. Jeon's car picks up the phone and starts talking to the person on the other end. Hello? Oh, the director? Really? Eun eagerly looked over. When Zongyeon said that the detective agency was chosen as one of the 4 finalists, so it would appear at the Missinin Short Film Festival, he looked very surprised, and Eun happily thought to himself, so I will get to attend film festivals broadcast on TV. Hee, that's awesome. Mr. Jeon's car said to the other end of the line, they have already chosen the finalists. Oh, are there fewer entries this time? They replied that the number of entries has increased by 30% compared to last year. This year, there are probably over 1,000 submissions. Maybe it's because they participated to understand the situation, not to judge the quality. Perhaps they want to reach out to those they predict will create a buzz among the audience. All right, we will prepare everything accordingly. As the manager said this, he silently thought in frustration, debuting at a film festival just 2 months after appearing. This is crazy. This has never happened before. Jeon's car glanced at Eun as he continued, and even famous directors are being drawn in. And above all, he's really good at English. I've never seen a path like this before, and I'm not even sure about his Japanese yet. This makes the unreasonable contract terms seem reasonable. I'm curious to see how everything will unfold from now on. Suddenly, Seon-jeon tilted his head and said, Hey, Win, what do you think about the vanished island? He listened and honestly responded. I haven't finished reading it yet, but it's interesting. After hearing that comment, Seon-jeon said, All right, once you've finished reading, decide whether you want to continue with it or not. And also, tell me who your favorite character is always. Director Kun Kite-teach said he's busy with the Missinin Short Film Festival, so we can arrange a meeting afterward. Win calmly replied, I understand. Suddenly, he made a suggestion and asked if I could read more scripts, preferably something still in the planning stage. Jeon's car looked strange, so he asked, suddenly thinking to himself that he needed to quickly gain experience and knowledge. Zongjeon then said, That's not difficult, but what genre do you prefer? Thriller, action, romantic comedy, and so on. Win replied, It doesn't matter much as long as there's something for me to watch. Then Songjeon seriously said, You've played intense characters from the start of your career, but if you keep going that way, you might get typecast, you know. Furthermore, the best way to gain fans is through sweet and charming characters. Ah, Win. Your facial features are very versatile, so are you interested in romantic comedies or emotional dramas? The scene shifts to Eun on set, where the director loudly calls cut and okay. Manhwa stands up satisfied and says, Eun, you were excellent in the final scene of my directing career, and your portrayal of Assistant Director Parr was the best. The film crew gathered around Eun, each person praising him one after another, and he couldn't stop smiling. That's right, Eun. You've worked so hard. You've done a great job, Eun. With everyone praising him like that, Eun felt a bit confused inside, wondering how to end this. It was as if he had become a god or something, but he didn't know, so he decided to show his gratitude in a divine way. Thinking it over, he bowed sincerely and said, Thank you, everyone, I have learned a lot. Dungmin and Manhwa stood to the side watching Eun and smirked. A moment after everyone moved to another place, Zongjeon approached and said to Eun, You've worked hard. Ujin, I will have a brief discussion with the production team. Wait in the car for a bit. Uin nodded in response. Yes, I'll take my leave now. Then, feeling a bit strange, I quietly thought to myself, this feeling is like when you leave the military and part ways with your comrades who shared everything with you. It's a bit emotional, isn't it? Then he could only reassure himself that he needed to get used to these separations. Uin confidently walked out to the parking lot, thinking aimlessly but also feeling that it was all over and quite wonderful. Or rather, the feeling of being set free. He slightly lifts the corner of his mouth, thinking that maybe that's why his suppressed emotions are about to burst out. There's no one here, right? When, like escaping from the role of the cold, unpredictable image, happily talking to himself. He. I don't know about others, but I just can't stop laughing. So all the effort I put into acting and maintaining my image must have been worth it, right? He said, as he turned his head away, but suddenly bumping into someone made him fall silent and say nothing more. Looking at the girl in front of him, Uin panicked and thought to himself, Hong Hong Hon is truly a disaster. What should I do? Then he tried to appear calm and asked her how long she had been here. Han replied that she was waiting inside the car. Win, hearing this, was stunned and thought to himself that she had seen everything. I'm doomed. Suddenly, Han placed both hands on Uin's shoulders and harshly said into his face, more importantly, calm down. Win, you can't be like this. Just then, Jian arrived and saw them like that, so he spoke up. What's going on? How did it come to this? What's going on? Are you two arguing? He frowns, his face darkening as he turns to explain. No, I mean Uin was just laughing to himself. And that smile was very strange. He chuckled to himself and talked to himself. It's not like him every day. He's probably been possessed by Assistant Director Parr. Get out of here. You're not some crazy mental patient. Hearing that, Xiangjun immediately ran over and seriously asked what happened. I'll make an appointment with a psychiatrist. Does both of your actions surprise Uin? Things didn't go as he expected, so he's very confused. What should he do? I need a solution. A solution? Oh. He tries to stay calm outside, returning to his usual demeanor and making up an excuse. No, that's not Assistant Director Parr. I was just playing a character in The Lost Island. Mr. John's car immediately responded, Oh, the director's next project? Han suddenly turned and asked, Why haven't I heard anything about that? The military director usually supervises the actors before confirming them, right? Mr. John replied, He's already confirmed and seems to consider the upcoming project a major foreign work. Han turned back and reached out to Yuin, so you started training right after finishing the Assistant Director Parr role because you had to immediately join the director's upcoming project. It's not exactly training. I was just bored, so I tried playing around. I see. So that's why your smile is even more insane than Assistant Director Parr's. Han's words felt like 1,000 knives stabbing into Yuin's heart. He was hurt beyond words, only thinking to himself that her craziness was a bit much. Uin coughs for a few seconds and then says, Even if it's just a misunderstanding, thank you for your concern. Then he quietly reminds himself, From now on I must absolutely stay alert. But Songjon still told him just to be safe. Yuin, if you need psychological support, just let me know, or if your schedule allows, you can take a break. How about taking a day off? Yuan nodded and replied, Sure, I want to go to the cinema to watch the detective agency anyway. Zongjian carefully reminds you that the Miss Nin Short Film Festival will take place in 2 days. Watching it on the big screen will be completely different from the preview, so make sure to cover your face. Uin nodded, yes. Then he pondered quietly that if someone saw him at the detective agency, they would probably recognize him. But he didn't think anything unusual would happen. The scene then shifts to someone browsing a newspaper. When the news about the Move Film Festival came on, it was announced that this year the Miss and Skin Festival had changed sponsors and attracted attention with a different approach compared to last year. The Miss and Skin Film Festival Committee announced that this year many famous international directors, including Dayang, will attend. And this year's Miss Nin Short Film Festival has received a lot of media coverage. Let's see. The festival schedule. So besides the closing ceremony and award presentation, the short film screening and the finals will take place over a week, including the weekend. As he spoke, his hand kept typing rapidly. Just invite someone to go along, right? One person replied. Ha! Of course I will. Don't make me say more. Oh, then, let's go for a drink later, the other person replied. Then invite someone else. Why is Kang Kang Win so quiet? Is he missing? That's all for now. He sighed and said that only then did he remember she always said she was busy. Dae Yang asked if he should message her. After sending the message, he looked at the chat with Uin and said that he seemed a bit annoyed and didn't even bother reading it. He should be the unemployed type. Feeling helpless, Da Yang could only say, Okay, I'm fine. Everyone except UIN is gathering this weekend. His new message confirms the meeting spot before the scene shifts to the Enter Skyscraper. As the scene shifts to the weekend, three guys including Kim Dae-yang and two friends gather together. Elsewhere in the crowded crowd, Uin is wearing a hat and a mask. They go in opposite directions. The missing lines of the message with Dae-yang's previous meeting place now appear, saying to meet at CCV Theater. Inside the theater, the sounds of people entering and chatting excitedly about the movie constantly fill the air, with some cheering and others scrolling through their phones while waiting for the film to start. As an actor in the film, Ewan was naturally excited, looking around and thinking, wow, what's this? So many people here. That's impressive. Well, more importantly, I'm starting to feel nervous as I'm about to appear on the big screen. For the audience here, I can see their genuine reactions. Phew! Oh, my heart, calm down. There are a few people coming in from behind. One person said, I told you our spot is right here. The other replied, oh, really? Uin was distracted by the voices of the two people, glancing at them and thinking, That voice sounds so familiar, he was stunned to see his three friends appear right in front of him. He thought to himself, the hopeless trio is here. Uin had to hold back and see what happens. One by one, those friends are Lai Kyung-sung, the chubby guy. He speaks up saying, sitting right in front of us. Next, Na Hyung-gu exudes the charisma of a charming and witty male artist. He confidently says my neck will stiffen from waiting to see. And the big guy. Kim Dae-yang opened his mouth to say only these three seats next to each other were available. Uzin watched them from the beginning to the end until they settled into their seats and found their places. Still very shocked with a bunch of thoughts running through his mind. They're not just a hopeless trio. What's going on here? Why are these crazy people here? Kyung-sung wondered. Yoo-jin really didn't come, huh? Maybe he's got a girlfriend now. Hyung-gu agrees. That's the most likely scenario, huh? Dai felt helpless as his two noisy friends kept chattering endlessly. He reached out and sprayed a few times, signaling them to stay quiet. Someone has spoken up. The opening scene of Tom 2 Company's movie appears on the screen. Dae-yang watches the movie seriously, while Kyung-sung quietly asks for the popcorn. You frown and let out a sound while Dae-yang frantically points at the screen and stammers, on the big screen is a scene of Uin playing the main character with the line, we should go see the client, right? Dae-wai whispers, Kang Uin can't be there. Suddenly, all three of them were stunned with their mouths open. How did you step out from there? Dae-wai kept wondering, oh no, what is Kang Sang-Uin doing over there? Is that really Kang Uin? Kyung-sung whispered back. Do you really think it's true? Who else could it be besides Uin? Then he approached Do-wai and said, hey, go outside and call him first. Do-wai replied, no, wait until we finished watching. Dae-yang was a bit lost in thought, thinking he's crazy, but how could he act so well in such a short time? Wait a minute, after Super Actor, didn't Kang Uin suddenly ask to borrow the script? One of my scripts is about a detective agency. Then he asked a lot of questions about short films and suddenly became busy and stopped appearing. So at that time, he looked over the recruitment script and had the main role. When he said he was busy, was he filming? Someone who only knows design suddenly becomes an actor overnight. What's going on? Shang Win, sitting a few rows above them, keeps looking down. He feels helpless about the situation and wonders if they are paying too much attention. It was exposed earlier than expected. I initially planned to tell them around the first episode of Hongryang's debut. Returning to a serious demeanor, Ewan pondered that today he needed to give a brief explanation. What should I say? Somehow I got into acting, but if it were them, I wouldn't believe it. It seems Dae-wai encountered something shocking enough to scream. Huh? Owen looks up at my friend, appearing a bit more surprised. Someone shouted, Hong Han. Everyone was surprised and started talking. What's going on? Is Hong Han also here? Did Hong Han appear in a short film? Win suddenly remembered this and calmly thought to himself, oh right. One of his jealous friends whispered, damn Ewan. Win continued to think that no one knew Han would appear. After a while, outside, Ewan was peeking from behind a large tree, looking around. Seeing my friends still stunned by the shock of me becoming an actor without them knowing, I thought to myself, look at those guys. I already have a plan after the movie airs, but whatever. Using all the excuses I could come up with, Kyung-sung quickly spotted Ewan. You point your finger and shout, hey, look at that Ewan. All three, like hungry tigers with furrowed brows, charged forward shouting to catch that bastard off guard. Ewan was caught off guard by the sudden discovery, let out a gasp, then had to run while silently cursing. What the hell is going on, damn it? A friend of his kept shouting. Hey, Kang Ewan, stop right there. I told you to stay. Still, the three of them are exhausted from chasing after him and panting heavily. Dae-yang, catching his breath, said, hey, stop running. Kyung-sung exclaims. Hey, how is he so fast? Dae-young leaned against the pole and said to Uin, yeah, okay, stop and talk. Let's talk. You speak up. Why are you racing me like a wild boar? Hearing this, Dae-young confidently replied, if you suddenly show up at the cinema as an actor instead of a spectator, then of course we have to race. Uin also refused to back down and replied, but you guys look at me like you want to kill me. Fine, I will explain everything. Please stay calm. Taking advantage of his distraction, Dae-young grabbed his collar and, still angry, said, that's right, explain immediately. Win, being pinched like that, shouted, ugh, this guy. He started by saying, first of all, I am the main character you see in the movie. DIY heard his friend admit, and immediately said, hearing it directly from your mouth makes it even harder for me to believe. Are you switching from design to acting on your own? Then he gradually let me go. I honestly didn't know either. It just turned out I was acting pretty well. Yes, that was when I was given the detective agency UN script to continue. Then I became more interested in scripts, and among them I quite liked the detective agency, so I practiced a bit and then went to apply. The director recognized my talent and wanted me to participate, so I ended up appearing in the film, which was the one that made it to the finals of the film festival this afternoon. That's all. My skeptical friends looked at him and asked if they could really believe it. Achieving that level of acting in just a few months, Kyung-sung also said it wasn't talent. It was more like hacking. Ewan didn't answer them, but just thought to himself that the supporting role space was definitely hacked. Then he spoke up, confirming that it was the truth. Sorry for not telling you guys. Dae-young replied that he's really busy filming. Dae-young asked again, so are you going to continue acting? Udin replied. Yeah, that's right. Just keep this between us, okay? Don't tell anyone. Dae-seung, like an old man, kept asking, of course. By the way, have you finalized your next project yet? He replied that it's just a drama, but I can't tell you the details because it's still under confidentiality. Dae's still asking if it's really a drama for a major TV station. When does it start? Ewan honestly reports that the first episode is about to air. Hearing that, Daeyoung immediately took out his phone to check and said, oh wow, really? I need to check right away. Hyung-gu asked, oh right, are you close with Hong-hon? Win had the chance to say, I have Hong-hon's number. Hyung-gu and Kyung-sung rushed over to gather around him. And Dae-seung is still quietly scrolling through the news, thinking to himself, the press is full of reports about the detective agency. Is it because of Hong-hon's appearance? Dae-seung glanced at his friend and thought to himself, there are also quite a few mentions of Kang Win. He's becoming more and more recognized. Hey, I'm really curious. On the day the celebrities attend the Miss In Short Film Festival, I wonder what kind of reviews the detective agency will get. In the hall, everyone was lively discussing. The bespectacled person said to the one next to him that the quality of the artworks had improved significantly compared to last year. The other person replied, still, I found the actors' performances a bit disappointing, though the director was quite good. The man in glasses asked another person wearing a hat, what do you think? What does the director think about that? He is the renowned Japanese director Kyotaro Tanigi. He said, I also agree with that view. Someone sitting next to him replied, so what? I know the director thinks so too. Director Kyotaro said, yes, so the next film is Detective Ha's Company. The opening credits appear on the screen, and director Kyotaro smiles to himself, thinking to see how it looks. Soon after, his expression suddenly changes. Kyotaro was stunned, thinking to himself, who is that actor? The lead actor is on a different level compared to the ones we've seen so far. Are there top-tier actors like that in Korea only appearing in short films? What's going on here? The person next to the director in glasses also exclaimed in surprise, who is that actor? His presence is so overwhelming that it even overshadows Hong Honion's presence, isn't it? Someone sitting next to the man in glasses also covered their mouth and asked if he had a theatrical background. But I have no idea who he is and have never seen him in any stage plays before. You wouldn't know either. He's an international talent, a director of miracles. I heard he spent quite a long time abroad. The woman then asked, do you, the director, know this actor? Where is he from? Chi-Chi replied, I don't know exactly. I just heard about it through some connections. Anyway, this actor must be Trung Muro's first blue chip of the year. Seeing the UN image on the movie screen, he marveled that the upcoming closing awards ceremony would be truly worth looking forward to. Finally, the Miss in Skin Short Film Festival closing night and awards ceremony has arrived, with many distinguished guests, all of whom are renowned actors. There are also many reporters, journalists, and photographers around discussing. Did Hong and Park Dong-huk come? I think Hong Hyeon came, but I'm not sure about Park Dong-huk. Maybe it would be better if they didn't come. Either way, he would just be overshadowed by Hong Hyeon. That's right. Someone inside the car is so furious they're trembling. Gop's face is purple with anger, and everyone is talking about Hong Hyeon. Everything is Hong Hee-eon. Dong Hee-yuk is confused because of her. Contrary to that anger, Dong Hai-wok calmly spoke, and if she appears, everything will change. He explained his thoughts more clearly. I've read articles comparing her and me. I think today's closing ceremony and awards will be different. Guap nodded in agreement. That's right, some rumors are already spreading. He has regained his confidence. That's right, there's no way you're at a disadvantage against things like Tam2 Company, so let's go. Dong Hyus respectfully says yes. The car door opens, drawing the attention of those around him. Dong Hyuk just revealed his face, and all the cameras immediately turned toward him. They have arrived. However, the cameras quickly shifted focus, and Tam2's company is here. At that moment, Dong Hyuk's side grew cold as if he had been abandoned, and the car door closed immediately before anyone paid attention. Wait, is it Bak Dong Hyuk who just arrived? Win is a bit nervous outside at the red carpet. This is crazy, there are so many people. I'm starting to feel a bit nauseous. Han, standing beside him, said, Win, is this your first film festival? You look a bit stiff, but even though this place is modest, it's still a film festival. You know what? Ewan just felt angry but couldn't shout out. She said this place is modest, but I'm really worried now. The reporter just took photos and asked Ms. Hong Han why she suddenly decided to participate in a short film. Please pose, over here. Then Han gently smiles, puts her arm around Win and whispers, I know you don't like this, but you have to appear friendly in front of the reporters. Let's work together. Ewan's heart cried out. Of course she wished she could take as long as she wanted. At least now she had something to boast about to the hopeless trio. Hello, are you all from Tam2 Company team? Everyone can enter the hall now? Han nodded politely in response. The door to the hall opens, revealing a large stage with many seats, and the host tells them that Tam2 Company's team can go straight to the center of the hall. Ween sat down quietly, thinking that everyone must be watching us. Or maybe I'm just not used to this. At the same time, the microphone was turned on. Test, test. The host speaks, so I assume everyone has taken their seats. Now let's officially begin the award ceremony. The applause filled the hall as the host congratulated the Gold Award, followed by a new award introduced for the first time this year to honor new male and female actors. Now we will present the Best Acting Award and the Grand Prize. But first, let's move on to the Best Actress Award. The host hands the microphone back to a director. The award will be presented by director Kai-tek. Kai-tek steps up to adjust the microphone. Last year, I was also here, but this year is especially lively. Now I am pleased to announce that the Best Actress Award goes to Hong Han from the detective agency. Congratulations. There was a lot of chatter when she went up to accept the award. What? Winning the Best Actress Award? So, isn't he going to win the Best Actor Award? Kicks the trophy to Hyon. Congratulations, enjoy receiving it. Thank you, director. Then she gave her speech. First of all, I want to say thank you. I really had to lower my expectations because the other actors performed so well. Moreover, I want to express my gratitude to director Shin Dong-chun, who is behind the detective agency, and thank the staff and actors who have accompanied me during this short time. Suddenly, when looking up, Han added, Oh, and one more thing, I want to congratulate him first. Win, sitting in the audience, didn't understand what was happening. He wondered why she was congratulating him. Everyone around was curious. What's going on? Who is that? What does she mean? The host continues once again to congratulate that the Best Actor Award for Zong Gyeon has arrived. Sorry I'm a bit late. This award will be presented by director Kyotaro Tanigi. He looks happy to see Han. Oh, did Han win an award? She nodded. Yes. Best Actress. Zong Gyeon said, All right, it's probably time to get some pee ready. It looks crowded up front. Ewan heard that and immediately stood up, realizing it's crowded. Maybe he should give up his seat. It just so happens that the host announced the Best Actor Award, congratulating Kang Sang-win from the detective agency. He stood stiffly, spraying his hair with gel. Huh? Everyone is noisy. Who is Kang Win? Is it him? Since he's sitting in the front row, that must be it. He even stood up to be teased before his name was called. Is he that confident? Jeon's car also joins in. I like that confidence of yours. Go up and accept the award. Win has so many words he won't have time to explain. It's not like that. On the surface, I seem indifferent, but inside I am still very confused. Huh? What the heck? Why me? Everyone looked at him and kept wondering, who is Kang Win? Are you the anonymous actor, going straight to the top as the nameless one? His expression is so cold. Isn't he happy? Director Kyotaro presents the flowers and the award trophy, speaking in Japanese. Congratulations, the work is truly excellent. Uun received it and spoke Japanese like a pro. Thank you, director. It's an honor that you appreciate the detective agency. The translator, surprised, turned to ask him, Do you speak Japanese? Japanese? Did I just answer in Japanese? He tried to reassure himself. Stay calm. Kang Win then replied, No, I only know a little. Director Kyotaro asked, Have you ever lived in Japan? Your pronunciation doesn't sound like a Japanese learner. Uzin modestly says it's not a big deal. But thank you for the compliment, I only know enough to communicate. Still, the director continued to praise me. You pronounce it like a native speaker. Truly impressive. With such high-level acting skills and language proficiency, why are you only participating in short films? Win is confused. Only participating in short films. What do you mean? People are still talking under the stands. What, is he Japanese? I don't think so. His Korean is also very good. Did he work in Japan before? And the miraculous director looked stunned and turned pale. Everyone kept discussing excitedly. Do you mean a Korean who settled in Japan? That's why he knows the director of the company's heart is completely shocked. Mr. John's car seems a bit interested in our male lead. I'm really curious, but he can speak Japanese fluently. Who exactly is he? What has he been through in the past? Right now, the stage manager signaled to speed up the process. Director Kyotaro said, I apologize for wasting your time. Please come up and share your thoughts. Ewan approaches the microphone. Is he overwhelmed with his feelings? What should I say now? I have to be as serious and polite as possible. When he looked up, all the cameras started snapping rapidly. Wow, it's like being struck by lightning right in front of me. I don't know. I'll say something appropriate and thank you. That's it. I think I'll act now. Win spoke very directly with a cold face. Thank you, everyone. The difficult times really felt long and endless, but now I have many wonderful people around me. I won't say anything lengthy. I will keep trying without stopping. Once again, thank you. Then you, the host, continue with the film festival. Congratulations. Next is the major award for the work. Win returns to his seat. Han and Dong-chun are happily chatting. Congratulations to you. Well done. He nodded. Thank you. At this moment, Win was floating on cloud 9. I really won the prize, huh? Han turned to chat. There's only one big prize left for a single work. Who do you think will win? Guion responds. Of course, it has to be the detective agency team. You, the host, are announcing that this is the major award for a single work. The award goes to the detective agency. Congratulations. These words left the director stunned. Dong-chun was so happy he almost cried. Everyone around is happy. Congratulations. As the film festival was coming to an end, reporters quickly spread the news worldwide, surprising all the audience and even the Uin family. They received the message he sent. I won the award for that performance. It's just a short film, so there's nothing too special about it, but I'm proud of it. I was worried everyone would be worried, so I sent a message. I also attached a photo of the trophy. And this became an opportunity for Kang Win to be recognized as an actor. In that tall building, a gasp of amazement echoed. Win sat looking at his phone and sighed. The article is still so popular. As I read the news, I thought to myself that thanks to the Miss Annan and Hong Han short film festivals, my fame seems to have increased, and I'll probably keep getting messages like this. At the same time, my phone screen displayed a series of messages from acquaintances. What's with that picture, Mom? Answer me right away. Are you really actors? Don't lie. Kim said I heard you won an award. Congratulations, hun. After everything, he decided to put the device aside to relax his mind. Whatever. I'll handle that later. There is a meeting today. At this moment, Kitich politely enters from outside. Sorry, I got here as quickly as I could. He looked around and asked about the matter. Where is Chairman Choi? Uin stood up politely and said, Just a moment, he's in the restroom. Hearing that, K-Tik also responded warmly. Well, let's start first then. I'm contemplating in my mind, I have many questions, but I guess he will answer easily. That way it will be quicker to see how far he has developed. Once seated, he said, Congratulations on winning the prize, I am very happy for you. He replied politely, Thank you, Director. So, after finishing, what did you think? Udin replied briefly, That's very interesting. The director chuckled happily and continued to probe. Haha, that's okay too. Which character in the story attracts you the most? Summarize the entire script in one sentence that leaves the director stunned, featuring a character with multiple personalities. Right after that, he asked 2 more pretty tricky questions. You know that. Then why did you choose this role? Uin's naive voice echoes in my mind. The reason? I was happy, so I chose that. But on the surface, I seem cold. I think I like playing the villain. It seems that Kitich was very pleased with his answer, so he nodded. I didn't expect he felt the same way. Actually, I've also had my eye on you for that role. Do you want to join this project? Win nodded slightly and then replied casually, If possible, I would be very happy to be involved. At the same time, Song Jian walks in from outside. Oh my, sorry about that, I had an urgent call. Kitich quickly replied, No problem, you came at just the right time. Then he told Chairman Choi to go ahead and sign the contract today. Yuan and I have finalized the main villain role. This statement surprises Zongjian. What do you mean? The main role. Once again, no need to explain, it means Uin will be the first actor officially confirmed for my project. Please take a seat, we will discuss the upcoming schedule. The director pulled out a chair and quickly sat down. Yes, yes, I thought to myself, not a supporting role, but the leading role, the legendary director giving the main part to an unknown actor. How many more steps does he plan to take? If this news gets out, it will cause chaos. Why is he so indifferent? As he focused on watching Uin, he also turned his head back, his gaze now completely indifferent. After a moment of shock, Zhang Jian finally calmed down. Yeah, if I keep going with him from now on, things like this will happen more often. He's telling me to be a little less surprised and just focus on my work, huh? Ha ha. I get what he's implying. After some thought, he finally spoke up. Director, I truly appreciate the suggestion, but I think it's still a bit early to sign the contract today. I believe it's best to just end things with a verbal agreement between us, Director Yuan and myself. Then we can discuss the details later. After saying that, Zhang Jian glanced at the place where he thought of him. Yuan, this is what you want, right? Maybe you're not just trying to get past this safely, but actually to raise my value, isn't that correct? Just like the company's contract for Hriang, but the level of recognition hasn't exploded yet, so he suggested delaying the contract until the broadcast. Han Hriang is filing the paperwork for the first time. That's right. Doing this will multiply your value many times over. I understand. I will pay attention to that. At this very moment, inside, I am screaming loudly. Why is he doing that all of a sudden? Stop it. No, what if the legendary director feels offended and refuses? While he's worried about that, the director suddenly says, I understand your point. I might have been a bit hasty. Then first just join the production team's discussion and have an informal agreement. Zhang Jian politely thanks for understanding. That effortless action left Win stunned. What? Really? At this moment, Zhang Jian whispered to him, at least double and more if possible. I guarantee I will achieve the value that satisfies you. Just leave it to me. With the director, I'm sure it'll be fine. Making him confused, suddenly talking about value, what's that about? If they want to elevate themselves, what crime is there in stopping them? Thinking that, I immediately replied, yes, I understand. Zhang Jian pointed at him and continued. Also, with Yuan becoming more and more public, it seems this is going to be a big deal. Just imagine. If when you rise to fame, even more than a new actor, the contract for Henry's profile and the island disappear at the same time. What do you think will happen? Then it won't be long before you become a blue chip in the film industry. You will become a bombshell in the entire entertainment industry. The scene then shifts to a car driving down the road. Win is lying on the couch, sighing in frustration. I'm so tired. A series of chaotic days. Mr. John's car is driving back, giving instructions. That's right, Yuan. Regarding the next schedule, many production companies and film studios are contacting you now. The Miss Enon Festival, that's it. But this is a moment when we need to be very careful. So I think I should observe the situation for a bit. For now, let's wait a little. The company also needs to organize some things. Uzin didn't understand those things, so he just responded vaguely. Yes. Now I have some free time to quietly plan. Oh, so I do have a little free time now. Actually, the audition for the project is almost finished, so I plan to start going through each role bit by bit from now on. I've also completed the first full read-through just to get a feel for a small role before heading home. Immediately afterward, he returned to the void space, a rare visit to read. After a moment of reflection, he focused on the main task. All right, Second Lieutenant Kim. The mechanical voice rings out, ready to read. Private B. Kim has completed preparations. This is a script of very high quality. Uin breathes a sigh of relief and exclaims, wow, that was intense. Even though it's a minor role, what I'm experiencing is quite unusual. The communication system announces it's starting to read just as a blinding light flashes. The scene then shifts to a dark, gloomy place where a soldier stands trembling, observing his surroundings. Win, in the role of the soldier, looks terrified and pale. Ha 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 ha, get out of here or I will shoot you all. Suddenly he senses that something is wrong. Then he quickly turned around, held up his weapon, and asked someone. The soldier stared into the terrifying void ahead, trembling nonstop. Private Kim Bin Ni Park, is that you? Private Park, is that you? Or Hasi Jiang? If you're there, please answer me. Everyone has gone somewhere else. At this moment, another figure appeared behind him. Squish-Zet Private Kim, who was walking slowly. Private Kim was so scared he was about to cry. Then he was suddenly stabbed by something, and finally his helmet fell to the ground. Now, the scene is extremely tragic, with one soldier collapsed and another floating in the air. The scene shifts to a large building where director Kiyotaro is standing and reading the script, rubbing his eyes and sighing, unable to stop thinking about that anonymous Korean actor. Just a little glimpse was enough to spark my curiosity. His acting surpasses that of a veteran, but the recognition he deserves still remains at the bottom of the abyss. It's strange. Passing up an actor like that is really a shame. Thinking of that handsome image of Woo-in, the director made up his mind. He decided to introduce that talented, anonymous actor to the world, and he wanted to work with him. Without hesitation, Kyotaro immediately made a phone call to someone. "Yeah, it's me. Come to my room and we can talk. I think I need to stay in Korea for a few more days." Yuan spent the entire day off at home, attending a major event at the SBC Broadcasting Building in Mokdong. At Profiler Hryang, the Hryang producer is presenting the production. This is a production presentation for the highly anticipated project of the Hryang Profile creator, where Park Eun-mi draws everyone's attention by hinting at an unprecedented actor, the Spotlight Fisherman. Writer Park Eun-mi shared that the Spotlight Fisherman actor I chose will leave everyone in awe. As a result, many public communities and media outlets are starting to buzz about Hryang's profile, and MBS and TVM probably feel pressured by Hanri's profile, prompting them to hurriedly announce and promote their upcoming shows. Upcoming main drama series are almost released simultaneously. Comments appear on the phone screen as people write, so please respect others and follow community guidelines. Add a comment. Honghan is so beautiful, her face is glowing. Barry, please. Holding my breath, waiting for the show to air, someone finishes reading and exclaims in amazement. Woo-in sits cross-legged on the bed, marveling at how top-notch Jeer is. So this scene looks like this on screen. So captivating. I didn't even do that much. I also edited videos when I was working at the design company. Then suddenly he sat up straight. Oh, right. Woo-in's face suddenly turned extremely shocked. That's crazy. Then he shouted loudly, "I did it!" Transferring 60 million in transaction details. I have 60 million in just one go. Now the phone screen shows 60,000 to 3,020. Woo-in now feels like her life is blossoming. This is her first salary since she started performing. Did they say Hanryang still appears even after the first episode? Wow, what should I do with this money soon? I've never held that much money before, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. Should I first give some to my parents? Maybe I should save a little more for travel expenses. I'm starting to have doubts. Suddenly, the phone notification caught his attention. A message from the UN president appeared on the screen. "Can you come to the office tomorrow? I'm busy, so Swan and Y will pick you up," which makes him quite curious. "Mr. President, is there something you need?" The next day quickly arrived, and everyone greeted each other at a building. "Good morning, Hungnim. Hello?" Woo-in stepped forward and replied, "Yes, hello." The two people facing him are more friendly. "Come on, Hainim, feel free to talk." "That's right, Dad. We don't feel comfortable," Woo-in replied casually. Okay, I get it. Is the chairman busy?" The guy across from him replied, "Oh, no need to say anything more. The company is in complete chaos right now. It's just like a battlefield." The female employee next to him reminds him, "How can he say that so he understands?" Then she pointed and briefly explained that the current situation was a mess, with the scene following showing Zong's exhausted face. Now in the office, everything was chaotic, as phones kept ringing non-stop. "Yes, this is BWN regarding Honghan's interview. Oh, because there hasn't been any decision made for Kang Win yet. Could you please send it via express delivery?" Yes, this is regarding Kang Win's event. Please send your inquiries about Honghan's advertisement via email. A delivery staff member is bringing something up to ask. Express delivery here. Where should I put this? The female staff quickly gave directions. "Ha! It's here!" And Zonjian is there, exhausted and unable to do anything, probably overwhelmed, sitting there with his mouth open listening. Han's schedule is yes, Kang Yuan is still not Han Kang Yuan. Not Han Kang Yuan, Hongchang, Hongsha. Hearing too much information and doing too many things makes Zonjian secretly slam his fist on the table. Urgently learn. He stands there, pointing seriously, directing the operation. From now on, we will proceed with Han like this. As for Yuan, don't reveal anything until Hanryang is completed. And now that Yuan has joined, we need to hire more staff. Which area is the most urgent? The two employees ask one after the other. Our marketing team is our top priority. The management team is also in a mess. Jayankar immediately takes the lead. Okay. Then evaluate the personnel and increase the number of staff in the overloaded departments as quickly as possible. They responded in unison. Yes, the female employee led Yuan there and pointed. This is the current situation. No wonder he's thinking to himself with that confused and chaotic face. Mr. Jeon's car has taken notice of you. Woo-in has arrived. He immediately bowed his head and replied, "Hello." He then pointed and said, "Sorry for calling while you're resting. I know you understand the company's current situation, but everything is extremely chaotic. Just look over there. The script has been sent to you. Not only that, but there are also quite a few upcoming interview schedules. What are you planning to do?" Seeing that pile of papers, Yuan sighed. Wow, so much. Then he exclaimed, "I'm not fully ready to participate in the interview." Feeling a bit overwhelmed, he nodded and agreed. Actually, I think it's better for you to keep the mysterious atmosphere. After all, answering isn't that important and it only damages your image. Earlier, I mentioned that the timeline I envision is after the Henryang film premiere during director No Kai-tek's project. Only 2 days left until the first episode of Hryryang airs. Keep everything as secret as possible. Be careful with what you say to close friends. All right, now let's talk about the next project. Here is everything sent for your review. And here are the dramas and romantic comedies I've reviewed separately. I've filtered out the nonsense. Looking at the papers on the table, Uin sighed in frustration. Do I really have to read all of this? Watch him read the script. Zongjian reminds him to trust his instincts and pick a few. It doesn't have to be main drama or romantic comedy. Since the project with director Kaich is still in the early stages, there's plenty of time to join a few short films. Suddenly realizing something, Yuan called out to the chairman and Zongjian responded, maybe it's a cameo role. The cameo role is a brief appearance by a celebrity in a film. Then the chairman explains further, I haven't talked much with the director, but I hear they're already filming in the middle of production. They said they want to meet and talk to you because they saw you at the Missing in Short Film Festival. Do you like it? Uin quietly thought that was because Bede Sung had been there from the beginning. Maybe he found out because he secretly entered the secret space. Mr. Jaion's car was calling out, but before it finished, it was interrupted by a loud shout. Chairman, you have to go out. Someone just arrived. The car's confused. Who is she? The female employee stammered. There, before she could finish speaking, the other person entered. Sorry for dropping in so suddenly. Kyotaro greets politely in Japanese. Hello, I am here to meet actor Kang Win. Seeing him, everyone started whispering. There's director Kyotaro. Is this director Kyotaro Tanigi? What is the famous Japanese director doing here? Win turned his head and thought to himself, what? Uncle Sangjun and Zongjun were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Director Kyotaro, why is he here? Kyotaro turned around and spoke in Japanese. I think coming in person will show my sincerity. If there's any inconvenience, we can reschedule. Win still has questions. What is that? Why is he looking at me? In the end, he finally understood. Oh, he wants me to translate as easily as eating cake. Then forget the explanation, Chairman. It seems the director wants to have a meeting. Hearing that, Songjian immediately said, oh, really? Then please go this way. As I sit down, Kyotaro sighs in relief, glad that the actor speaks Japanese. I always find it inconvenient when I visit Korea. If you can in, could you become a translator? He replied kindly. Yes, I understand. Kyotaro pointed at him and politely continued the conversation. Thank you. I'm sorry we couldn't talk longer at the Missing in Short Film Festival. I want to continue that conversation. I think your current position is a waste. Urin, no matter how high the barriers in acting in Korea are, it's a shame for you. Uin, if you only continue working in short films, the more he talks, the more confused Uin feels, and he naturally starts to say things. Then suddenly Kyotaro asked about it. Oh, right. How long have you been in Japan? Uin responded like the others. Due to some circumstances, it's a bit difficult to explain. He immediately started singing vaguely. I understand now, sorry. Kyotaro's actions made Uin get goosebumps. Oh my god, what on earth are you here for? Jian asked suspiciously, looking at him. Sorry, but you came here for actress Honghan, right? Uin, translate for me. Immediately, he stepped into the role of translator and relayed the message. Kyotaro responded. Honghan is a wonderful actress, but today I am here for the actor Kangin. Hearing what he said made Uin wonder again. I came here because of myself. But why? Kyotaro called your cousin Uin. What do you think about expanding in Japan? Hearing his plan made Uin feel quite uneasy. You've only been acting for 2 months, and he's already telling you to go to Japan. Kyotaro continued. It's natural to be worried. Have you confirmed any projects yet? He thought to himself about director Kuntich not having confirmed yet and replied, Not yet. The Japanese director listened and smiled happily. Really? I am currently preparing for my next project. The project has been confirmed. I am currently adapting a famous Japanese novel. It's almost 80% finished. I want to work with you on that project. Hearing those words, he was stunned, eyes wide open, thinking to himself, is that really true? Uin stroked his chin, glancing to the side, thinking, not too bad, but I'm not leaving for Japan tomorrow anyway. Jian's car curiously turned to ask about it. What did director Kyotaro say? He calmly replied, he wants to work with me. That made Zongjian gasp in surprise. So the master director also works abroad? What do you think? As I was thinking, the master director responded, I don't think I need to deny it. I'll probably ask for the script and consider it carefully. Seeing his choice, Zongjian was very supportive. That's a good idea. Having multiple options is always better. I will convey exactly what you said. Once the discussion was over, Yuan turned to ask, That's pretty good. But can I receive the script and think it over? Kyotaro nodded in response. Of course. Then he asked, "So how will I contact you in the future?" And turned to remind Zongyan, chairman. He asked about our contact method. He then handed over a card. "You can send the information to my email. Here is my business card. The email is on it." Email Saang Awin recounted what he said. Kyotaro nodded politely and thanked him. Then he stood up and continued, "Thank you for your positive feedback. I personally came here to make it worth it. I will finish the script quickly and send it to you." Win asked nervously, "Are you back already?" Turning to leave, Kyotaro replied, "Yes, the schedule was originally just 1 day in Korea, but I decided to stay longer to see you. Now that the exam is over, I have to go back. When I look forward to the day we meet again." When he leaves, the chairman and your staff are just sitting there, stunned. Mr. Jeon's car spoke up in shock. "What's going on, Ewan? What just happened? Why did Director Kyotaro come here?" Jin silently replied, "I've been wondering too." Finally, he reached out and started a conversation in the car, saying I was also aiming for an international career because of your language skills, but it seems it came sooner than I expected. Of course, the script also has to satisfy you. From now on, keep this secret because we can't predict what will happen. Meanwhile, while choosing the script, it might just be waiting for Hanryang's first episode to air when suddenly the phone makes a sound, distracting him. UNBD is done. Just as Jeon read the message and reported, they said we should have dinner with the company and watch Hanryang's debut screening together. The scene then shifts to an evening at a building. Win steps out of the car and looks up again. John's car turns to chat with him. "It's finally here. Maybe now the reporters are waiting to broadcast the first episode. What do you think? The premiere is just around the corner?" Udin replied honestly, "I am hungry and excited." This makes Songjeon laugh happily. "Ha ha, that's interesting. Not like a rookie's attitude at all." Outside he remains calm, but inside he is screaming. Actually, my heart is pounding wildly. The feeling is completely different from the first recording. Husong turned to tell him, "I'll go in first. I'll tidy up here a bit and follow you." Then the door was opened. Win walks in, looking left and right, and Umi and Manyu call out, "Yuin, over here." They looked at him with warmth. "Oh my God, our assistant director Parr has arrived. How have you been lately, Uwin?" He replied indifferently, "Hello, director." "Hello, author." Manyu looked at him and asked about the matter. "Sorry for the late, but congratulations on your victory. I heard you're not only good at English, but also Japanese." "You've been in the US and Japan, right?" Uwin responds with a mysterious answer. "Sorry, I'm not comfortable talking about that." Suddenly, Mi stepped forward and took Uwin's hand, bowing her head. He looked at her with curiosity. What is she doing? Umi responds sincerely, "Now I am the first believer of the legend of Kang Uwin's ancestral spirit." Hearing that, he pondered silently, not knowing what to say. Well then, the others also turned their attention to the main character of the party. "Oh, Yuan is here?" He turned around to greet politely. "Hello, Senior, and Miss Hong Han as well." Dungmin and Han responded in turn. "I heard you won the award because of the detective agency." "Congratulations, Uwin." The woman stepped forward and whispered to Uwin. "I heard Director Kyotaro visited your company. Are you going to Japan?" Then he thought to himself, "It smells so good. Could this be the scent of a goddess?" And he replied, "I wonder if this makes Han feel confused." Suddenly someone on this side shouted, "The commercial is on. It's about to air. What should we do now that everyone is debating?" "I'm so nervous I don't know how the ratings will turn out. Why not place a few bets while we're at it?" "It's been a while since I last played. I bet 50 or on 10%. I have 10.7%, so I bet 50,000 for 15%. Duin watched them discuss and wondered if he should join in for fun. Then he decided to just play along and confidently said 20%. The others were stunned after hearing that. 20%. Then they kept mocking him. "Ha ha ha, quite brave. When was the last time the rating was 20%? About 3 years ago, right? Maybe 5 years? Ewan doesn't think that number's a bit high. Haha, seeing them like that, I thought the height was real, huh?" Then someone pointed and announced, "Ah, it's starting." Uwin looked up, thinking that at last it was beginning. The screen displayed Hanryang, while Uwin thought it was Hanryang's debut screening. Unlike a detective agency, Hanryang's profile creator will cover the whole country. Everyone can see it. Everyone from old to young was amazed, all watching intently. I wonder how many people have seen it. I wonder what people think of my acting. Viewers keep discussing it with each other. Wow, with acting this good, what else is there to make a sensational post about? I think I've seen this actor somewhere before. He is the winner of the acting award at the Miss Enon Short Film Festival. What's his name again? Kang Win. Everyone watching that film keeps praising it. Wow, everyone in the Manhwa group is so excited. The film is really well made. Did the director just play with the props while editing, or is he that engrossed? Assistant baiting scene really is something. Win looked a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself how fun it was. At first his appearance seemed a bit strange. but the more he watched, the more familiar it became. Then he finally noticed his phone. Damn it, why are there so many messages? Have they all watched the movie? The Hopeless Trio, My Family? Even the people from the old company. Then he let out another sigh when he saw Manhu's expression. I was very curious why everyone suddenly looked at the director when he said that. Then someone asked, is it ready yet? What is the total then? Manhu listed the real-time ratings. MBS 5.9%, TVEM 2.7%, and ours 20.3%. The team of staff members repeated in amazement, 20.3%. Everyone gets excited when they hear that number, 20.3%. Is it really leading? Are you serious? Manhu calmly replied, it has to be 20.3%. The female employee exclaimed in amazement, Goa, it's been about 3 years since we had a show reach 20% rating, and this is even the first episode. Manhu now expresses his own thoughts. I think that the promises that create curiosity among viewers and the media tricks helped us achieve this success. It seems the audience tried other shows but ultimately chose ours, and the appearance of Assistant Paro in the latter half kept their attention. Thanks to that, our drop in viewers was minimal, and the viewership even increased. Then those present gathered around Ewan and said, wow, Assistant Park's influence is really incredible. Ewan is so calm on the outside, but inside he just can't stay composed. That's crazy, over 20% for real. How many people could have watched it? Wow, you've reached S rank, you're definitely not calm. Speaking of which, Uin Thang won an award at the Short Film Festival. Everyone is talking about it non-stop now. Your first drama film has reached 20% rating and you've even won the fish-catching game. Your predictions are spot on. Manhu turned around in surprise, thinking, just a few minutes ago he guessed 20% and it was totally like a nest creature, more like a level of a fairy branch, guessing the exact number. Does that mean he's human? While the director was surprised, Uin remained calm, guessing for fun and actually getting it right. Hee. And me once again took his hand happily, thanking you, Uin. It really is a divine creature, and you're all too familiar with it. Here we go again. Whatever, let it be. Everyone happily laughs as they listen to Umi. Ha ha. What are you saying? Someone even said that this time Assistant Park will win, so let's split the money. About 500,000 Uin, he quietly celebrates. Sitting idle also earns money. The drama film battle has captured everyone's attention. The drama film competition among 3 broadcasters, with Han Ryung the producer showcasing superior quality, ended with Han Ryung the producer's victory. The standout profile creator Hanang's film continues to attract a lot of media attention. Drama News, Kang Win, who played Assistant Park. Who is he? Turns out he's a newcomer who won an acting award at the Miss Enan Film Festival, where the name Kang Win was mentioned frequently. Right now, everything is just beginning, with non-stop comments flooding in, featuring talented actors who help improve the quality of the film. Kang Win, he must not have participated in any projects before. I can't find anything. When Assistant Park appears at the end, I was about to pee my pants. Ru Dong-min is incredibly handsome, and both the media and online communities can't leave it alone. The influence of Hryang's profile creator is gradually spreading, not just online, but offline as well. It's being talked about everywhere. Every conversation on the street is about it. The person who created Hryang's profile. Amidst this commotion, the airing date of the second episode is approaching. At work, everyone gathers together. Someone asks, are you Ewan fried or with sauce? He replied indifferently, spicy, while the girl next to him was more cheerful. I prefer the spicy kind. Then she looked at Ewan and asked, what's with all these calls when your phone's been off? He looked over and replied, just an acquaintance. I feel a chill in my heart, thinking about those who have long disappeared from my memory, forgotten group chat memories, acquaintances from university days. Why is my elementary school classmate suddenly messaging so intensely? I feel attacked by family, the trio, and of course the director. For now, just forget it. Forget everything. It's not that important. From now on, I plan to only role-play work messages. The female staff member beside me speaks up. All right, I just posted 5 photos on your SNS today, but was too busy to remember. Ewan is curious about SNS. Then he remembered that day when Seong-jon was talking to me. Ewan SNins, blah blah. Yes, that's right. I created the account after Henry's gathering because it was quite simple. Looking at Jung, I wondered which picture she posted, and then asked outright which one it was. She honestly replied, Opa looks good in any outfit, so I told the marketing team to add a photo from the Miss Enan Festival. I also posted a few profile shots and one from the barbecue restaurant yesterday. Uzin wondered why, but was cut off by Shu Hoan before he could finish speaking. It's starting. Wow, Season 1 was amazing. I wonder how Season 2 will be. Mr. Jeon's car agrees. Well, now that you mention it. From Season 2, the appearance of Assistant Par will increase, so I can't wait to see everyone's reactions tomorrow. And you? Jin replied. Me too. I secretly thought, wow, she must be really crazy. Then suddenly Uin paid attention to her phone. Hong Han on the screen just messaged me that she followed your SNS. But do you know there are a bunch of people following you too? Hearing her say that made Ewan full of question marks. A whole bunch of followers, huh? Let's check. Does the main page of the account show 31K followers and following? This surprises Ewan. Wow, 30,000 people are following me. 30,000 in just one day. How about that? Then scrolling down, Ewan saw many comments. I really like this movie. Your acting is so good that I had to follow you right away. Hey, I support you. Wait, did this actor win an award for their performance? I need to check it out. Beautiful and enduring. Oh, outside may be cold and distant, but inside my heart has blossomed. This is why everyone uses social media. It feels like there's someone cheering you on right in front of you. Jeon's car is asking why you haven't watched the movie. What's going on? Did Ewan immediately notice? He thought to himself, I see. Then he replied, not really, I was just checking SNS. After hearing that, Jong-ek said, oh, I see. When I was having dinner, I saw about 20K before I died. How much is it now? He honestly replied, 30. He happily praised, singing softly, well done, impressing Ewan. Is it good? It's really good, but why does he seem so indifferent? Then he immediately questioned, isn't it a lot? Mr. Jeon's car is used to training actors, so he's very familiar with it. But tomorrow will be even higher, right? His words made Ewan confused. Is it going to increase more? Jeon's car explained it to me. You are the one controlling the pace of that blockbuster film. Everyone is looking for Ewan. Thanks to that, the company is really excited. Having fans is completely normal, but a debut film as successful as this is very rare. Hearing those words, he immediately fell into contemplation. Fans? So I really have fans? So that means I will have a fan club, I will organize signings and meetups with fans, and Mr. John's confidence is so high that you'll soon have a fan club, which surprises Win. Adu, can he read my thoughts? Then he picks up his phone while deep in thought. Your fan club is pretty impressive anyway. Then the image of a pensive girl appears. The driver suddenly turned back and scolded, You're not willing to read the script and keep causing trouble. She immediately denied, No. That person keeps blaming me for everything. Ever since I participated in the Miss Enon pageant, I've been acting like a fool. Warren looked over and definitely replied, I will read it. I just read a little about Hyang, the person who filed the profile, and she is also a famous member of the 8-year-old L. Warren girl group. The driver listened and then calmed down, joining the discussion. That's really impressive. I heard the rating is over 20%. Warren replied. They said episode 2 reached 23.2%. The driver turned back to ask about it. That's intense. Have you congratulated Hong Hae-yeon yet? The two of you are like gods, right? Oh, if that's you, she said a bit annoyed. What are you talking about? But I've been calling him all along. It's the same old story again. Are you really the manager? You should also start making a name for yourself soon. Hurry up and read the script. The CEO already mentioned that matter. She becomes even more annoyed. Read it now. Don't say anything else. Warren's expression shows clear affection as he looks at his phone. So, the detective agency and Ryang are both run by Kang Win, right? His acting is completely different from Kim Ruin to Brai. Amazing. I don't know which company he's from, where he studied, or how old he is. There's so little information, but I want to learn more about Ewan. He just created an Instagram too. I wonder when the fan club was formed. I want to become a fangirl quickly. Seeing her upset, the manager shouted, Warren, what are you doing? Why aren't you filming the script? She was startled and replied, Okay, I'm watching it now. Then once again he leaned down, focusing to see that the title was Friend Zone. On a clear sunny day, at a certain building, someone sighed loudly. Uzun, tired, finally finished reading the messages he had been delaying, ignoring most of the messages from people he couldn't even remember their faces, and feeling exhausted. He picked up his phone excitedly, and his follower count was about to hit 50,000. He glanced at his face with a hand, surprised that so many people paid attention, and were happy, of course, with a bit of worry too. Uin lazily picked up the script and scene list received from the company. Whatever, I'll enjoy it first. Oh, I should check the E-level script early, right? Just forget it. Level D, get rid of this too. Once you remove everything below level C, there's nothing left, and only A and S levels really matter. Is this what I managed to save? A film about B-plus level drug traffickers. Nguyen seriously said, I heard they invited me to do camo. Remember Ongen's words, I can't talk much with the director, but I heard they're already filming in the middle of it. They want to meet and talk to you because they saw you at the My Enon Short Film Festival. Do you like it? And then he added, I think that's right. Now it's B-plus level, but it could go higher in the future, right? Suddenly he was stunned. Crime thriller? Pretty good. He said it with a look of obvious dissatisfaction. Uzun is on the phone and responds, Yes, Mr. Chairman. The other person continued, Well, Uzun, I have a few things to discuss with you. First, review the script and respond immediately afterward. Most of them are not very good. The best are those with illegal drug dealers. He asked again. So, the role of Tsami. All right, he laughed loudly and then said, just do it that way. I trust your instincts. He helplessly thought that the misunderstanding was getting more and more serious. He said it a bit hurriedly, like Director Kim from the drug dealer, but if you're okay, let's have a quick meeting. Yes, just do that. Oh, and have the producer contact me. Do you know Uzin Runongzan? He's a well-known name in the entertainment industry. Uzin remembered Runongzan, one of the few powerful producers in the domestic entertainment industry. All the variety shows he produced consistently achieved impressive ratings, and the programs he planned always attracted the spotlight. He hesitated and whispered, I do like a few shows, but why are you asking suddenly? Then he replied to him, yes, I know. He continued, the main actor of the HN Jiang profile will appear on YouTube Sport S Day, run by producer Runonggan, for promotional purposes. What do you think about combining a variety show format with a talk show? It's not just you. There are a few other actors too. He hesitated and thought, a variety show? What if I lose my image? Maybe someday I will join a variety show. So building a solid foundation early on is also a good idea, especially since the producer, Runongzan, is managing it. I don't know, but we have to do it well. If you're committed, you have to follow through. Later, he replied, I think I can do it. I will participate. The fluffy clouds drift gently with the cool breeze at a house that blends a touch of vintage with modern style. Uzin and the B-shaped vehicle step inside. He greeted the director, and a red-haired person responded. Oh, that's Director Kim Do-hai, the drug dealer. He said he's very pleased to meet you, Win. Thank you for your time. You must be very busy. You are much calmer than I expected, even more composed than when I met you at the film festival. Ongin chuckled and spoke up to diffuse the situation. Win is usually quite reserved, he said, but he completely transforms when acting. Do-hai smiled and said, I also understand after seeing Kim Dean and assistant Bako. There aren't many actors with such a diverse range of colors, Win muttered quietly. Why stare so intently? See who blinks first. Do-hai sighed, and meeting him in person only made me realize he's perfect for the role. That's why I feel greedy. First, let me tell you the truth about our drug trafficking situation. Currently, Ozun Yu, one of the actors involved in the illegal trade, has unfortunately been injured in an accident with serious injuries, forcing him to leave the project. Onjin the car asked in shock. So you wanted Yuin to take that cameo role? Because... Hai continued, it may be called a cameo, but actually this is a very important role. Seeing Uin speak fluent Japanese at the film festival, given the context, this cameo role requires Japanese language skills. It also has a certain level of difficulty, and Uin's acting is excellent. So suggesting this without knowing what to say still feels a bit strange. Given its difficulty and Japanese language requirements, it's a bit like a patchwork product, and on top of that, the time is a bit tight. Ren immediately asked, how much time do we have? Do-hai hesitated a bit before replying, we need to finish filming in 3 weeks. He nervously said, 3 weeks is pretty tight. He put his hand on his face and said, that's true, but we can't just cut that role. Doing so would ruin the spirit of the film. His assistant spoke up, saying, Director, we still have to delete it after all. Do-hai replied sadly, yeah, that might be the best option. So let's pause filming for now. Suddenly, a voice called out. Director Uin seriously said, I believe I can do it, which surprised Do-hai. He thought 3 weeks was too long, 3 days would do. So what if the product is patchy? If I perform, it will be mine. Besides, there's no reason to refuse the illegal drug dealer with its solid B+ grade. It requires Japanese language skills and short filming time. Moreover, A and S level works don't always appear, and ZTIN B+ might increase further. So he said he would take a cameo role as well. Everyone turned to look, their faces showing clear astonishment. The director asked, how much will you pay Uin for his appearance fee? Shouldn't your passing in the middle of such a difficult situation also be considered? Do-hai happily replied. Of course, on a gloomy afternoon at the apartment building where Uin lives, someone said, well done, Uzin. Ogin told him to go home and rest, and that he would inform him of the schedule tomorrow. Uin replied as he got out of the car, yes, and added that a few more scripts had just been sent to him. Want to see? I brought it from the company to there. Then he advised, I think you only need to read the 2 thickest ones. That's enough. Uin reached out and took it, then replied, okay. He picked it up and read it. There was one written by Loon. Love freezes to death, he explains. She's a literary star on par with Basemi. If you forward it right after Jiang's profile, the impact will be very significant. He excitedly said that she is famous for rarely using new people, so this is a great opportunity. He picked up the script and read it aloud. The second one was written by Choi Nana. Ongan immediately replied, Ah, that's the assistant editor for Beyond who won an award at the Netley Short Film Contest, but since it's a short film, the feeling is a bit. According to your schedule, you can only choose one of the two. I think both are romantic comedies. In my opinion, based on your reputation and future prospects, Lunan's script would be the better choice, though it's a bit disrespectful to overlook the main character. He cheerfully guessed, and I guess you also find it very hard to choose. But that's not true, Ewan replied. Not exactly. It wouldn't be so hard if you just told me. The buzzing sound is hard to understand. He picks up the script. My chairman will choose this one. Choi Nana's script must be perfect. He stood there in confusion. Huh. Horrified, the B-car asked, Are you planning to join that group? Do you know who the screenwriter Lun is? Ewan replied indifferently. I know. Then I think that before searching Google about Baer-yoon, I became aware of her existence because I saw many articles comparing the two of them. The article is about Lunan and Baer-yoon-mi. A showdown between two star writers? Who will be the winner? He wondered. And you still choose that short story? Why is that? Uzin whispered to himself. Why is that? Actually, the love potion between the two factions isn't much different. Script 5. The love story freezes to death. C+ script. Friday, Genin Zone B+ title. Both have a common score of C and B, which are average or slightly above average results. When the results are not much different, in terms of impact, Luncheon is slightly better, but the reason I chose Fenzone is simple, because it's a short story that starts with a kiss. Do they kiss right in the first scene? I like how they introduce the current situation first, then reveal the past to explain how they got there. He is a bit afraid, and on the other hand, love has frozen to death because the male lead suffers from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder and is extremely afraid of being touched by others, so the atmosphere feels a bit dull. More importantly, after going through dark hells, a touch of sweetness now is also good. You can't just say it's because of the kissing scene. I'll imply it indirectly. Won explains, it has a pretty fresh storyline. You can feel it from the very first line. Anjin quietly said in surprise, Is it over? Could it be that that incredible intuition has been triggered? That's right, otherwise why would he choose a short story? He excitedly replied, I understand now, I trust your intuition. Won worriedly thought, more misunderstandings piling up. Zeongen asked, Do you think Lee Xian's work isn't good? Director Yang-yu is also involved. He said no, it's quite ordinary. Did he realize the issue and say that? It's not like he's going to let it go completely or just ignore it, right? He remains calm. Yes, it's not bad, but not as good as a short story. Ogun's car speculates that choosing the short story and criticizing writer Lun Zan might not be a good idea. Offending the star writer or a broadcasting station could provoke a pretty strong reaction. You know, there will be a lot of problems. He added, If possible, you should do both. I will arrange it silently. He thought both at once, not a bad idea. Ween calmly replied, Yes. Jeongen happily picked up his phone to check. All right, so tomorrow you'll also have a shoot for the thick Sopo. Let's settle this today. Today the sky is clear, and the bright sunlight shines down on a certain building as Uzin and Jae-onen prepare to sit down. He spoke and advised, Uzin, just say yes as much as possible. I will handle the rest. I've coordinated with Netley, so there shouldn't be any major issues. He just responded, Okay. Then a figure dressed in blue appeared and entered. It turned out to be the author of The Deadly Frozen Love, L. Gunn. She greeted Chairman Choi and Ewan, then the cheerful B-car said, Oh my, miss, it's been a while, Ewan said coldly. Nice to meet the author. She smiled happily, and the rumor has it she looked at you with a somewhat suspicious expression. So the rumor is true. He quietly mutters to himself, I miss my mother, suddenly feeling cold. Suddenly, Gunzan slammed the table and said, I was a bit surprised to get that call immediately. Ongen laughed and replied, It's the script she wrote, so I contacted her right away. The script is also very good. She turned and asked, Really? And what about Ewan? He replied, I was impressed from the very first line. The way OR is portrayed is quite unique. She was quite satisfied. I understand now and think he exudes a charisma completely different from any actor I've ever met. How should I put it? He doesn't seem like an actor. That's why I was drawn to him and wanted him. Too bad, I should have met him before you, Bachemi. Then he spoke seriously, but for some reason this atmosphere almost felt like a no answer, right? Is it difficult to participate in my work? Anjin hesitated before answering. Actually, it's more like, okay, but right now Ewan is handling quite a few projects, so scheduling is a bit tight. He continued to say to the Bizan, I find it very unfortunate. He immediately said, yes, but I think if this gets out, it could cause a lot of misunderstandings. Seongan added, so if you can create an even smaller role, I will try to fit it into the schedule, then there won't be any misunderstandings. You must also understand how we feel. Gunsen raised her hand, lost in thought. How about this then? It will take about a day, at most 2 days, to shoot the scenes. He was amazed thinking about the mysterious man next door appearing in the neighbor's space on the note. Gunsen, let's hear what you have to say. I didn't read everything, but suddenly the mysterious man next door appeared with a message. A new language beyond the default has been discovered. Learn sign language first. He was surprised by sign language. It must be the mysterious man next door who is fluent in sign language. The more languages, the better. A notification appears indicating the sign language is almost ready. Gunzen happily looks at his hand, knowing it's rare and will become a formidable power in the future. The notification reappears, indicating that we will start learning sign language. His eyes are alert. Suddenly, a white vortex appears. He stands still with his eyes closed. Jin opens his eyes. It's here. Suddenly, many hands appeared as if trying to surround him. A series of sounds were emitted. A notification appears indicating that the new language, sign language, learning, has ended. He silently holds the script and looks at Jin, thinking, I'm still okay. My body feels a bit heavy but not too tired. Definitely better than when I was learning Japanese. I think I can do it right away. I know the subspace isn't a scam. Gon said this isn't a light role. Just because his scenes only last a day or two to shoot, he's quite important in the first 2 episodes, and there's a lot to learn about character development. He asked if the sign language was the B language. She was surprised and pleased that most of the mysterious man's dialogue from the house next door is in sign language, so it's not easy to catch everything, he muttered quietly. Is that all? He worries he tried to get through it by choosing a small role, but it will take a lot of time to learn sign language, so he needs to switch to a different role. Then he said it seems like it will be a prominent, but also somewhat heavy role. Do you think you'll have trouble with it? He calmly replied no. Both of them looked at him in disbelief, and he continued, I can handle it. No need to learn sign language from scratch. Gunseon and Ji Onongseon are both amazed. She immediately asks, so you know how to use sign language? He calmly replied, yes, a little. She still didn't believe and asked again. Really? You know how to use it? Can you show me a little? He replied, yes. Then he started to perform. Like this part, his fingers began to move. Switching from one movement to another, Gunzen watched in amazement. She thought to herself that he kept the movements minimal, and they looked completely natural. He also adds emphasis where needed, and expresses emotion through his eyes. How can emotions in the eyes make everything so perfect? After a moment, he said, it's done. Wien burst into laughter, unable to believe her eyes, and said, you only know a little, right? Morning at the Netflixer office, Huine's assistant nervously said, wait, Huine, are you really going to join Friendzone or just go to watch? She replied indifferently, I haven't decided yet. I'll see when I meet him. Don't overreact. He panicked and continued, suddenly, you want to attend the Friendzone meeting? The director keeps calling non-stop. She still remained calm. Just say you're busy with a meeting and can't hear. He still looked worried and asked, but we don't have time for these things. Besides, you said this screenwriter is a rookie, so if anything goes wrong, it could cause trouble. Huajin replied. It's fine. Our album is pretty solid this time anyway. Besides, I didn't come here to hang out. I came just to see how this project is going, who the main actor is, what the screenwriter's style is like, and how much Netflix is investing. He wondered. What about the kissing scene? She sighed. If possible, ask them to remove it. But I didn't even act, so it doesn't matter. Suddenly, an assistant manager approached and offered to help. Hello, Miss Hoa Jane. The director is still busy with her studies. She led Hoa Jane and the assistant into the waiting room. Sit here and wait for a moment. Hoan irritably instructs the assistant. Most likely I won't participate, so don't say anything. I will handle it myself. Suddenly a voice said, Miss Hoa Jane, why are you here causing her and the assistant to be confused? The man with brown hair looked at them anxiously and said, looks like we went to the wrong place. We should take her to the next room. Uin and Hoa Jin stared at each other in surprise. She wondered why Kang Uin was here, and he awkwardly thought to himself, Hoa Jin is so beautiful. Why does she keep looking at me that way? He thought to himself, should I say hello? Then he greeted her, causing Ho Jane to be a bit surprised and silent. Uin whispered, huh? My skin is always smooth, but my face doesn't look so good. What's going on? Wow, she's shy, but her voice is still so captivating as always. Inside, she's screaming that she can't take it anymore. Her heart is about to explode. Why is it him? Should I ask for an autograph or a handshake or something? What should I do? I'm going crazy. He looked on blankly at her actions. She's not even looking at me anymore. Oh, then she hesitantly said, hi, I really like your movies. Tim, please stop jumping around. I think her personality is a bit strange. Then he replied with a thank you, looking embarrassed. I can't stay here. I need to go somewhere else to clear my mind. Let's go, Opa. Is the assistant confusing? Uin glanced at her and then asked the chairman, that Hoin girl seems a bit strange. Ongen's car replied. I haven't heard any bad rumors about her, but she's probably not easy to get along with. What's wrong? She's very close to the two geniuses. His gaze still follows her. Oh, it's nothing. I think she's too cold, but it doesn't really affect me anyway. That director said, sorry, it seems our staff made a little mistake. I replied, no problem. Then Ongun asked, do the company plan to cooperate with Hoadian? He seemed a bit hesitant. Actually, we were all quite surprised too. She also came for Fogan Zone, probably just to check it out. He also said he might just want to see how everything turns out. Ong Ren forced a smile, and Hoa Jane didn't really need to be involved in these little things. He turned to look at Na. That's right anyway, without her it's fine. Having Uin is enough. She hesitated before continuing his sentence to make it more certain. Yes. She excitedly asked, so why did you choose my foreign zone? He found it hard to answer immediately, thinking that the kiss scene was so amazing he couldn't say that. He coldly replied, I prefer scripts that focus on the main content without long-winded details, and the overall color is quite good. She quietly thought to herself, I don't understand anything but oh, right. The director then asked, do you know how to sing or play the piano? Something like that. Uin looked confused. What kind of singing and playing instruments are there here anymore? Why change the subject? I feel a bit confident about singing and playing music. Sometimes singing at the temple fair was really lively, and piano wasn't that bad either. Easy songs were fine. Your curiosity isn't a bad thing. What's wrong? She said, actually, the second episode will have 2 parts. The main male character will play the piano and sing, surprising the female lead with his talent. Ogun's car also seemed satisfied. So what level does the screenwriter want? She hesitated to ask. Like singing and playing piano professionally, he's a bit hesitant. The director forced a smile and interjected to defend him. You don't need to go that far. Just enough is fine. If necessary, we'll fix the singing and playing in post-production. She also chimed in, saying it doesn't really matter. Uzin still kept a cold expression as he spoke. I'm good at both, so it's fine. Also, can I take the remaining part of the script? She happily replied, of course, now you're the main character. Everyone inside the room was laughing happily, causing Hodian outside to feel a bit startled and curious. What could they be talking about that's so amusing? What exactly is Uin doing here? I really want to know. The director opens the door and greets Hoa Jine. Sorry to keep you waiting. She hesitated and replied, it's okay. As he was about to sit down, he said, first of all, thank you for taking the time to come here today. Huyen replied, yes, I find the script quite interesting. Did they finish talking with Uin? He cheerfully continued, since you've shown interest in the script, I'll get straight to the point. I will mention the parts you will be involved in the film. Should I wait for a chance to ask about Uzin quietly? He said the male lead of the project is Kang Win, which made her shy and turn red like a tomato. Ho Jine excitedly imagines. Amazing, good job, Uin. The director is helpless. Hello, we have just confirmed the information for the announcement, and the press conference will be held next week. Hua Jane's assistant spoke up. I understand about Uin now. I have a few conditions to discuss. He replied politely, go ahead. He continued, remove the kissing scene at the top of the script. The director looked confused. Hua Jane kicks the assistant's leg and threatens him. Oppa, please be quiet for a moment. On the way home, Win diligently read the script. So that's what part 2 is about. Better write it down immediately. He steps into an even darker space. Let's see. The 6th script sheet appears. The title is Fenzone Level BC+. This is a highly polished script with a 100% readability rate. He ponders quietly. B plus A, initially being level B, should only increase after 1 day. Don't tell me it's because of me. Because I played the main male role, it increased. Am I really a genius? Are you kidding? Is it really because of me? What about the other projects? Nothing has changed, only Fzengen Zone has increased, everything else remains the same. Or is there some other condition? Are you panicking? The content of the 6th script page, titled Fenzone A+ level, you're amazed, A level? What is really going on? Did something just happen? Let's get out of here first, return to reality. Uzin wondered what could have changed the program zone. Ogun's car turns back to look at him with confusion. A call comes in, and he answers, yes, this is Ogun speaking. Yes, I understand now. Uzin, check out this shocking thing that just happened. He continued, the creative team at Netflix just contacted me. They said Hoan decided to join Fenzone. Uin wondered, Hoa Jane. Why did it stop on its own? He muttered to himself. Ko probably doesn't know she's the male lead. She definitely doesn't like me. Then he asked, she doesn't know you're her co-star, right? He replied, they said as soon as she joined, she knew right away. He was stunned. What? Ogun says, why is that? That's surprising. It's fine that she participates, but Uin is wealthy and thoughtful. I don't think it's good at all. Oh, maybe that's why this series is gaining popularity. Huayan is sincere, but her personality is a bit... Still, I have to do my best. Is this the fate of the actors? I also don't want to give up on this project. My mood has hit rock bottom. I guess I'll just focus on acting my best. Boss to be En Jiang from Dongmin and some girl from the class in Ren Zone. The filming day is coming soon. Time keeps passing by as someone in a room quietly gasps in amazement. Uin stands in awe, quietly saying, "Oh my God, there are so many cameras. There are so many people. They even started filming earlier?" He's trying to calm himself down. "Oh my God, I'm shaking so much." "Calm down. Stay composed." B-Ren steps forward happily, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "You're not nervous at all, right? You've already watched the SP program so day." He feels uncomfortable thinking he's not stressed, almost about to vomit. Uin coldly says, "It's okay. It seems interesting." Unlike him, Ong Ren's car happily laughs. "That's right. Just do things your way. There's no need to force it." "Yes, I understand. I see." He whispers. "Focus on the program. Being careless will ruin everything." And a man's figure approaches. That man is P. Dunn by Ong Xian. "Hello, Uin. It's nice to meet you. I really enjoy your movies." All the admiring eyes are focused on Uin, making him feel helpless and think to himself, "Oh my God, I can't let these looks shake me." After struggling with his thoughts for a while, he greets PD. He continued, "I must say you played the role of the chess master's assistant very convincingly. Acting that part must be exhausting. I got goosebumps just watching." He smiled smugly. "So what? How will he react?" "What kind of expression will be recorded here?" He replied indifferently. "Yes." He froze silently and thought, "What?" Byong-Xian hesitated, thinking, "This one's not easy to deal with, but with such a tough wall, this is the most difficult character yet." A moment later, he forced a smile and said, with a very brief answer, "Uin, are you okay? Are you feeling stressed?" Uin tiredly whispered, "Just give a vague answer, I don't know." He then said, "I will do my best." What is he trying so hard to understand? Is he full of passion or completely lost? "So, what kind of character is he?" He continued, "Ah, nice to work with you. Please go ahead." He still replied indifferently and coldly, "Yes." As he was thinking, indeed, a difficult actor to read. Then someone called him by the second name, excitedly waving his hand. "Hello, PD, we're here." Dungmin then smiled brightly and said, "Hello, PD." Byung-san also happily turned to greet you. "Hello, Dungmin and your partner." "It seems all the actors have arrived." Then he advised, "Once everyone is here, put on your mics and take your seats. We will start right away." Everyone all at once said yes, with voices. "Let's start," Uin whispered. "Finally, it's beginning. Stay calm and respond in your own way." He thought there was no more time to polish his words. Byong-san cheerfully introduced himself, saying, "I'm happy to meet everyone. Today we are at SPSO, so day to meet the cast of the highly anticipated Hajiang documentary." Then he turned to Dungmin and said, "First, please send a brief greeting to the audience." He happily introduces himself. "Hello, I am Ju Dungmin, playing Judah in the Hajiang dossier." Then a different voice introduces, "Hello, I am Yuin," nervously thinking I should prepare a speech before introducing myself. "Very happy to meet everyone. I am Kang Yuin, playing the assistant director Back Co in the Profile Project." "Nice to meet everyone. I am Kang Yuin, serving as the assistant director for the chess master in the Profile." Byong Xian interrupts his train of thought. "The actor is currently attracting a lot of attention here, so please introduce yourself." He nervously whispered exactly like during practice. And after a moment of awkward panic, he finally introduced himself properly. "Nice to meet everyone. I am Kang Win, playing the role of Ha Jiang, the profile creator in the assistant director Bak Ko." He crossed his arms and thought, it's noisy, but it meets the requirements. The two people facing him looked on in silence for a while. A little later, everyone burst into laughter, leaving him confused. What's so funny? The two guys awkwardly ask, "Hey, why did you turn our movie into a story about the assistant director with a flag?" "I said it backwards," Uin whispered shyly. "Why is everything so messy? All the effort put into preparing has gone to waste." He was so embarrassed that he spoke up to cover himself. "That was my intention." Ren and the brown-haired person immediately looked at each other and teased. She then responded with a teasing remark. "What are you talking about? The assistant is perfect and still makes mistakes?" During filming, it was like a machine. And now, this. Uin really convinced himself it was intentional. That's right, Byong Xian is considering it. "Oh, maybe it will become a highlight, a bit stiff but strangely charming." Then Byong San said, "That's right, I heard you were like a machine during filming, so when was it the hardest?" He replied lazily. "Now," he said with a big laugh, "so what? Come on, while the atmosphere is rising, let's switch from chatting to the character game." The voice pauses for a moment, and now it's time for the Who is the character game. Just look at a celebrity's photo and say their name in a second. A girl holds up a picture for the brown-haired person to guess. He said Kang Win, and the other person explained the rules of the game. If the actors succeed without mistakes, they will receive up to 20 prepared prizes. Too many, reduce 1 prize. But in reality, the brown-haired guy said it was a failure. I didn't mention director Kunkita's name, but this one is really cruel. He was worried that everyone before him had failed and his turn was still far away. Luckily, he knew nothing about the entertainment industry. Byong-seon happily said, "Hey, Uin, it's been a while and it's not your turn yet, so this time we'll start with you." He panicked and then Uin replied, Daniel touched Benny. He sighed in relief, thinking it's lucky he's a famous Hollywood actor so he knows. Byong-seon smiled and said confidently, "Wow, that was a perfect pronunciation just now." And a series of questions followed, with everyone answering correctly. The author of the Water Center Mansion is Jiang Tan. Pass the round, author Heg. Pass the round. After some time of asking questions, now it's time for the final one. Ongzan excitedly said, "Uzin, this is the last question. This time it's easy. If I pass, it's a success." He thought in surprise. Who is this? Why is it a magazine photo? He turned the picture toward himself and said, "Oh, this one is easy. What should I do now?" he wondered. "Sorry, who is that?" Hiron angrily shouted, "It's me, I'm crazy." He was so indifferent to the other woman that he didn't recognize her, which made her annoyed. "What are you saying?" "Wow." While those two were fighting, Byong-san turned to ask about Ongen's car. "Does Chairman Choi Yuen speak English?" It surprised him a bit, so he remained silent. A little later, he proudly replied that he not only knew it, but also had a mastery level like a native speaker, including Japanese. Byong-seon pondered silently, like a mother tongue. "Just in time, I need someone who knows foreign languages for a new overseas project, or maybe to do some reconnaissance." "So, you mean like a native speaker?" Xiong-ren looked a bit flustered. "That thing," he worriedly thought, noticing the change in PD's expression after he spoke, and only then remembered they seemed to be preparing for a new project. "Are they planning to shoot abroad? If so," the B-car replied, "even more fluent than a native Korean, English, Japanese, or even sign language. Since Ewan has lived abroad, it's only natural." Byong-san then asked, "How long did you live abroad?" He calmly replied that he had been there for quite a long time, so he was very familiar with the international environment. Why did PD ask about that? Byong-san replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just found his pronunciation quite accurate and was curious." He cheerfully said, "So, if possible, please let PD listen after the shoot." He replied, "If there's time, sure." Ongen's car worriedly thought, "Uin is overpowering. Is he now making PD nervous too?" "You really are a big game hunter. Since your debut, you've been close with one major character after another, even friendly with Hong Hai-ren. How many more people do you plan to recruit? On this gloomy afternoon, the traffic is busy passing by." Uin sighed tiredly, Ongzan turning his face back to drive and saying, "It's been tough, Uzin." He then continued, "Oh, right. Do you know if episodes 3 and 4 of the Hongjiang profile have aired yet? The hype is no joke." He pondered quietly. That's right. I was so busy I forgot that episode 4 was the last appearance of Assistant Bakko. In episode 4, after Du caught the real culprit, Assistant Bakko, who was terminally ill, hanged himself in the prison. The episode ends with that scene, and I have to see how the audience reacts. He was surprised by the flood of comments appearing, with the Hongjiang profile surpassing 25% in just 4 episodes, and whether it will reach 30% as the catchphrase, "Assistant Bakko," starts to spread like wildfire. His line not only became famous but also exploded like a fever. What project will Assistant Bakko after Hajiang be involved in? Can we bring back Assistant Bakko? Director, save him, don't kill him. Without Assistant Bakko, what's the point of all this? The reaction was truly explosive. The media and public opinion are both calling my name. By the way, what was the dialogue between Uncle Ko's assistant and his mother? Waiting for the Yongjin car to interrupt his thoughts. "That's right, Uin, move out. Your reputation is rising now. Just stepping out of the house and many people will recognize you," he muttered tiredly. "Moving houses isn't the right time yet," he said. "All right, I'll find you a place near the company and move as soon as possible." Yuin had to reply, "Yes, Chairman. I thought you didn't want to, but after hearing the next sentence, I changed my mind about living in the CEO's house." "Why refuse?" Anjan happily continued, "Oh, and that was your first advertisement? I actually thought it was coming soon, but I didn't expect it to be so quick." Win suddenly let out a surprised sound and whispered anxiously, "Is it some kind of ad on TikTok or YouTube?" Then he asked what the ad was about. He replied with a hamburger advertisement and then fell silent for a while. Ewan hesitates. "What kind of hamburger is that?" "Is this what I'm thinking of?" The B-car glanced and said, "You probably understand why it's a hamburger, right?" Ewan looked confused and thought to himself, "No, I remember something you said. Oh, it's the line from the assistant Bia." he replied happily. That's right, the line about Assistant BL liking hamburgers. Moreover, the dining scene in your interrogation room left a memorable impression that pleased the brand. In fact, after that episode aired, their sales increased. He asked, "Why are you so happy?" "It's only been 2 months since you started, and you've already been invited for a record-breaking advertisement." Win coldly replied, "Yes, that's a surprise," but inside he was overjoyed. "That's really interesting, amazing." Onjin said further, "This brand also wants to shoot ads on both YouTube and TikTok. It's a pretty big scale, so the cut rate isn't small either." He wondered, "Do they only shoot once?" He immediately replied, "Yes. Usually the first advertisement is a short-term contract, then they will assess the situation to decide whether to extend or sign a long-term contract as a main model." He asked, "Anyway, you agree, right? It's just an advertisement, not some bad project." But Ein didn't answer immediately, thinking to himself that even if the ad fails, there's nothing to lose. Then he asked, "But what about the boss's daughter?" Seongen replied, "I hear they will focus on the image of the chess assistant as the main theme. He instructed that I just need to act out the scene of the chess assistant enjoying a delicious hamburger." Uzun crossed his arms and glanced, thinking it was simple and straightforward. He added, "I also refused all those small entertainment invites and random press interviews. Participating in those things now would only diminish my value." He still answered coldly, "I agree, I don't quite understand, but I'll go along with it." Ongen said, "I'll take a few magazine photo shoots and related schedules for HN Jiang's profile creator." He turned to look at him and said that starting tomorrow, the media team would start publishing a series of articles full of information about you. He mentioned that the HN Jiang profile is now finished, so this is a good opportunity to promote and attract more attention. The next day, as Ongjin said, articles about Kang Uin flooded the media, which started publishing many pieces about Bo Uzun. Previously, the coverage mainly focused on HN Jiang or the Ba Co assistant, but now the articles are solely centered on Ba Shirin. The rookie star Kang Uzun remains silent about the next project. When will it be announced? Assistant to the star in the TV series HN Jiang. Whether it's entertainment news, movies, or TV shows, Kang Sang-win remains silent, leaving fans extremely curious. Based on the information about director Hens Rangstad and the drug dealer Hai, actor Kang Win has revitalized our film. Entertainment news from screenwriter Bar Yoon to Leunian. Rising star Ba Ko Uzun appears in Lunan's new work in a supporting role, along with news about drug traffickers and counterfeit products. But this information has divided the media and public opinion. Comments about Ewan keep appearing. It's a pity, he doesn't need to take on minor or supporting roles. Even as a newcomer, his current appeal should at least be for a supporting main role. Even a small part, moving from screenwriter Ba Ko Aeon Mi to Ligunio, is a huge leap. It's a mix of regret and admiration. At the same time, as Hens Jiang's viewer count drops, the media's attention on Kangwon becomes even more intense. Since Hens Jiang's profile was created, his viewer engagement has sharply dropped to 21%. After assistant director Bako's death, Hens Jiang's engagement decreased by 4%, potentially losing another 4%. The director and Kang Win are now in a situation where some are crying and others are laughing, because after the departure of assistant Bako, the viewer's engagement dropped sharply. In just one day, a 4% drop in ratings, a rare phenomenon. 5 people from the HN Jiang dossier team commented that without assistant Bako, the show is boring. The media and public opinion keep mentioning Kang Win, which has caused his recognition to skyrocket. Kang Win is no longer an unknown name. Kang Yuin captivates many with his debut and promising potential. He has now established himself as one of the actors to watch. At the luxurious modern house, Uzun was walking while holding his phone and thinking that the chairman was right. There are so many articles today, all about me. Dedong, walking beside him, cheerfully said, Appa, look at this. I already have fans. It seems like it was just established, but there are over 3,000 members already." She cheerfully added, "It's about time you plan a fan signing event." He looked confused, learning about fans. She added, "And I wonder if the media team has contacted our fan club manager. We should do something too. She's confusing, and the least of the managers is her younger sister." That's strange. Win quietly guessed. That older sister really is, not that Kang Hue, right? The B-shaped car is sitting next to some girl. Then he speaks. "Win, you're here already?" He approached immediately and greeted him. "Hello?" Hiren raises his hand to greet. "Thank goodness I still made it in time. I was about to leave right away." He thought to himself and chuckled quietly. His old-fashioned beauty still shining brightly as always, and today he was in a pretty good mood. "Who is this? You've grown so much. Why does this figure look exactly like Kim Dedong?" The person turned to look at him just as he guessed. It's Dedong. Win froze in place and whispered to himself, His eyes widened, and his mouth opened in surprise. She said, "That's right, Win. This is the friend you went to the beach with, isn't it?" He stood in a corner silently praying, "No, please don't remember. Don't remember anything." She turned to Dedong and said it was on the day of the audition. "You told me that Ewan is a thief, right?" He scratched his head and chuckled. "Yeah, this mission is really too big and crazy for him. Are you going to run away or say something to cover it up? Does she know the whole truth about you yet? But I should be honest. Seeing that the car has been waiting too long, he reminded him. Win, talk to your friend for a bit." Then he said, "Long time no see. Why are you here?" What is Dedong secretly thinking? Acting so serious suddenly, with cold eyes and a cold face, it's not like Ewan at all. Then he looked up at Ewan but suddenly avoided his gaze. Dedong glanced at Tu Ren and seemed to understand something, whispering, "Ah, I see." A moment later he asked Ewan, "So you've been much happier lately, huh?" Tu Ren looked at him in shock, feeling helpless and thinking, "Please don't. Don't make things more complicated." She hesitated and denied what Dedong just said. With that face, is that called being happy? Ong Ren asked curiously if Kim Dedong was happier than before Ewan. He nodded and said that he was even colder than he is now, looking cool but distant and mysterious. He then approached and threatened. "That's enough, be quiet." Then he asked the chairman why he was here. Ogun happily replied, "So your friend hasn't said anything yet? We're hiring more staff." Dedong came to submit his application. "I heard you two are friends, so I came to talk privately." He looked at Dedong with confusion. "Hiring, huh? What do you mean? Should I send this message now?" Then Ewan spoke up to ask for permission. "The chairman, can I have a word with you for a moment?" Oren's car responds, "Oh, sure, go ahead and feel free." Hiren speaks up, "Wait a moment. Why did you take Ewan with you on the day of the exam? With that personality, she definitely wouldn't agree to go first." He hesitated, thinking about the perfect grilled meat platter with all the toppings and 2 kinds of sauce, but he couldn't say that. He quietly worried, "Don't start talking about those trivial things." After some thought, he replied, "I think it's a waste of talent for him to only perform when he's bored, despite being good at design." He added, but before he could finish, she quickly interrupted. "All right, let's go. Stop now. She's hard to understand. It's strange how dark his past was." "Ewan's past was worse than I thought," Anjan says with some confusion. "That's right." Then he said, "In that situation, he still built his self-esteem and even studied acting seriously. Would you say that's admirable or terrifying? The two of them are full of confusion. I can't understand it. But at least he has been more proactive, hasn't he?" Angan said, "Yeah, he also proved himself." Suddenly she propped her chin, acting to kill. Time turned out to save Ewan as misunderstandings gradually built into an impenetrable fortress at the escape route. Udayan asked, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping here?" Dedong said with a smile, "Do you want to say something to these guys? From acting in movies to changing careers, you've kept it all secret, so I thought I'd try betraying you once. Does it hurt?" He rushed over and grabbed Dedong by the collar. "You've caused a big mess," he asked. "Hey, want to fight?" He's wondering why you have to act all tough in front of her instead of just building that cool image you want. Uin helplessly ruffled his hair and said, "No, everything just happened by chance. Just consider me that kind of person from now on. I can't go back anymore." He asked worriedly, "So how did your interview go? And what about your old company?" Dedong calmly replied, "I've been planning to change jobs for a long time. I'm interested in the entertainment industry, so the timing is perfect. Since you're an actor, I want to work with you, but the chairman said you already have a manager, so you'll start as an assistant manager and bodyguard." The chairman seemed fine with it. He asked when I would start. Dedong replied, "This month I'm arranging my work at the old company, and next month I'll start officially." He asked again, "Are you serious?" He smiled confidently, completely trusting. 2 fierce brown bears appeared, and Ewan silently thought, from now on, no one will dare to mess with me. Going along with a wild bear isn't so bad if someone understands you're with it. Is Dedong wondering if he should keep that image forever? He sighed and replied, "Yeah, there's nothing we can do now. If you want to work, you have to cooperate." He smiled happily and said, "That's interesting. But don't you think people who know us outside wouldn't suspect?" Ewan replied, "Kids in elementary school are fine. I've transferred schools so many times no one remembers clearly." He's been close with the trio since high school. He continued, "High school too, I transferred in my 2nd year. It's no problem, right? How would people in high school or college know about my private life?" Dedong crossed his arms and turned away. "I see what you mean. That makes sense, but people who have met you outside of social circles might find it a bit strange. Just be careful with your image." Ewan scratched his head and said, "I don't know. I'll just deal with it as it comes. It's always been that way." Early in the fresh morning at the fast food place, a voice said, "Do, you have a date with a model tomorrow, remember?" "Who is the model then?" The short-haired girl continued. "So Kang Yuin has been popular lately." Haidu was very surprised. "What? Kang Yuin?" The girl then asked, "Is there a problem?" She hesitated and said, "No, he's just my college classmate." Outside a busy restaurant with a posted menu featuring tacos and hamburgers, Uzin sat in the cafe thinking to himself, never expected that one day he would come here to be a model. The food here is really good. Life is full of surprises. Where did these two girls suddenly appear, standing and chatting? Kang Win looks so handsome. It's really Kang Win. Is that your manager over there? He turns to look, thinking to himself, now I really feel how famous I am. The car horn sounds and says, "After the meeting, come out and sign a few things." Suddenly 3 people entered. The woman in a suit spoke. "Hello, President Ewan Choi." He coldly said, "Hello, has everyone been waiting long?" Haidu looks at Ewan. Ewan looks back at Haidu, and the two stare at each other silently. He seems to realize something. He wondered quietly, what is he staring at me for? Or am I just imagining things? After a while, Haidu finally asked, "When do you not remember me?" He was confused and thought, what? "Who is this?" She cheerfully said, "We studied the same major in college." He looked surprised, and then Ewan was startled. "What? How is that possible? I almost revealed my true personality. Luckily, I managed to hold back." "But who is she?" "I really can't remember. I didn't hang out with anyone in college. No one ever cared about me. Back then, the design program I studied had twice as many women as men, so how could she remember me? What if our college days get exposed?" "It's okay. I didn't do anything back then, so no worries." Tudu asked helplessly, "You really don't remember me?" He hesitated internally, feeling awkward but couldn't pretend to know. How could I know? After struggling with my thoughts for a while, Ewan finally spoke up. "Sorry, I really don't remember." She just responded with a single word. "Oh," the Tudu shyly said. "That's true. It's been a while." The girl interrupted. "If he doesn't remember, you can just consider you two strangers, right?" He looked uncomfortable. "Sorry." The girl turned to tease her. "Ewan didn't do anything wrong. Maybe our Tudus are just a bit too faint." She blushed with embarrassment and shouted, "Manager," she continued. "Come on." Ong Ren's car was worried on the side, thinking that since becoming famous, he often ran into this acquaintance, Kim Dedong. Now it's this female employee's turn. He's just interpreting again. With that unique face and aura, she's definitely easy to notice and gossip about. Ewan whispered in fear, "I need to resolve this quickly. What should I do now?" "Let's move on to the work topic," the department head said. "So Ewan didn't study acting, right? If he's in the same field as Haidu, then his major is design, isn't it?" The brown-haired guy hasn't said a word until now, and now he's suddenly speaking. Actor Haidu, who came from a design background, was quite famous in school back then, right? He quickly shook his head and denied it. "No, I'm just like air." The department head smiled brightly and said, "No way. With you like this, there must be a long line of female students waiting." Win muttered irritably, "What fame is that anyway?" "I told you I am a lonely person," and he replied that most of my class are boys. Haidu hesitantly said, "My memory isn't very good either. I just design. Well, I think I also won a few competitions." The girl turned and asked, "So you're a talented person, huh? Are you disappointed?" He said, "He looks a bit strange, but it's okay overall." "Oh, great. Just tell the department head that we're talking about advertising." She replied, "Oh, sorry. I just found it interesting that you, Win, are my classmate." We were also quite surprised, so first I'll give a brief overview of her. "Anjin?" he asked softly. "You're quite good too, huh? Not only good at acting, but also successful in design. Are you talented in that area too?" "Do you have 2 brains or what?" he thought in amazement. "It's a talent." Ewan hesitated, pondering further. "No way. I only dedicate myself to capitalism." "Then I can't say that. I just have to act a little." He replied that he was only doing what was necessary. As if he had discovered something wrong, he suddenly jerked and whispered to himself, "Hey, wait a minute." He worriedly thought to himself, wondering if they would read into it further. As expected, the B-car secretly admires it. Maybe he studied design because it helps with acting, like boosting creativity or breakthrough thinking. That's impressive. Since the voice is about burger, this is the Sim Burger line, but I plan to include a new product. Just need to match Bear's assistant style. The department head continued, saying there will be 1-minute, 30-second, and 15-second versions. The ads will be broadcast on YouTube Shorts and various other platforms. The contract will be short-term, with renewal depending on sales performance. Uzin thinks just as the chairman predicted. She continues, "The filming schedule will be arranged based on Yuin's timetable. It should only take a day, then the payment." The paper was handed to Yuin, and he was surprised. He was amazed and excited, thinking to himself, tens of millions of gun right in front of him. Amazing advertisement. Just one shoot and they pay this much? That's awesome. She asked if anyone had any opinions. He replied seriously, "No, I think we can proceed according to the contract." The department head says, "I look forward to working with you, Ewan." He replied that he would do his best. She said goodbye to him and see you on the shooting day. After he left, the boy spoke up. Ewan looked charming as always. She has such an impressive aura. She also said she looks cold but is quite kind, and her voice is nice too. Haidu ponders. Too bad. The department head turned around. Haidu, tell me, are you close to Ewan? Why doesn't she remember you? She said, "Oh, we're not that close. There are many women in the department, and from the beginning, almost half the class liked Ewan. He's quite popular." Really? So he doesn't know he's famous, huh? Haidu said, resting his chin on his hand. Probably not, but he's not cold or mysterious like that, even though he's quite reserved. Moreover, I've never heard that he studied acting. She said acting is a personal matter, and as for his personality, it seems he was just trying to fit in at school back then. I didn't expect there would be so many people like that. Haidu pondered silently. A strange voice spoke out. Really? Ewan, sitting in the car, looking at himself in the window, thinking, wow, I didn't expect to meet someone from university this way. You can't just be careful and avoid it forever. I guess I need to prepare a few responses. Then the car horn sounded. UN. He said the new episode of Sport Pod S just aired. You see, he was surprised. He continued, more than half of the comments are about you. Episode 1 shows the charisma of Team Hen's Jiang is amazing. Team H and Jiang is very enthusiastic. But what was the result? SP clearly shows the profile of H and Jiang is about to be viewed, with 254 comments. Is it true that Yuzin is going away? He looks so clumsy and adorable. I'm surprised you thought it would explode like that. Was there anything special during the filming? I didn't appear on camera much, right? The B-car holding up a phone in front of you, your coldness became the funniest point. To others you seem cold and prickly, but also a bit naive. Just read the comments. Changwon is so funny. He's just like a spoiled rich kid pretending to be aloof. Golden J froze in confusion, not understanding, but if they like it, I guess it's fine. It feels like I'm a bit lucky too, Ewan whispered. Why is my face the biggest one there? He teased, because your head is big, let's go, since you're the main character of episode 1. Want to see? The voice from the filming session came out. Nice to meet everyone. I am Kang Win, playing the assistant to the chess master in charge of Hajiang's dossier. I wonder if this clumsiness is intentional. Even the editing highlights it. So, this is how they build characters in the entertainment industry. It's me, I almost burst out laughing. This is so entertaining. On the phone, there's still a question about whether Ewan will survive. He raises his hand to his chin, thinking further. Director run by Ong Zhan truly lives up to his reputation as a master of entertainment. Even I find it enjoyable, so the audience will probably love it. Ogun's car said that since it's your first appearance with your true personality, the media is gradually catching on. Ewan quickly grabbed his phone to check and also see how the online community is reacting. He was surprised. The whole world is buzzing everywhere. Many comments appeared on his phone. Touch it and feel it. Go check it out. It's really funny. Kang Win didn't used to be like this. I was very surprised by Ewan's acting, but it seems his personality has changed quite a bit, always supporting his former colleague. He sweat a little, but it's nothing to worry about. Forget it. This will soon be forgotten. As he was struggling with his thoughts, the motorcycle rider with a phone suddenly pressed it as if he had discovered something, causing him to stop abruptly. He picked up the phone, secretly amazed, the director trembling. Then he spoke. Yes, hello PD, how are you? The director, trembling, said hello to Chairman Choi. You watched the first episode already, right? He replied. Of course. The reaction was explosive. Thanks to you. Uzin's character is very well defined. Byung Zan said further. No, not really. Win is doing well. As for this matter, I want to discuss it more thoroughly with you and Yuin, not about the obvious SP, but in my capacity as the PD of the HTBS Entertainment Department. Anjin wondered, are you preparing a new project? He cheerfully replied, yes, I think Uzin will be perfect for the new project. He continued, let's discuss the details directly in person. What do you think? But if I accept quickly, the entertainment industry definitely won't miss out. Then he replied, yes, wait a moment, I will check Yuin's schedule. Byung-san asked if Yuin had any plans for the second half of the year. Byung-san holds the stack of papers in his hand, showing a busy schedule of overseas activities in the second half of the year. The top collaboration of Kang Jin-yu and Kang Win-jin-yu to meet the hottest rising star right now. Seong Relen Roy-nui, Uzinne, Doimang Kijbunk Watas Gia Hangdao Hankwok Dernde, Winningi Tamla Fim Koga Kikwe, Nung Twice Vao Boss So Fundien Haide, Dok Tunao. What are you surprised about? Is this an S-class script? Just finish reading it first and see if it's okay. making everything so wet and messy. He was disappointed. The script is very good. But as for the character images, I'm sorry, the collaboration between the two of you is cancelled, because that scene was a collaboration with the talented artist's unpredictable studio. On a clear day at the skyscraper, the B-shaped car says, "Then you're leaving," and Ewan responds. "Yes," Ewan whispered nervously. "I've been to the TV station before, but the entertainment department is my first time." Too nervous, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Stay calm. Byung-sian asked, "Is Ewan here already?" He walks in to greet the director. Ewan looks terrified. "Why are so many fans coming out?" he excitedly reassures him. "No need to feel pressured. If you agree, we'll film. If not, we won't shoot." There are quite a few fans who enjoy behind-the-scenes footage. Bio-zan hands the paper to him and says, "This is the draft plan for the new show I'm preparing, but the production has already been confirmed." He continued, "The estimated time is in the second half of this year, and the scale is among the top programs I've ever done. Do you want to see the preliminary plan?" Ewan picks up the paper, reads it, and responds, "All right." Ewan whispered in amazement. "That's really a huge project," Shin also said. "I will open a store there to sell Korean food to foreigners. Our goal is to bring both laughter and meaning, while promoting Korea's culture and foreigners' reactions." Suddenly, a foreigner appears in shock at Korean food and exclaims, "Oh my God." He smiled and said, "So it would be better if one or two people involved knew a foreign language, and I hope that person is you. What do you think?" He suddenly paused. Though he appeared cold on the outside, inside he was screaming with endless joy. "Director Run Byung-zan wants to invite me? What's going on?" My head's all over the place, so I'll take a moment to calm down. Ewan quietly reads the plan, making him a bit uneasy. Bayan seemed to realize and thought, maybe he's just thinking, and there's no need to rush right now. Then he spoke. "It'll be very exciting. It's been a long time since you've had a chance to breathe foreign air again. And hearing that, I was surprised." Win turned his face away, worried and thinking, "Is this my first time in a while, and is there any misunderstanding?" He continued, "But I didn't choose you just because of your language skills. Your personality is very unique. Just watching you touch and feel is enough to see that. I did consider others, but in the end, you're still the one I find most impressive." Byung-zan summarized, "I really look forward to working with you, but you just stayed silent." Watching then after a moment, hesitantly said, "Maybe." Win continued, "Do you agree if I set a condition?" he asked. "Condition?" He pondered silently. Anyway, by touching his shoulder, he could partly understand his eccentric personality. Taking a risk probably wouldn't hurt. "This is a necessary condition for my future. I wonder if he will agree." Byung-zan interrupts his thoughts. "All right, if there are no major issues, we will try to meet your request." After hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief and said seriously, "I hope my past won't be brought up too much beyond the basics." "No past," Byung-zan guesses. "Are you following the mysterious girl?" He immediately denied it. "It's not like that. I just want everyone to focus on who I am now." Uzin continued, "I also don't want any suggestive scenes. Being publicly exposed as an actor is inevitable, but I don't want to reveal images from my past." He replied, "I understand what you mean. That's no longer something to be considered a condition. Building an image is fundamental. Byung-shan thinks that with this attitude and atmosphere, it looks like it will be difficult. He indeed has issues related to his past." Then he said, "I promise I can include it in the contract if needed." Win replied, "Thank you." He smiled and said, "No problem. Many actors make such demands. As long as you Ewan haven't committed any crimes, it's all good." He looked at him in silence. Byung-sian nervously said, "It's not true, right? That crime." Ewan quietly said, "I have always been honest." "The rent is paid in full every month," he replied. "Of course." Byung-sian forced a smile and said, "I was just joking. Do you have any other conditions?" Hearing that, he immediately asked, "Can I know in advance who I will be working with? I think it's best to know beforehand so I won't be caught off guard." That information is usually shared because some people decide to join the project based on who their partners are. I am currently targeting 6 people in total. Already confirmed are An Dong-hak and Ha Kang-gu, and one more is in negotiations. Of course, Ewan is included too. He whispered in surprise, "We already have 2 skilled people." He happily continued, "We are also looking for 2 women, one of whom is Hoa Jin." Win was stunned. Hoin? He replied, "Yes, she has been working in Japan for many years, so she is very fluent in Japanese. More importantly, I've worked with her a few times before." Ewan asked, "So what? Has Hoa Jin confirmed yet?" Ong X has already replied. "Does she have a short-term role involving solo activities? Do you have a problem with Hoa Dian?" "I don't think so, but I believe she's even more uncomfortable, and it's not like you always get to go abroad for free." This is also a major entertainment program hosted by PD Ong Zan. The fame of the clip will increase significantly. If I join the entertainment program, a big stage like this would be good. I also want to try using English or Japanese. It will probably be very interesting. Uin coldly replied, I will do my best. He happily said, thank you, I look forward to working with you. Beongzan continued, so I need to arrange a talk with Chairman Choi. I wonder what Uin's schedule is like. He replied, I still have an advertisement shoot for Max Burger. He asked, oh, is this your first time filming an advertisement, and it's about BG for your first one? Uin will probably have a hard time, but he'll do well anyway. He wondered what that meant. Time passes. On the Max Burger shoot day, Uin's face is pale, holding a broken hamburger. A voice cuts in the background. A brown-haired man says, all right, Uin, you did well, but we need to shoot as many backup scenes as possible. This time, focus more on the background and redo it, Uin replied tiredly. Yes. Then he whispered to himself, now I understand. The man continued, thinking lazily, there was a scene that had to be shot multiple times. I underestimated it because it's just an advertisement. So tiring. Doing manual labor in the entertainment industry like this. He said again, cut well, this time let's try a different expression. Try smiling more and see how that looks. He replied helplessly, yes. And he silently thought, it's just one scene, but I can hardly take it anymore. Uin thought to himself, maybe filming this is even easier than Jama. The man's voice kept echoing, cut. Next, hold the burger with both hands. Cut, 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 cut. After a long and exhausting shoot, he said, everyone, you've worked hard. Feeling tired, he finally thought it was over. Ogun's car is eating a hamburger when he turns to tease him. Uin Max Burger just sent him this new dish. Want to try? I'm afraid to refuse. No, I won't, he whispers. Now just seeing the background makes me feel nauseous. He takes out a piece of paper from his shirt. Oh, it's here. Uin turned to look, puzzled. The B-car responds. The next work of director Tae Dao. That's the official script, Uin thought to himself. Did that Japanese director really send it? What did he say again? I'm currently editing the script. It seems to be based on a work by a famous Japanese novelist, The Strange Sacrifice of a Stranger. It is written in Japanese. I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Or am I just imagining it? Everything is in Japanese. Of course, it's fine because I can read and speak Japanese. But Ongjin's car said, in the email he mentioned wanting to meet you after reading the script. So he's coming back to Korea, right? He was stunned. So he's coming back? He responded excitedly. Yes, he might change his mind, but for now that's how it is. Just not sure when he'll come. Huh? Because of me? Really? The B-car continues speaking. It seems director Coyote really likes you. He thinks you'll decide whether to do it or not after reading the script. If possible, I hope that intuition appears again. If Uin participates in the director Kyote's work, that little space of hers really won't show up again. He wonders how to mix Korea into it and step into the multiverse. He is stunned. What is this? It's just the beginning, and he's already impressed. The paper is the 7th script, titled The Strange Sacrifice of an A-Level Stranger. It's a highly polished screenplay, 100% ready to read. He smiles happily and says, I guess I have to agree to this deal. Exit. Returning to the present, Uin is holding his phone and typing something, thinking to himself, did he say there's an original? Check if original works usually share the same title. There's a book with that name too, and it's a bestseller, quite famous in Korea. With so many reviews, Uin was surprised and thought further. The novelist is Akajitaki Waya. I've heard of her before. She must be a famous author in Korea. The legendary Japanese director, the original author of the novel, is super famous. Really? I'm surprised. That's crazy. Ogun's car asked nervously, how did it go? After reviewing, do you think I should go to Japan? He remained silent for a while. Then Uin also responded well. He quietly said, Japan, here we come. After Uin's trip to Japan was confirmed, the day of the illegal drug dealer's filming arrived, and outside a grand building, there were many people. The young brown-haired man asked Du-hai curiously, Director, why are there so many strangers? Who are they? He replied, they are from the distribution and production companies. The situation with the illegal trader is quite bad, so they probably want to monitor Kang Win, maybe out of concern. I think they also want to see how things are going. He said, now that filming has started, I feel even more nervous. Has he analyzed Lee Sang-man's character completely in 3 weeks? He said we should trust Uin because even if the results aren't what we hope for, it's not his fault. He asked, wouldn't it be better to cancel the minor changes to the role? Du-hai sighed and replied, when there's no other option, I'll consider it. He thought it wouldn't be easy for everyone to trust a new actor. A girl approached and asked, I heard that Kang Uin used to live abroad. Rumor has it he speaks English like a native. He was surprised, huh? Isn't English supposed to be spoken outside Japan? Others also came and said so. I also heard from an acquaintance in Haejang that he's self-taught in acting. The other person wondered about it. Havolai, he's a newcomer, a man informed him. Director Kang Win has arrived. Du-hai whispered nervously. Finally, it's here. The legs of someone slowly approaching appear, and he whispers to himself. The actor walks in with an imposing presence, his handsome and cold expression clearly visible on his face. What are you so surprised about? Why are they looking at me like that? Why are there so many people? Du-hai, you Uin, you arrived early? He said, hello, director. He told me he would introduce the other actors to you, but first you look confused. He continued, we made some edits to a few scenes with Lee Sang-man, so it might be a bit challenging. If you prefer, we can stick to the original script. Win picks up the paper. Yes, let me take a look. I think the secondary scene has appeared, so there's no problem. He whispers to himself, I've made some edits to clarify Lee Sang-man's character, but maybe I'm asking for too much. Look at his face, Du-hai asked nervously. He's probably overwhelmed. Just say it, and before he can finish, he replies, I need 5 minutes. He looks amazed. Huh? Just 5 minutes? What did he say? A rookie so confident. How could he learn everything in just 5 minutes? You're overconfident. Ewan closed his eyes and said, It's done. He turned around in panic. What? He continued speaking. I'm ready for the revised script. Let's start filming. Du-hai's face showed clear surprise and disbelief at this truth. Then he replied, But it's only been 3 minutes. In front of the grand building, lights shine down on the sparkling street, with many black cars lined up in a long row. A loud voice. A fire truck. A group of people with umbrellas walk by, with a fire truck parked behind. He shouted loudly, Okay, everyone, get ready to start. A pair of legs in black shoes step out of the car, revealing Sang-man. He's holding a cigarette and smoking, with someone behind him holding an umbrella to shield him. A gripping crime film about drug traffickers, he lets out a sound. Busan, in 1999, when the drug market was at its peak with various drugs from abroad flooding in, Busan police faced so many difficulties that corruption between police and drug organizations also emerged. Finally, they decided to carry out a secret investigation undercover. The mission was assigned by Dong Sung-ho-an, a detective and drug dealer. Although the thug was very dissatisfied due to pressure from above, he had no choice but to join the project. The first goal was to win over the drug lord Choi Do-no, who was imprisoned. Then, relying on his natural gangster instincts and cooperation with the police, he joined Do-no's gang. After being released from prison with the help of the drug lord, Dong Sung-ho-an started drug trafficking in Busan, while secretly providing anonymous criminal information to the police. At this moment, a character known as Professor Kim, a drug producer named Kim Hu, appears. Dong Sung-ho-an and he develop into the biggest drug distributors in Busan. When their earnings reached enormous amounts, they faced the police. Eventually, as Dong Sung-ho-an grew more ambitious, he set his sights on the Japanese market. But how? The answer is here. Lee Sang-man is played by Kang Win. He is the boss of the Sang-man organization, the biggest crime syndicate. He has a deep connection with the Japanese family, and both sides have negotiated to enter the Japanese market as a bridge for the Japanese context, also being an important character that creates tension and anticipation in the beginning and middle of the film. Yes, now I am not Kang Win but Lee Sang-man. He squeezed his left arm, something flashed by, and he urged, hurry up and inject it. Sang-man widened his eyes. Yes, inject now, go ahead. A mouth suddenly appeared, saying, You bastard, inject it into your arm. He scratched his arm nervously and spoke. And at that moment, Sang-man's body almost completely disintegrated, with large patches of hair falling out and blood covering everything from the face down. It said again, Free yourself. Sang-man's subordinate nervously asked, Are you okay, boss? You stay silent, Sang-man asks. Why do I look so stupid? No, it's not true. I just look unwell, I'm sorry. A loud cry. Boss, please forgive me. Seeing the now miserable red-haired guy, he said, I must be crazy. Please help me. Sang-man stepped forward, kneeling down and sighing in relief, then continued, Big brother, I truly know my mistake. He approached and asked, Why are you so thin? Say it already. He looked up at him, confused. Yes. Then he pinched his mouth shut. He shouted loudly, Open your mouth, and the brutal scene unfolds. He puts a cigarette in his mouth, and he gasps. Sang-man coldly says, Eat that to fill out your face, you're too thin. He kept coughing non-stop, then he ordered to pour concrete over him and throw him into the sea. Another subordinate quickly obeyed the order. Yes. While he was still coughing violently, Sang-man stood up, turned to ask, Where is it? On the roof of the building? Yes. The red-haired guy keeps coughing, and now he's crying. The sounds of crying and coughing continue to echo. Sang-man entered that dilapidated, abandoned room. His gaze turned cold and sharp. Run away now, the voice is coming through. It was when a shadow suddenly darted past, revealing a ghostly figure right before my eyes. His face turned sinister and terrifying. Death. Sang-man raises his hand and steps forward. Du-hai, in shock, says, What did I just see? The young man with the mushroom head immediately said, "Amazing. You just glanced at the script and managed to do all that?" The purple-haired girl also chimed in. Her acting and technique are flawless. Nothing like Tan Bin. Yes, Lai Sangman's chaos is no longer a concern. With that level, as soon as Lai Sangman appears on the big screen, the audience will focus entirely on him. He turns around, puzzled. What is he thinking? Did I do something wrong? The scene is over, but why is it so quiet? No, there's definitely no mistake. Just think about it. Forget it. Waiting is happiness. But the supporting actor's throat just now was fine, right? As soon as I thought about it, Du-hai spoke up. "Oh, wow, cut." He ran over and loudly called out to you. Du-hai grabbed your hand. "You ate everything up," he murmured in confusion. "What do you mean?" He asked what exactly you did. "You just read the new script." Udian closed her eyes and replied, "I just followed the script." Du-hai forced a smile and said, "So you mean these things are as easy as eating porridge?" Huh, he thought to himself. Your schedule must be very busy, but you still take the time to analyze my script, and you're also very Lai Sang man. Du-hai thought to himself, if that's the case, I have to compensate for everything she has invested. After thinking, he said, "Let's shoot a similar scene. This time we will use fewer lights and focus on shooting frontally." Uyin whispered, trying to portray Lee Sang-man more authentically, as if he had become one with the character. "I understand. Du-hai ordered, make it rain even harder." He thought to himself, maybe he's more passionate. Wait, does that mean we'll be working late? I don't like it. Are you thinking more? That's right, it's that, Uyin called out to me. The red-haired man turned his face in confusion and replied, "Yes. Are you asking if your throat is okay? I don't know if you're feeling uncomfortable or not." He quickly denied it. No, I'm fine." Uyin said, "I'm sorry, I will try to turn as quickly as possible." He answered awkwardly, "Yes, you don't need to worry about it." He turned around but didn't forget to look back and speak again. "You're not worried, are you? What is he thinking?" "I thought he was cold, but it turns out he's pretty warm." He muttered to himself. His personality and acting are both top-notch and impressive. He winked with a satisfied smile, thinking that without the emergency, he could finish early as planned. The voice announced, "Good, let's move on to the next scene. Is it okay for Uyin to start filming now? You can take a break if you want." The next scene is very important because Lai Sang-man gets caught in a drug addiction. Uyin replied, "No, I'm fine. We can start filming right away." He whispered that he didn't want to stay late after work. He said, "All right, let's get ready to shoot." Du-hai's voice echoed as they prepared to shoot, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He then thought that for Lee Sang-man, two worlds coexist simultaneously. The real world and death, I must delve deeper into that feeling. Lee Sang-man's world, death. A voice echoes. Action. A hand extends a syringe forward. Sang-man breathes a sigh of relief, his right arm trembling, as darkness covers him. Only the shadow of his trembling body visible. He widens his eyes, saliva dripping from his mouth, his entire face and body revealed. He is going through withdrawal, and he looks extremely terrifying right now. He's smiling eerily like a seasoned actor playing a drug addict. Hai spoke loudly. "Cut is okay. He thinks he's changed. This guy isn't a rookie, he's a real actor. That last scene was one I poured my heart into creating. I didn't know you played so professionally." I personally visited and interviewed drug addicts, and I've searched for and studied every drug-related video worldwide. This scene requires a lot of acting, but Kangwin makes it look so easy. What exactly is that monster? That young man interrupted his train of thought, but I asked about this because I was a bit worried. But has Kangwin ever tried drugs before? His acting is so authentic, it's frightening. The girl replied, "That's true. There used to be actors like that." Then Hai spoke up. "Has anyone here ever tried drugs? What do you think of Yuin's performance just now? If you say so, then I, as the scriptwriter, have to check his background first." The girl replied, "No. We apologize, director." He continued, "Also, don't talk about that with Yuin. If you do something disrespectful, I will make a big deal out of it." Hai muttered angrily. "It's really uncomfortable, but to some extent, I still understand." At that point, Yuin's acting was incredibly genuine. Did he go over to ask if Yuin was okay? He replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Then what was he thinking? "I'm just sleepy. Let me go home already, damn it." Hai happily laughs and puts his hand on his shoulder. "That scene earlier was tough, right? Take a rest and get your emotions back. Let's go outside for a cigarette." Yuin replied, "No, I don't smoke." He asked with curiosity, "Huh? You're not really smoking, are you?" He asked again. "But when you turned a man, you smoked very well." He replied, "Just acting." "Acting? I was fooled." He muttered to himself, "What is this? I'm no different from those people." A gloomy afternoon, a plane takes off and flies past. A coffee-colored car with a man-like figure is opening the door. Kiyotuchi said, "You arrived earlier than I expected. Screenwriter?" The green-haired woman said, "I skipped the press conferences because I don't really like reporters." He chuckled and replied, "A world-class writer wouldn't do that." The green-haired man continued, "The director even uses me as a shield. So the woman with green hair is the famous novelist Ajitakiwa. She asked if he entered secretly, right?" Kaidao Tanigi laughed loudly and replied, "How can you say that?" "I just wanted the screenwriter to make a strong impression." She helplessly closed her eyes and lied. She said that the scriptwriter just assigned the Korean actor a few days ago. "Did you come to Korea so early?" He replied, "I have something to do, and I also want to see Kang Win Akajitakiwa's performance. It seems you're really looking forward to it." Tanigi's wife said, "I want to meet him soon. I think the screenwriter would also enjoy watching Kang Win." She smiled and said, "If that's the case, it would be hard for me not to like him. So, can I watch Kang Yuin's performance?" He didn't hesitate and agreed right away. "Oh, of course, the hotel's tea is available," Akataki Kaoa interrupted. "No, I want to see it with my own eyes, not just a glimpse. Is that okay?" The blinding sunlight shines down on the hilltop, with an abandoned house nearby. The voice commands the art team to add bloodstains to this chair and block that window. Dejun breathes a sigh of relief and says, "It's Kang Win, just as Jong Minnie said." Dejun remembered Deong Min's words to act as if it were the last time, or he would be overshadowed by him. He thought he was really being pushed aside by a rookie, just looking for a stand-in, and unexpectedly, the monster appeared. Today is the day of filming the face-to-face scene with that monster. According to the script, it is the scene where the character Dong Shong-hun finds a way to enter Japan. If you're risking your life to meet someone well-connected in Japan, Lai Sang-man is that person. And the meeting place isn't an office but an abandoned warehouse. So there are many exciting scenes for viewers. Uwin stepped in and said, "Hello, everyone is greeting you." "Uwin, hello, Uwin." Dejun was surprised to hear that and stepped forward to greet the senior. He said hello to you. "I was in such a rush yesterday that I didn't get a chance to greet you. Maybe we'll meet more often from now on." Uwin replied, "Yes, I will work hard." Dejun thought to himself, "The atmosphere is truly unique. I can't tell if he's calm or cold." Whatever. Personality and acting are related. He wondered quietly. What is he thinking right now? Uwin stared at him and whispered. Jane's hands tremble, his face like a painted portrait. That's what Sin thinks of him. Suddenly, Du-hai approached and said, "Everyone's here, right? Then let's do a quick rehearsal before the actual shoot." That is Kan Lai Sang-man, arriving at the warehouse after torturing his subordinate. He then says, "Window, when filming begins, the blood will flow down." He nodded and quietly muttered, "It's just practice anyway, so let's get started." Performing alongside the rookie monster, two small blood-stained knives appeared on the table. Dejun sat silently, watching. Sangman asked, "What's wrong with you?" Dejun replied, "What's wrong with me?" "Open a path for me to Japan," he asked. "Don't you know they can be a bit rough?" He replied, "I know, so I will try to endure." Sangman smiled. "Well then, it's settled. Look here, I brought it. Where did a diamond suddenly appear from?" Sangman's eyes turn black as he says it's a diamond. Suddenly he stands up, raises the knife, and prepares to do something to the trembling goat. He pointed the sharp knife directly at his eye, causing him to panic as the blade was very close to Dejun's eye. Sangman looked cold, and his eyes didn't seem like those of a drug addict. He stepped closer to Derun's face, mimicking his eyes, trying to imitate him. The scene was visible to everyone, and he panicked, worried about his own eyes. This is just a practice session, right? It's so realistic. When I stand in front of him as a rival, I feel overwhelmed. Did he have that gaze from the moment he was born? It feels like Sangman is pulling Dejun forward with his hand, and Dejun thinks he's being drawn into those eyes. Sangman pulls Dejun's arm into a multidimensional space, coughing loudly echoing throughout the warehouse. The sound keeps ringing behind the strange man. Sangman smiles eerily. "You're trying to imitate, and your eyes reveal everything." "That's right, I'm copying you. Hit me." "Why don't you get to the main point instead of saying such meaningless things?" "You must have rehearsed this from start to finish before meeting." Sangman replied indifferently. "I'd even pull out my guts. In your resume, you're labeled as a drug addict. Your friend Choi Run-ho is the same. Just like your eyes are the eyes of knowledge. Besides, I don't trust people, I only trust what I see. The foundation of business is trust, right? You keep talking. Just do something interesting, and when the time comes, I'll take you seriously." Dedung is hard to understand. "What's new?" Sangman widened his eyes and said, "I'd believe it if you scraped everything out of your back and took all your organs, but that demon worm is still alive, right? Then you're left behind." Dejun thought to himself, "Survival is the top priority," and he replied with some concern, "Got it." He turned his face away and smiled with his eyes closed. "As expected, you're very clever. Come on, put the knife down on the table. Take it and remember to bring the stuff from your factory when we meet. I'm making a proposal. Next time I want to meet you as a drug lord, is that okay?" While filming his scene, a voice suddenly shouted, "Run!" The goat trembled. The goat trembled. The goat trembled. He's still not back to his senses and remains frozen. Hai walks over and laughs. Is it just acting and you're so immersed in it? I feel like you have more energy than usual. D turned to reply. I really like Yu's acting, he excitedly said. Right? Even though he's acting relaxed, he's still at that level. He's sweating a little. Yeah. I didn't even realize this was a rehearsal. I felt completely immersed. Day looked at Ewan and thought, it's like stepping right out of a script, even though it's just practice. This is the first time I've been so immersed. As I was wondering whether to call it acting or some kind of deep method, a man approached and started talking with a smile. Although he's a rookie, that guy performs really well. The man is none other than Professor Kim. Huh? You're also here, teacher? He replied. There are a few scenes where Lai Sang-man acts alongside me. I came here out of curiosity to see who would play that role. He said, Oh, right. Lai Sang-man is the one who killed Professor Kim, isn't he? Professor Kim replied, Yes, I am about to be killed, ruthlessly by Li Sang-man by my hand. Ziyong Ren stands outside, watching with admiration. Ween seems like he's really addicted. The strange man also admired and said, I've never seen a rookie perform like that before. He was standing silently when suddenly a phone ringing echoed. He picks up the phone. Yes, this is Choi from Ong Ren. Hello, this is the director. The other person continued, I am calling from Kyoto Dao Tano Kuchi Management Company. He nervously replied, Yes, yes. The script sent by the company received a very positive response, and the other person said, Lucky indeed, the sender is none other than director Kyoto Dao. He is currently in South Korea. Yes, what should I do now? Yes, of course. According to the original plan, he wouldn't meet Kang Win right away, but since the guest and the director want to see Kang Win perform in person, I wanted to ask if Kang Win is currently filming. Ong Ren wondered if it was strange that the guest of honor only wanted to hear from him. Then he replied, Yes, Kang Win is currently filming a movie. So, what do you say? Could you tell us the schedule? He replied, The filming of Uin will end tomorrow, so you can come here now. The other person said, I understand. However, both the director and the distinguished guest want to watch Kang Win's performance in secret. Ongin's car smiles. Yes, I will keep it secret from Yuin in case he's worried it might affect his performance. He added that he would need to ask the director for permission. The other person quickly agreed. No problem. If the director objects, there's nothing else we can do. Ogun's car slightly sweats, looking a bit worried. So I should ask for permission first and then call back? He was thinking about coming to watch Uzin's performance. I heard that near the end there are some very intense scenes. The final brutality and Li Sang-man's painful death. 2 scenes in 1 day. Ogun's vehicle smiles excitedly, thinking to himself that he's looking forward to seeing how these people will react. Uin said, Sorry, maybe the drug dealer character won't appear in the episode because of the content. The red-haired man replied, Yeah, that's true. We'll just have to accept it. That's just how the content is. He turned to leave but still looked back. Thank you for understanding. I'm a bit disappointed. It's such a pity. I was really looking forward to it, but now there's nothing I can do. I wonder what the next episode will be about. Maybe the male best friend will show up? Uin turned and walked away, secretly thinking that soon everyone would see it all at once. And then there would be a series of continuous updates, all according to plan. On a fresh, cool, early morning, in a place filled with metal boxes with doors and windows like houses and 2 clear ponds, Uin quietly thought to himself that the final shooting day had finally arrived, filming 2 scenes today. There he is, he approaches. Hello, sir, Professor Kim spoke. Oh, Uin, hello. Uzin thought he had to be extremely polite. Then he said, Thank you for your help, sir. Professor Kim chuckled and said, It should be me. He thought to himself, Indeed, his eyes are different from those of the new recruits. Thanks to him, I still have worries at this age. Hai stepped forward and asked, Have you 2 finished greeting each other? If so, Uin, go get ready. Today, Ma Shu is a bit more meticulous. He turned and replied, Yes, sir. He approached and asked, But sir, you look a bit tired. Are you okay, sir? Professor Kim replied, I'm fine. I just haven't been feeling well today. Professor Kim whispered, Now Min is only thinking about acting. He said, By the way, if you're worried about me, don't stop the scene. Yes, he usually thinks the teacher is very calm. Why are you so passionate today? Is it because of you, Uin? Uin has a strange ability to revive actors. The wasp car approaches with 2 strangers, and Hai, turning to look, finds it confusing. He whispered, Are those people coming today? They seem to be famous. That's why they're wearing masks. Akazitakiwa's glasses reflected Uin's image, making the sorcerer wonder who he really was. The voice begins to speak. Start now. There is a sigh, and according to the script, this scene takes place after quite a long time since Dong She Ong Hun killed Choi Dien Ho. Dong Song-hun, who negotiated with Lee Sang-man, made a lot of money selling drugs in Japan but is now in trouble with the police, even though he used to work in this industry. As the drug sales slow down, Lee Sang-man decides to eliminate Dong Song-hun. However, because this would disrupt the drug production and sales, they decided to secretly recruit a drug manufacturer, which was Professor Kim. The voice rang out, "Action." Someone is complaining it's too hot. Why is it so hard to meet Professor Kim right now? He thought to himself, this face looks like he's dying gradually. After thinking, he spoke, "So why do you want to see me?" He chuckled and made a suggestion. "Now you should work with me instead of Mr. Dung. I will exchange Hun's car." He stood up suddenly. "It's a pity, I don't like selling drugs. Why am I selling something I can't even use? I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Sang-man gets angry after hearing it. "I said I would pay if we worked together." "Old man, don't think just because I call him professor that he's really a professor." This bastard. He suddenly flinched. He smiled and said, "Professor Kim, this is urgent, just accept it." Maybe that bastard Dong Han also knows the formula. He replied indifferently, not really sure. "Don't get in my way." Jungman raised a brick with a darkened gaze. "I thought you should know for sure. If the horn honking continues, it won't be good at all." He continued, "So what do you say I should do now?" Then he tightly gripped the brick and raised it above Professor Kim's head. He looked on in shock. As expected, Sang-man ruthlessly hits Professor Kim's head with a brick and adds, "The fewer words you have, the better, right? Since you are going to die anyway, just die now." He's lying on the cold ground, coughing violently. "Just die already. Just die already." After finishing with Professor Kim, he ordered his men to quickly call Dong and the others to clean up the body. Sang-man's face was now covered in blood, his eyes bulging, looking extremely strange. "I'll eat you all if you don't, so I guess you're pretty soft." Du-hai stood up suddenly and praised the cut. "Oh, okay." The ceiling peak instantly made my jaw drop. Uin hesitated, thinking a brick might be lighter than he thought and might fall. Professor Kim called out, "Be careful." He said, "What do you think if you hit my head 3 times and then lift my face up like checking if I'm dead or not? That way it would be more realistic." He was secretly surprised. "That sounds good. I will follow your instructions." Du-hai looked at them confusedly from the side. Professor Kim continued, "All right then. Also," Du-hai chuckled to himself, seeming more excited than usual. "Besides, Uin looks more like an actor than Tan Bin. His acting is really crazy, as if he's truly addicted. Through his performance, the audience can see the reason why he wants to live, even beyond the character's instincts. It feels like Lee Sang-man is getting closer to death." In the afternoon, as the sunset falls, at the Iron Barrel House. Du-hai is still working hard. He calls out, "Come everyone, let's start preparing the water hoses early." Everyone replied, "Yes." He whispered to himself, "Even the fall comes to Lee Sang-man's end." In the script, when Lee Sang-man kills Professor Kim, Dong Seong-hoon also decides to eliminate Lee Sang-man at the same time. He couldn't stand by and watch Lee Sang-man grow more arrogant, so he lured Lee Sang-man to the place where Professor Kim was murdered, claiming they would discuss the domestic market together. It was raining, and Sang-man stepped out of the car, with his underling holding an umbrella to shield him. A voice echoes, preparing for action as a hand reaches out to catch the rain. The underling said, "Boss, the convoy is coming now." Sang-man's face now looks gaunt and emaciated, like a zombie. The underling said again, "Boss looks thinner than before." He nonchalantly replied, "Is that so?" In the rain, Sang-man stands there, waiting for someone, looking around but not seeing the person he's supposed to meet approaching. Sang-man says, "Did it run away? Or was it never coming here in the first place?" The underling remained silent, then replied, "It hasn't been here from the beginning." "Boss, you've been through a lot." He silently watches as a man approaches, holding a knife, and brings it close to Sang-man's face. He cursed, "What the hell, so rude with your greetings?" And the man then boldly stabbed the knife into Sang-man's stomach. I'm bleeding out, and I ask, "Why the hell did you get involved in this? Why?" A different voice says, "Get back in." The scene rewinds, and the man rushes towards Sang-man. Under the rain, blood splattered everywhere. Sang-man lay on the cold ground, just like Professor Kim had to endure. But worse, he was lying in the rain, which kept pouring down. He painfully struggles to hold the syringe, then suddenly laughs, causing the man to wonder. Laughing? The sounds of pain and suffering just keep coming out. The needle slowly pierced into his arm. Sang-man whispered that the drugs are killing him. Mother Akaitake and Kiyoteza Taniguchi sat there witnessing the entire scene of Uzin's filming. She thought it was truly worth coming here to watch. 10 times more than in the video, Kiyoteza Taniguchi asked the screenwriter, "How do you feel about watching it live?" Akajitake replied, "Let's talk about it later. I'll tell you then." She thought to herself that she was worried because he was a rookie. But in the end, he was flawless. Actually, more than she had imagined. He is exactly the image I want. If he plays that role, there's nothing better. The Strange Sacrifice of a Stranger, playing Kai Do-shi. On a gloomy afternoon, a voice rises. Everyone has worked hard. This person says, Uin, you've worked hard. He said, you've worked hard. He responded with a thank you. The engine is on. Speak softly. Uzin? He continued. You said you've seen works by director Coyote Dao, right? He replied, yes, I read the first volume and now I'm reading the second. He said that director Kiot Dao is currently at the studio with screenwriter AK. Let's go say hello now. He quietly thought to himself, are they really here right now? Udian asked, is that true? I told myself to stay calm and the B-car responded. Sorry, they asked us to do it. I didn't tell you because I was worried it would affect my performance. Ewan calmly replied, I'm fine. He asked with concern and curiosity. Why is your reaction so dull to something so unexpected? Aren't you worried? So are you going now? He immediately replied, yes. Anjian opens the car door. Owen stands there watching. A moment later he introduced himself saying, I am the representative of Choi Ongan. It's an honor to meet you both. He wondered if the representative had practiced Japanese. After thinking, he also introduced himself, saying, hello, sir. I am Kang Win. Thank you for coming in person. Kyoto Tanigi cheerfully replied, hello, thank you for visiting me, even though we just stopped by unexpectedly. Nice to meet you both. My name is Akajita. She said your acting was very impressive. He wondered silently, should I praise her? Then that's great. Uin calmly replied, thank you. I'm a fan of the screenwriter. She was both surprised and happy. Oh my god, really? Adayaki whispered, is really a rookie? There's not a hint of tension. He's not trembling at all. He really is a difficult person to understand. When Tanigi asked if Ewan had read the script, did he? He immediately replied, yes, I have read it. He then thought only an A-level could say that. Oh my god. I closed my eyes and said I had read it, not realizing how time had passed. I think the adaptation of the script is quite good, he whispers. He responded with a good comment, asking, really? Gio Taiguchi continued, then I have a proposal. Would you like to collaborate with me on this project? He was surprised by what he said and excitedly wondered, am I really going to Japan? I haven't even made a single film yet. This will be really interesting. The opportunity is ahead. A moment later, he replied, if you give me this chance, I really want to try. They both looked at him in surprise. He forced a smile and said, I am sure it will make a splash. I am really looking forward to it. Win. By the way, The Strange Sacrifice by an Unfamiliar Person will be released in both Japan and Korea, but releasing them at the same time is a bit difficult. Kyoto Noguchi added, you are the first person invited to play The Strange Sacrifice of a Stranger. I want you, Uin, to take on the role. He whispered in surprise. Vi, really? He whispered to himself, isn't that the main role? No doubt about it, that's the main role. Uin was a bit worried, but if it was the main role, he replied right away. That's right, he said this character would lead the entire story. Hearing that, he was completely surprised. Kyoto Taiguchi added, I will make some adjustments to better suit your Uin. For example, making the character smell more Korean. Can you take on the role of Kyozi? His mind was dancing with unimaginable possibilities. Uin replied, yes, no problem at all. He wondered what would happen if he were the one leading this story, and then a paper appeared with the script for The Strange Sacrifice of the Unfamiliar Person. The Bizarre Sacrifice Script of an Unfamiliar Person, grade A+. Meanwhile, Kang Sang-Uin is confirmed to appear in the Strange Sacrifice film. Entertainment News reports that Hoang Kang-win confirms they will star together in the romantic comedy Thang Ban Than. The film is scheduled to be released on Netflix. The public is praising Yuan, but the media only focuses on sensational headlines to attract viewers. Kang Uzin is showing great potential, but will this film be a success? Assistant Bako Kang-win, the playboy from Hensjiang, delivers the best performance. Although these are just speculative articles, many people dislike it because it's directed by Kun Kita. Because Uzin's issues would directly affect The Lost Island, director Kita, who was dissatisfied with the news, published an exclusive article revealing that Kang Eun would star in his next film, Lost Island. This caused a huge shock in the film industry. Not long after, public opinion began to stir. Meanwhile, someone was seeking an opportunity, and that was PD Junbaiyong-zan. He believes this is the perfect time to release a news story as hot as the Lost Island rumor, an exclusive featuring a top superstar in the entertainment industry. PDS Toon Bowan's large-scale entertainment project, Kang Uzin confirms her participation. So in a short time, both online and in reality, Kang Uzin became a sensation. This ripple effect was increasingly getting out of control. This happens very naturally, with more and more eyes watching Kang Uzin, not only from the media but also from entertainment and advertising companies, and more people wanting to jump into the scene. On a full moon night, the moonlight illuminates the entire city, and the stars in the sky look like scattered diamonds. The B-car says, off it is following B. Winter since they bought it. Uzin is lying on the bed, stretching and posing. This is crazy. How can there be so many schedules? I really want to die, but I won't die like this. He sighed in relief. Am I really going to die? Tomorrow I'll study my best friend's script first. I haven't even watched the singing and piano parts yet. Wait, what if I lead with piano and singing performances? Before Lida Man, I never smoked. Maybe it's thanks to the subspace's power that I've never hesitated, and my body doesn't reject it either. He wondered if the character's traits had already been implanted into his body. So when I entered the character Lai Sangman, I really craved cigarettes. But once I stopped acting, the craving disappeared. So does learning singing and piano feel like smoking? I need to check it first. He stepped back into the main character Han's space. The script paper appears. He clicks on it to display a notification. The basic specifications of the ability have been completed. First, I need to enhance my singing and piano skills. So he asked if the singing and piano skills really improved, but he thought he didn't have high expectations for playing or singing because they are related to talent. What is this, a pocket dimension? In the end, where is the limit of this ability? The notification reappears. Get ready, we will start enhancing our singing and piano skills. A white vortex appears. The colored beams keep getting drawn into it. Uzin squints in amazement. Are you wondering if it's a bit different? There's a white light shining up from beneath my feet. Are you talking about that? The notes keep pouring out. He irritably covers his ears with his hands. Uin clenches his teeth, still shielding the notes with his hands. The moan echoed on and on. Returning to reality, he sat down exhausted. Uin whispered to himself, feeling like something had changed. He tried to sing 3 notes, surprised to find his voice sounded completely different, as if his vocal range had expanded and his fingers became more agile. His mind flooded with melodies, and if he saw a piano, he could play it instantly. And there's one more thing, something is growing inside me. Is this emotion? I feel my emotions growing stronger and being nurtured by the melodies of music. These are feelings I have never known before. It feels like I'm washing away my emotions more than ever before. Uzin happily says, this will be useful for managing my emotions in the future. I haven't enjoyed the happiness for long before I felt disappointed, but do I need to improve my singing and piano skills? I'm quite confident, and if I start only when I get there, I'll just become a joke. Anyway, I've come to dislike my singing and piano skills. The next morning at the TV station, the chubby manager casually said, I'll be gone and come back soon. Good luck, Ho Jane said softly with a cold expression. After he left and she was alone in the elevator, she idly pondered. Today's meeting is probably about the schedule and plans. I heard the director has already made the final decision, but I don't know if it's been announced yet. A little while later, when the elevator opened again, Hoa Dien, still nervous and lost in her own world, didn't notice someone entering. Phew, and today I really have to say it. I am part of this. I must make friends. Come on, you can do it. As she thought that, Uin stepped in front of her and spoke with his usual cold expression. Hello, ma'am. Hoa Dien was startled and almost shouted out loud. Yo arrived so suddenly that her body trembled with excitement, but she was too shy to face him and stammered a greeting. He responded expressionlessly, yes. The idol right in front of her made Hoa Jane's heart race, her face flushed like a ripe gak, feeling extremely chaotic inside. Stay calm, just say you're a fan of his. She mustered all her courage from her whole life to speak out. Hey, sir. Win, unaware of her thoughts, calmly turned and walked away. He heard her call and turned his head to ask, what's wrong? I saw Ho Jine calling, but she didn't say anything. Still trembling all over, he proactively asked, are you okay? Too embarrassed to speak, she instinctively interrupted him and ran away at full speed. I'm going to the bathroom. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Win couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? Is she avoiding me? That's strange. Then he suddenly saw a bracelet lying on the floor and instinctively guessed it might be Hua Zin's. As he was about to pick it up and look for its owner, he suddenly heard a faint whispering sound behind the wall. Don't say anything. Absolutely do not say anything. It turns out Ho Jane wasn't running away but was just hiding in a corner. She muttered to herself, feeling both excited and relieved that if she confessed to being a fan, he would look at her with strange eyes. Then he dashed away, leaving Uin with a dumber look than the neighbor's ski-hunting dog, and at this moment, Uin was truly questioning life, his mind filled with the confession just made. Did Hoa Dien deceive me? Or did I mishear her, thinking she's a top star but feeling embarrassed in front of me? I'm just a rookie. He put the bracelet into his pocket, feeling secretly happy, thinking I shouldn't push forward. Keep quiet, I'll give her the bracelet later. I need to act natural and get to the classroom first. Then, recalling the not-so-good encounters before, Uzin couldn't help but judge. Thinking back, she had always been cold to me, so was she surprised to meet me, right? Just thinking about this situation already makes me confused. As he walks, he ponders for a moment and then arrives at the classroom, forcing an awkward smile and thinking, I don't know why she admires me, but she must be very embarrassed and too shy to express it. That sounds so cute, I have to keep this a secret first. So he pushed the door open and entered with wandering thoughts. I wonder if she will tell him when the time comes. Of course, keeping it secret is fine, but just say it quickly. As soon as he appeared, he greeted everyone out of habit. Seeing him, the director welcomed him, saying, Oh, you kid. Inside, it was a familiar face who had worked with him since his first project. The director excitedly said, It's been a long time, hasn't it? Uin, stunned, nervously replied, Director, I am trembling. His presence confused him, wondering why this person was here. At that moment, Hoa Jane shyly stepped in and greeted, Hello, sir. I see Uin took off her bracelet and said, Oh, Miss Hoa. Jane, when her bracelet fell, Hawaiian was startled. She nervously took back the bracelet and then hurriedly ran away. Ah, thank you. Outsiders see them as not getting along and whisper their opinions. Yes, since then, their relationship has become even worse. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned awkward, with a few people whispering among themselves, probably because the two of them aren't very close. You think so too? And Uin looks so serious, but actually so adorable. To break this extremely awkward atmosphere, you take charge, clear your throat, and start the meeting. Anyway, before we get to the main topic, let's introduce ourselves first. This is director Shin Dong-jun. You will be leading the project. This is your best friend, Uin, right? He nodded slightly in response. Hawaiian immediately shifted into work mode, thinking that after this, she had to greet the director properly. The responsible person calmly said that the announcement would be made gradually. But now we'll summarize the main points for you two to hear. Seeing that both of you are focused and the atmosphere in the room has become more natural, she gets straight to the point. The short film project starts with a close friend practicing with another close friend. The plan is to release an episode every 2 weeks. Since this is just the beginning, we will focus on everything from promotion to production. To increase interest, the person in charge added that the film is also scheduled to premiere in Japan on Netly, which not all short films can achieve. Seeing my film being screened in a country with a tough market, Uin was surprised and exclaimed, So it's premiering in Japan? That's impressive. Based on what the person in charge has been saying, I can't help but feel suspicious. So judging by your close friend, this should be an A-level best friend scenario. Hoadian even premiered in Japan, so this film deserves to be rated A. The person in charge continued announcing the work categories with a standard smile. We will also develop the OST side, so if it looks good, just join in. Hawaiian said she will participate. Of course, if you don't like it, that's okay. Uin felt like he was sinking into a fog. The person in charge continued to explain in more detail. We plan to have 2 or 3 songs, including solos and duets, of course, with other pieces as well. However, I want to focus mainly on Uin and Hoa Jane. After finishing, the person in charge turned to ask the individual. There is a scene in the film where Han Yino plays the piano and shows off his singing ability, so the film really needs his voice. What do you think? I don't know about Uin, but Fan, who is a huge fan of Hoa Jin, is already overjoyed and hopes he can do it. Win, without a hint of doubt, full of determination, thought that although she had never tried this before, she had to succeed at all costs, but her singing and piano skills were a bit weak. She looked confident on the outside and replied, I think nothing can stop us. Hua Jane's eyes grew even more admiration after hearing that. The person in charge was both happy and worried when hearing the consent, sounding very confident. I need to check to be safe. I cheerfully say, let's first learn about your vocal ranges and go to the recording studio. We need to verify the basics first, right? Later, even Angjin's manager insisted on coming into the recording studio with us. Uin singing? Then I have to come listen. Seeing the guys on the other side of the glass watching, Uin stood in front of the microphone feeling extremely anxious. Oh, everyone is looking at me, so embarrassed, like I'm singing traditional opera with old people. To ease Uin's worries, the supervisor with a gentle expression reassures him, You don't need to worry too much, Uin. It's just a voice test. I'll play the song you requested. Then I'll start the music. He replied in a low voice, Yes. Although this suggestion came from the person in charge, she was now secretly crying inside and fervently praying. Please just be above average. The staff started whispering as they heard the intro music. Oh, this song, singing alone is a bit difficult. Exactly. Until the golden voice of the music world was heard, the girls just froze in place. The top-notch singing instantly melts the hearts of listeners. What is the manager marveling at? Her singing skills are crazy. She can't keep the professional smile on her face and asks in disbelief, Have you really been a singer? The manager instinctively denied, then changed his mind. No, that can't be true. Or maybe it is. The person in charge glanced at him and asked impatiently, "So, is that right or not?" The B-shaped car hurriedly beats the village drum. "No, wait until you hear the whole story." He silently added to himself that he also has a head. Right now, his mind was filled with 10,000 questions, constantly speculating why. If their skills are at this level, they must have sung professionally in the past, or maybe they're a masked singer. Maybe he used to be a street singer abroad. Otherwise, Ong Ren looked at the man on the other side of the glass, pursing his lips, thinking it was simply to help with acting, because music teaches people to feel a wide range of emotions. But at this level, becoming a singer wouldn't be a problem for him. Xiong Ren is even more curious about his past. Kang Yuan, what kind of life have you really lived, or did God specially create you? Obviously, it's nothing special, and if he knew, he would just think this guy is overreacting again. After a few minutes, he also finished his audition. Than just finished speaking. As soon as she left the recording studio, the staff praised her endlessly. Someone even teased you, Yu Yen, saying you sing so well you're a natural. Did you secretly work as a singer before? Wien has gotten used to bragging after practicing so much. No, it's just a personal hobby. My heart blooms with joy, cheering nonstop. Wonderful. I usually sing this song for the delivery shift, thanks to the extra space I can sing with more emotion than usual, but in the eyes of outsiders, this is a divine outburst from a genius. The B-car struggles to stay calm. Is this just a hobby now? If it's just a hobby, are you afraid of being bullied by the trainee singers? And Fango, with her husband around all year, is even more excited. I guess I'll be a fan for life. After this dazzling performance, the manager started to worry that Hoa Xin might not keep up, so he looked at her and said, you should rest for now. It's Hoa Xin's strategy. Just tell her which song you want to sing." She immediately returned to her serious face and replied, "Yes." When she enters the recording studio, the manager quickly approaches him and whispers, "Win. If we release this song, it could top the charts in Korea and even Japan. The potential is undeniable. Your collaboration with her will definitely be a hit." At that moment, Hin's clear voice rose, clearly back to her composure and focused on her work. Uin on the other side of the glass seemed to be listening intently, but his mind was elsewhere. "Really? Us and Huadian? Oh, is it because of the auxiliary space that the background music runs in my head?" Then, instinctively, I walk over to the electric piano in the room, feeling a sense of intuition, and lightly press the keys to perform a skillful piece. The sound engineer was once again stunned, his mouth wide open as if to gulp down a duck egg. Could he really play this piece on the piano? Playing the piano while listening to music, and without sheet music at that. Furthermore, with skills comparable to professional pianists, who exactly is he? The Ongan driver also shared her curiosity and stepped closer to ask, "Hey Win, have you ever done something like busking abroad before? I'm not trying to dig into your past, just asking." He calmly replied, "No." Then quickly added, "I only sing on the street and take the bus." He surprisingly, eagerly asked, "Do you really enjoy that? Are you doing it to improve your acting?" Just like that design, he had no choice but to go along with it. Yes, exactly like that. Deep down, I reluctantly thought more misunderstandings piled on top of each other. The car engine hummed as I frowned, suddenly filled with suspicion. "I'll ask first to be sure. Do you want to become a singer?" My mind panicked and refused. "No way, bro, being an actor is already exhausting enough." I replied indifferently, "I don't know." However, Ongen's car wants to use this talent to enhance Uzin's value. He persuades him tirelessly. But you can increase your influence with this talent. Or do you want to use it as a secondary weapon? Your singing and playing skills are top-notch and can't be wasted. After listening for a while, he found it reasonable and changed his stance. If you hear it, then not using it would be a waste. So Uin asked his heart, "Well, not bad. Do you have any plans?" Ongen, with a quick-witted head, murmured for a while, then said, "Yes. Singing and playing foreign languages along with acting. I thought of a plan to combine these things together." He said it confidently. "Open your own Neo channel," Yuan agreed and thought, "Oh, not bad at all. So you also meet the requirements?" "I think it's fine." Seeing that the person involved doesn't object, the horned bee is eager to start right away. But then, the phone rang at just the right moment. "All right, so..." He finished reading the message and then returned to his sharp managerial demeanor, announcing the work. "Uin, Director Kita has announced that the preparations for the missing island have been completed. The Onin vehicle is requesting your opinion. Let's organize a meet-in to greet everyone. This is quite sudden." Uzin muttered in surprise. "So meet-in is here." A little later, Uin arrived at a traditional restaurant with architecture that looked like it was from the Syane era, standing nervously in front of a private room. There must be many A-list actors in this room. After taking a deep breath to gather courage and reassure himself, Uwin closed his eyes tightly, pushed the door open, and stepped into a battlefield he couldn't predict. Stay calm. As soon as I entered, I saw a long table packed with people sitting, and I felt both dizzy and scared that I was late. Damn, there are so many people. Just when I thought no one would notice, I heard a familiar voice calling. Uwin has arrived, and I almost froze. Everyone is here, including Deong Min, who has also arrived. Following that, the top actor Kim Jae-gun also notices his presence and exclaims, "Oh, it's you, Sang-win." The top actor Janine Utrang, sitting right next to him, quickly asked upon hearing this. Everywhere. Right now, all he can think about is the excitement of an ordinary person who keeps shouting when meeting a celebrity. All the top actors wanted to shake hands with everyone, but they couldn't. Still, they had to keep their composure, so he politely approached and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. It's my first time meeting you all here. I am Kang Udia." When Antoine greeted everyone, I couldn't help but feel a sense of achievement blooming inside me. Well done. A perfect introduction. Just as it seems you've passed, a female voice with a hint of dissatisfaction rings out. "You're late. If you're a rookie, you should be here early." He glanced at the girl fussing over there. She's still complaining. Am I being too arrogant? This person is the top guide Seo Che-yo. She raised an eyebrow provocatively at him, and Uwin felt a slight sense of confusion. Seo Che-eu. She looks gentle and elegant online, but after meeting her, I felt she was a bit sinister. I also frowned and looked back with many doubts in my mind. Is she deliberately starting a fight? Is it some kind of territorial defense? Maybe she hates me? But I just have a bad feeling about this. But with my innate laziness, I decided to go straight to the point to save myself the headache. If she hates me that much, there's no other way. So I might as well ask directly then. And he immediately asked, "You don't like me?" Everyone was surprised to hear that at the same time. The person involved in provoking trouble also froze in surprise. Shocked by the direct question that hit harder than a horse's kick, he momentarily panicked and raised his voice. "What are you talking about?" Dongmin sneered with a spit take. Sure enough, he's very straightforward. The young man beside him exclaims in admiration. Complaining and dissatisfied, you changed the subject. But weren't you the one who arrived late? Seeing that she wouldn't stop, he retorted directly. If being late makes me the earliest person here. Win calmly explained that he arrived 45 minutes early and spoke with director Kunkita. The director will be coming in soon. Only then did Ko realize she was blaming the wrong person. He shouted in a high-pitched voice, "What?" Even though he knew he was wrong first, he still couldn't bring himself to admit fault and instead blamed others. "So, why didn't you say anything from the start?" Anbin sarcastically remarks that someone didn't give him time to explain, and even bared his teeth. Seeing this attitude made her so angry she was about to explode, glaring fiercely, thinking to herself, how could this kid be here with such a nickname? While Uwin looked back at her with a rather childish thought. "Are you trying to challenge to a stare-down? The one who blinks first loses." This showdown is really intense, but it had to be interrupted when Director Kita forced the door open and stepped in. He smiled brightly and explained, "I was a bit late. The call took longer than I expected." Seeing the head of the film crew arrive, everyone sitting around watching stood up to greet him. "Oh," Director Kita quickly said, "No, everyone doesn't need to stand up." He said right away, "Since it's a bit late, I will get straight to the point." Everyone nodded in unison, yes. She secretly glances at him, wondering why everything turned out like this. But she's the only one still stuck with this issue, while everyone else is focused on upcoming work. At this point, I'm sure that only after everyone is settled will Director Kita start sharing information with us. We will start reading the script at the beginning of next month. He made a quick statement and then started the banquet. Now we're in this together. I hope everything goes smoothly until the premiere. Well, I'm done speaking. Everyone enjoy your meal. When the food is served, Ewan eagerly tastes each dish while enduring Che-yu's piercing gaze. "Oh, this is really delicious," she asked anxiously. "I'm just asking to be cautious. You're not planning to be late or argue with me during filming, right?" He's eating and not paying attention, so he hears Che-yu changing the subject instinctively. Sang wondered, what is she talking about? "I don't remember anyone asking about that. You just focus on your meal. Don't bother me while I eat." Then he casually replied, "No, senior, are you planning to do that? Why are you shouting so loudly over a little criticism?" She lost her temper and said, "I was just asking out of caution." Dongmin laughed maniacally again, while the two sitting nearby looked stunned. Oh my god, Che-yu is getting so angry from being teased. The more he pretended to be calm, the more she went crazy, provoking him to ask aggressively, "Who cares? Do you have any relation to that director or what?" Or something like that, Ewan thought boredly. What is she saying? "Now, Mom?" Politely, I said no. Seeing this woman causing so much trouble, he decided to run away to be safe. "It's too noisy. I need to get out of here. Then I'll stand up and report the situation." I'm going to the bathroom for a moment. Seeing that the argument has disappeared, she quickly found someone else to cook wolf with. No way, brother. That kid has an umbrella, right? He's the son of a big corporation, isn't he? That was the first time I saw someone like that. The more he criticized and doubted, the more unreasonable he became. He can't get in here without someone backing him up, right? Dongmin, feeling resigned, closed his eyes and replied, No one is backing him up. He asks rationally, a handsome face smiling with apparent interest. Win is very different from other actors, but if you're still doubtful, look at what he has achieved. Does he need an umbrella? Although Chu is really getting on his nerves right now, hearing this, he can't argue. Instead, his mind cools down and starts to wonder. What are you talking about? Acting is his passion. Dongmin pondered and said, I don't know either, but he's good at many things. English, Japanese, and even design. Then she burst into tears, praising him. Not every actor can be like that. You also have to grit your teeth and keep acting. Isn't it easier if we understand each other? What are you talking about? So you think he has no backing? Dongmin asked helplessly. Why do you look down on him so much? Then he sternly advised Seo Che-woo, if she doesn't change her attitude, she'll get into big trouble someday. She chuckled sarcastically, looking up at the world with a sneer. How is that possible? At that moment, the phone kept ringing non-stop and Che-woo looked a bit annoyed. Then she read the message and smirked mischievously, looking so cunning. All that was visible on the phone screen was a suspicious message saying, Get ready, come to us at 11 tonight. Chea ponders, Are you ready? That night, Cheo arrived alone in her car at the agreed-upon location, the wheels gradually coming to a stop. Cho-yu steps out of the car in low-heeled black shoes and a pair of striped socks, fully covered up for this meeting, carefully observing with each step, making it seem like she's secretly meeting her boyfriend late at night, but in fact, she's heading to a cosmetic surgery clinic. Along the same route, another car following from afar saw everything. Inside the car were undoubtedly professional paparazzi, 2 men and 1 woman. They are just waiting for her to come out so they can start filming non-stop. She walks out carrying a bunch of medicine without knowing she's being followed. The man sitting in the passenger seat reminds the driver, Hey, it's coming out. The driver replied, yes. After giving instructions, he asked the female photographer if she still liked Soche and whether she was still filming. She repeatedly pressed the shutter through the speaker and replied, Yes, I'm filming now. After finishing the shoot, the girl added, but her face was covered, so it was a bit hard to recognize. The man glanced at her, confidently reassuring her, It's okay. Even though her face is hidden, the car is still parked over there and we've given instructions, but don't tell the editor yet. If everything is clear, we'll publish the article right away, so just keep it secret, the photographer said. Yes. The driver asked, Are you sure about that? The man with his head in the bowl patiently teaches him not to underestimate the power of Pow Company in Pure. Do you think anyone would sneak into the plastic surgery room near midnight? He firmly insists it's unlikely. It's 100% sure. It looks like Uwin is about to face new trouble. The photographer keeps worrying. What if she didn't get plastic surgery? The man is fine. He said it's okay. It's not just Seo Cheo there. We have the evidence now. We just need to add a little more spice. Seeing that her superior is confident, she wondered curiously when he planned to trigger the explosion. The man sneered and replied, If it happens in time, then by next month this bomb will go off, and inspections and similar activities will be carried out. The man with the hat chuckled sarcastically and said, So what happens then? Chu and her friends will go to hell? He still complains that he doesn't realize how big a disaster he's about to face. According to his cruel plan, all their advertisements and projects will be cancelled. At the same time, Uzun was entering his private space to review the script, only to see the screen displaying 3 scripts titled, The Island Disappears. Seeing the change to D grade, he was confused and worried. What's going on? In this way, he knew that a change was coming. At first it was A+, but now it's down to D. What is really going on? Alone in his space, Win looked more and more worried as he assessed the situation. It seems like something is happening here, but I don't know what it is. Oh my God, what could it be? So he started to deduce that the first suspect was the director, but then he dismissed it as a problem with the Kita crew. But if that's the case, why did they get high scores from the start? Then it must be the staff? The next suspect is a crew member, but that was also ruled out. No, if it were, it wouldn't have come to this. Then the problem must be with the actors. After a few simple deductions, he successfully narrowed down the list of suspects significantly. Then, from the remaining area, Yuan began to eliminate H.N. Jiang, who still holds an S rank. I don't think the issue is with Jiangmin's script titled BFER H.N. Jiang Part 1 Level 5, so it must be the top actors involved in the film. After some steps, Uzun narrowed down the suspects to just 3. These people are all actors who met at the recent meeting. Renu Trang, Kim Do-gun are definitely one of the 3. It was definitely one of the 3 of them. And then, with his incredibly strong sixth sense, he hit the right answer but chose to overlook it for the sake of fairness. I have a feeling it's Seo Cheyo, but I can't conclude just based on intuition. I'm the only one who knows about this now, and I can't find the culprit. Is there no other way? The situation reached a dead end, making Eun headachey for a while, but with his quick-witted mind, he quickly came up with a solution. So with a strong sense of responsibility, he had to sit back at his desk in the middle of the night, feeling both frustrated and exhausted, tired to death but too annoyed to care. Although there is no solid evidence to identify who is responsible for that mess, he still follows his intuition and starts investigating the woman first. Begin with Si-chu. Start with Se-chu. Uzin tapped for a while and then received the necessary information. They're out, the works that Se-chu has participated in and is about to join. He carefully read the news. Ah, I see. The romantic sea adventure film will be released in 2 months, and the action-packed sea film with the prosecutor method is also coming. Seeing this, he started typing in the search bar to find the other two, Yu Trang and Kim Jon. Yu Trang's group has the Whipped-Out Company and Kim Jae-gin's Ain Man group. Now that I know the movies those suspects are involved in independently, Eun muttered, I need to find out the scripts for these 4 films. If he checks within the subspace, he would definitely identify a lower-tier one, but this is not his area of expertise. Uzin immediately picked up the phone and called the trusted Ongen vehicle. I should send a message to the representative. Maybe he can help. When the phone rang, he looked at it as if threatening it and said, it must be saved. Then he shouted with determination and burning passion, causing it to disappear. The next morning, another meeting took place. He entered and greeted in a hushed voice. Hello, everyone. Seeing how exhausted he looked, Ongen immediately asked how he was doing. Oh, Win, can you sleep? As soon as you asked, I got nervous. It's strange. I just had a nightmare. Last night I dreamed that the script suddenly self-destructed, which scared me a lot. The script was in the farewell space. No matter how many feelings you have inside, you still have to maintain your image. Lit politely sat in the car and replied, Yes, I slept very well. He listened happily and said, Very good. I have something to tell you today. I don't know if it's because of the news I received yesterday or not, but today I received the first piece of good news. It seems the drug filming schedule ended early thanks to Eun Kwan Chan-chu's performance. Except for that film suddenly shooting a scene from A to D, all other productions went very smoothly. And also, the decision about my best friend's back of the head has been made. The music production process went very smoothly. Just when I thought that was everything, I heard about the fan class event, and it turns out today's fan meeting date has finally been set. I want to die, but I still have to pretend to ask. So, what's the deal? As my little pet asked, of course, the representative from the honeycomb car will answer. Yeah, that event is for signing autographs before the first fan meeting. He also mentioned some related details. Max Berger will sponsor it, so he thinks it will be held around 3 o'clock in the company's office building event hall. Since this event is sponsored, I also have to be more careful with the publicity. Additionally, some reporters will be there to film. The B-car talks nonstop with a voice that sounds regretful. This signing event isn't official, so there are only about 400 fans. I want more, but there's a limit, so that's it. Eun just heard the number and was already stunned. 400 people? Since Eun is participating in this activity for the first time, I suggest treating it like a well-organized event and offering some advice. About half of them are fans of the manager, and the staff from the official coffee fan club will also be there, so you should start a conversation with them. They will be with you in the coming days. He continued to ramble on. Manager's nickname is Eun. He sighed before continuing. The woman has a fiery temper. Her nickname is strange, so I remember it forever. I secretly smiled to myself. It probably isn't my little sister. Just when I thought it was over, I saw the bee searching through everything. Oh, right, there's more. This is the last thing. He handed over a stack of papers and told me to take it. This is the script you requested yesterday. I almost forgot it, but Ongren's car reminded me. Win took the script and read it immediately. Seonggen asked curiously, But your schedule is full, so why are you asking me to help find it? Your situation is quite hard to explain, so I just gave a vague answer. It's not like I have something to do. He still remains very curious. So what does it do? Uzin had to reveal a little and let him draw his own conclusions. I just wanted to confirm that these are the works of the actors I collaborated with on the Lost Island. The B-car suddenly teased out of nowhere. Oh, you want to see how they are? What do you do for a living? I'm focusing on the script while Bongquo responds. Yes, I just want to learn more about the acting of the seniors. Ongren immediately caught on, but you don't seem to be acting suspiciously. Win nervously looked away, stumbling over an excuse. That's right, I just wanted to feel a little super. Only then would he not wonder anymore. Win silently muttered in his script, thinking to himself that he found these things really quickly. No joke there. He sincerely said, Thank you for saving me. The bee responded, it's nothing special, but I still feel happy when my little brother praises me. He laughed heartily and said, I didn't do anything big, so what's there to make difficult? Win thought to himself, impressive. Then he turned his gaze to the script pages and began to investigate. Well, let's see. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in that mysterious private space. The scripts, as expected, were all collected into the collection. He looked satisfied with the results. I finished the list, now let's see how it turns out. The scripts that need to be evaluated appeared at eye level all at once. Uin glanced over them and sighed. Both works are by such. I feel I'm right. After identifying the main cause of the downgrade, Uzin still has some doubts. Is the only reason the island dropped to rank D because of Soche? The other two works are also nearing completion or have already finished filming. But investigations like this aren't really Uzin's strong suit. He scratched his head and muttered. Anyway, Seoche is the suspect. The problem is how to find out what Seoche has done. Time is running out. Even if we narrow down the suspects or identify the culprit, we have no evidence. So Uin resorts to his old tricks, feeling helpless no matter what he thinks. Then I have no choice but to do that. Retreat, rely on illusions and the child. Once the decision is made, psychic Kang Uin makes his return, calling the Ongan representative. He turned his head back. Hungj, thinking he still had some request, he proactively asked, What do you need anymore? Ween, in a serious tone, said, No, I have something to tell you. Suddenly he acted like a wolf. The senior criticized. The feeling was a bit cheap. The Ogankar seemed to fall into fog. Confusing, he asked, What do you mean? Win adopts a serious acting mode, tilting his face slightly to reveal only half, creating a mysterious and ambiguous vibe, and says, It's just like that, secretly thinking to myself that I need to exploit this illusion and also enhance the seriousness. I used all my deadpan talent to act, the only role I can play without needing space. You have to make your face as dark and serious as possible, just like Uin, who looks so stern that he repeats himself, just like director Yu Hyun. Hearing this name, the representative of the B-Car company also changed his expression. Huh? What? I don't think he's joking. Just as expected, he's starting to speculate himself. Is his crazy mode activated again? You can tell he's got a crooked neck just by looking. The voice asks softly, Are you saying Seo Yochul to give you a similar feeling as the director? Are you confused? Just hearing him ask is already half the success. Uin silently marvels. I didn't expect I could take advantage of the illusion. Calmly, I replied, Yes, that's pretty close. Hearing the confirmation from the person himself, the motorcycle engine couldn't stay calm, and my mind hypnotized itself, I believe. I must believe. But that's not enough information, he asked further. Can you explain more about what Seo Yu criticized? I don't even know how to answer this, feeling flustered and thinking to myself, I really don't know. Still, I trust my instincts to some extent. Uin rolled his eyes and said, You're crazy. It's really hard to explain in words. The first time I saw the compensation money, I already had a bad feeling. Seongan looked suspiciously and said, So now you're telling me you can only give a vague answer because the situation is different from when director Yu Hyun was around. Then silently added in his mind, I am the main character now. Although everyone could see Uin was clearly nervous based on his expression, Ongan had been through too many inexplicable things to doubt and completely trusted him. It's worth a try. His strange feeling is always right. But before acting, he still needs to confirm it for sure. Are you sure about this? Uzin replied immediately. Yes, that's right. Kim Bai's representative from Ongjin prepared to go into battle with his phone, giving instructions. All right, for now, don't worry about anything, just focus on your schedule. I'll handle the complaints from the SE. He just waits for that to relax and think about protesting. Perfect. Ong Ren plans to finish it in one go, and then asks again. Now we have to dig deeper. I wonder if there are any others besides Seo Yuche. Win, are you going to reply right away? It's just me criticizing. Hearing that, he was overjoyed and hurriedly typed a message in a calm tone saying, That's great. If you want to get rid of her, now is the perfect time. They haven't gone public with the criticism to the press yet. After typing a few words on the screen, he turned his head and said, Then we have to hurry. Not long after, the much-anticipated fan meeting time arrived. A large crowd gathered to participate. Uin sat on the stage with a stack of photos as tall as him when he was seated. Fans get extremely excited and cheer loudly when they see the real person. But no matter how enthusiastic the fans are, someone with a heavy burden of image like him still remains calm. Appa Opa, some look this way. Oh my God, it's real out there. Honestly, part of it is because Uin doesn't understand these things at all. I don't know what to do next. What am I doing right now? Is this really true? Are there really 400 people coming to ask for my signature? Seeing the crowd lined up tightly like a wall before his eyes, Uin suddenly fell into an awkward internal mode. What should he do now? Shaking hands is only natural. Should I talk to them or not? Ask them why they are here? Oh my God. A guy walks over and announces. As he finished speaking, a figure appeared. Our Uzin is starting the fan event now. The manager was the first to speak. The staff member introduced the woman with the blood nickname, Uzin, who was quite curious about the impressive fan nickname and looked up at it. Just then, I saw my little sister with a mischievous smirk, pretending not to recognize me. Hello, big brother. I am the blood woman. I'm the fan representative. Uwin was so shocked just hearing that one thing she froze in place. That fiery woman really is my younger sister? You must be quite brave not to back down. I let out a sigh of relief, thinking I almost cursed there. Why didn't she say anything when I reached out? Seeing my younger sister smile happily, I felt even more certain about her attitude. Uwin knows my sister too well and guessed right. She couldn't have done this alone. She's probably creating a fan club with her friends. But standing in front of 400 fans, he can only mutter a curse under his breath. Damn it, she. Hyun just grins without explaining himself. I didn't say anything because I was afraid you were too busy. This rare green tea makes you even more furious. Where did it learn this line? Just admit if you're hiding it on purpose. At this moment, the honey car representative approached and asked, Are you the fans manager? He stepped forward to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. You are Uzin's main manager and the representative of BW Entertainment since last year. You should have thanked me earlier. Hello, Union A. I still greet adults politely and enthusiastically. Hello, sir. He just wanted to warm up the atmosphere a bit, but seeing how strange the boy was, it seemed he was very familiar with the woman with blood. And unexpectedly, he hit the mark and got to hear it directly from the source. That's your sister. The B car smiled brightly and then jumped up with a sky full of chaos. So that's it, wait a minute, what? Hai Union is afraid the world isn't chaotic enough and is about to self-destruct again. Hello, sir. I am Kang Hai, Uwin's younger sister. I took the chance when you signed so quickly. The B-shaped car froze in shock, then handed over the photo with the signature to the younger sibling before chasing everyone away. You go outside first, Shu said, seeing that my older brother was also playing along. Hana thought again about his proud and aloof brother. But is that just my imagination? The photo does seem more stylish than usual, and many people are looking at it. Waiting for her to happily leave, the car hurriedly asked, Uzin, is she really your younger sister? Please kindly explain the situation. Yes, I also don't know about this. Who would have thought that girl would become the manager of the fan club? This matter needs to be resolved quickly, but the fan meeting is just as important. He reluctantly regains his composure and turns his attention away. We will talk after it's over. There are many people waiting for you. Just like what the bee said, a long line of people waiting without knowing where the end is. You look and you'll be overwhelmed. It's clear it's not going to be easy. After some time had passed, the fan meeting came to an end. Udi sincerely thanked everyone for coming. He leans forward slightly, reminding the fans that the fan meeting will be soon, so we will definitely see each other again. Everyone, be careful when leaving, and don't forget to take your gifts. But for the fans, this is still not enough to cheer and shout enough. Kang, don't go. Your brother loves you. I'm more exhausted than expected from the event staff's instructions, turning around and leaving. If I keep going, I might pass out. The polite staff member said, Let's go to the waiting room. On the way, she also briefly summarized the situation inside. The representative is waiting in the lounge with the fan club manager. The staff member led him to the door and signaled him to come in. Uin is thinking about whether to punish little sister or not. Is she here already? Changhai Yuna, if you say something meaningless, you're dead with me. When I finally open the door and walk in, I see two people sitting face to face. He feels anxious and thinks to stop it if he finds it strange. Xiong Ren greets and says, You're here already? Uzin Hai Unun is very well behaved, and seeing that everyone is here, he takes the initiative to act as the manager, so we can talk. What's this about my sister, Hyona? You're still not used to your cold-looking older brother, huh? Kang Hina, Xiong Ren awkwardly asks. Yes, Kang Hina. First, I want to ask what happened. What could it be? This case is simple. Hyuna nervously explains that he told his friends about his older brother suddenly debuting as an actor and about creating a fan club for him. Xiong Ren, after hearing, misunderstands and secretly blames himself. Win, haven't you told your family yet? Hyuna is so happy he wants to tell more. But the representative has gone to watch a movie at the sports festival. Win sensed a hint of danger from his image and quickly jabbed him in the stomach to trigger a red alert. A successful strike prevented the danger. Uzin, used to acting, casually asks how his little sister is doing. Stomach hurting? Hey, if you still want to talk back, just look at your face, like a pancake stuck on a bamboo pole, and stay silent. No, just now there was a threat in Ewan's eyes. If I said anything more, I'd be dead. Ong Ren Mak Nian didn't recognize it and kept probing. Anyway, having my sister be the fan manager isn't a big deal, but this can't get out. Who else might find out? Hune, under the oppressive pressure of her cowardly older brother, hurriedly confessed honestly that the three of them are friends of mine. He reminded Tianwei, "Remember to tell them that I'm worried this information could affect your family. Also, if we're family, we can't participate in Fanka's activities freely, right?" Under the gentle guidance of the Anjin vehicle, Hune obediently responded, "I understand." He chuckled happily, not at all like a cold brother. "Your lively and cheerful sister is really something." Speaking of this fruit, Hyon suddenly wondered aloud. Yes, is it cold and indifferent? Uzun clearly sensed the level 2 alert from the character sitting next to him and proactively interrupted. "Representative, may I have a moment to talk privately with my sister?" Ogun's car still doesn't notice the low pressure in the room and calmly says, "Is that so? You two stay here for 10 minutes. Hwana, see you again next time. Now it's her turn to sense the level 2 alarm," she whispered softly. "Yes." The two siblings linked arms and went to a private place to start arguing, with Ewan firing the first shot. "Hey, are you crazy? If Hyon hits, he'll reply instantly." Wanting to leave? Seeing the two of them walking together, he felt a shared happiness and admired how good their relationship was. While enjoying the peaceful scene of a brother and sister teasing each other, his phone suddenly rang, and he opened the car door to see the news coming in. His heart trembled as he thought, "Am I waiting and watching it pee?" He tried to stay calm and analyze. Of course it's just a rumor, but the other screen sighs, impressed by Ewan's intuition and timing skills. But there's still no news so far, right? Then he begins to doubt whether it is being hidden or not, and B. Karen finds it hard to stay calm with this situation, starting to feel deep concern. Waiting would be a waste of time. If it turns out that Dad really did something dirty and it explodes when she confirms her involvement in the disappearance, it would be a disaster. In the worst case, the production process might be canceled. To prevent unnecessary risks, he carefully issues instructions, and there is no other choice but to continue monitoring. First, place the safety device on this side. Feeling lucky inside, lucky that my trust level isn't low. After giving instructions to his team, he contacted the partner, and Kita answered the call with a suspicious tone, representing Choi Zao Ong Ren, according to the project protocol. "Yes, Director, sorry for the sudden call. I have something to discuss with you," Kita calmly said. "No problem, go ahead. With his permission and my approval, I'll get straight to the point. Please state the purpose of your call, and from now on, I ask that you cease all activities." Posting the cast and production updates for a while, Kita couldn't believe it was happening, her eyes involuntarily widening. He cannot understand the reason for this request and demands a satisfactory answer. "We will start announcing the cast in an hour." "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Ongin's car said it outright. "Co Cho, there's going to be a major scandal." Director Kita hesitates. "A scandal?" he answered without hesitation. "Yes, I think so, but this is a very serious matter." The dealer skeptically asked for confirmation if you are sure or just guessing. The B-Car Gen replied honestly that right now it's a 50-50 chance. "We understand his working style quite well and are starting to consider that he probably isn't joking like that. He's likely holding something in his hands." Director Keech thought for a moment and finally agreed to the request. "Yes, postponing it isn't difficult. We will follow your advice." Stopping the promotional activities and getting his approval is already half the success. Of course, he can't just casually postpone the schedule. "So, what exactly is the scandal involving Seiche Ao?" Sheong Ren casually said, "Basically, there's some information that's bothering me." At this point, the information he has is still quite limited, so he can only judge carefully. "It seems the media has caught wind of something. I'm also getting involved at Pure, but I need time to verify this." He finished explaining and asked for your opinion. "It is a bit inconvenient to wait." What does the director think? Kita listens to the situation and considers it. Of course, he wouldn't pressure the director either, showing his sense of responsibility in his work. "Of course, the decision is up to the director. You don't have to trust me, but I will do what I must." Kita is also a talented person. Hearing these words, how could you not understand? It seems he already has a plan, and just knowing that, you are willing to cooperate. "If I wait, when will there be results?" Ongin's car responded immediately. "The earliest is today, and at the latest in 3 days." Kita happily agree. "All right, postponing for about 3 days should be fine," Ongin's car quickly exclaimed, seeing everything going smoothly. "Thank you. I will try to inform you early." He thought happily. Good, everything is fine on this side. Once the film crew's side was settled, all that remained was to continue the investigation. He pressed the phone and moved on to the next step. Next, the editor from Power Tour actively messaged the paparazzi group the other day, and I only saw him send one message. "Recently I heard some rumors about SCHO. That afternoon at the Power Pure headquarters, the employees were working diligently with only the sound of typing on their computers audible. While the staff were enjoying a peaceful lunch like any other day, the editor suddenly burst in, shouting loudly for silence. From his tone, I could tell the old man was angry. I sighed and turned to ask the editor if something was bothering him. The editor loudly shouted, "Be quiet, you brat!" He didn't explain anything and shouted directly in his face. Still trying to hide it? He suddenly got so angry for no reason and asked in confusion, "What are you hiding?" "I don't understand." The editor only calmed down and asked about it when he saw that he was truly confused. "Don't tell Yi. I know you've been watching Seiche-yu lately. She used the folded slipper properly, right? I thought it was something serious." Hearing this, he sighed and said, "I told you there's nothing secretive about it." The editor, seeing this, asked about the progress. If he said that it means there are no more secrets, so how far along is it? Saman found this old man annoying, but still obediently reported. Behind the scenes, the criticism about love had been somewhat resolved. I'm gathering more information from others and the hospital. But before I could hear everything, he cut me off with a laugh. "Well done. You're doing great." The message from him now comes to mind. The editor questions you. "Do you know CEO Choi of the Ongden Company? Did he say anything about Sei Chow?" The old man sternly criticized his subordinate. Sangmon widened his eyes in shock. If this news reached him, then it must have already leaked out. The editor-in-chief gives the order, and seeing he is reluctant to follow, he adds fuel to the fire. "Anyway, arrange it quickly before the afternoon. Do you want exclusivity or to share the information?" Sangmon was forced to release the news immediately, cursing under his breath. Damn it, where did he hear that from anyway? Damn it. Not long after, the exclusive article about Che-yu was released with a sharp photo taken that night. His habit of using slippers to secretly record his addiction diary behind the famous Power Patcher mask. The reporter silently watching the screen and commenting that Power Patcher often uses slippers, and if any other drugs are found during testing, SCU's acting career will end. Does anyone call him? He picks up the phone immediately and answers. Yes, Director Kita on the other end says, "I just saw your article." Truly surprising. This must be the work of CEO Choi. But he guessed wrong about the source. He chuckled self-satisfied and said, "No, it's Uen's work." Kita exclaimed in shock, "Is it your Uen?" He is currently driving to work, his face calm, but his voice revealing his surprise. "I thought CEO Choi was handling this himself." To avoid misunderstanding, he explained that he was the one who contacted the parties. But Uzen is the person who saw the decayed part of the vanished island that no one else noticed. I was just clarifying it. Of course he did so because he's also looking out for our own guy. Now standing outside the bureau is pointless. If that's the case, all the pressure will be concentrated inward. Still, Ongen's car couldn't take all the credit. If Yuen hadn't spoken, how would we know? The more he explained, the harder it was for him to understand. "I want to know exactly what happened, so please tell me." He responded calmly, "Yes, of course." To clarify this mess, we have to mention that sinister face character. Do you remember Director Yu Hyunu? The truth is Ewan once refused his offer. He continued to lead the way. "Do you know why Ewan did that?" Kita asked suspiciously. "Isn't it because they pushed him into it for no reason?" Ongjin thought back to the previous trance, feeling much more excited, and said no way. At that moment, Ewan only said one sentence. "I don't feel well, just like this time with those vague feelings, but I have a strange intuition." Hearing this, Kita also had to become serious. "Are you saying that both the incident with Director Yu Hyunu and this one are all because of UDN?" He's so happy as if he found treasure, boldly saying so. "Yes, just like Midi's touch. But to prevent that ability from being exaggerated, the B-Car wisely adds a full range of capabilities. Of course, he doesn't have superpowers, he doesn't know everything, but clearly there's something like instinct there. I never expected to hear such an interesting story." Kiyata chuckled softly and sighed. "Amazing. Acting skills. Eye for people and works. I feel something new. This is the first time I've seen an actor like this." Kita casually said, "I really appreciate you both. Thank you very much." The Wasp car quickly seized the opportunity to call, saying it's a blessing, better than good fortune. "I thought he was casting a spell, but it turns out he was asking for a reward. He's a fair person. Of course, there's give and take." "That's right. I also don't like just letting things go. If you owe a debt, you have to pay it back. If you have any suggestions, just let me know." It's been confirmed by Kita himself. Ogun quickly made a request. "First, I want to increase Uzen's KTC, depending on the director." Hearing that he was offered a higher income, he muttered, "Let's see." Not long after, Kita casually suggested to Jean Nguajianti, "What do you think? Add 100 guns to the fee." Seeing his face makes it clear this deal is pretty good, but how could it not be since this salary is based on revenue? And since it's a high-quality film, there's no need to worry about missing out on profits or unexpected costs. Simply put, if there are 100G viewers at one person each, 1 million equals 100 million, 10 million equals 1 billion, excluding additional fees. In addition, this is a special expense reserved for top-tier actors, which naturally makes Uzun more valuable. These conditions only apply to A to S grade actors, and at this rate, he will soon become a leading actor. Obviously, everything has its pros and cons. This fee generates good profits, but it also assesses the commercial potential of the actors. Of course, if the revenue isn't good, only the KTC money will appear, but the disappearance of the island will give a boost, and that's enough. Although this condition is very advantageous, it's still not enough, Ongen thought, but it can't end here. He agreed and said, I agree, but the villagers will be involved in many future activities. Please allow me to say this. Then he said thank you for choosing a good car for Uzun, already imagining in his mind the scene of speeding on the fancy car now. I'll come pick you up. Kita happily agreed and said, well then, add one more term, a beautiful car outside the contract. He saved a film on the verge of collapse. While we're at it, Director Kita casually added, I also have something to discuss with CEO Choi. I was going to have Ha Wai replace her, but this title just came out and caused a cultural shock, asking, is she the top female guide Ha Wai Jia, who once went to Hollywood? Isn't she there already? Kita knew he would react like this and chuckled, saying she entered Korea a few days ago and was initially planned to make a special appearance. We were planning to surprise the viewers, but now that role is vacant. So what I mean is, I heard that Hairen just finished filming Hajiang, right? I didn't expect we would get this extra benefit. Ongren's car was stunned. Just a brief hint like that is enough for him to grasp the main point. The opportunity has come, so I have to seize it. He replied immediately, yes, I understand what you mean. I will ask the two Rens. It seems everything has been settled smoothly. Ren the Bee finishes the conversation. I will contact you again soon. Kita responds satisfactorily. All right. Who would have thought I'd get an extra slot in the film crew? Ongren was excited that the deal went through quite successfully. When he finished, Lucen arrived at the company and he approached to greet him. Hello, agent. You seem to be on good terms with the god of wealth. He stood up excitedly and said, you came at the right time. Have you read the article about Seiche-yu yet? Wen calmly replied, all right. Despite his calm appearance, no one knows that deep inside he is still a shy person. I didn't think her slippers were that impressive. She looks pretty normal. The entertainment industry collapsed in an instant, but I am safe now. The B-Ren car reported back to him about the gift from Kita and the compliment. Many of S's misdeeds were criticized, but Director C. Kita still gave us a few gifts. As expected, he's very fair. I never expected this to be suspicious. Is that so? Seeing you look so clueless, I know you're a good kid who doesn't understand anything. Your innocent look makes the car engine smile brightly. Are you also thinking about that? This matter is like a knife. Ewan stubbornly denies it. No, I didn't think about that, but honestly, he's still very pleased with his favorite pet for proactively informing him. First, Ha-Wai-Yu Jia will replace Che-Yu. Do you know that? Ha-Wai-Yu Jia, he replied calmly. Yes, I know her. I'm honestly overwhelmed by how fast they work. Now they're arranging things so quickly. Is Ha-Wai-Yu Jia one of the top actors? As expected from the director. The B-car keeps talking nonstop, not knowing if a single word is getting through to him. And the two characters will appear as cameos, then he turns back to the issue of salary. You received 2 items. One is the Jianin Guantigamuin, which is completely clueless. These terms are all so confusing. Jianin what now? Jianin mission. And then it continues. All that's left is that you get a car. You can choose the model, but now his mind is only on the car. Seeing Uin in a daze, he added, if you can, buy an imported car. I'd be so happy I could die. Am I crazy? I get to buy a car? Now, my tough image is completely gone. I used to think I'd spend my whole life traveling by bus, but I never expected to be gifted a car. I never thought this day would come. Life is getting better. His mind couldn't help but imagine the majestic appearance on the luxury car. Uin's car arrives here, and he comes to pick up Kwang fully. Win was dreaming happily when suddenly he snapped back to reality. In this case, the foreign company B's car has already been loaned out, so to be safe, this time he thinks he should check it first. 1 second later, he found himself in a private space, looking at the scripts. Initially an A+ level, now at least a B+, not quite an A. But the sudden and drastic change in the official assessment left him utterly bewildered. Really? Is that true? He's gone crazy. Now the evaluation has jumped several levels, only to see it display 3 script titles, all missing and replaced. S+ level? Uzun doubts it's really S+. This is the first time he's seen something like this, and he's feeling quite curious. Raising 2 levels from the start. This is very good, but it's S+ level. I think S rank is the best, but maybe that's not the case. A slightly higher rank makes me overthink and then accept fate. Is there a level higher than S+? Thinking about it now is pointless because the universe is always beyond normal understanding. Then I wonder what the viewership rate of the S-grade rookie has exceeded 25%. What will be the achievement of an S+ grade film? Will the number of viewers reach 10 million stars? But no matter how strange it is, this is not a bad thing. He smiled calmly and muttered to himself, no matter what, with his eyes fixed on the paper listing the 3 scripts titled Disappearing Level SE+, he was sure it would make a big splash. Time passed quickly, and the management company of CU officially announced that after that, everything related to CU would be delayed. Would she be punished? The most fervent follower of this case is probably the representative of the Golden Ticket B. Director Kita made the right decision, so public attention shifted from CU to disappearing with a post about it amid the chaotic information online. Therefore, Seichio has been completely forgotten by the public. Chiu now only appears in legal news, and early this morning there was news about her. The top story, Seichiu, the suspect using flip-flops, will be summoned by the police for questioning in the next few days. Everything related to Si Chae-woo will be postponed. Will she be punished? The most avid follower of this case is surely the representative Kim Bai-jae-ong-ren. He silently thought that now, probably there was no more chance to meet her. Then he accidentally glanced at Dongmin's and the two Jinin's photo frames. The honeycomb car suddenly stalls. The Filer HN Jang franchise has finally been launched on Netly Japan. Should I check the audience's reactions? Out of curiosity, he clicked to see and found the keyboard warriors there speculating whether Filer HN Jiang would succeed in the Japanese market. Many works have failed when launched in the Japanese market. What will be the fate of Filer HN Jiang? Seeing all these reviews that don't seem to take it seriously, his face turned pale. But why are all these articles so negative? Well, it's still media after all. Uin bowed his head and politely entered the car to greet everyone. Hello, sir. Ongren's driver saw you arrived and invited you to sit down. Uzin, come in. He waited for you to be seated before bringing up work. Do you remember that today is your best friend's recording day? He replied softly, yes. At the same time, he silently thought to himself, so that's why I heard the clip they sent almost bursting my phone. Seeing that you've already been informed by the partner, he didn't waste words and directly suggested, let's go straight to the recording studio. At that moment, Ongjin's phone rang and he immediately answered. Hello? Yes, the PD is done. The other side just delivered some huge news that made him turn pale instantly, and he unconsciously raised his voice. What is it? Uin, hearing this, also leaned in to listen. Now Jiang has climbed to #1 on Netly Japan, huh? And then she can't keep her cool, looking cold and shocked with her mouth wide open. But he's been acting this way for quite a while, so he slipped into the role right after that. His mind, however, was still very lively. Getting to #1 so quickly, what should I do with this atmosphere now? The reporters keep talking nonsense about the film failing. Now you know. But no matter how confident I am, I still instinctively want to follow public opinion. Constantly checking my phone, I have to see the reviews first. I wonder if there are many negative comments. I need to look at them once. After searching with related keywords, he easily found the article about that movie. Netliber Filer HN Jiang. Here are the audience reactions. The comments forum about the film is very lively. Obviously, most of their interest is in the character you play. Even though it's not a Japanese film, I really like this one. The villain's performance kept me awake all night. Everyone finds the villain in this film terrifying. But Bond's favorite is the chessmaster assistant. He's so handsome. Does anyone have any information about actor Kong Yuan? Uzin still isn't quite clear after watching. Is this reaction okay? Uzin still hasn't realized his development is just like his missile trajectory. After reading the comments for a while, he was totally shocked. Is it because of the movie? The number of Japanese comments on my post has increased a lot, but when did I get over 1 million followers? At this moment, Ongjin's call is also mentioning Uin, and I only see him nodding continuously. Yes, I understand. I will tell you about this, yes. When the two sides finished discussing, Ongjin immediately reported this to him. Winsong PD has something to ask you. He pretended not to care, fiddling with his phone, muttering to himself, so what? He asked directly to get it over with, then smiled brightly, waiting for the answer. He is planning to resign from SBC to start his own business. He asked if you could review the script he just sent. Win looked confused, but after a moment, seeing that he didn't reply, he relayed a message from Man Yu saying, you can take your time, there's no rush. Yuin couldn't understand what he was thinking. This guy's really delusional. But anyway, he's the one who brought him into this industry, so he doesn't see any harm in it. Anyway, the rules of give and take and knowing the big names are very important, right? So after careful consideration, he finally decided to respond. If I can help, I definitely will. Moreover, he was also quite looking forward to it, wondering if there was a big hit waiting for him there. A little later, the two went to the recording studio to start recording the movie song. This time, the person in charge of working with the equipment is a specialist in the room. She checks the equipment before starting the recording session. Ozin, can you hear my voice? To help you get used to this work, she advised beforehand that since it's your first time, don't stop even if you make mistakes. Of course, you obediently follow. Yes, although I have extremely strong muscles from the magical space, I still feel quite a bit of psychological pressure. I'm not that worried, but I shouldn't try to be perfect either. After confirming all the equipment is working perfectly, the recording staff began their operations. The gentle music plays softly with those actions. Win is still a bit tense, so he reassures himself to relax. He begins to sing. The seasons keep repeating like that. Or, inside the control room, the female staff couldn't help but exclaim, "He's such a great singer, isn't he?" His voice is so pure and relaxed. Kita gently leaned in and added, "This song really suits you, Uin." Uzin is immersed in work and performing very steadily. The audience can't help but be reminded. If I perform this piece with the piano, I wonder what will happen next. The gentle singing continues, transcending time and space as he runs toward you, standing there. I don't know how long it took, but the song was finally recorded perfectly. The sound engineer said, "You've worked hard, I'll add some piano to the track." After finishing work, Ongen's car arrived to pick him up and conveniently asked, "Uin, thank you for working hard. How did the song turn out, including the solo?" Uin quietly thought to himself that these would be the two songs he liked the most from now on. Without waiting for his reply, he cheerfully said he was planning to open his own YouTube channel for you this week. Hearing that, he also remembered, yes, he had heard it before. Seeing that he didn't react much, Ongen's car couldn't help but excitedly chatter on. Currently, No-Tuk is a world we can't ignore. This is a market that helps increase brand awareness. Although he cares about it quite a bit, he doesn't take it too seriously, and there's no need to act too serious either. Just treat it like a hobby. Uin felt suspicious after hearing that. Hobbies? Maybe he's worried that if you don't understand his intentions, it will be hard for both sides to cooperate. So he explained more carefully. Because Uin is an actor, not Nat Uber, he wants you to truly stand out on. Not. Ongen has already come up with many plans for this project, so he decided to discuss them when he met him. What if the main theme of the channel is your singing voice? Plus your foreign language skills? I've never thought I could use these abilities so impressively. How about your singing and language skills? Ongen gradually guides you with sincere advice, but don't try to become a celebrity on No-Tuk. Just sing gentle songs like cover versions of existing market songs. Uin listens to this and understands that if it's a cover, I've seen it before. Seeing you start to have some ideas in your mind, Ongen seizes the moment while the iron is hot to suggest a few more ideas. That's right, at this point we should make the most of the Korean wave spreading internationally, right? So let's start with cover versions. Once he decided on the content to upload, he moved to avoid the pitfalls and not step into trouble. But there are quite a few channels following the original style. If there's no difference, it won't last long. You know what you need to do, right? Ogen's car asked, but he didn't expect you to find the answer out loud. It would be very interesting if you sang cover songs in English or Japanese, right? It was only then that he realized his true intention. Ongen excitedly shared his long-held grand design, with high recognition ability, singing voice on par with professional singers, and native-level language skills. Kongyuin's fake handsome version, they would never expect someone like that, exists. After quickly revealing all his plans, he looked like a child waiting for the teacher's praise and asked, "What do you think?" But the person involved is not as confident as him, full of doubts. "Is it okay, God? This plan seems pretty big." However, Uin can only grit his teeth and agree. That sounds acceptable. So, if this move succeeds, you can continue to showcase your singing talent and language skills. We will have a large number of international fans from English and Japanese-speaking countries where the love for the Kiss wave is crazy. In front of Uin, the Onin car can be clumsy and awkward at times, but when it gets serious, it's incredibly reliable. He can be sure that the expected ripple effect will be huge. The more he talks, the more excited he gets, soaring higher and farther. In the future, as the channel develops steadily, we can invite more guest collaborators. For example, what do you think about Hoa Jane? Okay, Uin listens with great excitement and anticipation. The drawing looks so good, it's amazing. But the burden of image makes him respond arrogantly. Yes, okay, sounds pretty interesting. After identifying all the important points, the passionate Onin starts to make arrangements. Okay, so I'll prepare the arrangement, the song, the studio, and then ask, "From now on you'll be busier, can you handle it?" Uin also eagerly nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I can do it. With a confident mindset, I probably won't be so exhausted that I end up bedridden. Living independently is impossible without effort, big brother. See, just on the next page and you're already exhausted, your soul wants to fly away with the wind. Oh dear, my life is doomed." It's only been one meal since Uin started his big career, and he's already exhausted and lying on the bed, unwilling to move but still having to keep going, feeling like he wants to die. Now he has to check the schedule. Today's schedule is off for filming and advertising promotions. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered something important. He immediately recovered and sat up when his condition worsened. Tomorrow is the day for the official script reading of his best friend. This is not the time to be lying down and doing a test read because this work marks a milestone and a major turning point in my acting career, so I can't afford to be careless. This is my first leading role, so I don't feel much yet. Since I'm the main character, I have to master the role. But my enthusiasm only lasts a few seconds before the doubts in my mind start to rise. It's so troublesome. I don't know what to do. Just thinking about acting. A second later, he logged into his private space to read the script. What is it? All the scripts he participates in are highly acclaimed. Uzin vaguely sensed that something was indeed escalating, right? 4. Headline script. A-level drug dealer. N headline script. Love rated B. 6. Script title. My A-plus best friend took a while, and only then did I fully realize the reason for the change. My face showing shock as I exclaimed, "What is that?" Could it be my fault because Hensjiang took the top spot in Netley Japan? Uzin muttered to himself as he poked at the script he needed to read. Basically, I feel like most of the works are average or above. A familiar mechanical voice rings out. Han Wino is getting ready to read, fully prepared. This is a high-quality script, brought to life 100%. Staying true to my own vision, Uzin begins practicing immediately. Shall I go in now? The space responds to the command to start reading. The next day was another beautiful, sunny day. Win headed to the meetup as planned. Specifically, they are heading to the script reading room of the Best Friends film, where staff are hurriedly preparing for this important event. There's a missing chair here. Where should the extra chair go? I will lay out the name tags. And besides those staff members, there are also supporting actors appearing in the film. The female host excitedly said, "Finally meeting the famous Kang Yuin." The male actor partner also eagerly added, "Is this your first leading role in a commercial work since Hong Shin Sang Yuin?" The actress couldn't help but marvel, saying, "I heard it's also their first time, even though they're a rookie like me, but there's definitely a difference." The actor chuckled and said, "Everyone is the same. These people all have a certain curiosity about the legendary genius character they've heard about." The actress wondered what kind of personality the legendary rookie might have, while the actor wondered how his acting would be if it was different from his own. Both of them fixated on his position with eager hearts, and although they had many questions in their minds, they all shared the same curiosity. If there is, then what ultimately makes me different from Uin? And I keep my eyes fixed on Kang Uin's name tag on Han's waist. At that thrilling moment, Hoa Jane stepped forward to greet everyone, and someone immediately exclaimed, "I recognize you." Hoa Jane. So from the tense and haunting atmosphere, everyone immediately greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Hoa Jane, Hoa Jane." She doesn't quite fit in with this enthusiasm. Softly, yes, she thought to herself, feeling a bit shy. She looked around and felt even more out of place. Most of them are newcomers or little-known actors, so I don't really know who is who. Since it's a short film, that's understandable. But the others are just extras. Her main goal here is to find her idol, not some trash. She looked around, but where is Uin? Hoa Jane had just called out Uin when she suddenly stood right behind her, even calling her by name, making her jump in surprise. "Hello, Hoa Jane. It's really a dream come true." She has a good figure and doesn't reveal her Fango personality. Her face red like a ripe gak fruit as she struggles to answer. "You're here already?" Ween just remembered. "I heard Hajiang is ranked first in Japan, right? But I only blurted out for about 5 seconds, and suddenly I became famous all over Japan." Behind me, a bunch of fans are eagerly watching. Under public pressure, Ho Zin desperately withdraws her frantic excitement and starts rambling. "I guess I've talked too much." Win still calmly and distantly said, "Not at all." Immediately after, he had to face the pressure of dozens of eyes that were both eager and confused. Damn it, why does everyone keep looking at only me? Wait a moment, maybe I should just greet everyone once and for all. Under mountain-like pressure, he quickly made a decision and ended this eye-acting competition that could cause psychological trauma. "Hello, I am Kang Win, but how do those around him know how cowardly he is?" They all were deceived and wary of the main character at once. His aura is truly exceptional and completely different. Amujia has truly gone mad. Seeing that the others didn't look welcoming, Uin was even more terrified. "Your reaction is a bit dull, isn't it? What's wrong?" Luckily, director Kita and the screenwriter appeared just in time to save him from embarrassment. "Oh my God, What are everyone else still standing there for? Have all the actors arrived? Seeing that all the characters are present, he then has everyone take their positions. Everyone, take your seats and let's start. The actors all respond with yes. Once everyone was seated, Kita suddenly announced a surprise, and before we started the script reading, I had something to say. My close friend has a kissing scene right from the start. I was planning to tweak that part a bit. The main couple just stared in shock, their eyes wide open, in perfect sync like twins. Happiness came so suddenly that acting out a kiss with their idol was still too much to handle. She unconsciously raised her voice. What did you say? Why? Then I realized my expression was a bit off. Oh no, I think I spoke a little too loudly. Then she curiously looked at him with an inquisitive gaze. Doesn't Ewan see anything wrong? She stiffened and quickly corrected her statement. Could it be that she was planning to leave forever? Owen looked calm on the outside, but deep inside that frozen face was a fierce desire. No, maybe there won't be any more sweet works for me. Why is that? Who knows when we'll get to film a rom-com again? Since Kita hasn't received any overly negative signals or approval from the two of them, the director went ahead. It's meant to highlight and detail the character's emotions better, so I'm thinking of a more profound scene. It's not supposed to be a kiss scene, even more intimate than that. He couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, more profound than a kiss? What exactly does that deep picture feel like? So far, no one has objected. Kita analyzes seriously that the kiss scene in the first episode was meant to shock, but if it's called a kiss scene, it's just lip contact. Quite mild, also an opportunity to persuade the two to cooperate, with the close friends storyline moving from present to past and back to present, ultimately heading toward the future, starting from the ending. I think it would be better to make it more impressive, instead of just a vague opening, to attract the audience's attention right from the start. And indeed, both of them completely agreed with this bold idea. Ewan with a blank expression praising himself in his mind, truly a talented director. Hawaiian with a similar face, excitedly shouting inside. So, I really have to kiss afterwards. Oh my god, this is crazy. But from the director's perspective, these two aren't really into it, which makes him super nervous. It's not very comfortable, right? You two aren't close enough yet. Suddenly changing the script like this, isn't it a bit too much? You shouldn't push too hard either. Fearing that these talented people we've worked hard to find might leave, he ordered a retreat, but sticking to the original script is fine too. Changing it just adds pressure. And as soon as he said that, those two arrogant monkeys immediately got upset. Director, I'm fine. What's important is the work. Hua Diyin was amazed at how serious her idol looked, wondering if Wu Dian was really only thinking about the project. She felt extremely ashamed, her lips trembling into a pout, wanting to crawl into the ground and hide. I'm just overthinking and not acting professional at all. Hua Dian doesn't know whose heart she's really on the same wavelength with. It has to be a deep kiss for real. If Ewan didn't oppose it, then a hardcore fan like her would support it even more. She also reacted immediately. I don't really mind either. A successful work is what matters. I will do it. Kita is pitiful. I have no idea what these two monkeys are thinking, but I enjoy their way of acting even more. These two are truly professional. If everyone cooperates wholeheartedly for art, Kita will start today's program. All right, I also need to respond to your enthusiasm. We will create a perfect opening scene. To forge the iron while it's hot, he pulls out a pre-printed script and places it on the table, saying, "This is the revised script." At first, the scene starts with a gentle kiss from Han In-ho, and Lohman is so shocked that the scene shifts to another shot. To ensure the main characters deliver the best performance as quickly as possible, Kita carefully explains, but in this revision, after they temporarily part ways, Lieberman suddenly impulsively rushes at Han In-ho. The more he explained, the more vivid the images in their minds became. Hua Dian's acting skills faltered as she grew more confused, but thanks to the kiss, her emotions became clearer, and she had to show that she could no longer control her feelings. Kita, speaking quickly and succinctly as he made the request, left the audience in awe, calling for a deeply emotional and passionate kiss scene. Both of them felt shy after hearing it, but also extremely excited and amazed. As expected, it really fits this situation. After explaining, Kay gave them time to get acquainted and then asked, during the introductions, had everyone already seen the revised script? Then, let's start the reading session now. The actors all respond in unison. Yes. At the signal, he took the plan and muttered. The shy screenwriter nods and sits down. Let's start with the narration. Scene 1, cherry blossom trees lining the crowd. Han In-ho and Elle Bowman are walking together. The nervous screenwriter waits anxiously for the actor's performance, constantly worried. So tense, I wonder what kind of emotions they'll show. Even though it's just a script reading, I still look forward to it so much. The supporting actors around are all staring intently at the lead actor in the group with many judgments. Everything still seems normal. Could it be that he's tense? He's not showing any emotion, or maybe he's not feeling well today. These passionate looks unintentionally put a lot of pressure on Win, so intense that even the tiny hairs on his body stand on end. I really want to shout, "Oh my God, it's so disgusting, please stop staring so intensely." But once he chose the path of fame, he was ready to accept it. Silently reassuring himself, "Don't worry like usual, just focus on two things, the concept and the acting. My current important task is to focus on my role." I tell myself, bring up the emotions. Emotions, all those efforts are finally rewarded. According to Kita's narration, he turned to look at Hoa Jin. Han In-ho looks at Lai Bowman, who is bouncing a few steps ahead in a strange way. His eyes have completely changed now. He is completely immersed in the role of Dien. That gaze seems to carry feelings, but not entirely. Win's quick entrance surprised everyone. Dong Than thought, what is with that incredibly emotional speed? With just one look, it was as if Han In-ho appeared right before my eyes. That gaze was just like a guy lost in love. Everyone was amazed that just a look could convey so much emotion. Anyone who saw it would think he was a guy who liked Hoa Jin. Even someone like Hoa Jin finds it hard to resist this captivating gaze. She almost froze completely. The character's background is as follows. The two main characters, Han In-ho and Lee Bowman, grew up together because their families are close, like childhood friends Than Mai and Truk Ma. From elementary school to high school, sharing the same space and time, they maintained that friendship. But then, the first crack appeared between them. The person I've considered a friend for over 10 years is starting to become difficult to understand. In less than 10 seconds, Lai Bowman, played by Ho Dien, turns around with a bright, sweet smile and calls out to him, Han In-ho. From that moment, he realized his heart had fluttered just now, but he still instinctively needed to ask, "What?" Lai Boom. Min got what he wished for, but the mischievous childhood friend teased him and made him angry, blushing on his face. "Try smelling it yourself." Han In-ho shrugged with a sneer. "There's no smell at all, just your scalp scent, right?" Lai Boom, Min, fed up with your childhood friend, pouted and said, "Do you want to die?" At that moment, the girl's lips came into the young man's view. Isn't it said that he was captivated? Han In-ho couldn't take his eyes off her, suddenly feeling Khan involuntarily swallow, before he realized the guy had leaned closer to Lai Bowman, his hand smoothly caressing her cheek to draw her attention. Unconsciously, Han In-ho gently lifts Lai Bowman's face, his face drawing closer, leaving her stunned as he places a passionate kiss on her. Under the cherry blossom trees, they shared their first kiss. Han In-ho looked up in surprise at the person touching his chin. Win gradually leaned in and placed a passionate kiss on her lips. The quiet space outside the school. Hoa Dien slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Oh, wait a moment." Udien glanced at her in surprise. So, what happened earlier was just Hoa Jin's illusion. She shyly spoke up. "I'm really sorry. May I use the restroom for a moment?" Seeing Hoa Jin leave quickly, Uin thought to himself that she must be in a hurry. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation. Wait a minute. I think I'm a little caught up too. Right now, Hoa Jin is blushing and standing in front of the bathroom door. She silently laments to herself, I'm crazy. It's just acting, right? But his eyes look so real, I can't believe it. I'm really going crazy. Actually, I like it a lot, but it's so frustrating. I expected that to happen, but I didn't think I would fall so quickly. How can he act with that look in his eyes? You're acting so well. I wonder if I can get away with a kiss scene. Maybe during filming I should gently suggest to him that we should kiss softly. If it doesn't work now, I have to be stronger. If I do that, Uwin will think I'm troublesome. I'm an actress too. Even though it's a bit tense, I have to be strong. As Hoa Dien was thinking, suddenly someone pushed the door open behind her, startling her. She suddenly turned around. Seeing her shy to speak, Uin said, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Hoa Jin opened her mouth in surprise, blushing, thinking Uin seemed curious. But isn't she going to the bathroom? Yes, I just got back and someone called me, so I came out. Guzin didn't even let her finish her sentence before turning around and walking away. I just went to the bathroom for a bit. Hoa Jin shyly tugged at his sleeve and softly called him Uin. Seeing her beautiful face, he couldn't help but marvel. She's truly stunning. So beautiful. But soon after, he regained his composure and instinct took over. Then Uin calmly asked, Do you need anything? Hoa Jin shyly makes up an excuse. I want to discuss about the camera angle to prepare for the kiss scene. Uin didn't notice her nervousness and agreed easily. If that's the case, then just relax. Hoa Jin suggests, so could you lift your arm a little now? Just pretend we're rehearsing, Uin replied coldly. So now, the arm, right? Inside, I feel insanely good. Of course it's fine. You can have it whenever you want. Hojane raised her hands. Yes, that's enough. Then she draped her arm around Uin's neck and he instinctively looked at Hojane. Hojane shyly looked at him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, creating a very romantic scene. Suddenly, Hojin turned her face away and said, Yes, that's enough. Uin saw her reaction and quietly smiled. I think she's embarrassed, so cute. When will she admit she's my fan? Who would have thought I would be treated like this? If I say something, those guys will probably be really jealous. Suddenly I had to pee so badly that I ran out of my pants. Oh no, I really need to find a bathroom, I really do. A few minutes later, in the script reading room, Hoa Dien looked ahead while Uin also smiled and looked forward. So it turns out a reporter is taking photos of them during the script discussion, and the male reporter looks disappointed. Is this just a short film? If only it had 4 episodes, it would be so much better. His female colleague also agreed. Hey, I was just saying, Kang Win is really amazing at role-playing. The male reporter comments that the viewer's emotions are constantly shifting like a game. Even though the script's emotions are quite chaotic, Kang Win performs without any hesitation. Seeing Uin's handsome face, he continued speaking. This scene gives the feeling of moving between the past and the present, and the female colleague also agrees. That's right, we really are. The two reporters kept taking photos while the female reporter continued to lose herself in her thoughts, as if stepping into her best friend's world. A moment later, a voice spoke up. You've all worked hard, Dongchun said. Thank you for your hard work. The script reading took longer because we had to revise the script, so I am very grateful to the actors who stayed until this hour. I plan to send it privately, but I will let you both know the schedule of my close friend. The entire filming process will take about a month. Of course, it could be longer, with the first filming day around February 20th. Hearing that, everyone in the room looked surprised. That means from now until then, in just 10 days, the reporters attending the script reading will quickly spread the news about the best friend. Maybe Netley will also post a promotional article. Hoa Jane looked at Uin and thought, Kang Uin acting in a romantic comedy must be amazing. Everyone also started commenting. There's something about Kang Uin that I have to pay attention to. People say he's quite boring, but I am too. When will the movie be out? Hurry up, okay? The public's anticipation naturally focuses on the collaboration between the rookie monster Uin and Ilani Huain, including those who dislike Kang Chang Uin. What is that guy doing next to Ho Jane? Hurry up and go away. There are people who dislike Uin. However, for Kang Uin, a petty citizen who always considers himself a bastard, Uin thought to himself, since it's free now, this doesn't do any harm at all. But at that moment, Kang Uin still didn't know that there was something about Kang Uin that I needed to pay attention to. People say he's pretty boring, but when will the movie be released? Hurry up, okay? In the end, what good qualities does Uin have? Among the harsh comments, one person knows about his past. The short film project features Netley's best friend. The scene shows Uin and Hoin sitting together. They look very good together. The person sitting in the room looked at the photo of Uin and Hoin scolding. Why are they hanging out together? Heng Kang Uin, how dare you bother Hoa Zinj? You were already terrible in high school. You're no different now, so it's not acceptable. I'll teach you a lesson. A fool is always just a fool. Win? Then he laughed loudly and left a comment. I went to the same high school as Kang Win. His personality is very different from back then. This guy is schizophrenic. As time passes, the official shooting day for my best friend has arrived. Everyone on the set is busy preparing equipment. Come on, let's quickly unload the gear first. Each group take the walkie-talkies now. One girl shouted loudly. Hey security, please block the entrance before the students arrive in large numbers. Seeing that, another girl approached and asked, Does anyone know what's being filmed? The girl from earlier happily replied, My teacher said it's something about a close friend. She raised her hand and looked up saying, So the best friend is the one with Win and Hoin in the movie, right? Oh my god, I can't see anything clearly. The girl pointed to the man in the green shirt and said, Kai Kangwin? It's Kangwin. Everyone now saw Yuin looking in awe. It's really true. Vi is truly amazing. This is the first time I've seen a celebrity in real life. He raised his hand and thought to himself, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous I could die. It really is a kind of energy only seen at that age. Young people are truly something. Suddenly, someone came up behind him, covering his ears to the screams around, then whispered, Do you really become a true actor now? Is that the Kang Uin I used to know? Uin glances at Dedong with a puzzled look. Dedong, why are you here? He glanced at him in response. I'm here on behalf of the representative. There's the NIUP, the company work, so I've been busy. These two really are old friends who understand each other without words. Dedong thought about the two guys, his eyes lighting up. I was supposed to learn more, but I was thrown into the field because of an emergency. Maybe after finishing training, I will join the hearts of the two geniuses. Uin silently thought with boredom. I didn't ask anything, so why are you answering so smoothly? Dong shrugged at Uin as if to say, "Anyway, having your brother here makes me feel more at ease." Uin looked straight and said, "Don't talk to me, you useless big guy." Suddenly, Dongchun walked over and called out loudly, "Uin, you arrived early. Where is Representative Choi?" Udian politely replied, "He is busy with work, so he couldn't come." The man cheerfully complimented, "That's right, he still has company affairs to handle." "You're really talented. Now that I think about it, working with you again after the private detective case makes me very happy. Isn't it amazing? Back then, both you and I were anonymous. Then he took the private detective's paper a few months ago and even got involved in a messy situation." Un, on the other hand, was just unknown. Then he continued, and in just a few months the situation had turned 180 degrees. The world truly is unpredictable. Uzin nodded in deep agreement and understanding. Dongchun smiled and asked, "By the way, do you recognize anyone here? There are a few private detective agency members here." He looked around at everyone, thinking to himself that it felt like everyone was giving their all for their close friend, then said, "I should go say hello." Then that's even better because it helps boost morale. Everyone is already full of energy. Thanks to the private detective, everyone's situation has improved a lot. Seeing that Uin is famous, everyone is happy. Today and tomorrow will be for shooting insert scenes and main scenes with the actors. The supporting actors and extras are also quite numerous. Also, due to funding issues for the location, we will probably shoot in order that makes sense. We also need to film at the university this week. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. "It's Hojane Hojane." Dongchun saw Hojane approaching and spoke. Coincidentally, Hojane also arrived. She waved her hand and greeted the director. "Hello." I thought to myself that meeting Uin on the set and seeing how handsome he is 100 times more. Uin was observing Hoa Jane while wondering silently. Maybe it's because of the super magician? Today she looks so graceful. He politely replied, "Hello, Miss Hoa Jane." Dongchun looked at the two of them and Ham guessed that they seemed closer than during the script reading. I want them to be even more familiar. And both of them kept praising each other. Uin really is the idol of the famous girl group. Suddenly someone shouted, "Actor, the costumes are here." The team member brought clothes for Uin. He looked at the outfit, silently thinking he never thought he would wear this again. The students are wearing school uniforms and are happily laughing and joking with each other during the opening ceremony. The girl asked, "Oh my God, you two really look like high school students, don't you?" The boy next to him replied, probably because both of them are face. Seeing Hoa Dien in her uniform alone, I can't help but marvel. This way, the audience can relate more easily. Ween also looks very scholarly in his school uniform. He worries, thinking that the first day of filming has finally arrived. "I'm so nervous no matter what film it is, I always feel tense. I just can't get used to it. Director, hurry up." "Come on, S, get ready to shoot." Win doesn't try to calm himself down. If he can't avoid it, he might as well enjoy it. Turn the nervousness and heartbeat into an explosion of emotion. Everyone now seems to be fully immersed in their roles. Ewan's image blends with the falling petals as the director loudly calls out action. The scene begins. The principal's voice echoes. "First of all, hello to everyone attending today's opening ceremony." Ewan, looking tired, yawned repeatedly and asked, "When will this be over?" He looked at Hoa Jane holding her phone and wondered what she was up to. Dreaming about being a musician again? She's probably working on some music. Forget it. If she gets caught and scolded, it'll be funny. While he was staring intently at Huine, she suddenly looked back at him, making him feel guilty. Huine widened her eyes at Uin, causing him to blush embarrassedly, nervously flipping the bird to cover up. "Here, take this." Hoa Jane silently cursed. "Is that little brat crazy?" She is the one teasing him. Then she turns her face away, making Uin confused and angry again. "Forget it. She'll get over her anger soon enough." Dongchun shouted loudly. "Get out. You did great." The background actors there kept exclaiming, "Uin is so adorable." That smile just now was so intense. That's right, even in the first scene I could feel my heart pounding. Dongtrung praised that you Uin and Hoa Jane performed so well because the roles suited you perfectly. The rom-com atmosphere is intensifying several times over. All right, let's move on to the next scene. Next is the kissing scene, so everyone quickly move outside. Prepare the cherry blossom petals and the fan. Uin looked surprised after hearing that and thought to himself, finally, it's here. Uin looks at Hoa Jin's beautiful face and still can't believe it's real. Is this really happening? The scene with top star Kim Yo, the famous Hoa Jane, is getting closer and closer. This doesn't seem too unbelievable, right? Suddenly a hand on Uin's shoulder calls out. Turns out it was the car owner. He continued, "I came to ask how you feel, but you don't seem to be very moved, right?" Uin looked at him, calling the director, and silently sighed. "I want to vomit right now, but I have to act strong." Uin pretended to read the script and replied, "It's just acting anyway." The B-car laughs loudly in agreement. "That's right, it's just acting. Anyway, we're filming in 10 minutes. He nodded. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the B-car remembered something. "Oh, wait a minute. Suddenly, Dedong approached and whispered, "Hey, Uin is so jealous he's going crazy with envy." Uin glared at him with an annoyed tone. "Shut up, my heart is about to explode." Dedong looked at him as if he understood. "All right, I'm going to buy some snacks, and I saw this, so I bought it on the spot. Rinse your mouth thoroughly before filming." Uin didn't hesitate to use it right on the spot. Dedong looked at him with admiration. So jealous. Transition to Dongchun discussing with Hojane. "Hojane, I think this part of the script looks pretty good." This is when she runs to Han Yino. She nods and replies, "Yes." "Director?" Dongchun whispered, concerned. "Are you okay?" "I've changed this scene to my personal preference, but if it's too much pressure, I can still make it a bit lighter now." But Hoa Dian immediately refused. "It's okay. It's just acting. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Seeing that, Dongchun also let out a relieved sigh. "Luckily, if you have any difficulties, just tell me right away." Hodin smiled and replied, "Yes, I will say so." Then she happily thought to herself, "Today, I am determined. Even now, I still feel my heart about to explode whenever I see Uin, but I think it's better than before, and even brushing my teeth looks cool. It's just acting. I can do it, or maybe not. I just can't film it well." The director is shouting, "Filming in 5 minutes." Huain looked confused. "Oh no, I also have to rinse my mouth and apply strawberry-flavored lip balm." Huain and Uin stand facing each other, both feeling shy and avoiding words. Uin proactively said, "I look forward to working with you." Hodin was pleased to see him taking the initiative and replied happily, "Yes, I look forward to working with you." Uin nodded to the director, ready to go. Huadian let out a relieved breath, having rinsed her mouth thoroughly. "Stay calm now." "It's okay, just stay calm like Uin Si." The voice echoes, acting. She continued her train of thought. "Hoa Jane, now you are truly a bowman, speak naturally." "Come on, Han, look at this, you try it." Suddenly her cheeks started to flush. As she brings the flowers closer to Uin's handsome face, Ho Jane is now captivated by his good looks, seemingly frozen in place. She wondered silently, is it really just acting? Owen's gaze is full of affection, conveying emotions without a word. Those deep, sweet eyes seem as if I am being pulled in. How can he act so convincingly? "Help me, Tiama." Uin gently leans in towards Huajin's lips. At this moment, she seems to be hypnotized. It's coming. It's approaching. My heart is about to explode. Tyugi thinks she's going to ruin everything. It's ruined if Huajin loses all reason. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes. Everyone on set who heard a hiccup from someone suggesting it was Hojin's must have stopped, right? Dongtrung disagreed and gave the order to continue, thinking she might be doing it on purpose. The girl standing beside her looked confused, meaning she thought it was lip sync? Dongtrung observes their responses, evidenced by Yuan maintaining her composure. There's no reason she wouldn't recognize Huajin's mistake. Meanwhile, Uin silently thought, why not understand that it's a lip read? Just act normal. Surely Hoa Jinsi is trying to pretend that Bom Mi is surprised by the hiccup, while Hoa Jane is embarrassed and crying. Tai Yi, the scene has been shot and both of them are praising it. If it was really planned, it fits this situation perfectly. Bom Min was caught off guard by the kiss. This scene is really cute, making misunderstandings pile up. Hoa Jin thought to herself, I should apologize first. I need to be honest with Uin and the crew about my shortcomings. Why is that? Uin is still playing the role of Han Yi. Uzin reached out his hand, and before he could even look at his blushing face, Hua Jin was surprised to realize. Why is that? Obviously, I was the one at fault, so that's why he's telling me to keep going. I see, it's a sign that everything's okay now. Keep going, Uin has got my back. I have to see this through. Huodian continues her role. This crazy guy, it seems like his emotions are finally overflowing. The feelings that Boom Min had hidden deep inside, trying to bury, turn away, and escape. Huain opens her eyes wide but is gently pushed by Han Wai. Hua Jane tiptoes, her lips touching Uin's. At this moment, the emotions seem to have erupted. Everyone on set gasped and watched Huain and Uin acting. Someone wondered if a romantic comedy film really had to go that far, and Dong Chung secretly felt jealous. A crew member from the film set responds to the question, and the audience will probably be stunned. Dong Chung quietly marvels. Hi Hao, if you want this scene to have depth, this is necessary, truly crazy. Then he shouted cut and gave a thumbs up. All right, very good, you two look great. Ho Jane silently sighs in relief. And Uin seems to have lost his memory. What just happened? I don't remember anything. Dong Chun runs over to call Hoa Jin. Once this scene airs, we'll be on the front page. Hoa Jin, the hiccup right now must be the main clip, right? Uin looked at her and thought, it seems it really is the main clip. Uin said, I think that made this scene more lively. Dong Chun also agreed. That's right. She perfectly captured Bowman's surprised expression. Hua Jin was surprised to see him. Is he helping her hide this mistake by turning it into an ad-lib? Surely Uin knows she made a mistake, but because the atmosphere was good, he overlooked it and kept acting. Quick reflexes, intuition, and understanding with your co-star. Everything is perfect, amazing, truly worthy of Uin. The image of Uin in Ho Jane's eyes is nothing less than a savior. Dongchun smiled and said, "By the way, honestly, I also want to see the scene without hiccups again. Is that okay? Let's do it one more time according to the original script." Huajane and Kang Gan-ngai agreed without hesitation. "Yes, sir." But deep down, they both wondered, do we really have to do it all over again? Of course we do. The director shouted, "Cut! All right." Dongchun looked apologetic. "Wujin si Huajin, I am sorry." Both of them performed perfectly, but due to a staff mistake, we had to shoot it 5 times. Neither of them thought it was a problem. I have no problem with it either. I think it's fine. Then secretly thought how truly grateful he was to that man. Director Uin adjusted the emotions. I almost burst out laughing, calmed down myself. Then he praised him. Huain did very well. Huain politely replied, "Same to you. Win? And thank you." Win seems not to understand what's going on, she whispered, because she helped me hide it. He wondered what she was saying. If he asked again now, it would be embarrassing. Maybe I just need to stick to my cool image, right? Suddenly, someone spoke loudly. Hua Jin is about to go on stage for her solo performance. Win, please come over here and wait. Uin agrees. Ah, yes. But she still couldn't stop wondering and finally spoke up, asking for permission. Huain looked at him and thought to herself, so cool. The B-car drives up and calls. "Win, you've worked hard," he thinks. Really? Why does he say it was hard work? This is clearly a blessing. Then respond politely. Mr. Huain is actually the one who contributed the most. Hearing that, the B-car laughed out loud. As expected, this is your thing. Read through it and get used to it gradually. This is the song that will be uploaded to YouTube as a Japanese lyric version. We will start with Japanese first. The editing and arrangement of the English version are almost done. You can listen to the demo afterward, but for now, just check this out. Win looked over the lyrics. This song is where the bee-dragon speaks. It's very familiar, isn't it? Because it has a connection to you. That's why I chose it as the first song. It's Alani Bale Gina's most famous track, a song with powerful beats and a catchy hook that took Japan and Korea by storm 3 years ago. And your entire YouTube channel management team has already been chosen, including 5 people such as the PD, editor, and other roles. The studio we rented for filming is also ready, so we can say we're almost all set. Ewan quietly sighed. Wow, even though we only set up 1 YouTube channel, the scale is no joke. Someone reminds Muzin that the next scene will be him at school, so please change back into your school uniform. Extras playing bullies, everyone gather here, then we'll move on to the next scene with the lights. He quietly thought that if it's a bullying scene, it would probably be Han Wai-no heroically rescuing Lai Bowman. The bullies are picking on him because he's too confident and optimistic. While Dongchun is changing clothes and discussing with the person next to him, he feels it's not enough. He asked, confused, "What do you mean by that?" Dongchun observed, "A bit bored. I want the bullying scene to have a little more something." The person next to him looked surprised and said, "Don't tell me you want to add more scenes again?" Suddenly hiring a new actor might be a bit too much. The bullies already have their lines and scenes, and they are all actors we have casted. Dongchun admits that's true, but there really isn't anyone. Someone with the face of a bully, a bulky body, and even acting skills, and so on. Hearing that, Uin smirked maliciously at Dedong. He walks over and says, "Director, do you want to add another bully character? What do you think about having the manager play that role?" "Who do you mean, manager?" Uin pointed to the dam and said, "Kim Durang-si," and he shouted inwardly, "What are you talking about?" That crazy guy, but Uin didn't care, and continued, "He used to be in the acting club, so he has some experience too. I think he will make your dream come true." Well, if the director doesn't want to, it will just fail, so I persuaded him. You see, his physique also fits. What do you think? Dong Trung observes the scene. Although a bit old, he just needs a little makeup. Adding this person wouldn't be too obvious, and he also has acting experience. The boss might not agree, but we could try filming a few scenes first. Do you want to give it a shot? Dong Dong was so happy he was brought to tears. "I can do it, director." Dong Trung praised him. "Well done. First we need to change his clothes." Uin thought to himself, "Don't tell me he's crying now." Angan approached Uin and whispered, "Why the sudden change? Although they are friends, I thought they weren't that close." "Is there a reason?" He replied, "That is his dream." Ongren wondered, "Do you still remember your friend's dream? You're so hot and cold." Uin explained further, "This is a perfect opportunity, so I just gave it a try." Angan smiled, "That's called sanity." "So, is that right?" Suddenly, someone approached and called out, "Now that everyone is ready, we will move to the next location." Ogun's car urges him, Ewan, you should go quickly. He turned and walked away, nodding in agreement. Yes. At this moment, the Ongen vehicle also received a phone call. Hello. The person on the line responded, Yes, sir, Director. Is he asking the advertising team leader? The other side replied. I have urgent news to report to you about Kangwin Ongen car. Wei was surprised. Why are you so sudden? Your serious tone makes me nervous. Go ahead. The other side hesitated. That matter? The Wasp car listens while observing everyone acting out their parts. That's good news, isn't it? Is there something else? Really? Okay, I'll check myself to see if you've sent me the information, and then go do something else. He thought that if anything happened, this could cause trouble for Ewan. Ongen anxiously replied, I understand. I'll handle the confirmation. The team leader just needs to send me the documents and then move on to other tasks. He thought, if not handled carefully, Ewan could get into big trouble. The director shouted, Everyone start the bullying scene. What's going on? Got it. Dedong silently admired Ewan. Very subtle, this kid's acting is really top-notch. I also need to focus. Focus now. He's starting to act. Are you two husband and wife? Dongjun sat outside, quietly watching and secretly praising. Not bad at all. Your pronunciation and tone are good. Now Dong, focus on your role and grab Ewan's shirt. Honey, try taking a hit just once. Win now raises his thumb and responds, Lift your face a bit before throwing a punch. The principal is now standing above, looking down at the two of them, his voice ringing out. Cut! Dongchun loudly announced that today's filming is over. Everyone can rest now. Thank you all for your hard work. Ween sighs tiredly, finally done, and just wants to collapse into bed. At that moment, the Ongen car calls out, Win! You did well. Even with a busy schedule, you still look as healthy as ever. I secretly think that if it weren't for the space of the child, I would have been gone a long time ago. Ongen whispers, That's right. I have some important things to tell you. Let's go somewhere quiet. Uin obeys but feels uneasy, as if the atmosphere is different from usual. They went to a quiet place and Uin asked, What's going on? The drone car chuckled loudly. What is it that Uin has never heard of the Japanese deep-sea program called Toyota Deep? I was curious when I heard that. What is that? I've never heard of it. The honeycomb car explains that it is an ancient deep-sea program, famous in Japan for over 10 years. Broadcast during prime time with a pretty good viewership. Most of the guests are A-list stars, sometimes even international celebrities from Korea, and they invited you. Uzin suddenly asked again, Invite me. He wondered silently if a Japanese speedster was inviting him again. Seonen's persuasion suggested Hajiang in Japan was very popular right now. Anyway, as long as you agree, they'll fly to Korea, personally. Uzin, are you really going to go yourself? This kind of thing still happens all the time, just like the former director of Kote Dao, really. Ongen said that given the current situation, it's best to accept the offer. Along with Hajiang, your recognition in Japan is also increasing. He took the article about your close friend. Here are the moments that Tim Dungdin used as references, along with the upcoming official release of the movie, The Best Friend, in Japan. There's even a YouTube channel now. If you join, it will definitely make a splash both in Korea and Japan. Looking back now, since I was the first rookie invited, it will be very symbolic. Uin hesitated and thought. The sports festival was already exhausting, and now with the Japanese TV station, I just hope I can handle it without throwing up. Participating in this will definitely spread my lightning-fueled lifestyle and delusions, not only domestically, but all the way to Japan. Is that okay? Wait a moment. But since it's come to this, there's nothing left to be afraid of. Besides, it's not an official confirmation, just a casual meeting. For now, let's try to take it easy. After all, there are already too many rumors and misunderstandings about Lan. Ewan agrees. Yes, I think it's not a bad idea. B. Jen responds honestly. Then let us arrange the schedule and contact them to come to Korea. Suddenly he wondered, oh, so it's only me participating? Ongjen honestly replied, I'm not sure either. I haven't heard the detailed plan yet. But if the two factions haven't been contacted yet, maybe they only invited those villains. For example, I could be one of the 4 people. Win looked relieved, feeling much more at ease and less tense. Wait. I can't let them know I'm happy. The B car looks at him and asks, As expected, you also don't like being grouped together with others, right? Uzin worried she would deny it. No, it's not like that. Besides, I didn't say anything. And then you explain, right? But before you could finish speaking, she raised her hand to stop him. It's okay. I also don't like grouping people together like that. I'll try to suggest that you appear separately in this meeting. Actually, if you handle things like grouping everyone together like this, you might end up being the one blamed and taking all the responsibility. Plus, with your current rising value, this matter isn't worth you accepting. I understand everything now. Uin silently sighs. You don't understand anything. Ongen seriously reminds you. And you win. This is what's most important right now. Take a look at this. Uin opened his eyes in surprise. The main screen displayed comments. I went to the same high school as Kang Win, and his personality now is completely different from back then. He quietly thought that finally the time had come for him to live openly as his true self. Ongren added, I'm not trying to dig into your past, I just need to confirm a few things with you, so I know how to prepare if anything happens. Actually, issues like this happen from time to time. Of course, becoming a completely different person is a bit unusual. Sounds really funny. If the reporters latch onto this, it could be a bit troublesome. It's not enough to cause a disaster, but it could stir up some gossip, so I'm telling you, is there any special reason why that kind of article appeared? Do you think these kinds of articles will keep appearing? Uzin silently wondered. My true self and my current version are worlds apart, dissolved into someone else. So the people who once knew the real me keep appearing one after another. I guess I can finally tell the truth, right? Honestly, pretending to be okay is pretty uncomfortable. Whatever, damn it. The so-called living as myself, pretending everything, at least explains why everything has come to this point. Then he spoke. Representative? Actually, I've always been living? No, I've always been acting. He thought to himself that if he told the truth, he would probably get angry and yell at him for lying all this time. And Ongen's car looked a bit surprised, but he still reassured himself that he had prepared himself long ago. So he needed to stay calm and then asked not to say that he had been acting all this time just to live like a normal person, confirming, yes, he was already there. Wait, acting like a normal person. Ongen's car was headache and questioned the heavens and earth. So wasn't he using his whole life as acting practice? And seeing his suspicious face clearly meant he had just told the truth. Could it be that not just the past few months, but over 20 years, I've been living as if I were acting, and I can't believe there's another stupid illusion? I'm truly speechless. Why? Even when I tell the truth, everything still turns out like this. Then he spoke up to explain, the representative, what I just said is really true, but right now the Waskar isn't in the mood to listen. All right, I'll keep your secret. You think I don't understand anything, huh? He has been living cautiously. For countless years he has been watching others' expressions, and Uin screams inside. What do you understand? I'd be dead right away. Ogen's car frowns thoughtfully. That's right. If he really lives with a strange and abnormal personality. Like now it's hard to fit in with others. If that monster's acting skills weren't possible, he would have become a loner long ago. That's why he sacrificed his entire life to play the role of an ordinary person. Then, the strange rumors that will come next are not so unreasonable after all because Uin has been perfectly acting as a normal person all this time. But now that acting is his main job and he has become a real actor, maybe he doesn't need to keep pretending in real life anymore. Being the lead actor is his calling. So that's why you taught yourself acting? Truly a genius monster. Uin looked pale, thinking that even if she told everything about that delusional lightning, no one would believe her. Oh well, let them be. Fine, let's see how far I can go with this living lightning. Ziyong Ren spoke up. Win, I think it's best for you to keep your matters to yourself, for your own sake. Don't bring that up here and there, Uin thought gloomily. Even if you tell it, no one will believe it anyway. Ongren continued. Of course, even if he wasn't the one to bring up the past, he couldn't stop the crowd outside. Rumors might spread even more. Maybe right now the reporters have already caught wind of something and are about to publish an article about you. In a situation like this, it's best to assume that a scandal is about to erupt and prepare yourself mentally from now on. But if things really blow up, let me handle everything. You just need to focus on acting. I stammered and asked if there was any way, and the B-car responded. This world ultimately revolves around attention. Sometimes you're praised intensely, but once people get bored, their gaze quickly shifts to something else. Therefore, the best way has always been to use a new cover to hide the old one. You will both conceal your past and ignite the planned projects. First, we need to quickly arrange the meeting with the Deep Toyota program. At a restaurant, the Japanese Deep director sighed. Great, here it is. During the meeting, I will speak slowly so the interpreter can keep up. Please explain in as much detail as possible. The girl next to her smiled and replied, Yes. Win opens the door and walks in. Hello, I am Kang Win. Sorry, the staff just mixed up my room. How does he speak Japanese so naturally? He praised, You speak Japanese really well. Win modestly replied, I only know the basics. The director stroked his chin, thinking, his pronunciation is as good as a native's. Could he be fluent in Japanese too? Among us, having a translator or not makes a huge difference. Feels good, doesn't it? I'm starting to get curious now. Suddenly, Ongen sticks out his hand and waves. Hello, I am Choi Sung-gun, representative of BWET from now on. The director then introduced himself saying, I am Siki Shinzo, the main director of the speed show. The girl sitting next to me also spoke up. Hi, I am Ziyongen. Honestly, I was quite surprised. I didn't think the speedsters in Japan would pay attention to our win. I will answer. Currently, the Jang HN film is very popular in Japan. Of course, all eyes are also on the main actors. Ongen asked curiously if Uin's reputation over there is good. He thought to himself that he already knew and answered Sino. Of course, he is mentioned alongside the main characters in Hajang. Then he watched him calmly, didn't he? Not happy? So, maybe he's just like that. But actually Uin is thinking about something else. The Japanese producers seem quite calm. Their expressions make them look like documentary filmmakers. Strange. I turned off the TV. Because they are calm, it's easier to build trust. Seeing that, Zinzo becomes even more surprised, and the atmosphere grows increasingly serious. It's really interesting. Even though he's just an amateur actor, he exudes a seasoned aura, making people curious about him. From what I've researched, his next film features many well-known actors, and all the movies he's been in so far have been successful. Not a single failure. The more I dig, the more I see he's a fascinating person. Uin at this moment asked, Sir Ped, thank you for coming to Korea in person. What plans do you have now? He quietly sighed and said, it really sounds like a Japanese person. Then responded, we plan to focus on the 4 villains in Hanjiang now. Ongen quietly thought to himself, as expected, then said, sorry, but we are not very supportive of group appearances. If it's a group, Uzin will have to carry everything, which creates quite a lot of pressure. Furthermore, because of different shooting schedules, the villains aren't very close with each other. I don't think it's possible to create interesting scenes with 4 strangers like that. Furthermore, this is a sensitive time, and we need to be careful even with small images. If appearing alone, Zinzo can consider it. But if it's a solo appearance, we would have to split it into 2 episodes or cram everything into 1, which would reduce each person's screen time. But if it's a special program about character divisions and Kang Win, the main role, is missing, it wouldn't be right. If he's not there, it's better not to do it at all. While she was thinking, the girl sitting next to her asked the PD, what do you plan to do? He replied, I understand. She looked surprised after hearing that. Yes, he agreed, so let Kang Win film alone. All right, Win. The meeting went as expected. He silently thought that maybe it wasn't exactly what she wanted either. Ongren continued, today's schedule is only for recording all day. Suddenly, a girl approached and greeted. Hello, Ongen also responded. Hello, is he introducing you? Let me introduce you. This is your YouTube channel production team that you mentioned before. She smiled and said, I hope for your help. Uin replied coldly, hello. The girl said, I heard the arrangement was finished, so I came right away. The B-car laughed loudly. Me too. Hello, sir, someone replied. Hello, sir. This is B-Ren introducing myself. This is Producer Kim Dong, the music arranger for the song. He's very famous in the industry, so it was quite difficult to invite him. Dong explains, oh, it's not really that serious. The cameraman will set up the camera first. In the meantime, do you two want to listen to the remix? His hand presses the adjustment button, and the music starts to play. Win quietly thought that the original starts with a warning sound, then shifts to powerful drums, while the remix uses piano instead of drums. It sounds really good, and even the vocals have their own character, making it easier to listen to. This is called the OST version, right? Yudong turned around and asked, just listening to this, what do you think? Onen's car is praising the enemy too much? Maintaining the original rhythm makes it both familiar and fresh. Yuin, what do you think? He quietly comments, raising 2 thumbs, but can't speak loudly enough, so he just makes a remark. It keeps repeating in my mind, especially the opening and greeting parts. Ongen smiles. Yes, it's really catchy. The male voice sounds even more convincing with it added. Ludong suggests, then let's try recording the first version gently, since we've already spent half a day on it. Just take it easy. There are 2 versions, right? Do you want to do the Japanese or the English version first? The B-drone replied, let's start with the Japanese version first, and if there's time, do the English version as well. Suddenly, someone loudly said, the roof is ready. Yudong agrees. Okay, Win, please come in. The door opens, and Uin nervously walks in. So nervous, I have to think of it as just singing traditional Chinese opera. Tudong said, let's start with the slow opening first. He agreed. Yes, Uin's singing surprised Dung. He thought to himself, his deep yet gentle voice with a distinctive huskiness. But his Japanese pronunciation was really impressive. Then he spoke. This is one of the most legendary old recordings ever. Ogun's car laughed loudly. Is that right? Did you see any messages on your phone? That's the news article about the hot star Kang Yuin being suspected of dissociative identity disorder, along with the message saying, hey, there's an article about Yuin. He thought to himself that it was just as expected, but he had already prepared a countermeasure using S-Canal to suppress S-Canal. Pudyun's new secret has revealed the name of our family dining table, the hot super lineup of our family dinner table. And Dongsu and Honghai Huazin, along with Kang Yuin. What will the rookie star like Kang Yuin show in Pudyun's new depth? The scene shifts to 2 malicious players smirking triumphantly. News about Pudyun's new depth. Are they really planning to use this card to cover up the scandal? The other person replied. But at this level, it's not enough to cover up that one. The man's smile gradually fades into a stern expression. Even if you hide it, it will flare up again. Wait, what is this? What kind of article is this? Then he looked at the article about the Japanese super director Chi Kyoto, who is now filming a strange new Korean movie, which is spreading quickly in Japan, along with a picture of Dong Chun. On set, everyone is preparing for the next scene while the makeup artist asks Uin. That's right, Uin. Have you read that article yet? The man next to him asked. That thing about you having dissociative identity disorder is so ridiculous, especially since it happened on my best friend's last shooting day. The girl said angrily. It's all just because Uin is too famous. People are just joking around and making mean comments for fun. He pretends to be noble, but I don't really care, the man wondered. By the way, have you read the article about director Tanajiko Dao yet? It's really shocking. The girl replied, I've seen it. Who is that new Korean actor? Uin asked. Are you finished with your makeup? They have already answered. Then he quietly thought that the representative said they would handle it, so he shouldn't worry. Suddenly, Onin's car called. Win? If you're done with your makeup, wait a moment. I am the god of speech and hair. Win, do you have any new news? The filming date for the show has been set for the 30th, and the recent recordings have also been completed. Hearing this, he asked in surprise. Already finished editing the previous versions too? Xiongren replies that the arrangement is very good, and that you sing at an outstanding level. Want to try listening? Just put on your headphones and give it a try. He secretly thought that his face on camera was a bit embarrassing, but closing his eyes and just listening to the voice was truly excellent. The B-car frowned and said, There are a total of 3 videos, all simple Q&A sessions lasting about 3 minutes each. The first one is Bina by Ilani in Japanese and English versions. So now, all that's left is to upload, and what do you plan to name the channel? Ani hasn't thought of anything yet and just came up with the name Sang-Win for the sub-entity. Ong-Ren repeats Kang-Win's secondary body. He quietly thinks that a funny-sounding name might be more liked, so it probably isn't bad. Or maybe it's too bad, I'll ask later. Yeah, it sounds really strange. Ogun thought for a moment and replied, Kang-Uin's sub-entity sounds pretty decent, like turning the main point into a humorous highlight. Acting like I didn't think of it, but you probably already have it planned, right? I deny that. I just thought of it a moment ago. Xiong'an said excitedly. I've already set up a channel for you and changed the name. The video will be posted based on the atmosphere at that time. Before going public, you should also record a few backup videos, so you might as well prepare a second fake script, just in case. Uzin wondered if I could sing JB's songs or French music in Korean, whether in Japanese or English, right? Xiong'an hummed in agreement. That's a good idea. Someone reminds you that filming will start in 10 minutes. Everyone, get ready to go. Ongen's vehicle will lead the way. There are 10 minutes left for me to go over the upcoming plan with you, so you understand. You should know too, right? Go this way. First, about Director Coyote. You've seen it too. The strange sacrifice of the stranger has caused chaos in both Japan and Korea. As mentioned, this will be handled by me, and our meal is just a coincidence. Originally, Director Kyoto Dao planned to announce you on the official shooting day, but we thought that wasn't right and convinced him otherwise. This isn't just to cover up your past, but also to amplify many other things. Hajiang has already exploded in Japan, right? And on top of that, the deep trouble is about to happen. If it only ends here, we don't need Coyote's inside info, but think about it. Your close friend is about to debut in Japan, right? It will be a perfect continuation of Hajiang's project, but right now your recognition in Japan is still limited. Yuan agrees. That's why people say you should rely on Hajiang's fame. Anjin said we should take advantage of the stranger's strange sacrifice. Riding on someone else's fame is kind of weird, right? Yin looked confused, thinking, is that really how it is? Sounds a bit boastful, huh? Then reply, I think so too. Doing that would just add more burden to Hoyne. Ogun's car persuades, but just imagine if the main character in the strange sacrifice of the stranger is you, everything that was dull would change 180 degrees instantly. From high-end to the deep-voiced friend and even Japan, everyone would go crazy searching for you. At the same time, the promotional effect for the bizarre sacrifice will also increase. Yes, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but the story doesn't end there, Win wondered. The Ongen clone channel of Kang-Win's main body smiled and replied, that's right. His YouTube channel only has 2 hours of content so far, but the Japanese viewership has already increased, right? What if the strange sacrifice also succeeds in continuing? Whether you're a Korean or Japanese fan, you'll turn to YouTube to learn more about him, and most of them will focus on Kang Uzin's main channel. Of course, it won't explode immediately, but we will keep attracting attention to stimulate the market after hearing Yuan's arguments that have fully convinced us. Thanks to you, Ongen's team confirms that behind-the-scenes stuff like this is my specialty, a voice said. All right, it's time for the final scene, he urged. Hurry back to the set. Wien obediently replied, yes. The scene shifts to Uzin walking in. Today's scene features Han In-ho singing and playing piano a song composed by Loman, one of his close friends, as Han In, an unknown singer, plans to perform L. Bowman's song at the Café Live. But at the last minute, the live performance was cancelled, so the owner of the shop no longer wanted to listen to Lai Bowman's music. Lai Bowman tried to persuade the owner. And at that moment, you appeared before the two of them, with Han In-ho shouting out, "Get ready." Han In-ho closed his eyes as if moving between the keys. Han In-ho seemed to completely dissolve into the song, and someone shouted, "Perform!" The shop owner wondered, "What's that?" "That guy," Bowman asked in surprise. "Why is he there?" The owner frowned and asked, "Do you know him?" Bowman hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I will take him out right away." Suddenly she froze and thought to herself about her song. As soon as Han In-ho started singing, the owner, hearing him sing, immediately asked, "Amazing! Is your friend about to become a singer?" Bowman looked surprised. "I didn't even know myself." The lyrics echo through space and time to reach you, and she speaks up. "I've never seen that look before." The two of them stand listening to him sing. The director shouts, "Cut, everyone!" "You've both worked hard," they also responded. "Everyone has worked hard, too. Director, thank you very much." Dong Trung runs over to call Uin Hozin. "I still have a few things to say. First, my close friend will hold a press conference representing the short film project. Both of you need to participate. Of course, both I and the writer for Nana will be there. Next, following the official request from Netley Japan, you might be going to Japan for a promotional trip for our close friend. Since my close friend will officially debut in Japan, we'll say it's a press conference, but really it's just a small promotional event. This will be discussed with your management company." Suddenly, Ongankar appears and agrees. "We will arrange the schedule accordingly. This is Yuan's first main role, so he definitely has to participate." "Man, look at this. According to the media, this is your article." Ongan emphasizes that your name is starting to spread. The scolding voice rang out. "Damn it, it's late. What time is it now?" Wien remembered that after filming with his close friend, he should rest for a day or two. He panicked. "What am I doing right now? In 2 days is my friend's press conference, right? Then I should take the chance to catch up on sleep first. In the afternoon, what is Kang Hyun doing? Just ignore it for now." Suddenly, he received a message from a mysterious number. "There's never been a rookie as good as Kang Won. I haven't even seen a private detective, but the assistant is really impressive. It's really one, but he didn't say anything on Instagram. The thing is, since when did you get so good at Japanese? I thought it wasn't Uzin. Maybe it's just an unknown actor in Korea. Or maybe it's Kyo Bao Nhat Han or someone else." Uin froze, reading the comment, and silently thought, so this is what the representative was talking about. It really is getting bigger and bigger. "Hey, is the Ongan representative asking Uin? Are you resting well? Nothing serious. But have you seen the comments and public opinion articles about you?" I replied, "Yes, I have seen them." BRD asks, "So, what do you think after watching it?" It seems like the right moment as the tension is just heating up. I think it's time to activate the Kang Win main channel. Uzin confirms, "I think now is the perfect time." He agrees, "Then let's post it now." Win looked worried, feeling nervous for no reason. "Just go with the flow." At that time, I had no idea about Kang Uzin's alternate channel. Uzin's first cover was uploaded. There was immediately a comment. "Kang Win is a sub-entity." "Ha ha ha, it's true. Why are you so honest?" The singing voice is amazing. This isn't just a secondary version, it could be the main singer. This is a Japanese language student. They speak Japanese as fluently as a native speaker. Oh my god, I was just curious to check it out, and the video was uploaded right at that moment. So the newcomer that director Kyoto Dao chose as the lead actor is really Kang Ewin? He continued his thoughts, wondering how big of a shock it would cause. Time passes quickly, and the press conference for the movie production with my best friend flies by in the blink of an eye. Below, journalists keep taking photos, and Dong Trung speaks up. As everyone knows, our best friend's film is the start of Netflix's short film series. The film will be officially released on Netflix Korea and Japan. Seeing the flashing lights, he thought dazzled and blinded as the sound of cameras kept going non-stop. The host begins to suggest, "Yes, now we will take questions from the reporters." "Yes, please go ahead," the reporter with the curled hair. She asked, "Director, after working as a private detective, you've probably received many offers from the film industry, so why did you suddenly switch to television and short films at that?" He laughed loudly and replied, "I want to thank Uin next. Is there a reporter who wants to ask Nana the screenwriter a question?" Win quietly thought, "Kang Win, everyone here is probably curious about the viral sensation Kang Win too." Everyone's holding back, but the host's next suggestion means it's Kang Win's turn again. "Is there any reporter who wants to ask Win a question?" All the reporters present raise their hands, and he quietly admires that. What the hell? If I don't take the question, I'll get completely roasted. Then I'll choose the most easygoing reporter. He speaks up. Yes, please, the reporter in the shirt at the end of the row. The female reporter stands up and asks with a smile. Yes, speaking of your close friend debuting in Japan, you seem surprised. Oh, is that a positive question? Suddenly she emphasized that there are many rumors suggesting that the new Korean actor chosen by director Kyo Dao is him. What do you think about that? Win was struck by the news like a thunderbolt. Dong Trung shook his head in disappointment and signaled. The host understood and cut in. That question was answered by Bong Win. Yes, sir, I am that rookie Korean actor. The entire hall was unusually silent. Everyone was surprised. What? You actually met director Kyoto directly? Since when have you two been discussing this? As a newcomer, how did you manage to get the leading role in a film by a renowned Japanese director? Can you share the process? Uin was panicking in front of hundreds of reporters' questions. I don't know anymore. Help me. Can I have some time to answer, but this way is fine, right? A few minutes earlier, Ongun's car asked Uin, and surely reporters will ask about the Kyodao incident. What do you plan to do? Uin honestly replied, I don't intend to avoid it. If there are no issues, just tell the truth, right? He agrees too, and I've already finished talking with the director about the wedding dress. All right, I will handle the backstage work appropriately. Go now. The honeycomb car stands watching the reporter, thinking quietly. The shot is beautiful. Very good. Win, huh? Suddenly a girl walks over. How can we now suppress the public opinion? He laughed loudly, not just putting it out, but blowing it up even more. Thank you for helping me. The chief director. She smiled and replied, It should be us thanking you. There's no promotion more effective than a press conference that explodes like this. The press conference with my close friend just blew up. From now on, whether in the country or Japan, the name will be mentioned constantly. As the scale is growing, we need to discuss with Net Japan to expand our promotion there as well, and remember to emphasize that our close friend should be promoted heavily. All the attention now building up will explode soon. UN will shine both in Korea and Japan from now on. Ongun's car responds, It's a good thing. At this moment, Uin silently thought that from now on it would be better to stay silent. And Hoa Jin keeps marveling, is it really Uin playing the lead in Coyote's film? That's absolutely amazing. Now that I think about it, Uin also uploaded the Japanese version of our group's song on YouTube, right? I need to check it out later. I have to share this on social media. Dongchun looks at him as satisfied as I expected. I had a feeling that person really is Yuan, surpassing the top figures in the country, now collaborating with a Japanese legend. I wonder how far they plan to go. At this rate, next year Hollywood might not be out of reach. When Uzin's unstoppable work was released worldwide, the media and public opinion spread beyond online circles into the real world. The name Uin has become extremely popular for a long time, and director Kato also officially acknowledged Uzin's fearless work. Everyone is discussing it passionately. It's definitely Uin. I like it. This actor is really good at acting. I really like him. Everyone, go check out his channel. Everyone will become fans to see. That's impressive. As a newcomer, how can he land the main role? Not only domestically, but also the media and public opinion in Japan are starting to focus on Uzin. And then, as if they had been waiting for it, Japan also made an announcement. Uzin and Hwine confirmed filming in Japan on the 26th, with a schedule to promote their close friend, along with his timing. Uzin and Hoa Jane's schedules in Japan will also be revealed. The two of them flew together on the same flight under the clear sky at the airport. There are really a lot of people here. I just closed my eyes for a moment and we've already arrived. It's so quick to go from Korea to Japan, huh? First, I need to control my expressions and not let it show that this is my first time flying. The assistant beside him also informed him of an important message. Win, your phone keeps ringing with movie offers. Luckily, thanks to the schedule in Japan, it's a bit easier now. I've filtered out and only accepted the major projects myself. But what do you plan to do about the projects currently being sent to you? Win needs to think this through carefully. If I think about the schedule, it seems a bit too much right now, so it's definitely better not to push too hard. After thinking for a long time, he also made a decision. From now on, you will only focus on the projects that have already been accepted. He completely agrees with you on this. As for the works, let's wait until your close friend or the drug dealer makes their debut, then we can discuss it further. Anyway, from October to the end of the year, there will be countless events, award ceremonies, and film festivals, so it will definitely be very busy. From Gujiang to other movies, you'll be invited everywhere. And also, before getting on the plane, Director Du-hai contacted us. She said there will be a test screening for the drug dealer next week. That surprised Uin a little. What do you mean by a secret screening? I think I heard somewhere that it was during the detective agency's operation. So does that mean the drug dealer's film has already been completed? Isn't that a bit too fast? Uin's assistant also thinks things are moving really quickly. That's right, but I think about 90% of the final product is already finished. Still, it's really fast. They must have worked tirelessly to complete the editing. Even I will have a private screening at the end of August, but that's because of the actors' schedules, so it had to be moved up. The film will be completed and start marketing before mid-September, so it will probably be released in theaters around October or November. Uzun didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Unlike a typical detective office story, having an actual audience count and revenue calculations makes me strangely tense. If everything goes according to plan, my best friend and the drug dealer will probably premiere at the same time. I predicted this situation earlier, so it must be right. I heard that the expected release date for my friend is in October. According to the assistant, that's a good thing. But I think that way it would be even better because having both works released at the same time would become a hot topic, and your project would debut simultaneously. Sangmin and In-Ho-Ho are completely different in genre, aura, and even their vibe. I'm really curious how the audience will react. Uzun seems to have understood the problem, like the hot and cold water. Is that what you mean? The manager continued reviewing the schedule and realized that in the next 3 days in Japan, he needed to handle everything. So he decided to inform you as well. By the way, since his close friend's promotional schedule in Japan was similar, he made some adjustments. By the way, I've also arranged a meeting with director Kyoto Dao. As soon as I arrive in Japan, I'll head straight to NeoFix Japan to get the details about the event. In the afternoon, you attend the event and then meet director Shino. The next day, there's a program. The very next thing was the main meeting with director Kyoto Dao. Just hearing about it made me feel so discouraged. He feels a bit worried about his situation. Are you okay? Your expression doesn't show anything on the outside. Uin still feels he can handle it. No problem. At worst, I have my own space. There's a voice outside announcing that if everything is ready, we should move now because there are probably quite a few reporters at the airport. Since the article about your schedule in Japan and Hoa Jin has already been published, along with the article about participating in the program, it might be a bit noisy, but just stay normal. Hoa Jin has been appearing from behind all this time. From now on, instead of being separated, it would be better if they were filmed together in the frame, so they told us to move together. He quickly turned and told her to go. But Ho Jane still felt tired. If only the schedule were more relaxed, I would have recommended a few good restaurants. Yuin is going alone, but he's followed by 5 or 6 bodyguards. Why do I feel like I'm surrounded by a wall like this? If I go out like this, everyone's eyes will be on me. But strangely, why are there so many people? She had been walking for a while before realizing she had arrived. Looking through the window, I see a lively scene. There must be something going on. Yuin also couldn't recognize what it was anymore. The two of them went outside as calmly as possible. The reporter immediately chased after them as soon as he saw them step out. He felt it would be hard to breathe if he stayed here any longer. This is crazy. What is this? It's a bit crowded. Is this considered crowded? The assistant gently explains the situation. He had predicted around 2,000 people, so the airport must have already managed it. Even Uin had to remind himself to stay calm. He clenched his teeth and walked away. Uzun just stepped out and silently thanked himself. The schedule for the first day in Japan the next day includes learning about the event with NeoFix Japan. On Monday, promoting my best friend along with a press conference for the launch. On Tuesday, meeting with director Shinzo of the show. You've been through a tough time. Is this the final schedule for the first day? It really is exhausting. The director was very happy to see you here. Meeting you in Japan made me even happier. Right now, your name is all over the place. Do you know, whether online communities or social media, Yuin is the most famous person? Have you seen it yet? Your UN channel has surpassed 1 million subscribers. I've never seen such a strong upward momentum throughout my entire directing career. I never expected to be recognized like this. The director spoke to me with a truly sincere tone. Because everything happened so suddenly, we had to change our entire plan, so some parts were added, and the filming time will be a bit longer. The works that Uin has participated in include his close friend Guang and the strange sacrifice of a stranger. And we have also included Yuin's channel as fully as possible for promotion. And if possible, the song has been uploaded to the channel, so you can take a short break during the conversation. He immediately agreed to the proposal. That's completely possible. The director was very pleased to see the acceptance. That's a relief. And since this was filmed earlier, we won't be shooting in the order of the broadcast that viewers will see. Depending on the situation, we'll shoot out of order and then use editing techniques to arrange it properly. Maybe the filming will start with a Q&A session with the audience on set. By the way, during the introduction of your close friend, Hoa Jane was confirmed as a guest. This only made both of them more panic. Since it's a special case, we contacted Ms. Hoing this morning, and she said it's okay to appear for a little while, which you can clearly see surprised her representative as well. He didn't realize that the director would continue to promote, and that each time the audience was invited, they would be carefully selected. Mainly fans of Uzun. About 200 people, he never expected it to be such a large number. Are there really 200 of my fans here? The number of registration forms for the audience has already exceeded 3,000, so the selection process was quite difficult. The next morning at a Japanese TV station, Ewan was sitting there looking tired, with his thoughts constantly flashing through his mind. Is the filming day coming up soon? I'm so nervous. Stars and top Korean actors are appearing on a show like this, and I get to be the main guest? Whatever. I'll just do my usual, keep my mind in check. Your representative has come in to update you that filming has started. Let's go. Uzin, the audience is already full. There are actually 250 people, not just 200. You don't feel too stressed, right? Uzin nodded in agreement with the question. Yes, it's not much different whether in Korea or Japan. The representative seems very excited. You're always so indifferent, it makes me feel so relaxed. In my mind, I quietly think, sir, I can handle this battle alone. Uzin was about to go out to meet everyone, determined to complete his role perfectly. The reporters had been waiting all this time. The representative continued introducing the prominent people to him. He's the national TV host of Japan. You've heard about it before, right? Uin looked down and felt a bit nervous. Damn it, are they all Japanese? The director is updating me on the situation. Uin, as I mentioned, the filming will start with a Q&A session with the audience in the studio. If you're ready, you can go on stage now. Since this is a pre-recorded shoot, you don't need to be too nervous. Let's start filming. He confidently stepped forward to introduce himself, starting with the Q&A session. The host continued to guide the conversation. Well, then let's change the atmosphere a bit. This time, we'll have a Q&A session with the audience here. His representative looked over and saw 3 interpreters. One is for Korean, so what about the others? A confused-looking boy is standing there, seemingly about to say something. The agent finally understood the situation. That's why there are 2 interpreters. Is this a deliberate arrangement? It's sign language. Yuan only knows Korean Sign Language. Sign languages differ from country to country, right? That is the sign language of Japan. It's a pity that if sign language were universal, it would reveal a different side of Uzin. You still have that cold expression. Uzin has answered the audience's questions. I think I've answered enough for now, right? But everyone still feels amazed. What is this, Japanese Sign Language? The kid is looking at him with admiration. How does he know Japanese Sign Language? If I still haven't realized this, it's because I know sign language. Wait, why do I know Japanese Sign Language? I don't know either. Why is that? First, I need to calm down. Let's try to check if I can do it. Am I using Japanese Sign Language correctly? The kid is completely confident about it. Very accurate. Even better than my sign language teacher. I never expected I had this talent. Japanese Sign Language is truly impressive. The director suddenly rushed onto the set and asked to pause filming for a moment. Do you also know Japanese Sign Language? I just discovered I have this talent too. Maybe I do. A little. I can also use Korean Sign Language. The director was truly surprised by what he had achieved. So you know Korean, Japanese, and both sign languages. So you can use all 4 languages. Yuan even knows English, but you could also say that. The director also made a small suggestion about whether it would be possible to broadcast using only the sign languages of Korea and Japan, because it could generate a lot of excitement for the audience. Uzin immediately agreed without hesitation. Then we'll add some staging to make that scene look cooler. He just replied with a confusing answer. What do you think? Actually, since it's a bit far, I can't see clearly either. Uzin walks back over to the kid from earlier. If we talk here, it might be clear whether you're feeling pressured or not. Yuin has relayed to the director that she said, it's okay. Does the director think he's really such a passionate person that he always leaves the stage? As soon as they saw the audience's question, they immediately approached to answer. After a long while, finally it was time for a break. Win sighs tiredly after the long days. This filming session was mentally relaxing, but it was still as exhausting as ever. Anyway, looking back now, it's really strange. It just talks about sign language in a random, unstructured way. If I think in Korean, Japanese, or English, my body automatically expresses the corresponding sign language. But if I think in French, my body doesn't react because I don't know French. I see. Sign language is like a passive skill. Once you master the language of a country, you possess it. That's why it's represented as sign language. Will I get a bonus for learning a language in the future? Even if I don't use sign language often, it will definitely be useful someday. The representative suddenly opened the door and entered. Hey, kid. Answer honestly, are you the one? It's true that whenever I'm with you, surprises always happen. I don't understand, but from now on I'll just accept everything like this. It's probably because of the things in the past that you exist now. I also told the younger members of the group, including Wyong and Suhan, that everything is fine. Uzin feels lucky to have him by her side. Thank you. We're about to start filming the second time. Let's go. That's right. The kid you signed with sign language seems to be one of your fans. It's been a long time since I saw a fan so happy. The boy was teary-eyed. You also have to admit how likely it is to be able to communicate in sign language with an actor you like or care about. The agent also shared their opinion. Aside from the actor, the chance to communicate in sign language probably isn't that high. Udianthan firmly states this. That's right. I am someone who has fallen into illusion and isolation. Unintentional loneliness is probably more difficult than I thought. Today must be a day to remember for a lifetime. Switching to another scene, how about tidying up the study room, Mr. President? He simply responded with, "Go do other places first," and seeing his grandson so happy made him feel very pleased. What's going on? The little boy is happily laughing and showing off to his grandfather. Sir, something amazing happened. I told them I was cast as an audience member, right? This is the first time he's seen his grandson so happy. Is he smiling? The boy always looks so gloomy. The little kid continues to introduce his brother, mentioning an actor named Yu-in who is very skilled in Japanese Sign Language. This even surprises him. A Korean actor who knows Japanese Sign Language, which is rare to learn just as a hobby. So maybe he also has a similar background to mine. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to learn sign language. Among those who died in the car accident, only my little nephew survived. The effects of the accident caused so to lose his hearing and ability to speak, and I had to learn sign language and learn about the deaf because of that child. But no matter how much effort is put in, or how billions are spent, that child keeps losing vitality. Yet the boy immediately finds a smile, as if he has seen hope. His name is Owen. I'm so moved I almost want to cry. An actor like that should be very successful, and repay him properly. Right now at the film company, there are many issues to discuss today, aren't there? Regarding rest periods in projects, filming schedules, promotional activities, and more, I also heard about your close friend and your channel. Congratulations, Uin, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. Is something wrong? Why do I feel like the atmosphere is a bit strange? Is something wrong? Koto let out a long sigh, appearing tired. The script reading was scheduled for no later than October, but there was a problem, and it would be postponed to the beginning of next year, so it might take about half a year. So now you're just hearing about this. The script class has been postponed until next year. He genuinely doesn't want this to happen either. We might lose half of the initial investment. Ewan already foresaw the problem. Don't tell me the cause is somehow related to me. Coyote immediately shook his head in denial. Of course, it's not that. It's just the fools afraid of change. The atmosphere in the meeting room was truly suffocating. The manager, too worried, turned to ask him, "What's going on? What exactly happened?" "I think I figured it out. Since Ewan is more famous, he will also face more criticism. The number of negative comments he's been getting lately has also increased. Maybe investors are worried about something, or perhaps they don't like the idea of a Korean actor gaining so much attention. If the investment issue becomes known to the public or the media, negative rumors could seriously damage the project. More importantly, we already advertised that UIN is involved. Now everything is pointless. Isn't it strange for arrogant people like that? How can they withdraw their investment so easily?" Coyote continued to explain the reason. According to the announcement, it was due to fans' principled opposition to the adaptation. Investors were worried about this, but we managed to convince them. However, with your involvement, the investors became afraid of a fierce reaction from the audience, including the original fans, so they withdrew. UIN is contemplating this issue. Damn it, so the story ends like this? It's a shame it only ranked in the middle. Some investor or someone like that, if we find more people, will the ranking go up? The entertainment industry really is full of hardships. The agent turned to continue negotiating with him. So we have no choice but to wait. I think we should leave now. We still have to go to the airport. He stood up to say goodbye. Next time, I will definitely bring good news. Ewan also politely bows. All right, director, I will take my leave now. The agent quickly comforted him. It's okay. The director has a lot of influence, so the film won't be canceled. There's nothing more we can do. Just wait. Honestly, you didn't even have enough time to keep up with that project. Because after returning to Korea, there was the unexpected event with the drug dealer, then the postponed commercial shoots for promoting Your Best Friend, reading the script and filming for The Deadly Cold Love, as well as Our Dining Table, The Lost Island, and countless other things. Hearing this, I almost couldn't breathe. Just kill me now. After the meeting with director Kyo Dao, Ewan returned to Korea. Then he started dealing with the remaining issues without a break, beginning with the scene where he hides his face inside the drug dealer. Next, he filmed a promotional video for Uzin's other persona, and then promoted his close friend. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the small spark within the Japanese media began to ignite fiercely. Switching to another scene, you hear his sigh. Win felt exhausted all day. Dealing with all these pending things is truly a nightmare. Today is the coldest love script class ever, and suddenly the agent appears right in front of him. Win, there's a big problem. News about the investor pulling out of the project has already made the front page in Japan. Everything is in chaos. Uin really wants to avoid this issue, and it seems I just heard him announce another bad news. The agent doesn't want any mistakes to happen. Now pay close attention. We need to see how the situation develops so he can focus. As for filming, Uin feels everything is extremely complicated. If this continues, won't the stakes drop? If it drops, there's no way to save it anymore. Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. Wait a minute, it seems like you've discovered something. What is this? Suddenly it jumps to S+ rank. Is there a bug or something? Why is this happening? Has this information been verified? Are you telling me I will lose my life? Anyway, I will find out soon enough, and probably no one here knows what's happening. Tomorrow I need to review things again. Suddenly, Uzun received a call from Director Kyoto. He is about to talk to you about the current situation. I already know about Uzun in Japan. The investors making the front page. Kyoto expressed his sincerity to him. Yes, the situation isn't looking good. I once asked the investors to withdraw and keep it secret, but it seems they didn't keep their word. The remaining investors are also at risk because of the sensational article. Maybe the film will last until next year. If things continue like this, your reputation will be damaged. So, don't hesitate if you want to withdraw, I understand. But he has made the decision not to back down. I will wait. I want to finish that movie. I don't care if my image is affected or not. He feels deeply grateful. Win is busy, so I have to end the conversation. Don't mention it. I have things to do now, so I'll be leaving. Coyote Dao also doesn't want to bother you further. All right, I'll contact you again later. Hearing a big star say they'll wait for me gives me even more motivation. Who could this strange number be calling? This is Coyote speaking. The other end responded. Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Director Coyote, about the film you're producing. I hear things are not going well. That's right. He doesn't want to take any more calls like this. You're a journalist, so I won't be. But the person on the other end made a request. I'll cover the remaining investment you lack and even add a little more. However, the only condition is to keep the new Korean actor Win. I don't care about anything else. Kyoto was truly surprised by this offer. Huh? You're a friend of Uin. Who are you? He replied sharply that just knowing I understand Uin is suffering is enough. He also introduced his company, which is the K Group. When we arrived, Udai immediately asked about the situation with the agent. Is the situation with that movie in Japan really that bad? The agent also recognizes the difficulties. In fact, everything is getting worse, and our reputation is being seriously affected. However, thanks to your incident, the program you participated in has boosted its viewership rate beyond 20%. Thanks to that, public opinion in Japan is gradually turning positive, but the crisis is still a crisis. Do you want to withdraw now? Kong, I will continue to wait. The agent knows him too well. I don't think it's out of politeness or loyalty. What is your real reason? UN actually had a reason in mind because that film was upgraded to S+ rank, but he only replied, I just wanted to try my luck. The agent feels that you just follow your instincts like that, and it's that crazy intuition of yours, right? All right, I understand. Right now I also need to keep an eye on the situation, so I can't go with you to the script reading. Can you go alone? You don't seem worried at all. Uin has been genuinely anxious all this time. What? I don't know anyone there, and I'm so nervous I might get sick. But I will be fine. The agent feels much more at ease. All right, everyone is probably gossiping about you. Honestly, I don't really care about these things. I don't mind. He knows you too well. Of course, you've never paid attention to these things before, right? The script reading room also has a lot of people. Uin walks in and simply says 2 words. Hello, then he introduces himself, I'm Uin. He walks in coldly without saying a word, and everyone can't stop talking about him as soon as they see him. I heard the rumors, but he's even colder than I imagined. He still looks calm, even as the crew is in chaos, but he doesn't seem to care. It turns out he's truly different from ordinary rookies, but deep down Uin is silently crying. This kind of silence is really awkward to the point of making people feel uncomfortable. It's obvious they're talking about me. There's someone over here looking at you, and that person is actor Uin. He clearly doesn't seem like an ordinary rookie, but what is it about him that attracts even the older guys? And he is the top actor Jung Hwan. The screenwriter finally arrived as everyone gathered, looking around to find his figure. Win, long time no see. This woman is a sign language expert. She will review your sign language performance for any errors and give her feedback. Hearing this, I felt a bit scared inside. Is she really an expert? I'm a bit worried, but this support space really does feel like cheating. At the same time, she also turned to remind everyone. Then everyone please return to your seats and get ready for the script reading. What do you think of Ewan? Just based on the initial impression. The language expert only responded with 1 sentence, so now it's a bit difficult to say about him. But since sign language needs to express emotions and Ewan's face doesn't show many expressions, it feels like he has no emotions at all. She finds it a bit hard to understand. So is there a problem with his face? The language expert isn't sure either, but if this continues, it will become a hindrance for him. After a while, the screenwriter announced to everyone that it was time to introduce the story, so let's start reading the script now. Scene 1. Ta-i, Rang, jumps out of bed. A Cold Love is a film about an adult with a childlike soul named Ta-E-Rang who suffers from severe germophobia. He grew up without contact with others, changing day by day. The first person to change his life was his father. Ta-E-Rang glances at the mysterious man living next door and feels no goodwill towards him. The mysterious man is played by Yuin. He just glanced over without saying a word, making Jiang Huan feel uncomfortable. Hey, what do you want to say to me? Even though this man's role has little screen time, it requires very subtle acting skills. If they show sign language unclearly, this character will definitely be hated. How will this rookie handle this difficult role? He was also thinking to himself, why do you keep looking at me like that? Say what you want or go somewhere else. I wonder how he will handle this unexpected situation. The screenwriter glanced at him and guessed right away. Adapting, huh? So he's probably prepared for this situation too. Is he escalating the tension? It's not too bad. He always adds his own lines when analyzing his characters. I'm curious to see how he'll react. Probably handle it smoothly, right? Win can't even imagine. Are people going to keep doing this? I feel like doing something, anything at all. My role has no lines. Because I can't speak, I don't need to say anything. What is it? I'm not quite sure, but I feel like everything will be fine. I think I can do my first acting performance. It's not thanks to the power of the auxiliary space, but through your own true self. I will adapt a story that makes you wonder if you still don't know the real identity of the mysterious man beside you. You need to be speechless and expressive. Maybe smiling is the best choice. The screenwriter turned to ask about his action. I think it's sign language. What does it mean? The sign language expert is analyzing it in detail, clenching their fist and bringing it to their nose, which means I like it. And Ewan is smiling, so that action alone clearly shows the character's emotions. Everyone outside couldn't help but praise him. He's so talented, he must have practiced so much. It's no wonder he's called the rookie monster. Jiang Huan feels extremely jealous of him. Putting aside curiosity or anything else, I think there's enough to worry about now. Facing someone like that is truly difficult. Wait, what is my next line of dialogue again? After observing, she also realized that the atmosphere had changed. The screenwriter once said that if Uzun participated in the script reading, it would bring about a big change. Is that true? All the actors have changed their attitude. Maybe they don't want to be compared to a rookie with such a minor role. A prominent presence, any role or project is truly led by a top actor. What does she think of Uzun's sign language from a professional perspective? The signing expert had a different opinion of him. Nothing to criticize. I was a bit worried at first, but after watching his performance, his movements were very smooth, and his expressions were very lively, so the emotions were conveyed very clearly. I think he's even better at sign language than I am. She didn't expect him to be this amazing. Are his sign language skills praised by the expert? How should I say it? Uzun seems to always possess the unique qualities that directors and writers crave in an actor. An actor who can fit into any project truly is a man with 1,000 faces. She immediately raised her hand to express her opinion. Wait a minute. I usually only observe the first script reading out of curiosity to see how the actors interpret their roles. I'm also comfortable with the improvisations of the actors. Jiang Huan's improvisation isn't bad either. I understand your curiosity about this script, but is that really what I was afraid to say? It sounds like a challenge from actor Jiang Huan to me. Uin can sense the atmosphere. What is this? This atmosphere feels like he's being scolded. I thought this approach worked well for me. I've improved and I feel pretty satisfied. He angrily turned away and didn't want to say more. I'm sorry, I went too far. That's right, you're experienced, so why risk with someone new like that? Everyone listen, I understand you're all curious about Ewan being an actor. Turning curiosity into motivation is good, but make sure it doesn't turn into envy or jealousy. Jiang Huan also realized his mistake, and perhaps his curiosity was mixed with a bit of envy towards him. I'm sorry, Ewan, my curiosity went too far, but don't you even care about these things? If he keeps improvising like that, I'm sure my mind will be paralyzed. It's okay, it's actually kind of interesting. Hearing this response from him, he felt very angry. Interesting? Is he that calm? She has developed more of a liking for Ewan. By the way, since Ewan just improvised that part, I think it clearly shows the difference between us and the mysterious man beside us, so I want to keep it in the scene. What do you think? Uzun thinks these things are really reasonable. Is the screenwriter planning to include that scene in the official shoot? I don't oppose it. She already has a plan in mind. All right, since there isn't much time before filming starts, I'll edit the script as quickly as possible. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you'll perform on the official shooting day. While Uzun was causing chaos at the Frozen Love script reading, a related random character appeared at the script workshop. The K group was showing interest in the film crew, and the rumor was spreading in the film industry that it was the Kasai group. After the sudden official announcement from Kasai Group, the investment issue was resolved. We are now fully focused on production as if it had been planned all along. The film crew issued their official statement. Since there has been no sign of contact between Kasahi Group and BSS, most people dismiss it as just a rumor, but more and more are starting to believe it. Everyone is buzzing with comments. It's just ridiculous. All other investors have pulled out, but only the Kasahi Group is still funding them. Does that make sense? But the film crew said that the issues have been resolved. Maybe that's true. If a big company is backing them, maybe they acted because they saw the potential and profit of BSS. Isn't that right? Public opinion about BSS has started to shift slightly as increasing rumors circulate. Kasahi Group finally issued an official statement confirming the report. At the TV production center, everyone is rushing to prepare for the shoot, checking that the set is ready, the lighting is fine, we're about to start filming, so hurry up. She is here to observe the situation carefully. Excuse me, writer, please sit here. There are many actors waiting here. Since this is the first shoot, maybe they want to watch it live, and because this scene has been modified to include improvisation, they are probably curious and also want to see Uin perform live. The sign language expert has arrived. You're here, huh? Thank you for specially attending the first filming session. The expert seems to be looking for something. It's okay. I wanted to come too. By the way, Uzin seems much calmer than I expected. She can understand that very well. He's always like that. I think he's just trying to endure because it's a tough role. Uzin, while reading the script, feels extremely uncomfortable. But the director announced, "Are we ready to start filming? Everyone please take your positions." Uzin is stepping out to perform his role. The director comes out and carefully instructs the two of them since this is the first scene. Let's treat this as a light script reading. The actor next to me laughs and playfully whispers, "I won't improvise anything today." Uin doesn't really care about these issues. It's okay for him to do that. By the way, he's really tall. I'm so jealous. All right, both of you get ready quickly. Uzin closed his eyes and focused with all his might, awakening the mysterious man inside him who was sleeping deeply. Uzin is focusing with all his might now, standing in front of a door with the world around him completely silent, to reveal his character clearly. He clenched his hand tightly, and Uzin stepped through the door. At the same time, the actor beside him also coordinated smoothly. He is the man from the neighboring house. Today, he also left the house at the same time, just like always, and he was asking me something. I also want to ask him something. I want to talk to him. But should I do it? What if he's afraid of me? Can I go near him? But before he could act, the man angrily turned away. Uin hesitated, reluctant to speak. You have to say it now. You can't keep hesitating like this. The director truly admires his acting. How did he manage to convey that look? That's not something an ordinary rookie could do, as if the script had been torn apart and life itself stepped in. Now I'm in trouble. My standards might be set too high. Maybe it's better if I don't watch this scene. The filming went smoothly. CT. Okay, great. We will continue in 10 minutes. The continuous praise shows how influential Uin is, no joke. He is so amazing that I just want to keep watching him. With his talent, it's no wonder that big players from Korea and Japan are all chasing after him. Come to think of it, isn't there a Japanese tycoon involved in the BSS news? Could it be Kasahi Corporation? It's strange that Kasahi, a well-known company, isn't involved in the entertainment industry. Udin also wonders why a tycoon would suddenly appear. Could director Kyoto Dao have some connection? Anyway, I'm glad the investment issue has been resolved, and I received a call from director Kyoto Dao who wanted to tell me an important news. Maybe you've already heard it, but I still want to tell you myself. All problems have been settled, yet questions keep popping up in my mind. Although I'm curious about Kasahi Group, do I need to ask about internal matters? If everything has been resolved, then that's enough. Kyoto suddenly said something strange. Win, thank you for your thoughtfulness. It makes me even more curious. Where did that come from? He truly expressed his gratitude to Yuan. Thanks to you, we have been able to expand our production scale compared to before. Fluent in Japanese, full of confidence, with strong motivation, not to mention his crazy talent in acting and his dignified demeanor. And even his calmness shows that he will wait for a film on the brink of collapse. Now I understand that Yuan is connected to Chairman Hideki. For him to go this far because of BSS, the call has gone on too long. Once BSS's schedule is confirmed, I will inform you through the management company. We will meet at the script reading. See you again later. Even after the conversation, Yuan still couldn't understand why it was all thanks to him. Did you happen to overhear the conversation between those two female students over there? Have you read the article yet? The rumor about a tycoon has resolved BSS's investment issues, but I guess that baseless rumor is true. That Uzin is the son of a tycoon. I think so too. Based on the timing, they are truly connected. You really don't come from that kind of background. I don't know what's happening, but I can smell the scent of a familiar misunderstanding. Transition to a scene at the director's villa. There are only about 10 scenes using sign language, so I think it will be hard to find an actor proficient in sign language. Most actors usually learn foreign languages, but rarely learn sign language. Besides, isn't this your 100th film? And since you're aiming for the International Film Festival, acting should be your top priority. I will do my best to find someone else. He shook his head, refusing to continue the search. Didn't you already find someone? Recently he gained attention for using sign language, so why did you dismiss him? That's because Ewan is still a rookie. He has been active for less than a year and lacks experience. That person sat there and offered experienced advice. That really matters? So why do directors like Kun and Kyoto still choose him? Even though he's inexperienced, there must be something special about him. That's why they chose him. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Let's keep an open mind. All right, should I get in touch with Ewan's side then? We might as well do that. Bring me everything he has appeared in that we can watch. The agent has recognized his efforts. Win worked very hard. The final scene for Frozen Love has finally been completed. The agent suddenly handed him a contract, the script the director had suggested he review beforehand. He told him to pass it to you. Win was surprised as he picked up the contract. Is the lead role a chef? Wait a minute, does that mean I can acquire cooking skills? If I have it, it would be very useful for our dining program, right? Win continued to immerse himself in his thoughts. A C rank is probably just an ordinary scenario. Sir, Class C isn't bad. It's just that my standards have become higher than before. Come out now, quickly appear here. Appear now. The space-time ability has detected an ability beyond the basic parameters, acquiring culinary skills. Uzin is hearing about this for the first time. Cooking techniques? Having detected abilities beyond the basic parameters and acquired not just one, but two chef techniques, the subspace usually grants only one ability at a time, yet now it is given two. Why, and most importantly, this moment feels strange. Could it be that the subspace is truly developing and I am making the most of it for myself? I am recalling past memories, thank you, Director. It's an honor that you enjoy detective offices, and you will be given even more energy. After all, you can't really explore the space of the child. Just take it as it is. Getting ready to read the chef's recipe makes him feel grateful, like a god. Ewan is gradually opening his eyes and perceiving everything, discovering a clone of himself. So you're standing next to a mirror because there are two gifts? It's really interesting. As if there's another version of himself. Ewan probably discovered something. In front of him are all the dishes. What is this? I can clearly sense the flavors. It feels like I'm tasting the dishes themselves. Is this the chef's recipe? So Ewan has already realized everything is about the chef's technique. Seeing him take so long to read, the agent asked, "How do you feel about the script?" But Uzin sighed and refused, saying, "I have no interest in it at all." The agent understood your feedback clearly, so you mean it's not very good. I'll pass the message to the director now. He'll probably be very disappointed. That's right, because The Close Friend is about to debut. Let's boost its promotion on social media and the side character channels of Uzin. The drug dealer's movie will be released in a week. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. So, your best friend and the drug dealer are finally about to debut. The agent also has some important news. By the way, Uzin's side character channel has reached 5 million subscribers. Did you know? I think we should start posting different content instead of just a singing ho. Uzin suddenly brought up a completely new issue. What do you think about something related to food? The manager really can't predict what he's thinking. I have a feeling it will be a hit, but why so sudden? For now, just try to understand him. It would be great if it works out. Are you having any ideas in mind? I am truly serious about my thoughts. It's like making a super simple recipe in a short time. He still has a question. So it's cooking. What about mukbang? Uwin doesn't look into this matter very deeply. I don't know how to eat in a way that looks appetizing. He looks quite genuine too. You're right. If he eats like that, he must have come up with a more practical idea. We can leave the eating to others. For example, inviting guests, but if your cooking skills aren't good, it will be hard to use it as long-term content. I think we should test it first. Uzin immediately made a suggestion. Then let's go to my house and try out my skills as well. The agent really didn't believe in his cooking skills. There's no way he could be a master chef. Probably just simple, home-cooked meals. But just a few hours later, his attitude changed instantly. Delicious, it's much better. It's 100 times tastier than what my parents cook. What did you put in here? Win felt truly relieved inside. I was suspicious, but the techniques and recipes kept appearing in my mind. Now, I don't have to worry about any menu. He felt very suspicious because it was too delicious. When did you finally learn to cook? He immediately lied, saying, "My mother is a great cook, and so is my father." The agent felt there was nothing to criticize about these dishes. Really? So you can cook something on the spot if someone requests it? In your opinion, it's great to prepare the dishes that the guests want to enjoy. All right, I'll tell you more details later. However, you win, he still keeps eating it non-stop. Uzin receives a phone call from the director. I'm calling to inform you of our official dining schedule. Uzin? Part 1. We will go to the US in November and run a Korean street food stall there. Selling only street food might be too monotonous, so we will add some other items like instant food. The first episode will be filmed in Korea. The entire cast will run a restaurant for a day in Korea to rehearse and test everything. The restaurant location has been decided. I think one day is enough to film. After the whole team finishes cooking, the restaurant will open to guests immediately. Win thought to himself that this sounded like an entertainment show. That's pretty strict. It's okay because I already have the skills and secrets. Chairman Choi mentioned that you will go abroad to film on the island of the missing. He said you'll be gone for over a month, so I've arranged this schedule in advance. Of course, we won't accept reservations from customers for surprise activities. We also plan for about 5 dishes on the menu. Basic dishes like jamon, zombie, or tikka ke trang. Additionally, during the cooking practice, each section will have its own instructor. We invited the chef in charge of cooking. Uzun never expected to meet him one day. Chef Lai often appears on entertainment shows, right? I've seen him a few times on the channel. The chef will guide the cooking process, but is also allowed to add personal creativity. For the cooking practice, our staff will be the ones to taste the dishes. Since we sell food in the US, of course, we won't use that dish. Most of the time, following the chef's recipe will be very difficult unless it's a unique dish created by the cast that has the potential to become famous and commercialized. Anyway, the cast will be assigned to the kitchen, lobby, cashier, and marketing. Each department will have its own training and responsibilities. So Ewan, before I could finish speaking, he responded, I'm quite skilled in the kitchen. I'm confident in my abilities. Really? Is that true? I didn't see this coming. It seems he wants to cook himself. Wait a moment, this could create an interesting image. So we'll have Ewan in charge of cooking because he seems to attract more attention. Finally, he was able to showcase his talent. I'm sure our table's IP fee will be overwhelmed. I'm really looking forward to the shooting day. The director says he's excited, but really he's just waiting to see how badly it all turns out. Looking forward to it in a different sense. The next scene shifts to the restaurant. Ready to discuss the actors' roles. It will be finished soon. Excuse me, director. You are here already. The director came out and greeted him warmly. It's been a long time since I saw Mr. Ewan. Everyone behind also greeted him warmly. Even the band leader has to admire him. I'm a huge fan of Ha Jiang. Can I call you brother? Even the top actors are here. You've been doing really well lately, haven't you? I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Win watched the two of them without blinking, as he communicated so skillfully. Suddenly I hear someone behind me. I'm a bit late, right? So, it turns out he's the top entertainment artist in the industry. The traffic is terrible. There must have been an accident up ahead. Anyway, let's greet everyone and get started. Win also has to admit that he's as handsome as on TV. Byung-san took the opportunity to add, please wait until you're called before taking your seats. Finally, all the people who will shine at our dinner table have gathered here. I feel reassured to have such wonderful people. First, I will explain to everyone the roles and responsibilities of each team. The kitchen team, the service team, the owner's team, and the interns, which have been clearly divided. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Each team will be trained by the assigned instructor. Then we will move on to the restaurant operation for a day, but first let's play a quick guessing game. What if it's a light character test? There's already a warning sound nearby. Be careful if you guess my name wrong again today. Let's get started quickly, Dong-ha. The B-shaped car suddenly receives a phone call. What's going on? Is this a strange number? I'm glad to talk to you. Chairman Choi, this is Director Gabak. I'm calling to request a meeting with actor Ewan. Does this really surprise him that a living legend of the Korean film industry wants to meet Ooze in our team? He even called himself. Just find out why he called. His personal contact means he's very interested. Hello, this is indeed an unexpected call. Is your desire to meet Uzun related to a project? He is completely sure about this. Yes, if a director wants to meet an actor, what other reason could there be? Hogan's car must politely decline. Although we really want to meet you now, please give us some time. Ewan's schedule is packed. Today he's filming our dinner entertainment show, and tomorrow he has to fly straight to China to shoot the island of the missing. I'm sorry about this, but could we meet after his overseas shoot is finished? The director also needs to agree right away. Then just go ahead, because I was the one who called unexpectedly. He really feels lucky. Thank you, sir. I will get back to you later. Director Gabak, is his 100th project about to be released? I need to look into this right away. The makeup for the cast is finished, so let's get into position. Udai looked around and assessed everything. Do I have to cook here all day? Byung-san cheerfully made the request. The two of you will cook together, but if things get too boring, let's act out a real-life situation. We will act as customers, while you two take orders and cook. First, let's do a cooking test with Ms. Hygiene. Uzun will be in charge of the front and support the kitchen with tasks like taking orders and assisting. So let's get started. Everyone, please take your seats. I want to order. Please give me a kimchi pancake and add an extra portion here. If there's no spaghetti, add an extra serving of bibimbap for me. At this moment, she has quickly given up. I don't know. I've never cooked any of those dishes before. Byung-san has to help her stay calm. Take your time. You can look things up online if you want. Woo-in is by her side to remind her to do that dish first, then the others. Everyone thought this dish looked delicious. and a moment later, Hai Ren finished the first dish. He looked at it and felt terrified. I could swim in there forever. She wants to see how far his talent can go. Now it's his turn. The order remains the same, and you're starting with gratitude too, Uin. But he calmly told her, "Second young lady, please bring out the ingredients. I will cook everything at once." Uin's top-notch cooking skills begin. She was truly impressed by his talent. Just a few dozen minutes later, the dishes were all completed. What is this? It's delicious. Every dish is so good. Moreover, how are you so good at cooking? Uin, sir, it seems we don't need a cooking instructor anymore. The head chef is here now. It smells so good, doesn't it? You're starting to cook? Hello, everyone. They cook too many dishes, but the food doesn't look like what we practiced. Is this the sample dish? Are you inviting another chef? Bi-ung-san felt truly conflicted inside. It was exactly as I expected. The dish is truly on a different level. It seems the restaurant will have some surprises one day. After a long day in the kitchen, it's finally done. Thank you all for your hard work. Well done. Even though it's your first time, overall it's great. If you improve the structure a bit more, I think we could go international. Luckily, the dishes kept coming out one after another, and the food was very delicious. Only Uin was in a state of dizziness. How many dishes did I cook today? I can't remember anymore. Byung-san will meet everyone another time. Next time, we'll see each other abroad. I will arrange the schedule and inform everyone. You all did very well today. That's right. Uin, can I have a quick private talk with you? Could you come up with a dish before we film in the US? With your skills, I believe you can do it. Any Korean dish will do. Just think about it. If it's good, we could sell it in the US. Of course, if it's too much pressure, you can skip it. Uin also quickly agreed to this. Okay. It seems he also doesn't want to pressure himself. Then he turned away. All right. You did well today. I breathe a sigh of relief as I finally get to go home, but as soon as I arrive, I see Ong Ren's car. Yes, sir. Judging by that attitude, you already understand what's going on. He gets straight to the point. Do you know Director Gabak? I think I've heard of him before. Who? But I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Is he a legend in the film industry? I think I've seen him on a channel before. He wants to meet you, he called me. Uzin didn't expect to receive this invitation. Is he planning to cast me? Does he want to meet you? Hogan's car looked at that unimpressed expression. I expected it, but your attitude is so dull. Anyway, I'm just trying to learn about the director, so that's enough. Uzin is already tired thinking about tomorrow and has to fly to China, which is boiling hot. I'm already feeling overwhelmed. While Yuan is on his way to Vietnam to film The Island of the Missing, my close friend has officially debuted on Netflix. As intended by director Dong Chun, the deep kiss between Uin and Hoa Jane sparked lively discussions among fans and marked the beginning of widespread positive reviews for The Friend, making it the first short film to reach #1, surpassing many long TV series. As a result, entertainment headlines across various news portals were dominated by The Friend and Uzin's acting transformation, followed by the release of The Friend's cover performed by Uin on Korean music platforms, which quickly reached #1 within days. The large fire then spread to Japan, perhaps because of Hanzu, Uzin, and Hojoin's influence, but many Japanese fans went crazy for The Friend and quickly made the film #1 on Neofix Japan. Of course, The Best Friend isn't the only news spreading, other stories are as well. On November 27th, the first episode of Frozen Love has been officially confirmed by the production team. Uzin will perform using sign language. Our large-scale variety show directed by Byung-san has completed its first filming in Korea, along with the official release of The Drug Dealer. At that time, no one could imagine how huge a wave The Drug Dealer would create in the early morning in a foreign land. We'll start the script reading soon. Please hurry and bring in the camera. Win feels uncomfortable with the weather here. Even though he expected it, it's really hot. Why do we have to read the script on an overseas set? I wish we could quickly shoot this at a Korean studio. The people outside keep talking. I can't believe Uin actually took on the role of the sergeant. Honestly, I thought it was just a joke. A rookie. Will he be able to handle his first long-running TV drama? Plus, there are some top actors around who are all seniors. What if he gets overwhelmed? That is the fate of a famous actor. Will he fall on his own or drag everyone down with him? Today will mark a turning point in his acting career. Those around him notice a change in his attitude. Is Dungmin upset about something? But he only replied, nothing. Seeing the set now, the final meaning suddenly dawned on me. He smiled happily again. That's right, I'm a little worried too. How worried could rookie Yuan be? Honestly, just playing the role of DN is already a big burden. Dungmin doesn't seem to care about him at all, so let's just focus on ourselves. Stop wasting useless thoughts and just focus on your role as DN Trung-di. The story is about the island of the missing. In a rural village surrounded by mountains, some villagers have gone missing. So police, firefighters, and even the army have been mobilized. He went to the village to carry out a large-scale search operation. However, the disappearance of another dozen soldiers during this process made the situation even more tense. Around this time, a mysterious figure appeared while conducting the search with their unit. At some point, they discovered a strange cave emitting a foul smell. Although he could hear screams from inside the cave, fearing more people would go missing, he decided to return to the entrance. However, strangely, the cave had changed shape. Things that weren't there when they arrived started to attract attention. Everyone hurried out of the cave in panic. But outside, where it was daytime, it had turned into night, and the soldiers who were supposed to wait outside the cave had disappeared. In that moment, everyone began to realize they were in a place they shouldn't be. Something long and winding, making strange noises, appeared among the crowd as chaos erupted. Duet quickly gathered his members and fled the scene. As everyone ran, the sun began to rise over the mountain, illuminating the once dark world, and Dui and his team had already reached a cliff at the edge of the forest, overlooking the vast, endless ocean. They immediately realized they are trapped on this surreal and lawless island. Now, let's begin the script lesson. Start from there first. Dungmin, get ready. Uzin is reminding himself to stay calm and to express himself more clearly. Because there are many prominent figures here today, I need to be more composed. Sun Cheon is a shy person. He has low confidence and self-esteem. We will start with the scene at the morgue, the place where he saw his deceased mother for the last time. And at that moment, the character was crying very hard. Why are you here, Mom? Why? Answer me. Why did you leave like this when I was in the military? My mother is still not ready. Please give me one more day, just a few more hours. Suddenly, there was a voice behind. Hey, you bastard, stop and get out of here. Are you planning to cry all night? But my mother has already passed away. Be honest. You think you've gotten rid of the burden, don't you? Stop, don't go out, just leave me alone. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Both of them have the same face. Please, can't you give me a little more time? Now it's my turn. That person suddenly knelt down again and seemed to threaten the doctor. How much insurance money will I get? He's holding the script, but still can't believe it. What the hell is going on? Is that change really too unreasonable? Moreover, he's dominating the entire atmosphere without showing any sign of hesitation. Dungmin already warned you. Aren't you going to snap out of it? If only I could let you go out for a break instead. That damn Trungdai. The girl next to him can tell just by looking. Can he really understand a difficult person and be someone you can easily avoid? What are you doing just standing there like an idiot? And what about the task I assigned to you this morning? I will take care of that right away. She can clearly sense that his gaze is a little different. He is adjusting his gaze as he looks at an opponent, with emphasis in his tone, rhythm, pitch, pronunciation, and even his breathing. Could it be that he has planned for each one? At first it seemed like two people, but now there are not just two. It seems like there are three. The scene shifts to a vast film set, sunlight illuminating everything here. Everyone is still gathered, continuously discussing. We're about to start filming. Supporting actors, take your positions. Dungmin, holding the script in hand, rereads it once more before sighing and pondering. This script really is no joke. It's truly intense from the start. Since both of us are leads this time, let's put aside all the senior and junior roles. I will play fair with him as an actor and with the attitude of a challenger. It's a world apart from Furhan's Rang. On the Lost Island, Huzin and I will have a mind game that is extremely intense. Trung Di Choi Yutai has to both doubt Hasi Jinsun Cheon and try to trust him. Meanwhile, Private Jinsun keeps a mysterious planet like an alien creature to evade Trung Di Choi Yutai. In a way, he is actually the real villain on the Lost Island. Moreover, this character is even more evil than Director Bako, so everything will be even more tense. Thinking of this, Dungmin burst out laughing excitedly. A perfect stage for someone who loves to challenge themselves, but also, if they can conquer this mountain, they might break their own limits. That's why I will use this monster for my own benefit, and I'm sure it's not just me. I believe everyone here is thinking the same. On this side, the director's voice echoes as the next scene begins with Hujin putting on his military uniform. He slowly walks to this place. His gaze has completely changed as he prepares to perform. Realizing everyone's attention was on him made him a bit anxious. Why is everyone staring at me like this? The pressure is intense. Seeing that, the director smiled and reminded the two of them. Take it slow with the first scene. Huin stares intently at his co-star, right in front of him. This scene features only two actors, Sergeant Jinsun Chae-eun and Corporal Choi, set the day after they got stranded on a mysterious island. 4 people have died at the hands of a strange creature, but the remaining soldiers still cannot escape the forest. Their spirits are stretched thin from exhaustion and pressure, as the soldiers under Sergeant Choi Yuta are trying to catch some sleep. They take turns on guard duty every hour, but during that time, Private Jin Sun, who has been quietly holding the umbrella, has started to act suspiciously. The director's voice echoes, "The scene here seems to change." Huyn suddenly stops, and Sergeant keeps muttering incomprehensible words nonstop. Damn it, this is so annoying. Where the hell am I right now? A noise behind him startled him as he turned around. Hoojin stepped outside and asked in surprise, "Sergeant Choi, are you not sleeping?" Hearing that, he was startled and shouted, "Damn it, you scared me!" This crazy guy. Remembering something, he quickly turns his head to look around. "Private Choi, are you hungry?" He nodded firmly. "Yes." Hoojin quickly voiced his thoughts. "Actually, during the day I was scouting around here on the captain's orders, and I did find something that looked like fruit." Sergeant was immediately surprised. "Why didn't you report the fruit to the squad leader?" His face immediately became very awkward. "But there was only one fruit left, so I didn't think this was worth reporting to the squad leader." He didn't think much and immediately asked, "Where is it?" Hoojin hurriedly pointed to the tree in front of him, the one over there. "But Sergeant, I found something even more interesting." He was very confused when he heard that. "What?" His face became extremely sinister as he recounted everything. "When I was picking the fruit, I accidentally dropped one down the cliff and it disappeared completely. I can't take it anymore." The sergeant frowns and scolds. "What? Are you joking with me right now?" He kept shaking his head, explaining that it's true. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Didn't we come here through a cave?" "Even if it's just a guess about the mine, I think there might be an exit down there." The sergeant also slowly followed him towards the exit, and out of curiosity, he quickly searched around this place. "Where? It's so dark I can't see a thing. It seems like something just moved over there. Look, there's really something, I swear." Huen then slowly suggested, "Maybe we should try throwing something down to see what happens." The sergeant still didn't understand what he was trying to say or what to throw, but without hesitation, he immediately pushed him down the deep cliff. Hoojin seemed to have become a different person, acting with intense focus as he pushed his opponent without hesitation. And after finishing, a sinister smile even appeared on his face. He seems like a madman, twisted in laughter with an unstable mind. Time keeps passing, and Hoojin gradually stops smiling, his legs lowering from a kneeling position to the ground below. This time, his whole body trembled in a strange way. He tried to calm himself down. Huen lowered her hat, tears continuing to flow down her pitiful face. "What have I done? Sergeant Choi, what just happened?" Huen keeps crying and clutching his head in distress. "Sergeant Choi." But then suddenly another voice rang out. "Hey, you damn idiot, why are you crying? You don't even like Sergeant Choi. You've forgotten the days it bullied you." The other personality also helplessly shouted an explanation. But how could they kill someone? Could Non-Koch Hai respond quickly? The fool is allowed here. His expression keeps changing, sometimes smiling, sometimes crying in horror. This is a feast where we both take revenge and enjoy ourselves. What's done is done. At this moment, a group of people appeared from behind. They irritably called out, "Sergeant Choi, Private Jin." Seeing the situation was unstable, Huen quickly knelt on the ground, crying and begging, "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop the sergeant anymore." "What do you mean? What are you trying to stop? Don't tell me you're still crying with your face in your hands." He jumped down, and by the time I arrived, he was already gone. "I'm sorry. Next time I will stop him faster. It's my fault." Although another personality seemed to mock inside his mind, Hoojin still tremblingly spoke, "I will make sure next time." "Are you saying you'll do it again?" Seeing everything unfold according to his plan, Taniguchi quickly stood up and loudly announced cut. His face broke into a radiant smile. How could he switch personalities so quickly? Moreover, it's not just about changing expressions or tone mechanically. The eyes have depth, inner strength hidden behind every word, and intensity in each action, making it look like two completely different people rather than dissociative identity disorder. Everyone around has been discussing what just happened, getting goosebumps and feeling chills down their spines. Hoojin, watching him perform live, it's like he's possessed by a spirit. Seeing everything unfold exactly as planned, Hu Dian lets out a sigh of relief. "I'm fine. It seems there are no issues." Maintaining three completely different worldviews at the same time is indeed not easy for both Jinsen Che's role as the sergeant and myself. Taniguchi smiled and approached, asking, "Are you okay, Hin? Can we shoot the next scene now?" He quickly nodded in agreement. "Of course." Seeing you ready, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tam is still so calm as if he just performed an intense emotional scene. That just proves he's truly a monster. He quickly exclaimed, "Wonderful. Let's continue together." The scene shifts to what appears to be a peaceful countryside. Sir, as you arrive at the stunning place before your eyes, you are amazed and surprised. He also has to smile happily and praise. Vietnam is always so hot. The scene shifts to the inside of a large hotel. Huyen tiredly complains, "I'm so exhausted. I've been waiting for 11 hours. Filming abroad is really tough. I'm starving. I need to go eat quickly. Turns out the message was sent by Hoojin's father. Dad saw the news. Congratulations. Your father is also very happy. You're doing well. Remember to eat well. Reading this message made me feel confused, yet suddenly I feel congratulatory. Why are there so many messages today? Did something happen? Kim Do-hai's business card was sent to catch his attention. Why would director Kim Do-hai send a news clipping? There is a new article about Hoojin Move Media surpassing 1 million views in just 3 days. Will the drug dealer with the incredible acting cast make history in the 19-plus film industry? This information surprised him a bit. Is it really true that 1 million people watched Luazem? Hoojin's expression completely changed. He's really gone crazy. This feeling is what makes actors feel a sense of achievement that can't be faked. Wait a minute, since this is the first time a commercial film has had a result, it's hard to predict exactly. But an A grade should be around over 5 million, right? Since it's a 19-plus film, it probably won't go any higher. So the S rank is already in his mind, recalling the 7th script with the strange sacrifice name of the stranger and the 3rd script. The Vanished Island. I wonder how many viewers will come to see it? While Hoojin was still lost in thought at this moment, the B-shaped car smiled and approached to greet him. Have you found the drug dealer yet, Starboy? Director Kim Do-hai said they've already surpassed the break-even point. Hin thanks him. You should give him a bonus of more than 100% of the initial commission, at least hundreds of millions of gun. This information surprised him a bit. Hundreds of millions. He continued to take out his phone. Getting water probably means filming a few more commercials, right? The invitation is coming up in this episode. Hearing that, he quickly advised him to accept it. I will go to the restaurant first. Ogun nodded and continued walking forward. Got it. Yes, I hear you, Ong Ren. Meanwhile, over here, Huin also sighed and continued walking. I'm starving. I need to eat quickly. Seeing his figure, Uncle Ga appeared with a gentle smile. After arriving at the hotel restaurant, Hu Din tried to look around to find a seat. Seeing an empty table in the corner made him very happy, so he sat down underneath the chair. But unfortunately, Gabak also sat down opposite him. Seeing him suddenly act like that, Huin felt very confused. What is going on? Who is this? Is this person a tourist or a Vietnamese local? There's no other choice, so he had to speak in English. Sorry, but that seat is already taken. Please give up your seat. He gently took off his hat and praised, Your English is very natural. Nice to meet you. I am Director Angabak. Time passes, and the two sit silently, staring at each other without saying a word. The more Hoojin thinks about it, the more confused he becomes. Yes, who are you? Director Angaba, why are you here? He chuckled and shook his head, explaining. I was just here for a visit. I didn't expect to run into you by chance. He tried to keep himself calm and then bowed to greet. Nice to meet you for the first time, Director. I am Kang Hoojin. He nodded in understanding. Pleased to meet you, Hoojin. The more he looked towards the station master, the more confused he felt. He looked just like a neighbor, so familiar. At this moment, he suddenly spoke up, and I couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What is this? Even looking at it, the presence of the director now feels the strangest. But he continued to speak cautiously. Are you perhaps talking about my acting? Uncle Ga chuckled, shook his head, and shared his thoughts. He occasionally saw a gentle gaze during the video conference that was completely different from now, but when acting, the eyes entirely reflected the character. His analysis completely stunned Hu Dian. With that gentle gaze, could he have seen through his true self? Does this director also have some kind of talent? While I was still quietly thinking, Uncle Ga happily continued. So a person who knows how to use acting methods. When did you learn to freely switch between characters? Realizing he still didn't know, he let out a relieved breath. Immersive acting. I don't remember a scene like that. His face grew even more curious. You said acting through memory. If you can record the role you faced, then switching emotions can also become a quick acting method. It's strange to see it for the first time. What is the reason you are learning sign language? Huin responded seriously to the question. I don't place much importance on the meaning or learning about it. This makes him even more interested. His attitude is truly a national treasure. Besides Korean and Japanese sign language, do you know any others? I sighed and brushed it off, knowing a little about American Sign Language. After a brief moment of evaluation, Gabak silently reflected that he was a truly mystical actor with a mysterious aura. Yet there was a hint of concealment within, a subtle sense of distance hidden behind his current appearance. In his honest eyes, there was a hint of something unfamiliar, something uncertain, whether gentle or overwhelming. Realizing there wasn't much time left, Gabak stood up directly and spoke. Okay, thanks for chatting with me. I heard Director C is filming nearby, so I might drop by. At this moment, Ongin's car happily arrives and calls out to Hin, the drug dealer, while Director Ngabak sees this and chuckles. Chairman Choi, what a coincidence. His appearance left him completely stunned. What a coincidence? Mr. Ga turned around and left. Then I have to go now. Chairman Choi, let's keep in touch privately from now on. Although very confused, he still nodded in agreement. Yes, Director Hin, what did you talk about with Director Ang? Why is he here? Hooge, please explain seriously. He said he came here to visit. Hearing this reason, Ongin's car became extremely suspicious. Does that make sense? It's probably just talk, but no matter how you look at it, it seems like he came to see you. That director himself coming all the way to Vietnam is just like what Hoojin is thinking. As expected, calling it a coincidence does sound a bit strange. I also think it might be true. His face suddenly grew serious as he continued to share his guess. Maybe today he will also appear on set to watch you. By the way, he also looked into Director Gaba's recent situation a bit. Although not certain, it seems that Director Ang is aiming for the Cannes Film Festival with his 100th film. You know that the Cannes Film Festival is considered one of the top 3 most prestigious international film festivals and attracts cinema monsters from around the world, including Hollywood, right? Director Angab received the Best Director Award at the Cannes Film Festival in the early 2000s and then had many works nominated. The actors involved also occasionally won awards, simply a legend. Director Baek Hoo-jin, still standing nearby with his mouth agape in thought, I didn't know that was the first time I heard that information. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if finding this quite interesting. Although there is no information about the 100th work of the director, perhaps what he aimed for at the Cannes Film Festival was the highest award, the Palme d'Or. After hearing this, Hoo-jin slowly began to recount. Looking back, the director asked me about sign language, which surprised him very much. Sign language. That director would never ask a meaningless question. Recently, Korean and Japanese media have reported on Huin's sign language skills, right? There is some acting involved, but he might have been attracted by the sign language. So does this upcoming project include sign language as well? That actor's sign language is truly unique. If all the guesses are correct, Hoo-jin should consider participating. He didn't respond, and the atmosphere inside grew silent. By the way, just asking, do you also have ambitions for the film festival? Hoo-di glanced away and sighed. Honestly, I don't really care about fame or glory, and I don't find it very interesting. Plus, my instincts tell me that Director Anga is very dangerous. I don't like the feeling of being watched and exposed, so it's best to stay away from that director. Hoo-jin coldly replied, which surprised Ongan very much. What? His face became serious as he thought. If Hoo-jin refuses the director, it would be a huge deal. What can we do? Inside the large film set, the constant discussions keep echoing. Have you heard? Director Baek has already arrived on set. Did he really come to Vietnam for a visit and stop by for a moment, I wonder? Everyone here looks serious as they think. Director Angabak is so famous. When listening to all this is tiring enough, now I have to meet that annoying, difficult director again. Forget it. Just pretend he's an old man you happened to meet somewhere. It's really hot, so let's take a break and rest before we start. At this moment, Mr. Ga saw you appear and chuckled in surprise. We meet again. He opened his mouth in disbelief. What? Why is he here? No signal at all? He still politely bowed to the director, even though he was secretly calculating in his mind. Forget it. It's too dangerous. I'll hide first. I'm about to get into costume, so I ask for your understanding. Mr. Baek suddenly called out, Do you have any interest in the film festival? The question froze him in place instantly. This made everyone around feel extremely proud and thoughtful. Kang Huin's luck not only arrived, but exploded, and he even gained the director's attention at the film festival. I was worried he would start begging again. In front of everyone's expectant eyes, Hoo-jin firmly declined. Sir, I am not particularly interested. This made everyone around furious and shout, uninterested and disrespectful in front of the director, which startled Huin a bit. What is going on? You startled me. I was a bit scared. Calm down. He quickly responded. I was just expressing my thoughts. I don't understand why he's so agitated. Baka also turned back to remind everyone. Sorry about that. Everyone cares about me, so it's like this. Everyone please apologize. He was about to say something else. Excuse me, director, sorry, he continued to remind everyone. Everyone, please go outside. I need to speak privately. Can I ask why you're not interested in the film festival? Hoo-jin silently pondered in her mind upon hearing this. It was because I truly wasn't interested and also wanted to avoid this director. Just give a moderate answer. I'm not particularly interested. Hearing this, Mr. Guy immediately became lost in thought. That was a response I didn't expect. You're still constantly calculating. Could it be that he really saw the gentle look in my eyes and decided to test it? He quickly stared intently at him, drawing his attention. After a moment of silence, Gabach continued. Indeed, it's very special. I still see that strange thing I saw before in your eyes. Hoo-jin became even more cautious because this director is truly very dangerous. I am trying to stay calm. I don't quite understand what you mean. Isn't Hin going to tell the director on this side of the car? Mr. Ga stood up, smiled, and said to him, I have to go now. Filming was tough today. As he passed by Hoojin, he silently pondered, feeling as if he were in a fog. After seeing that he had left, Ongun's car nervously asked, "Why did the director do that?" "Huyn, did the director really ask you directly about the film festival?" He immediately nodded in agreement. He asked, which made him even more frightened, "You didn't outright refuse, did you? I'm just recounting what happened earlier." "I said I wasn't interested." The B car gradually fell into despair. Hin is in trouble. The scene shifts to outside the set. The director's voice rings out, "We're ready." "1 minute. Everyone please move towards Hin." "Are you ready, Hin?" I nod firmly. Yes. The long days of performing non-stop make him extremely tired. I should start by focusing on extracting Sergeant Jin Suncheon's inner thoughts, even if I don't know how far I need to push it. For now, I'll just do what I can and keep moving forward. Finally, he has fully immersed himself in the character within the story, delving deep into the process of identification, as if Hugin has completely transformed into another soldier. The director's voice rang out, "Action." Hoojin's body immediately trembled, catching Gabak's attention nearby. Seeing your actions only makes him more curious, fragile, and shy. He's a character with weak willpower, good at acting, but that's all. This time, Huin turned back to comfort his teammate quietly, both as a police officer and silently retreating. If he hears the monster, he must run at full speed. Private Jin Sun Cheon is trying to comfort the trembling first-class soldier, but worries he won't listen. As he hesitates, Jin Sun Cheon's mind is thrown into turmoil once again. He glanced nervously at everyone still watching, wanting to show the outside world that he has two personalities, so how should he demonstrate it? And with sign language, no need to speak, he can still convey countless emotions. This pistol cannot be operated with both hands, so I use my eyes, nose, mouth, facial muscles, body, nerve tremors, gaze, and breath. In my pupils, there's shyness, a subtle trembling at the corners of my mouth, and a fleeting hint of joy in my lips. That's right. In that world, the split personality hides itself completely, but it wants us outsiders to see as if it's explaining itself through its face. And why does it have that faint scent of sign language that I desire? Hoojin suddenly stepped forward and stomped directly on his teammate's leg. The gunshot rang out, causing the teammate to scream in fear. Seeing that, someone else scolded, "Why did that crazy guy shoot his gun?" The formation here is gradually becoming strangely chaotic, and a man having some trouble made the front team very uncomfortable. "Run away, retreat, retreat, quickly you bastards." Hoojin hugs the poor teammate's body. "Sir, the person in front is annoyed and warning you. Jin-sun, cover this little guy, what are you doing?" "I didn't hear the command to run. We're doomed." "Shut up and get up quickly." Hoojin slowly stands up and everyone rushes forward as fast as they can. Grandpa Ga also understood something, so the restraint and tension in this scene are felt by the child named Kang Hyun. The key point is that a distorted, terrifying smile appears on Hoojin's face. It's responsible. Taniguchi saw that and burst out laughing. Take a 10-minute break and then continue. Uncle Ga is still quietly thinking, wow, at this age, still acting up. Each performance gets more mature. As expected, once immersed in the role, it's all about the character, but in the end, what is it when you try to be gentle or distant, yet sometimes you can see through it? The fog surrounding that child ultimately. According to the testimonies of those who wrote about Kang Hoojin's past, it seems he led a pretty normal life, but no matter how hard he tries to live normally, it will eventually be revealed. Why is he only shining now? Could it be that everything was intentional? Revealing it only now so everyone can see that all along I have been pouring my heart into hiding my extraordinary nature. What we saw was the remaining protective shell on the person. The strange thing we glimpsed was indeed a layer of shell, using a shell that looks like intestines to confuse and hide the truth. Taniguchi now also smiles and asks him, "So what do you think, director?" Gabak chuckled and praised, "Good, thank you. It feels like it's been a long time since I saw such a great scene." These compliments make Taniguchi very happy as he recounts everything. "You came to see Hoojin, right? You've been staring at Hin the whole time." Huin's personal ability is truly amazing. I wrote Jin Suncheon's dialogue very simply, yet he managed to bring it to life. Gabak chuckled in surprise. "I see now. That terrible multi-personality act." Feeling that something was off, Hin turned around in surprise. Seeing Gabak's gaze, he quickly turned his face away as if he didn't know anything. This made Gabak feel a bit disappointed and dislike him even more. Huin tried to stay as far away from him as possible. The scene shifts to a vast forest, and a voice calls out, "Cut." Everyone has worked hard on the final shoot. Now everyone can finally breathe a sigh of relief. We've made it through. Everyone worked hard. It might look like the filming is already finished, but only the overseas shoot has ended. Taniguchi smiles and announces to everyone that starting next week, we will continue filming at a large studio in Buo. Everyone should rest. Well, first, Hoojin over here is still tired and thinking. Finally, it's over. I miss my bed at home so much. Anjin is also quietly thinking. I need to organize my schedule one last time before heading back. Thinking about it, it's almost the final year, and there's never a moment when you're free at the end of the year. This time, Hoojin's popularity is at its peak, so around November, invitations will start coming from everywhere. The award shows for acting will definitely be SBC, with the Filer Hanjiang, and KBC with Frozen Love, which are about to air. And in the film industry, for the drug dealer, two of Korea's three major film festivals are the Blue Dragon Film Awards and the Dongsang Film Festival. The Black Mountain Film Festival will be held next year, so it's probably still quiet. If Hoojin attends all the award ceremonies he's invited to, at least 4 places, I wonder how many awards he'll win. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Next year, maybe because Hoojin is truly a storm, I didn't realize how quickly time had passed. But what if we win? The profit split is 9-1, and we are the one, with a 1-year contract term. The contract ends on May 15th next year. Basically, it's just for you to see how well B. Wenter is doing. Whether to extend it or not, let's decide after a year. What do you think? Things that an ordinary rookie actor would struggle to do even in 10 years, Hoojin is doing effortlessly in less than a year. No matter if it's domestic or international, he will become an actor who leaves an unforgettable mark that no one can easily reach. I wish that shadow of glory was mine, and my ambitions would rise. But if news about the 1-year contract ending spreads, entertainment agencies and management companies will definitely jump in. Can I hold them off? Moreover, it's also very difficult to gauge Hoojin's thoughts. Perhaps he has already reached a conclusion. Forget it. For now, just focus on expanding the company, and Director Angba's matters, because Director Bia will definitely get in touch again. It's okay. So far, I am still the one with the most to gain, so I will risk my life to keep Hugin by my side. Maybe that kid already has his answer? But it turns out Angjin's guess was completely wrong. Hoojin is still feeling down and just wants to lie in bed and sleep. He immediately glanced in another direction. Now the ringing phone caught his attention. The caller is Director Gabak, which startled him. Director Angabak. The scene quickly shifts to the evening at Ini Airport, where the area is bustling with a large crowd and lively activity. Hoojin steps down here, sighing tiredly and complaining, finally back in Korea, so exhausted. Anjin's car quietly glanced at him from the side, spying on the situation. His eyes grew very suspicious as he remembered that day. At that moment, Angin's car was listening to Gbak's phone call. "Yes, sir, Director." "Hello, sir." He quickly got straight to the point. "Chairman Choi, may I have a moment to talk?" He quickly nodded in agreement. "Please, go ahead." He spoke up without hesitation. I want to give him a script. Honestly, using my film as a stepping stone is fine. He was very curious after hearing that. Yes, a stepping stone. Mr. Ga, sitting inside the room, nodded in agreement. "You probably figured it out too. My 100th film needs to have actor Kang Hoojin. This time I am determined to participate in the film festival. Everything is part of Angin's plan." I knew it. He immediately nodded. "I see. I was also planning to arrange a private meeting. But why are you interested in Hoojin?" He chuckled and continued to recount everything, starting with sign language, which is an essential technique for directing films. "It's just that now his acting is good, and his personality makes me even more interested. I mentioned the business with him, but he said he's not interested. Do you know?" Ogun's car was momentarily taken aback, quickly shook his head. "No, because he's a hard person to read." He sighed then, so he probably doesn't know the reason why he's not interested, right? He was startled to hear that. The reason Mr. Ga nodded and smiled was because he silently believed that his disinterest in Kin was genuine, but what needed careful consideration was that Hoojin, standing in front of everyone, told him, "I am not particularly interested," which only made him feel more puzzled, especially since it was quite unusual. In contrast, if something is more prestigious than Kin, then I would be interested. But the Berlin International Film Festival, one of the 3 biggest international festivals in the world, I am not interested. If it's something even higher than Kin, the top film festival among the 3 largest and most prestigious international film festivals in the world, the award ceremony considered the #1 among international film festivals, the dream stage for filmmakers worldwide is the Academy Awards. A newcomer who debuted just a year ago is only interested in the Academy Awards. You have great ambition. Gabal continued speaking to the honeybee on the other end of the phone, saying that Hoojin's ambition isn't just about the Cannes Film Festival, but Osaka, meaning he's aiming to stand on the stage of the Academy Awards. I could see that in the depth of his words and the look in his eyes. This information left him stunned in an instant. The Hornet car steadies itself. The Academy Award, a place where even top actors take years to reach. A place where even so there are countless people eliminated, yet a newcomer who debuted just a year ago. Wait, no. The native-level language skills he had from the start, his ambition to go abroad including Japan, the influential figures around him, and the special clause that prohibits interference with his chosen works. All of these indicate that Kang Huin is quietly on his way to the Academy Award. So far, everything has been moving according to plan to reach the Academy Award through the shortest route. Gab's voice keeps echoing from the other end of the phone. That ability of Hoojin is not arrogance, but comes from an attitude. He is truly running at full speed toward the Academy competition. But to do that, there are many conditions. You need a film career recognized by the world and achievements that make people nod in approval. That's why I say nothing beats kin, because it brings trust to everyone involved with the Academy Awards. I think Chairman Choi will understand what I mean. Back to reality, Ongun's face became very serious as he glanced at Hoojin. Yes, Hoojin's current focus is that her experience and film career are still a barren field. With Hin's current situation, winning an Academy Award is practically impossible, but if a rookie who just debuted a year ago can still make it to the top, there's a slim chance. I'm going crazy. I was also thinking of the film festival as a stepping stone. From the very beginning, for a rookie to enter the industry was unprecedented. But somehow, if it were Who's In, I felt that it might actually be possible. I guess I should try to make history at least once. First, I need to settle the contract renewal. Inside the room, a hurried voice rang out. Sir, he's upset about this, so the director asked, What is it? The back door wasn't knocked on, and the secretary hurried inside. I have some extremely important information. I heard Kang Hoon signed a 1-year contract with BWE Entertainment. This surprised the director greatly. What does that mean? Choi Zae-onin signed only a 1-year contract with a diamond like Kang Huin, and there's no way it was a 1-year deal. The secretary continued to remind him, about 80% sure. Hearing this, his face suddenly became focused as he pondered. This is yet another new piece of information. Could it be that they have some kind of deal or affair? That's an interesting story. But the major figures tailing him are not to be underestimated. We'll have to brace ourselves to deal with all of them. A secretary like that would nod and remind, but also be careful. The director pondered silently to himself. Causing trouble out of nowhere isn't good for anyone. If what she said is 100% true, then there's no problem. If it's mistakenly judged as baseless rumors or unfounded gossip, that would be an accident. But it's truly a regrettable topic to ignore. So, please confirm again, and then it's just the entertainment industry, so it's not too late. That's all for today, guys. If you want to keep following this story, hit the subscribe button now. Please gently press the like button. Thank you all for watching until the end. Bye-bye, my loves.